I am the fated villain. Chapter 401 to Chapter 432. This aura was incomparably terrifying, like a vast galaxy, sweeping across heaven and earth, carrying a monstrous murderous aura that was enough to freeze and crack one's spirit. As soon as it appeared, it caused everyone to be shocked. Many of the important figures of the demon race who were fighting the assassins also looked over in horror. Supreme Realm Expert, who is this person? With such a terrifying murderous aura, he is definitely not a kind person. He is not friendly. Although the King of Chaos and the others were shocked at this moment, they had no time to care. Because their opponent was very strong, and his strength was obviously on par with theirs. Even if they wanted to get out and rescue the Empress, there was nothing they could do. This was a premeditated assassination. From the poisoning of the Empress to the attack now, only a moment had passed. This time, it was near the sacred mountain. How many assassins had come, and how many forces were involved? It was simply impossible to estimate. And judging from the current situation, there were many people hiding in the dark, watching and ready to act at any time. Those big clans of the demon realm were obviously not kind people. If there was a chance to overthrow the Empress's rule, they would definitely not let it go. Alas, I hope Her Majesty will be blessed by heaven. With young Master Xianxia by her side, he can more or less play a role. Young Master Xianxia has at least the battle strength of a quasi-supreme, and rumor has it that he has a guardian who is suspected to be in the quasi-emperor realm behind him. I just don't know if that guardian followed him to the demon realm this time. The Grand Tutor and the others sighed inwardly. Although this was said, since the other party dared to come to assassinate, they must have been fully prepared. They must have known that Gu Xianxia was by Empress Xiao's side. How could they not be aware of this? They definitely had other means. Over the years, the demon realm had been developing vigorously, and it was rare for it to be stable and peaceful. Her Majesty could be said to have contributed greatly. Although they knew that Her Majesty's methods were not wise, and sometimes even very arbitrary and did not listen to the advice of others. But if it were not for her, the demon realm would have been in chaos after the sudden disappearance of the 5 emperors. How could it be as prosperous as it was today? At this moment, many important ministers were very worried and worried. Boom, following the appearance of this terrifying supreme being, the entire world seemed to have collapsed. With a honglong sound, many mountain ranges exploded, turning into ashes. Countless large black cracks appeared on the ground, extending for who knew how many li. The monstrous aura suppressed the fear in everyone's hearts, making them feel uneasy. It was as if their souls would shatter at any moment. Uncle Yi, you're finally here. Jun Fan was secretly excited. After waiting for such a long time, his biggest backer had finally arrived. Uncle Yi, whose full name was Yi, was an extremely rare night demon. As a general under his father, the Xianxia demon monarch, he had fought everywhere and killed many people. Uncle Ye's strength had long reached the quasi-supreme level. In the past 6,000 years, he had made another breakthrough and become a supreme. Some time ago, Jun Fan found Uncle Yi, who was living in seclusion somewhere, according to the backup plan left by his imperial father. Then, he begged Uncle Yi to come out again and take back everything that belonged to him. Uncle Yi naturally agreed to his request without hesitation. In the past, he and Jun Bufon's father were as close as brothers, and he treated Jun Fan like his own child. And in Jun Fan's plan this time, Uncle Yi was the most crucial step. With the strength of a supreme being and the emperor weapon, the Xianxia heavenly saber, which his father had once refined, even a quasi-emperor would be frightened and not dare to face it. Even if Empress Xiao was at her peak, she might not be able to fight against it, let alone now when she was in a weak state. Finally, a big fish has come. I didn't wait for so long in vain. Gu Xianxia looked at the blurry figure from the sky and couldn't help but reveal an interested expression. What he lacked the most now was the origin of a supreme being expert. Moreover, in his perception, the strength of this figure was far more terrifying than ordinary supreme being experts. From the looks of it, he should be holding some kind of treasure in his hands. A treasure that could make a supreme being cautious was either a quasi-emperor weapon or an emperor weapon. Although he currently had 6 of the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts, as well as the 8 desolation demonic halberd, the great seal of mountains and rivers. But the more quasi-emperor weapons and emperor weapons, the better. Even if he couldn't use them, he could return to the upper realm and give them to Yumingkong. Yumingkong had done so much for him, but he rarely gave her anything. Protect Her Majesty. At the peak of the holy mountain, everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw the scene. Qing Ju, Qing Lan, Qing Mei, and the others were even more vigilant. Chills ran down their backs as they took out their respective divine weapons. Many young geniuses felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Their divine souls trembled, and they couldn't help but want to bow in that direction. This was the power of a supreme being expert. Just the divine sense that swept over was enough to shatter heaven and earth and destroy the universe. Such a person already stood at the peak of a world. With a thought, the world would be turned upside down, and the sun and moon would lose their light. This aura belongs to Yi Yao, who was once a subordinate of the Xianxia demon emperor. I sent people to search for him for so many years. I thought he had died long ago. I didn't expect him to suddenly appear at this time. It seems that he is the mastermind behind all of this. I just don't know if Jun Bufan will appear. Empress Xiao said calmly. Although she couldn't use her cultivation now, she could feel this majestic and terrifying pressure. This was simply suffocating. Their bodies were about to explode, and they couldn't bear this kind of fluctuation. She had already expected all of this. The other party came aggressively. Since he had planted spies and many subordinates around her, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a rare opportunity to kill her. You all should leave. You are not his match. At this time, Empress Xiao said to the group of female officials and young geniuses beside her. Her voice was flat. She knew that there was no use for them to stay here. They would only be courting death. Those below the supreme being level were ants. This saying wasn't for nothing. The other party could even destroy everyone on the peak of the holy mountain with just a thought. They were too weak. Even supreme saints were like ants in front of a supreme being. They couldn't resist at all. Hearing this, Qing Mei, Qing Lan, and the others all had unbearable and sorrowful expressions. Many young geniuses gritted their teeth. Their hearts were full of anger and unwillingness. As people of the demon realm, they were so powerless at this time. They couldn't even protect Her Majesty. Your Majesty, Qing Zhu also didn't expect that the first thing Empress Xiao did at this time was to ask them to leave. She didn't want to die here. For a moment, she felt a little regret in her heart. But soon, when she saw Jun Fan sneaking a glance at her, she became determined again. At this point, there was no room for regret. It was either success or death. You all can leave. Yi Yao's target is me. It has nothing to do with you. You will only increase the casualties if you stay here. Empress Xiao got up and walked out. Her expression was incomparably calm. There was an unquestionable expression on her beautiful face. Her phoenix robe fluttered in the wind. Her sleeves were wide, and her hair fluttered gently in the cold wind. At this moment, she walked to the peak of the holy mountain. Her eyes were calm as she looked at the Yi Yao. She had a peerless charm. Your Majesty, we won't leave. Our lives were given by you. How can we leave you at this time? If something happens to you today, we will follow you. Even if you go underground, you will need people to take care of you. Hearing this, Qing Lan, Qing Mei, and the others all shook their heads. Tears welled up in their eyes. They were unwilling to leave. They wanted to go through thick and thin with Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao frowned. Sensing their determination, she shook her head and sighed. She didn't say anything more. We are willing to go through thick and thin with Her Majesty. At this moment, many geniuses shouted in unison. Their expressions were determined. They took out all their powerful divine weapons, unwilling to leave. For a moment, the place was filled with dazzling lights that illuminated the sky. This scene made Jun Fan's expression very ugly. He didn't expect that until now. There were still so many people who were unwilling to abandon Empress Xiao and were willing to die with her. This made him very uncomfortable. Empress Xiao had relied on despicable means to get to her position and unify the demon realm. During this period, her means were even more cruel and cold-blooded. She killed people like flies, leading to rebellions everywhere. But why were so many people still willing to support her? This huge Xianyang region clearly belongs to my father. But now, it is controlled to this extent by her, haha, even at this time, you are still trying to win people's hearts. You are really something, Xiao. Jun Fan clenched his fists tightly. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have died. At this moment, he had already activated the forbidden artifact and charged forward. How could he allow Empress Xiao to say such words? Young Master Chang'e, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. At this moment, Empress Xiao looked at Gu Chang'e, who was walking with her, and said, I will seriously consider what you said before. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, you are treating me like an outsider. I am a person who is most willing to help others. Your Majesty is facing such a crisis, how can I not help you? Empress Xiao glanced at him. Gu Chang'e didn't say that just now. The two of them stood side by side on the mountain peak. The mountain wind blew, and their hair fluttered. In the eyes of many people, they were like a pair of immortal lovers. This scene ignited hope in the eyes of many creatures in the demon realm. Gu Chang'e's power and influence were needless to say. If he stood on Empress Xiao's side, the other party would definitely be afraid unless they were crazy. Empress Xiao, it's time to settle the grudge between you and me today. At this moment, Yi Yao's figure appeared in the sky. He stood there as if he was forged from black divine gold. Demonic aura surged, covering the sky and the sun. He was like an invincible war immortal. Terrifying demonic aura fluctuated from his body. He also had a terrifying demonic aura. Many people trembled and didn't dare to look at him directly. It was too terrifying. Just by standing there, this figure had the power to destroy mountains and seas with a thought. He could destroy the Black-White Academy with a flick of his finger. Such a figure had appeared, and now he wanted to kill Empress Xiao. This made many people despair, and they felt very gloomy. If Empress Xiao was at the peak of her strength, it would be fine. But now, Empress Xiao was poisoned. Even standing up was difficult for her. How could she fight against this invincible Yi Yao? Empress Xiao looked at him from afar and said indifferently, the remnants of the 5 emperors have been hiding like rats on the street all these years. You only have the guts to show yourself now. Yi Yao sneered. If your methods weren't so despicable and vicious, how could I have been reduced to such a state all these years? It's all your fault. Is that so? Empress Xiao's expression didn't change. She asked indifferently, so where is Jun Bufan now? You faked your death to trick me. Why don't you even have the guts to show yourself now? Little Master is naturally in a safe place. After you die, he will naturally show himself and become the new master of the demon realm, Yi Yao said coldly. Instead, I want to ask you, where did the 5 emperors go? Hearing this, many people's expressions changed slightly. They hurriedly listened attentively, wanting to know the whereabouts of the 5 emperors. Jun Fan's expression also turned serious as he listened carefully. During this period of time, he had been searching for the whereabouts of his father, the Xianxia demon emperor, but to no avail. Whether it was his father or the other demon emperors, they all seemed to have disappeared without a trace from the demon realm. Not even a trace was left behind. This had already become a mystery in the demon realm. There were many rumors in the outside world that Empress Xiao had killed the 5 emperors. However, Jun Fan knew that even with Empress Xiao's current methods, it was impossible for her to do all this, let alone 6,000 years ago. 6,000 years ago, the cultivation of the 5 emperors was already unfathomable. Even if Empress Xiao's mother, the Yuyue demon emperor, was secretly helping her, she couldn't have done it. The 5 emperors had disappeared. Until now, even Empress Xiao's mother, the Yuyue demon emperor, had disappeared without a trace. Many years ago, someone said that they had seen the Yuyue demon emperor appear. However, during this period of time, Jun Fan found out that the person who spread this rumor was obviously sent by Empress Xiao. Their purpose was to use the name of the Yuyue demon emperor to intimidate the various demons so that they wouldn't dare to act rashly. In other words, other than the 5 emperors, the Yuyue demon emperor had actually disappeared 6,000 years ago. However, after Empress Xiao had succeeded to unify the demon realm, she had created the appearance that the Yuyue demon emperor had not disappeared in order to fool the various races of the demon realm. Therefore, Jun Fan wanted to hear the whereabouts of the 6 great demon emperors from Empress Xiao. He didn't know what his father had meant when he said those words in the spiritual sea world. Was it related to the future of the demon realm? How would I know if you ask me? However, after hearing this, Empress Xiao only said lightly. Her expression didn't change at all, making it hard to tell whether she really didn't know or was unwilling to say more. Many people were disappointed that they didn't hear what they wanted to know. You don't want to say? It doesn't matter. I have a way to make you tell me what happened 6,000 years ago. Yi Yao's expression darkened. He felt that Empress Xiao was just stalling for time. He didn't waste any more words. A pitch-black divine light appeared in his hand, containing terrifying power. Dao laws floated up and down like a black sun. Just the fluctuations alone could destroy the world. Many experts fighting in the distance couldn't help but change their expressions as they felt a chill run down their spines. In the face of this sort of power, although the Black-White College had an extremely powerful formation rune, it would only take an instant for it to be wiped out. Buzz. However, at this moment, a dazzling light appeared. A peerless immortal sword with 7 colors was formed by many supreme Dao laws. Its brilliance was dazzling, illuminating the sky. Gu Chang'e walked over, his entire body flowing with supreme aura. Dao laws fell, and even his hair was shining brightly. Behind him, a bright moon-like divine imprint appeared. The radiance was too brilliant, so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. There was a supreme power flowing in it. In an instant, the void exploded, and countless Dao laws surged. This bright moon-like divine seal collided with Yi Yao's move. It was as if the river of time and space were about to collapse. It was as if the world was being reborn. Scenes appeared one after another. There were shouts that soared into the sky, there were beautiful mountains and rivers being destroyed, there were ancient heavenly emperors roaring, and there were sword lights that broke through the 9 heavens. This phenomenon was too terrifying. It was as if something had happened under his feet in the past. All the creatures of the demon realm were shocked. For the first time, they felt the terror of Gu Chang'e's strength. This terrifying aura was already on par with Yi Yao's. Gu Chang'e's expression was casual. He even casually waved his sword, looking quite at ease. Now that you're done talking, are you finally going to make a move? He smiled casually. Unfortunately, I still want to continue watching the show. Gu Chang'e, this is a matter between the demon realm. You're an outsider. What right do you have to interfere? I don't want to fight with you, but if you think that you can do whatever you want with the Gu family behind you, then don't blame me. Yi Yao's face darkened. He was in disbelief. He naturally recognized Gu Chang'e's identity. Even in the demon realm, he had also heard many rumors about Gu Chang'e, so he was very afraid of him. However, if Gu Chang'e insisted on interfering, then he could only take action. For this day, he had waited for a full 6,000 years. There was no way he would let go of such a good opportunity. Otherwise, if he wanted to assassinate Empress Xiao in the future, he did not know how long he would have to wait. Gu Chang'e seemed to understand when he heard this. Then, he said to himself, yes, I seem to be an outsider. It is indeed not right for me to interfere in the matters of the demon realm. However, if you plan to kill Xiao in front of me, then I can only kill you first. You can't touch my people. Gu Chang'e, you're really arrogant. What do you mean? Hearing this, Yi Yao's face darkened again. He was angered by Gu Chang'e's casual attitude. As a supreme being, no one dared to look down on him. In the current demon realm, there were almost no traces of quasi-emperors. A supreme being was the most powerful force in the world, enough to look down on everything. He stared coldly at Gu Chang'e, his heart surging with anger. In terms of appearance, he was only a man in his 20s. His black hair was like jade, and he wore black and gold divine robes. However, he had lived for incomparably long years and his lifespan could be said to be endless. I don't mean anything. I won't interfere in the matters of the demon realm, but I have to take care of Xiao's matters. After all, I'm a good person who likes to help others. How can I get used to seeing you bully the weak and take advantage of others when they are in trouble? Gu Chang'e smiled. Gu Chang'e, don't make a mistake. As a member of the younger generation, there are many things that you can't meddle in just because you want to. Yi Yao's face darkened. He didn't understand what Gu Chang'e meant, but it didn't stop him from knowing that Gu Chang'e was determined to interfere in the matters of the demon realm. Wasn't Xiao's matters the same as meddling in the demon realm's matters? What was the difference? Do you really think you can meddle in everything just because you're the young master of the everlasting family? Jun Fan had been paying attention to this side, and seeing this scene, his sneer deepened. He knew that Guchunga was very strong, far beyond what he could reach now, but Uncle Yi still had an emperor weapon in his hands, the Xianyang Heavenly Blade, with the strength of the Supreme Realm combined with the Xianyang Heavenly Blade, who could contend against the power that erupted from it unless a true quasi-emperor appeared? And what he was betting on was that Guchunga didn't have that mysterious guardian with him on this trip to the demon realm. If he lost the bet, he didn't have to worry. He had already thought of a way out, but he was a little unwilling. It seems that you're determined to die. I told you, you can't touch Yao Shi, even if she killed your entire family. Hearing Yi Yao's words, Guchunga couldn't help but shake his head slightly. His tone was still calm. If you seal your cultivation now, kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe I can spare your life later. You. Hearing this, the veins on Yi Yao's forehead almost popped out. He had never seen such an arrogant person. His cultivation was far inferior to his, but he was so arrogant, as if he already had his life in his hands. Hearing this, Jun Fan's heart was also filled with anger, and his face turned ugly. Damn it, this guy is really arrogant. How dare he humiliate Uncle Yi like this? As soon as he finished speaking, Guchunga made his move. He raised his hand, and the peerless celestial sword, which seemed to be condensed from countless rules, instantly fell and slashed at Yi Yao. Five-colored divine light rushed into the sky. Sword chi was boundless, as if it was formed from many stars, drowning out the sky. This wave of power was too vast and terrifying, causing everyone's expression to change and their souls to tremble. It was already not something that a person could resist. Any living being would instantly be reduced to dust in the face of such fluctuations. The pupils of the night demon narrowed slightly. He did not expect Guchunga to make the first move. He attacked from the sky. A black long blade that looked like it was forged from undying immortal gold appeared in his hand, releasing a supreme aura, hacking forward. His movements were not very fast, but the heavenly Tao saintly sound was emitted, and in an instant, he crossed the boundless space. This is the resonance of the great Tao, the resonance of magic power through the universe. This is the might of an emperor weapon. Every great figure of the demon realm felt their hair stand on end. This was the Tao law that could kill all living things, a forbidden existence could display. Xianyang Heavenly Blade. How could it be in his hands? Even Empress Xiao's expression changed. The resonance of the great Tao had always only appeared in the most ancient legends. It was the power of the emperor realm, and now it was really seen. In heaven and earth, a terrifying projection appeared, coming from an indescribable place, as if it was the supreme aura of a battle between emperor realm existences. Among them, the resonance of the great Tao was firmly suppressed, and thousands of strands fell down. There were dragons leaping, phoenixes flying, and the divine sound was like a blade, about to kill all living things. However, all of this was just the accompanying heavenly Tao saintly sound, containing endless terror. The real killing move was still that black heavenly blade. It pierced through the sky, as if crossing through many spaces, and in the blink of an eye, it slashed between Guchunga's brows. The sky fell and the earth cracked, and the ages turned to ashes. It was too terrifying. Seeing this scene, even the celestial king, who had already become a quasi-supreme, was shocked and frightened. This was a spiritual will that made all creatures and existences tremble. This blade was accompanied by countless black threads, each of them a law. Each strand was enough to kill a quasi-supreme, or even a supreme. Thousands and thousands of strands condensed on the black blade, concentrating on Guchunga's frontal bone. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Time and space were cut off, creating a heavenly Tao vacuum that could destroy everything. Even the immortal sword condensed in Guchunga's hand couldn't help but shatter at this moment. The degree was not on the same level. Clang, however, in the next moment, a peerless heavenly sound rang out, and a golden 9-story pagoda appeared. It was as if it was made of divine gold, possessing world-suppressing might and peerless power. It quickly appeared behind Guchunga, pouring down boundless golden laws. Each strand of golden laws was indestructible. The blade landed on it, producing a terrifying tremor, but it did not cause any damage. Chang'e did not move, not even lifting his robes. Chang'e's expression did not change as he said indifferently, "You can't even break my defense. What are you going to do to me? This is the legendary Sky Palm Tower? Why is it in your hands?" Yi Yao's expression changed drastically as he felt the tremor from the Xianyang heavenly blade. His arm almost spasmed, and his bones shook violently. After all, he was not a true the arch existence, so it was difficult for him to unleash the true power of the Xianyang heavenly blade. And the Sky Palm Tower in front of Chang'e was said to be an item of the Immortal Palace. It had the effect of suppressing fate, was thick, majestic, and indestructible. Some even said that it was a true immortal artifact. Even if Chang'e could not fully activate it, it was easy for him to protect him for a short period of time. The other big shots of the demon realm were also shocked at this moment. In the moment of collision, just that peerless heavenly sound had almost shattered their souls. They did not dare to imagine how strong the existence facing this blade was. And now, not only was Chang'e unharmed, but he even had the ability to use other methods. This strength was simply unfathomable. Even if the Sky Palm Tower could protect him, it would be empty talk without the support of powerful dermic powers. The Sky Palm Tower fell into his hands. How many more tricks is he hiding? Empress Xiao was also shocked. She wanted to say something just now to warn Chang'e to be careful. But it seemed that she was completely overthinking. Chang'e's methods were beyond her imagination. She estimated that even if she was not poisoned at her peak, she would not be Chang'e's match even if she used all her methods. His strength was that no one knew where his bottom line was and which step was his true strength. How is this possible? How did the Sky Palm Tower fall into Chang'e's hands? This is not right. Jun Fan's expression did not look good. His brows were tightly furrowed. He took out another jade talisman hidden in his sleeve and silently sent a message to the others, telling them to quickly take action. Chang'e had become the biggest variable. At first, he considered Chang'e, but he did not expect Chang'e to have so many tricks up his sleeve. He even insisted on protecting Xiao. "Let Uncle Yi hold Chang'e back. The rest of you take this opportunity." Jun Fan's eyes flashed as he informed the others through the communication talisman. The battle below the peak of the holy mountain was also extremely terrifying. Everyone was fighting, killing, and piling up corpses. Soon, the battle between Chang'e and Yi Yao broke out again. Chang'e's 10,000-foot tall avatar was like a manifestation of the great Tao. There were mysterious and endless fluctuations. It was the innate ability of Xian'er's bone of great Tao. Just hold him back. Yi Yao had heard from Jun Fan and now understood how difficult Chang'e was to deal with. His eyes flashed, and his figure soared into the sky. "Are you planning to hold me back?" Chang'e smiled. He had such intentions. It was not easy to use many tricks in front of others. Wasn't Yi Yao courting death? "You guys protect Empress Xiao. If she loses even a strand of hair, you don't have to report to me." He ordered Tianze and the others. "Yes, master. Don't worry, we will protect Empress Xiao." Although Tianze and the others looked fierce, their strength was not to be underestimated. They were all bandits who had once dominated a region and killed many people. Then, Chang'e's figure disappeared from where he was. His 10,000-foot tall avatar appeared. The void trembled, and his speed was extremely fast. The two of them rushed out of this place and came to the outer realm, where the most terrifying battle broke out. Within a radius of millions of miles, there was no sign of human habitation. It was all dry stars, broken continents, and lifeless star remains. Chang'e, why do you insist on helping the tyrant? Empress Xiao's methods are cruel and infuriating. If the great demon realm continues to be in her hands, it will be destroyed sooner or later. After reaching the outer realm, Yi Yao also let out a sigh of relief. He did not intend to fight with Chang'e, so he spoke to hold him back and give the others a chance to assassinate Empress Xiao. "What does it matter to me whether the demon realm is destroyed or not? I already said that I will not interfere in the demon realm's matters. I am not interested in what happens to the demon realm." Chang'e said casually, "If you want to continue to hold me back, you don't have to do this." "What do you mean?" Yi Yao frowned. The black gold divine robe on his body flowed with a glow. There was an immortal aura that seemed to be able to resist for thousands of years. Because you will die soon, Xianxia said. At the same time, the sky palm tower flashed and fell from his head, landing on his shoulder. Arrogant. You even took the sky palm tower. You underestimate me too much. Yi Yao sneered. He did not expect Xianxia to be so arrogant. After reaching the outer realm, he took the sky palm tower first. How confident was he in his own strength? Just now, I was just fooling people. I didn't want to shock the world. Otherwise, do you think I need to use a weapon to resist? Xianxia said unhurriedly. She seemed to smile mockingly. In the next moment, a monstrous demonic aura suddenly appeared in his hand. This was a halberd that seemed to be made of flawless black crystal. It emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy eternity and slaughter the heavens. What is this? An ominous aura. Yi Yao's expression changed slightly as he felt that something was wrong. This was a strong sense of danger. It was as if his soul was frozen and would be cut by the demonic halberd at any time. At this moment, the Xianxia heavenly saber in his hand seemed to have sensed the danger and was awakening. The aura on it was shocking, and divine light lingered around it. It was sharp and black. It was a powerful attack. You're about to die, and you still ask so many questions? Xianxia's expression was still calm. As he stepped forward, the void blurred and he disappeared from his original spot. The 8 desolation demonic halberd swept down, and the nearby star field exploded. The terrifying fluctuations caused the Xianxia heavenly saber to let out a terrifying cracking sound. It seemed that it could not continue to resist. Yi Yao was instantly injured. He groaned and coughed up blood. His internal organs were in great pain, and the hand holding the Xianxia heavenly saber almost cracked. This was a destructive power. In front of it, any level could only be turned into dust. At this moment, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Why did Xianxia have such a method? Even he, who had the Xianxia heavenly saber, was not a match for him. At the next moment, Xianxia walked towards him. The chaotic gray fog spread as he walked, enveloping the surroundings. The world withered, and all things were dead, falling into eternal silence. A pitch-black great Tao treasure vase descended with black light, bobbing up and down above his head. It was like a black hole that could devour the heavens, possessing a terrifying feeling that shook one's soul. How is this possible? You're actually the successor of demonic arts. Looking at this scene, Yi Yao finally reacted. His face changed drastically and turned incomparably pale. He recognized Xianxia's identity. This made him despair. He could not believe it. How could Xianxia be the successor of demonic arts? This was simply too creepy. His skull was about to explode. He raised his hand and poured all his power into the Xianxia heavenly saber, trying to rush out of this place. The saber light broke through the sky, and saber Tao rules flowed within. Xianxia's expression did not change. The 8 desolation demonic halberd swept down, and the void exploded. It was as if even the universe was broken and split into 2. Then, the gray fog overflowed and enveloped all the star domains. Horrifying screams that made one's heart palpitate rang out, and finally, it slowly returned to silence. At the peak of the holy mountain, Xianxia and Yi Yao rushed into the outer realm. In an instant, more assassins rushed in. They were powerful, and many elites were killed by them. They could not resist at all. For a moment, the place was filled with shouts of killing. Everyone took out their weapons and fought. I've already sent orders to the Imperial Palace's army. They will be here soon. Empress Xiao's expression was calm, and she did not panic. It was true that she could not use her magic power, but just based on the terrifying extent of her physical body, ordinary people could not get close to her. Not to mention, there were many elites left behind by Xianxia around her. This assassination was about to come to an end. While thinking about it, she already knew who had betrayed her. This made her angry, but at the same time, it made her feel a chill in her heart. It seemed that the next step was to reshuffle her trusted aides. Before this, she had never thought that the trusted aide she had nurtured since she was young would betray her one day and poison her food. Until now, she still remembered how she had saved him from the big demon and how she had taught him how to cultivate. The companionship of hundreds of years was still vivid in her mind. In the end, this was how she repaid her. So this is what Xianxia meant when he said that I was naive. It seems that he had noticed it long ago. Empress Xiao's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. This was no longer a matter of the onlooker blindness. It was purely her own stupidity. And now, she began to think about another question. If Jun Bufan was not dead, where was he hiding now? Did he change his appearance, or did he conceal his identity? However, Empress Xiao was sure of one thing. Jun Bufan was definitely behind this assassination. The Xianyang Heavenly Blade was the best evidence. 6,000 years ago, her mother, the Dark Moon Demon Emperor, disappeared, leaving only a weapon and a simple letter. The content of the letter was also very simple. It said that the demon realm was about to be in chaos, and the weapon was left for her to defend herself. If it were not for the contents of the letter, she would not have come to this point. Therefore, the Xianyang Heavenly Blade must have been left behind by the Xianyang Demon Emperor for his son. I seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Because the corpse in Jun Bufan's tomb disappeared, I thought that he was faking his death and was not really dead. Now, he is just hiding somewhere. But what if this is a trick set up by him? Deliberately leading me to suspect in this direction? At that time, he was actually dead, but before the Xianyang Demon Emperor disappeared, he reshaped his soul and let him reincarnate with his original memories. Is that why I haven't been able to find Jun Bufan? Empress Xiao couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Suddenly, she felt that the clouds had parted and the sun had appeared. Could it be that after planning for so long, I will actually fail? Just as Empress Xiao figured out a certain key point, Jun Fan's expression became very ugly. Although he was also fighting in the crowd, he had been paying attention to the battle in the outer realm. He wanted to see Uncle Yi rush here after suppressing Xianxia. Uncle Yi was his biggest support now. If Uncle Yi was to take action, Empress Xiao would definitely not have a chance to survive. But now Uncle Yi was fighting with Xianxia. He was temporarily delayed there, and it was difficult for him to get away. He had underestimated Empress Xiao's strength. Although he had sent many experts to kill her, they all died tragically on the peak of the holy mountain. They could not hurt her at all. Then, once the imperial army arrived, the situation would definitely be reversed in an instant. Many people would not be able to escape. Thinking of this, although Jun Fan was unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and inform everyone to escape. In this assassination, the person he had underestimated the most was actually Xianxia. If not for Xianxia, this assassination would definitely not have had any accidents. However, Xianxia's strength and methods were ridiculously strong. Everyone, retreat. Don't stay. Then, Jun Fan took a deep breath and informed many of his subordinates. He also began to think about the next plan. He was absolutely unwilling to let Empress Xiao go just like that. Fortunately, during this assassination, he had been behind the scenes and did not really show up. In this way, he was still safe for the time being. No one would suspect him. He was still in the dark, and Empress Xiao was still in the light. Qingzhu, I'm sorry, Jun Fan looked at Qingzhu, who was a little pale in the distance, and felt a little sad. Now, the person who was most likely to expose his identity was Qingzhu, who was beside Empress Xiao. However, in order to protect his identity in this life, he could only let her down. Following Jun Fan's order, many assassins looked at each other and ran out of the mountain range, choosing to evacuate. In the distance, the mighty imperial army finally arrived. Murderous intent filled the sky as they began to clean up. The heavens trembled, and the mountains shook, rumbling sounds could be heard, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping over. The black mass of soldiers descended from the sky, filled with killing intent and intimidating everyone. This was a group of elites, and even their mounts were pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Their eyes were scarlet, and they were powerful. Their fur was like silk, and they emitted a dazzling divine light. Kill. This group of soldiers had received the news from the palace and rushed here in just a short while. The empress had been attacked, and this matter shook the entire court, causing everyone to be furious. After the army of the palace quickly gathered, they rushed to the Black-White Academy through the teleportation array. At this moment, they charged forward like a torrent and began to encircle and annihilate the numerous assassins who had not managed to escape in time. Instantly, a massacre began. Wails and screams could be heard everywhere. The situation was over. No matter how unwilling the assassins were, they could do nothing. They began to flee in all directions. However, their fleeing speed could not compare to the speed of the many soldiers chasing after them. Many people saw that it was difficult to escape, so they chose to self-destruct on the spot. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and blood mist drifted. It was extremely ruthless, not leaving anyone alive. It's over. These assassins have begun to retreat. They are all escaping outside. They persevered. It was really a false alarm. Fortunately, young Master Xianxia held back the night demons. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yes, if it weren't for young Master Xianxia, Her Majesty the Empress would have been doomed this time. It's hard to imagine that the other party actually prepared so many methods to assassinate Her Majesty. They even took out the weapon that the Xianyang Demon Emperor once used. That's a monarch weapon. Fortunately, young Master Xianxia still has the Sky Palm Tower in his hands. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to block it. Many of the demon race ministers saw this scene and heaved a sigh of relief. They were all very emotional. In the battle just now, they had also suffered many injuries. However, compared to these injuries, they were more worried about the poison that the Empress had been poisoned with. If the poison was strong, the demon realm would probably be in chaos in a short period of time. It would cause panic. The attack this time would probably implicate many big shots. Even if the Empress was at her peak, it would not be easy for her to deal with a supreme being like Yi Yao with the Xianyang Heavenly Saber. That guy got away. A guy who hides his head but only shows his tail. He doesn't dare to show his true face. But since His Majesty is fine, we can rest assured. Up in the Sky King of Chaos, the Grand Tutor, and the others all landed. They were all covered in blood and wounds. Some wounds were so deep that their bones could be seen. Their opponents were very strong. Some of them were even stronger than them. If it weren't for the fact that they had more people, they would have been defeated and killed long ago. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, soon, everyone had no time to recover from their injuries. They all turned into divine rainbows and flew toward the peak of the holy mountain. That's great. We managed to hold on. The assassins have all escaped. Seeing that the attack was finally over, many of the heaven's prides were overjoyed and they let out a long sigh of relief. Many people were paralyzed on the ground. Just now, they had been holding on with their last breath. Even if you fail this time, there's always a next time. Jun Fan closed his eyes and imitated the other young heaven's prides. He sat cross-legged on the ground to rest and recover from his injuries. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but at this time, no one was paying attention to it. Your Majesty, are you okay? Song Yue was also stained with blood. She had rushed over from the holy mountain and asked respectfully. I'm fine. Empress Xiao shook her head. She stood on the mountain peak and looked in the direction of the outer realm. With her current ability, she couldn't sense the battle that was happening there. Although she knew that Gu Changge was very strong, she couldn't be sure before the results were out. After all, her opponent was a night demon. He was already a figure who dominated the demon realm 6,000 years ago. Now that he had the Xianyang Heavenly Saber, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He was almost invincible. And just as Empress Xiao was thinking about this, suddenly, a faint fluctuation came from the outer realm. Then, the void in front of her blurred, and Gu Changge's figure appeared. His expression was calm and his robes were new, without a speck of dust on them. Empress Xiao and Song Yue were both stunned. They couldn't believe that Gu Changge looked so relaxed. He didn't seem to have any problems, and there were no injuries on his body. His aura was stable and there weren't any chaotic fluctuations. If they hadn't seen the battle between him and the night demon with their own eyes, no one would believe that this was what Gu Changge looked like after a great battle. Thank you for your help, young Master Xianxia. Are you okay? Empress Xiao cupped her hands at Gu Changge and asked. Song Yue also looked at Gu Changge in disbelief. How does he look like someone who just went through a great battle? Of course I'm fine. Gu Chang'e waved his hand casually. Then, he said in a somewhat regretful tone, that guy was smart. He suddenly ran away in the end. I was worried about this side, so I didn't chase after him. Are you okay here? I saw that the assassin had already retreated. The night demon ran away? It seems that these assassins ran away because of that. Song Yue was a little enlightened. She admired Gu Chang'e even more. Thank you for your concern, young Master Chang'e. I'm fine. Empress Xiao shook her head. She didn't believe Gu Chang'e's words. She felt that this matter wasn't as simple as what Gu Chang'e said. The night demon probably didn't run away, but was killed by him. If the night demon had really run away, then Gu Chang'e shouldn't have such an expression. She understood him a little now. Therefore, the Xianyang heavenly blade should be in Gu Chang'e's hands now. However, since Gu Chang'e didn't say anything, she tactfully didn't ask. She had already owed Gu Chang'e a big favor for what had happened today. Although the Xianyang heavenly blade was precious, it shouldn't be much to Gu Chang'e. When the Purple Mansion was destroyed, most of the resources fell into his hands. 1 or 2 emperor weapons might be precious to an ordinary orthodoxy, but Gu Chang'e even had immortal items like the heavenly palm tower. Now, she was a little curious about how Gu Chang'e killed the night demon. It's good that you're fine. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled as if he was very concerned. Just as Empress Xiao thought, after the night demon died, the Xianyang heavenly blade naturally fell into his hands. Apart from that, it also included the night demon's supreme origin. However, since he didn't say anything, Empress Xiao should be smart enough not to ask too much. Gu Chang'e's trip to the monster realm this time was to look for the monster emperor's son and buy Lian. However, if he encountered something like the supreme origin, he naturally wouldn't let it go. It wasn't that Gu Chang'e wanted to hide the news of the night demon's death. It was because he realized that the night demon didn't leave anything like a life token. If news of the night demon's death spread, Jun Bufan might panic. He planned to use Jun Bufan to lure out the big fish behind him, so he naturally didn't want to alert the enemy. Now, according to the current situation in the monster realm, Empress Xiao was indeed just a chess piece. The real chess player was still behind the scenes and hadn't shown himself. Even the son of Providence, Jun Bufan, was the same. If he wanted to interfere in this situation, he must first lure out the big fish behind the scenes. The real chess player should be the 6 monster emperors who disappeared before. What secrets do they have? Gu Chang'e was very interested in their so-called secret. There were only 2 possibilities for this secret. One was that it involved the monster realm, and the other was that it involved themselves. So, either it's related to the monster realm, or it's related to them. Carrying the monster realm's fate, could it be that they plan to ascend or reach the immortal realm? Gu Chang'e was very interested in this. Then, a group of ministers rushed over. When they saw that Empress Xiao was fine, they heaved a sigh of relief and expressed their worry and fear. To be honest, this attack had shocked many people. Until now, they still hadn't recovered from the shock. The fact that Empress Xiao was able to survive was already a great stroke of luck. If Gu Chang'e hadn't suddenly gone to the monster realm, there would probably be no Empress Xiao in this world after today. About this rebellion, I don't know if Her Majesty has any idea? Gu Chang'e had been paying attention to the expressions of Qing Zhu and Jun Bufan. Compared to Jun Bufan's calmness, Qing Zhu's face was much paler, and she was a little frightened. Presumably, Empress Xiao had already discovered the problem without him saying anything. Thank you, young Master Chang'e, for your reminder. I was ignorant and arrogant, so I was betrayed by someone close to me. This kind of thing will never happen again from now on. Hearing this, Empress Xiao sighed deeply. She naturally knew what Gu Chang'e was talking about. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, "Then your majesty, you have to move faster. Otherwise, the dead can't testify." The dead can't testify? Empress Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then, she realized what Gu Chang'e meant, and her face became even colder. "Men, bring Qing Zhu to me." Her voice was cold and contained great majesty. Gu Chang'e glanced at Jun Bufan in the crowd with interest. As expected of the Son of Destiny, he was very meticulous. In his opinion, the reason why Jun Bufan was still calm was that he was not worried that Qing Zhu would expose his true identity. In that case, he should have already thought of a way out. After all, in this world, there was no other person who could keep a secret better than the dead. However, Gu Changge was a little curious. How did Jun Bufan control Qing Zhu's life and death, life spirit? Spell? Or Gu? Poison. If Qing Zhu knew, she would definitely choose the life spirit or the spell. After all, he could control her life and death at any time. Generally speaking, the time when Gu and poison would take effect couldn't be controlled at any time. However, there were exceptions to everything. He just didn't know how ruthless Jun Bufan was. Hearing this, the people present were stunned at first. Then, they realized the meaning of these words, and their expressions suddenly changed. Her Majesty was poisoned. Besides the people closest to her, who else could do it, and from the looks of it, it was actually the female official Qing Zhu. Everyone was a little in disbelief. The 4 female officials by the Empress' side were like her right-hand men who had accompanied her for hundreds of years. Many people saw the female officials of the Empress as if they were seeing the Empress herself. However, now they learned that the female official Qing Zhu had betrayed the Empress. This was so shocking that they couldn't believe it. What? How is this possible? Qing Zhu? Qing Mei, Qing Lan, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Their sister who had accompanied them for hundreds of years had betrayed the Empress? This was simply a fantasy story. However, seeing Qing Zhu's pale face and trembling lips, they fell silent and had no choice but to believe it. In the crowd, Jun Fan maintained a calm appearance, but his heart was also very shaken. According to his original plan, if the assassination failed, then he would let the poison in Qing Zhu's body explode before Empress Xiao found out who betrayed her. Then, her body and soul would be destroyed, and everything would be destroyed. However, in his opinion, this would still take some time. He didn't believe that Empress Xiao could find out who betrayed her at the first moment. There was a process of investigation. However, looking at the current situation, Empress Xiao almost instantly found out who betrayed her. And Qing Zhu's current performance was needless to say. The word betrayal was written on her face. This was greatly beyond his expectations. I overestimated Qing Zhu's performance and underestimated Xiao, Jun Fan frowned. Fortunately, the poison he used before was not ordinary and could be controlled by him. If he saw that the situation was bad, he could only bear the pain and control the poison in Qing Zhu's body to explode, not letting her expose her identity. Thinking of this, he was more or less relieved. It's Gu Changge again. If he hadn't reminded Xiao just now, this definitely wouldn't have happened. I have no enmity with him, but he has ruined my plans time and time again. Looking at Gu Changge, Jun Fan's expression was a little gloomy. At this moment, everyone watched this scene in silence. Qing Zhu was escorted to Empress Xiao by several guards. Her face was pale, her lips were trembling, and her entire person was terrified and terrified. I feel that I have treated you well. 700 years ago, you were still an ordinary bamboo, and you were almost swallowed by an ox demon. At that time, I was the one who saved you and brought you back to the imperial palace. Empress Xiao's expression was very calm. There was no fluctuation in her emotions, and she didn't show any anger. She also didn't ask why Qing Zhu betrayed her. She just casually talked about what happened in the past. In her eyes, Qing Zhu started out as an ordinary green bamboo with a bit of spiritual energy. Step by step, she cultivated and took human form, and then grew to where she was today. Although she was a female official, the emotions contained in her were not something that ordinary people could compare to. As for family, she was more like a child that she had watched grow up. This feeling of being betrayed could not be described as simple pain. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. How could official Qing Zhu betray Her Majesty? Why is that? Song Yue also felt that this scene was simply too dreamy. In the crowd, looking at Empress Xiao's expression, Jun Fan suddenly felt some joy in his heart. Didn't he feel like this when he was betrayed by Xiao? Wasn't all of this because Xiao asked for it and suffered the consequences of her own actions? Your Majesty, please kill me. I have wronged you. Hearing this, Qing Zhu's face was also full of pain as she knelt on the ground. Kill you? Empress Xiao turned to look at her with an inexplicable expression in her eyes. In fact, after questioning Qingzhu that night, she should have been vigilant. At that time, she felt that this matter was not a big deal. After she told Qingzhu would definitely do as she instructed. However, she overestimated Qingzhu's loyalty. "Please kill me, Your Majesty. I have wronged you. I shouldn't have poisoned your food." Qingzhu's expression was incomparably painful as she knelt on the ground. Empress Xiao shook her head and said indifferently, "Tell me, who arranged for you to do this? In addition, you weren't the only one who poisoned the food. Someone also poisoned the imperial wine. Only when these two poisons are mixed together will it explode." Qingzhu suddenly shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, you should just kill me." "I can't say it." "Stupid." Empress Xiao frowned. She didn't expect Qingzhu to still protect the person behind her at this time. "I feel that Your Majesty won't be able to get anything out of her by asking like this. Why don't you just search her soul? It'll be faster that way." At this moment, Xianxia, who had been watching the show from the side, suddenly spoke with a smile. He knew that Empress Xiao was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to do this. However, as the Empress, how could she be soft-hearted over such a small matter, since she subconsciously resisted this matter? Then when the bad guy spoke, he would do it. Xianxia. Seeing this scene, Jun Fan's expression changed slightly. In his heart, he hated Xianxia to the core. Empress Xiao glanced at Xianxia and nodded. Young Master Xianxia's words make sense. "Qingzhu, since you don't want to speak, then I can only have someone search your soul." She didn't expect Xianxia to force her like this. However, since even he said so, she had no reason to refuse. Being soft-hearted was not something she should have. "Your Majesty, I say." Qingzhu's face was pale and she was extremely terrified. She naturally knew what a soul search meant. This was a kind of torture that was comparable to torture. It was so painful that one's soul could be destroyed at any time because they couldn't bear it. If Empress Xiao insisted on searching her soul, then her secret with Jun Fan would definitely be exposed. Actually, Yao found me and asked me to cooperate with him. At this moment, she still had some hope in her heart that Jun Fan had a way to save her, so she started to think of a reason to fool him and stall for time. "You are indeed stupid." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh with a somewhat mocking expression. "Shut up. At this point, you don't want to tell the truth and are still lying to me." Empress Xiao's expression was cold. How could she not know what Qingzhu was planning? She was a little angry, but more than that, she was cold. However, in the next moment, Qingzhu's eyes suddenly widened as if she couldn't believe it. Then, black blood gushed out from the corner of her mouth. She didn't seem to dare to believe that all this was real. She turned her head and tried to look down, but the light in her eyes finally disappeared. She was destroyed on the spot. She didn't commit suicide for fear of punishment. It seems that the other party has already left a way out. The person behind Qingzhu's actions must be near the holy mountain. They haven't gone far. Empress Xiao's expression didn't change at all. Since Qingzhu had chosen to do this, then she naturally had to be prepared for the consequences. In her opinion, everyone present was suspicious. As long as she looked at the people Qingzhu had interacted with before, she could narrow down the scope of the search. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled and said, "Yes, I believe that Your Majesty will definitely be able to catch the person behind this." Qingzhu's death was within his expectations. Jun Bufan definitely wouldn't let anyone search for Qingzhu's soul. Otherwise, his current identity would definitely be exposed. Before this, Xianxia also didn't want Jun Bufan's identity to be exposed so quickly. He was still waiting for this bait to lure Bai Lianer out. If he guessed correctly, the item in the brocade bag should be related to the secret of the whereabouts of the 6 emperors of the demon realm. Jun Bufan looked at all this calmly. His heart had already calmed down. Now that the trouble was temporarily solved, there were still some follow-up issues to be dealt with. Soon, what happened at the Holy Mountain of the Black-White Academy today shook the entire demon realm. Even many orthodoxies in the upper realm heard some news. The scale of this attack could be said to be the largest in the past 6,000 years. There were even supreme powerhouses who appeared, holding the Xianyang heavenly blade that used to be the Xianyang demon emperor. As for the quasi-supreme and supreme saint assassins, there were also many of them. Their strength was monstrous, and they killed many people. Many of the great clans of the demon realm also suffered heavy casualties in this attack. Among the servants who followed, many suddenly went on a killing spree. In addition, many young heavenly talents also died, tragically under the hands of many assassins. And the most shocking thing was that Empress Xiao had been attacked. The person closest to her had actually poisoned her food. Although the person who poisoned her in the end had died, this matter was still not over. Empress Xiao began to thoroughly investigate the people around her, and the entire imperial court was cleaned up. None of the officials in charge of the imperial wine escaped. No matter the reason for the betrayal, their entire family was executed. The entire demon realm was in a reign of terror. Many of the great clans were in danger, afraid that Empress Xiao would suddenly attack them. Of course, in this rebellion, some people were cleaned up and killed, but naturally, there were also people who were rewarded. Empress Xiao saw the bravery of the King of Chaos, the Grand Tutor, and the others in this rebellion and naturally rewarded them with many treasures. It was the same for many young heavenly talents. Not only did they become famous, but they also contributed to protecting Her Majesty and were greatly rewarded. After cleaning up the imperial court, Empress Xiao began to send people to watch everywhere, intending to find traces of Jun Bufan. She was also investigating Qing Zhu's previous movements, trying to find clues from it. After changing her way of thinking, many things became clear. Since it was very likely that Jun Bufan's remnant soul had been reborn, then he was bound to have relatives in this life. Before this, she had completely overlooked this point. As a result, many of the people she knew very well were very suspicious. Moreover, in this life, Jun Bufan's parents were very likely to be kept in the dark, or in other words, his accomplices. With this clue, Empress Xiao was not worried that she would not be able to find him. It was only a matter of time. Of course, during this period, in order to thank Guchanga for saving her, she naturally kept her promise and truthfully told him many things that happened more than 6,000 years ago. Dealing with these matters made her very mentally exhausted. Fortunately, the poison in her body was not serious at that time. Under the treatment of many doctors, the poison began to recede after a few days, and she could already use her magic power. At this moment, in the imperial palace, in the bathtub carved out of blue stone, water vapor rose like a celestial mist, and many petals floated on it. An infinitely beautiful body, which seemed to be condensed from the best celestial jade, was soaking in it. Her black hair was scattered, and her eyes were half closed as she murmured softly. "Is this because you are willing to help me, or is it purely a deal between us? If I had refused at that time, would I not be here now?" As for the reason, it was difficult for her to say. Guchanga was really difficult for her to understand. The perfection that he showed was nothing more than the side that he wanted others to see. In the beginning, she treated Guchanga as a junior that she could talk to, or even a confidant. Because Guchanga understood her many intentions and the painstaking efforts that she had put in for the demon realm. But then, the more she understood Guchanga, the more she realized that every word he said and every action he did had a strong purpose. Such a person was indeed worth relying on, but the premise was that she had value to him. If she had no value, then this dependence could be ruthlessly destroyed by him at any time. He only showed the side that she wanted to see, which was why he seemed so perfect that it was almost unreal. Such a person would never know what he was thinking in his heart. You can't say that. How can there be so many ifs in this world? Moreover, I don't think this is important at all. It is a matter of mutual consent. Don't you think so, Your Majesty? Outside the bathtub, there was a curtain. When Guchanga heard this, he put the white jade wine cup to the corner of his mouth and took a sip. His expression was calm as he smiled. Indeed, this is a matter of mutual consent. Empress Xiao nodded. With a splash, she got up and walked towards him. Mending. It was a charming night, filled with amorous feelings. Is someone like you worth trusting my heart to? Empress Xiao was a little lazy, but most of the time, she was muttering softly. Guchanga stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Why not? But the more I know you, the more uneasy I feel. Sometimes, I really want to know if you're only in your 20s. Empress Xiao didn't dwell on this question. Instead, she sighed slightly. For Empress Xiao, she really needed someone to rely on now, and there was no better choice than Xianxia. Under this premise, Xianxia's intention to intervene in the affairs of the demon realm through her was naturally a lot more logical. Of course, Empress Xiao was also very clear that Xianxia would only give her the necessary support at critical times. As for the rest, even if he could give her, he wouldn't. This was more like a transaction. Xianxia's approach wasn't extremely selfish, but it was definitely extremely rational. He wouldn't change any of his actions because of personal feelings. So, don't expect him to mix in the slightest emotion. Empress Xiao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. For a period of time after that, the entire demon realm was in a state of panic because of the attack on Empress Xiao. Many creatures could be seen patrolling the vicinity of the imperial city almost every day. All the suspects were stopped and checked repeatedly. If there was even the slightest abnormality, they would immediately be locked up in the imperial prison. The assassination of the empress affected the hearts of many creatures in the demon realm. The other regions were also shocked. Many great demons even heard about this and felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They began to gather their forces in an attempt to resist. The huge demon realm was no longer as peaceful and stable as it used to be. Many people in the demon realm hated the traitors who tried to assassinate Empress Xiao to the core. They spontaneously searched for suspicious people and reported to the imperial court. It had to be said that under Empress Xiao's rule for 6,000 years, the creatures of all races supported her. All these years, Empress Xiao has spent a lot of effort to win over people's hearts. I can't believe so many people are willing to support her. Jun Fan, dressed in a blue robe, was quietly sipping tea in the courtyard of the pandemonium. His expression was calm as he listened to the rumors circulating in the outside world. However, what surprised him was that the assassination attempt on Empress Xiao had actually made many creatures of the demon realm angry instead of overjoyed. In his opinion, this could only mean that Empress Xiao had indeed spent a lot of effort to win people over. The demon clan had a cold temperament. Most of the time, even if something happened to one of their own, they would appear very cold and indifferent. It was rare for him to be as furious as he was now. Uncle Yi hasn't received any news from 747 yet. According to the news from father, Uncle Yi should have escaped from Guchang. Guchanga said this himself. But why hasn't Uncle Yi contacted me yet? Jun Fan's brows were tightly knitted together, and he felt a little uneasy. Uncle Yi was his greatest support now, and he had given him the Xianyang heavenly saber. Logically speaking, it was impossible for an accident to happen. He also didn't believe that Uncle Yi would abandon him and run away. Maybe Uncle Yi is injured and is now recuperating somewhere. I don't need to make a fuss about nothing. Jun Fan began to sink into deep thought. The next plan was of the utmost importance to him. He wouldn't be willing to give up his revenge on Empress Xiao just like that. During this time, Empress Xiao had sent people everywhere to search for him. Based on Qingzhu's whereabouts, the search area had been narrowed down to the Black-White Academy. This wasn't good news for Jun Fan. Because of this, sooner or later, they would search for him. Moreover, he had a feeling that Guchanga seemed to know something. Later, he thought carefully. At the peak of the holy mountain, Guchanga had called him Jun Bufan. Perhaps it was just a test. Although Empress Xiao didn't think too much about his reaction at that time, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't think too much about it afterward. This is the only flaw I have left. However, unless Xiao searches my soul, she definitely won't know my identity. Regarding this, Jun Fan was still very assured. As the third son of the Heaven Conqueror, his identity was extremely prestigious. Not to mention, this time, when Empress Xiao was attacked, he and his father had bravely killed the enemy and made a contribution. If Empress Xiao searched his soul because she suspected him, it would definitely make many people, including his father, bitterly disappointed. Therefore, for the sake of the overall situation, Empress Xiao couldn't do anything to him before she had sufficient evidence, even if she guessed his identity. Father said that an old friend would come to give me something. I don't know when that will be. Jun Fan began to pace in the courtyard. At that time, his father didn't only have Uncle Yi as his subordinate. Therefore, during this period of time, he still needed to find that group of people according to his backup plan. In the imperial palace, Empress Xiao's poison was more or less cured. She sat at the head of the table and was still dealing with some memorials. However, there were only 3 female officials left beside her. Did you find anything? She flipped through the memorials and asked calmly. Your Majesty, all the young geniuses in the Black-White Academy who came in contact with Qing Zhu have been confirmed. Qing Lan respectfully reported. Is that so? Then, did Qing Zhu come into contact with the elders at that time, or was it only the younger generation? Empress Xiao nodded and continued to ask. At the same time, she frowned as she recalled what Guchanga had said that night. Even if she knew who Jun Bufan was now, she didn't know where to start. This was what Guchanga had said at that time. Empress Xiao didn't know what he meant at that time. She only guessed that Guchanga might have a target in mind but didn't tell her. In response to this, she began a large-scale search. She started from the living beings near Heaven Saint Mountain and finally locked onto the Black-White Academy. Therefore, the biggest suspect now was among the younger generation of the demon realm. These were the people she had said in front of Guchanga that she could trust. In the end, the suspect was among them. She had to admit that it was ironic. This reminded her of what Guchanga had said at that time. Naive. Currently, none of the confirmed people are elders of the older generation. This is because, when Clear Bamboo went to the Black-White College, she went on your orders. The elders of the Black-White College don't know where she met with whom. Clear Orchid said respectfully. Empress Xiao nodded and waved her hand. In that case, investigate all the geniuses who have come in contact with her. I don't believe that there are no flaws. Oh right, give me the list of the geniuses who have come in contact with Qing Zhu the most. She wanted to see who it was personally. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, Qing Lan handed over the list. It clearly listed all the geniuses of the Black-White Academy. On some of the names, they were specially marked. Song Yue, Luo Tian, Yi Geng, Jun Fan, Chen Xiao. She softly muttered these names, and her eyes couldn't help but narrow, flashing with a dangerous look. After experiencing Qing Zhu's betrayal, she had indeed learned a lot. These geniuses in front of her were all existences that she knew very well. They were even ranked in the top 10 of this year's Prodigy Banquet. They were dazzling and had fought bravely with many assassins, making contributions. If it was before, she wouldn't have suspected them at all. But now, in her opinion, these people were the most suspicious. Even Song Yue, who was a woman, was the same in her opinion. One must always be on guard against others. He was the one who said that. Just like him, he would never completely trust anyone. What I'm seeing is just the surface of what they are showing. Empress Xiao sighed slightly, then ordered, keep a close eye on these people. No matter what they do, report to me immediately. Yes. Qing Lan received the order and quickly left. Then, Empress Xiao fell into deep thought. Since the suspects were among these people, then she definitely had to pay attention to the clans behind them. Among them, there was even her teacher's clan, her most capable subordinate, the Chaos Conqueror, and the State Marshal, who controlled the most military forces. If the problem was the children of these 3 people, then this matter would be really difficult to handle. No matter who it would be a serious matter, and there would be many implications. So this is what he wants. Even if I know who Jun Bufan is, I can't do anything. Unless I can produce complete evidence. At this time, she recalled what Guchanga said, and a self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That's right, then what he said at the peak of the holy mountain should have a deeper meaning. Jun Fan, Jun Bufan? Is there really a problem? Now that I think about it, Jun Fan's behavior was indeed a bit strange. Empress Xiao frowned, thinking about this matter. At the time, she didn't suspect anything. But now that she thought about it, perhaps this was a flaw. Did he just say it casually, or does he know something? Empress Xiao couldn't help but rub her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. In her opinion, Guchanga's methods could no longer be described as mysterious, but Guchanga never revealed what she wanted to know. And just as Empress Xiao locked her suspicions on the many young geniuses, on the other side, Guchanga finally had news of Bai Lian whom he had been keeping an eye on. Young master, as per your orders, we've been patrolling the vicinity of the Pandemonium King's residence and finally found a very suspicious couple. They looked no different from ordinary farmers, and every day they would come here with baskets filled with simple medicinal ingredients. They would set up a stall near the Pandemonium King's residence. But the woman's perception is very strong. As long as you come within 100 paces of her, she will scent you. So we didn't dare to act rashly and alert her. And from her appearance, she seems to be in disguise, which is very suspicious. In the palace, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air as Tianze stood behind Xianxia and respectfully reported. Xianxia put down the chess piece in his hand and smiled. Well done. After waiting for so long, the fish finally took the bait. I didn't waste my time keeping this bait. He knew that at the Holy Mountain, Bai Lianer must have learned of Jun Bufan's true identity. Thus, during this period of time, she couldn't help but show herself, intending to meet him and complete her father's mission. And all he needed to do was keep an eye on her nearby and wait for Bai Lianer to walk right into his trap. With that, Xianxia prepared to get up and close the net. This time, he didn't believe that Bai Lianer would be able to slip away so easily like last time in Bai's ancient city. Seeing this, Jiang Luoshan said unhappily, "Can't you finish the game with me first? You can't win anyway, so why ask for trouble?" Xianxia said casually as he walked past her, having no intention of continuing the game. During this period of time, Jiang Luoshan had resigned herself to it and gradually got used to it. But in front of outsiders, she was still the lofty, aloof, and noble princess of the Great Void God clan, the future Great Void Divine Emperor. "No, even if you lose, you have to finish the game with me." Jiang Luoshan turned to look at him, clearly displeased. It wasn't easy to find a chance to beat Xianxia, so she naturally didn't want him to leave now. Xianxia suddenly smiled. "Who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Have I been too nice to you these past few days?" Jiang Luoshan snorted and didn't continue to pester him. During this time, she had come to understand Xianxia very well. When he needed her, he would say all sorts of sweet nothings, but when he didn't need her, he wanted nothing more than to kick her as far away as possible. Soon, Xianxia led many experts toward the Pandemonium. The imperial capital of the monster realm was very large, spanning nearly 1,000,000 miles. The Pandemonium was located directly to the east. It was a grand and imposing cluster of palaces and mansions. Looking from a distance, it was a sight to behold. Many formation runes intersected and rosy clouds flowed, making it seem like a celestial palace had been set in the mortal world. To the west of the Pandemonium's entrance was an extremely wide street. On both sides of the street were palaces and pavilions. They were incomparably tall and shrouded in fog, making them appear blurry and majestic. Many shops, restaurants, and gambling dens were located here. It was bustling with activity, with cultivators and living beings coming and going. "Sister Lianer, we've been waiting here for 5 full days. How much longer do we have to wait?" At this moment, at a simple street stall, a man and a woman were selling some simple medicinal ingredients, such as huangjing, poria cocos, gastrodia tuber, ginseng, and so on. They were still stained with dirt and looked very fresh. The man who spoke had a sallow face and a skinny figure. He looked like he was malnourished. He was whispering something to the woman beside him. The woman's expression was very cold. She only responded to the man with 2 out of 10 sentences. However, her eyes would occasionally glance in the direction of the Pandemonium, as if she was paying attention to something. Although she was dressed in hemp clothes, it couldn't hide her shocking charm. Many cultivators and living beings passing by couldn't help but glance at her. Then, they would lose their appetites and almost vomit. This was because the woman was simply too ugly. Not only was there a large black spot on her face, but even her eyes were one big and one small. Even her nose was crooked. Her appearance wasn't too frightening, but it was close. It was because of this that not many people came to their stall. It was very quiet. "Let's wait a little longer. The Yao realm isn't very peaceful right now. If we go rashly, we'll definitely arouse Xiao's suspicion and cause a lot of unnecessary trouble." The woman heard this and said indifferently. Her tone was very cold. The two were Bai Lianer and Bai Hua, who had left the sacred mountain and were temporarily staying in the imperial capital. After seeing that Jun Bufan had failed to assassinate Empress Xiao, the two secretly left the Black-White Academy and didn't attract any attention. After some discussion, they decided to follow Bai Kuan's request and give the silk pouch to Jun Bufan. However, the Yao realm was in chaos right now. Everywhere was not peaceful. Therefore, the two planned to wait outside the Pandemonium Lord's residence for a while and find a suitable time to go see Jun Bufan and give him the pouch. Bai Hua nodded at Bai Lianer's words. After arriving in the Yao realm, Bai Lianer was in charge of many things. He was only occasionally in charge of divination. Sister Lianer looked to the east. That's Gu Chang'e. Why is he here? Bai Hua's trembling voice rang out. Bai Lianer, who had been staring at the Pandemonium Lord's residence all this time, looked in the direction Bai Hua was looking at. A tall, slender, and dazzling young man in black robes was walking over, surrounded by many experts. All the cultivators and creatures on the street retreated in awe, not daring to block the way. Bai Lianer's pupils shrank. Sister Lianer, what do we do? Why did Gu Chang'e suddenly appear here? Bai Hua's voice was filled with uncontrollable fear and trembling. In this world, the person he feared the most and didn't want to see the most was definitely Gu Chang'e. Don't worry, calm down first. Don't show any abnormalities. Gu Chang'e is probably here to investigate the Pandemonium Lord's residence. It has nothing to do with us. Don't worry, you're scaring yourself. Bai Lian quickly calmed down and said calmly. She had been in charge of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion for many years and had seen all kinds of storms. Her mental state was very strong. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e couldn't have known she was here. Therefore, it was very likely that he was just passing by and was heading to the Pandemonium Lord's residence. As long as I restrain my aura and have the jade pendant left by my father, Gu Chang'e won't be able to recognize me. After all, we've only met once and didn't even see each other's faces clearly. I wonder what Gu Chang'e is planning to do this time at the mansion of the Keeper of Chaos. Did he discover Jun Bufan's identity? On the street, Bai Lianer calmed down quickly. She retracted her gaze and lowered her head, looking at the stall in front of her with an honest expression. Beside her, Bai Hua also forced herself to calm down when she heard these words. She hid her hands in her sleeves to prevent others from seeing her trembling. She didn't dare to show any abnormality. In appearance, they looked like a pair of ordinary medicine farmers. Their clothes were plain and simple, and they made a living by gathering herbs in the mountains. They were trying to minimize their presence to avoid Gu Chang'e noticing their abnormality at this time. On the street and in the palaces on both sides of the street, many creatures of the demon realm widened their eyes in shock as they watched Gu Chang'e come from the other side of the street with many experts. Gu Chang'e's identity was no secret in the demon realm. If he hadn't taken action, Empress Xiao would have been killed on the peak of the sacred mountain. In the eyes of many creatures of the demon realm, Gu Chang'e's status was no different from Empress Xiao's. So now, they all looked at him with reverence and stepped aside one after another. What is young Lord Chang'e doing here? Is he going to the mansion of the Keeper of Chaos? If it weren't for young Lord Chang'e, Empress Xiao would have been killed. Young Lord Chang'e is the savior of our demon realm. Many people discussed in low voices. At the same time, they were very curious because Gu Chang'e wasn't usually seen. Is this the mansion of the Keeper of Chaos? Gu Chang'e walked on the street. His figure was tall, and his black robes were woven from the silk spat out by the 8 million-year-old profound ice celestial silkworm of the Daluo heaven. There were many ancient patterns embroidered on it. All sorts of divine radiance and brilliance faintly flowed within it, and strands of divine chains of laws descended from it, causing it to reveal a noble and mysterious aura. At this moment, he seemed to have noticed the mansion in the distance and asked with some interest. Yes, young master. The mansion in front of us is where the King of Chaos lives today. It is 30,000 miles wide and has a whole world of its own. The cultivator in charge of leading the way replied respectfully. Looks like I'll have to pay the Pandemonium King a visit when I have time. Gu Chang'e smiled and walked along the main street. However, when he arrived in front of Bai Lianer and Bai Hua's stall, he seemed to be slightly surprised and stopped in his tracks. Instantly, Bai Lianer and Bai Hua raised their heads and glanced at him. Their bodies tensed up, and then their faces revealed fear and trepidation. How much are these herbs? Chang'e casually glanced at the herbs in front of him and seemed to be interested. Reporting to sir, these herbs are not worth much. If you want them, you can just take them. Bai Lianer looked very nervous. She didn't understand why Chang'e suddenly stopped in front of him. However, she maintained her composure. Then, a look of fear and anxiety appeared on her face. She carefully opened her mouth and spoke in a trembling voice. Her voice was hoarse and not pleasant to hear. Coupled with her ugly face, it was difficult for people to stop in their tracks. However, Chang'e didn't seem to care at all. He looked at the herbs and then looked up at her. Bai Lianer lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him directly. She looked extremely nervous. All the living beings and cultivators on the street looked at this scene in shock. They didn't know why Chang'e suddenly stopped in front of the medicine farmer siblings. Could it be that there was something special about their herbs? As for the medicine farmer siblings, they didn't seem very special. Even though they had weak magic chi fluctuations, their cultivations weren't very strong. At most, they were slightly stronger than ordinary people. To them, Bai Lianer's reaction was very normal. After being suddenly asked by Chang'e, anyone else would be like this. Is that so? Hearing this, Chang'e suddenly smiled and said, however, I'm not someone who takes your things for free. I want all of these herbs at 10 times the normal price. What? 10 times the normal price? Thank you, sir. Hearing this, Bai Lianer seemed to be in disbelief and her eyes widened. She then reacted to Chang'e's words and didn't dare to believe that such a good thing could happen in this world. She revealed a look of joy and hurriedly thanked him, feeling very excited and happy. However, her current appearance was incredibly ugly. Her birthmark covered half of her face, making many living beings' stomachs flip. They couldn't help but look away, not wanting to look at her anymore. Where did you pick these herbs? Chang'e nodded and said with interest, take me there, and I'll give you 100 times the normal price. What? 100 times the normal price? Hearing this, Bai Lianer seemed to be stunned and revealed a look of disbelief. At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder if she was seeing things wrongly. Could it be that there was something special about these herbs that they had randomly picked? Why couldn't she tell, or could it be that Chang'e had recognized her and was playing with her on purpose? 100 times the normal price? Bai Hua also had an extremely shocked expression. These were some medicinal herbs that they had casually found in the mountain range. They were only there to deceive others. He couldn't help but doubt his own eyes. Could it be that there was something special about these herbs that Chang'e was willing to pay 100 times the normal price for them to lead the way? Although 100 times the price was nothing to them, it was still not worth mentioning. Or could it be that Chang'e already knew their identities and was playing with them? Chang'e looked at Bai Lianer and asked with interest, what? Could it be that you're not willing? Hearing this, Bai Lianer hurriedly shook her head and said, we wouldn't dare. If sir wants to go to that place, us siblings can lead the way. We wouldn't dare ask for a single cent more. No matter which possibility it was, she couldn't refuse Chang'e now. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if she used all her strength, she wouldn't be Chang'e's opponent. It would be difficult for her to escape in the end. That's good. Chang'e nodded with satisfaction, don't worry, lead the way for me. I won't treat you badly. Then, the experts behind him came forward and took away all the herbs in front of him. At the same time, they threw 2 sparkling origin stones to them. Bai Lianer carefully put away the 2 origin stones, as if she had never seen such a precious thing before. It's actually related to those herbs? When everyone saw this scene, their hearts trembled. They couldn't understand the reason. In the end, the only possibility they could think of was that they seemed to have missed out on something good. Since Chang'e valued these seemingly ordinary herbs, there must be something extraordinary about them. When they heard that Chang'e wanted the siblings to lead him to the place where the herbs grew, they couldn't help but be suspicious. Didn't that mean that there was something hidden in that place, that these herbs had become extraordinary because they were contaminated with the aura of that place? Many people began to regret not seeing the extraordinariness of these herbs. They had missed out on an opportunity. Come with me to the palace of the untainted king first, then take me to that place. Then, Chang'e smiled and said, yes, sir. Bai Lian and Bai Hua didn't dare to refuse and obediently followed behind Guchanga. Their emotions were complicated, especially Bai Lian. She was very shaken and uneasy. Why would they follow Guchanga for no reason? Did Guchanga see through their identities? Or could it be that they didn't pay attention at that time and didn't notice that the place where the medicinal herbs grew was actually extraordinary and hid something? Greetings, young Lord Changa. While everyone was speculating, not far away, outside the palace of the untainted king, a tall, burly, and dignified man quickly walked over. His body exuded a thick murderous aura, and his chaotic aura was hidden. He was very powerful. Many people followed behind him. They were all important figures of the palace of the untainted king, as well as direct descendants. Jun Fan was among them. It was the untainted king. When Guchanga appeared nearby, he received the news and hurriedly led a group of family members to greet him, not daring to be disrespectful. Young Lord Changa, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. The untainted king clasped his hands, his expression humble and respectful. Although he was many generations older than Guchanga, he didn't dare to call himself an elder in front of him. Because whether in terms of cultivation or identity, the current Guchanga required him to look up to him. The many family members behind him also bowed to Guchanga. Jun Fan was in the crowd, his head lowered. His expression was normal. No need to be so polite, untainted king. Guchanga nodded slightly. Then, the untainted king led the way and led him into the palace. Seeing the siblings behind Guchanga, Bai Lian and Bai Hua shocked many of the Jun family members. They were dressed like this, and even their cultivation was only slightly higher than normal people. What right did they have to follow Guchanga? The woman was also very ugly and looked very strange. But they didn't ask too much. Xiao Fan, this is the first time I've seen young Lord Changa so close. Do you think I'm dreaming? He even smiled at me just now. How can there be such a perfect man in this world? Sigh, what a pity. With my identity, I don't even have the right to meet him. Even being a concubine is probably the dream of countless proud daughters of the heavens. Among the Jun family members, a woman in a blue robe spoke. Looking at the young man walking with the untainted king, her voice was full of admiration and yearning. She was very beautiful, with a thin layer of powder on her face. Her facial features were delicate, her skin was smooth, and her hair was like the clouds. Her loose robe couldn't hide her figure, making her look tall and curvy. She was Jun Fan's second sister, Jun Yao. Next to her, Jun Fan heard this and his expression was a little unnatural. Although he had lived 2 lives, his sister in this life was very good to him. He sincerely treated her as his sister. But now that he heard those words, he really couldn't stand it and felt very uncomfortable. He hated Guchanga to the core, for ruining his plans time and time again. This time, if it weren't for Guchanga, he wouldn't have failed the assassination and caused Qingzhu to die. What's wrong? Little Fan, I see that your expression is a little strange. Jun Yao was speaking when Jun Fan's expression suddenly seemed strange. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Asking for fresh flowers? Nothing, it's just that when I suddenly heard sister say this, I feel strange. With sister's beauty and identity, in such a big imperial capital, there are so many young men who want to marry sister but don't have the chance. I didn't expect you to say such words. Jun Fan quickly recovered and shook his head slightly, as if he was helpless. Hearing this, Jun Yao's face was a little red. She rolled her eyes and said, "What do you mean? Can't your sister have someone she admires?" With young Master Changa's identity and status, there are many people who admire him. What am I? Jun Fan sighed. Yes, it's a pity. With sister's identity, you probably don't even have the qualifications to come into contact with him. So I advise you to give up your fantasies and give up completely. A person like Guchanga won't lack girls by his side. He probably won't like you either. He knew that if he slandered Guchanga behind his back, it would instead cause the opposite effect and make Jun Yao think that he was narrow-minded. Moreover, his sister's character had always been like this. Once she had decided on something, it was very difficult to change it. So he decided to change his method to let her understand that this kind of fantasy was useless and completely give up. Are you looking down on me, sister? Are you asking for a beating? When Junyao heard this, she glared at him angrily and said, but you say it as if you know young Master Chang'e very well. Although she knew that Jun Fan was telling the truth, she still felt uncomfortable and unconvinced in her heart. In terms of appearance, she was confident that she wouldn't lose to any woman in the demon realm, even Song Yue. It's not that I don't know him, I just don't want you to waste your time. Sister, if you don't want to give up, then forget it. Jun Fan shook his head slightly and said, if you don't believe me, you can go and try. See if you have a chance? Zero. Hearing this, Jun Yao was even more unconvinced. But when she thought of Gu Chang'e's status and strength, she felt a wave of discouragement. While Jun Fan and Jun Yao were talking, Bai Lian, who was silently following behind Gu Chang'e, was also quietly sizing up Jun Fan with a complicated expression. She didn't expect that after 6,000 years, she would be able to look at Jun Fan so closely again under such circumstances. If she wasn't following behind Gu Chang'e, she probably wouldn't even be able to take half a step into the Pandemonium Palace. Thinking of this, Bai Lian began to think about how to find an opportunity to give the brocade pouch to Jun Fan. But in the Pandemonium Palace, especially under the eyes of Gu Chang'e, it would be easy to expose her true identity. In this way, it would lead to a great risk and the loss would outweigh the gain. May I ask why young Master Chang'e has come to find me this time? Soon, they arrived at the main hall. The Pandemonium Palace invited Gu Chang'e to sit down and ordered someone to bring him tea. Only then did he ask curiously. With Gu Chang'e's status, he didn't believe that Gu Chang'e would come to find him for no reason. There was definitely a reason. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e lifted the lid of his teacup and lightly blew on it. Then, he lightly smiled and said, actually, I'm here for Xiao. Her Majesty? The Pandemonium Palace's expression changed slightly. He didn't care that Gu Chang'e had called Empress Xiao this way. He couldn't help but ask, could it be that there's some news about the assassin from a while ago? Everyone in the hall looked serious, and even Jun Fan paid attention. Because Gu Chang'e called Empress Xiao so intimately, he felt uncomfortable. But now, he didn't have time to think about this. Actually, it has something to do with it. Xiao hasn't been feeling well recently, and there are some things I want to share with her. So, I just thought of something. Perhaps it has something to do with the assassin from a while ago. Gu Chang'e slowly sipped his tea and said with a smile. Young Master Chang'e, please speak. The Pandemonium Palace's expression became serious. He was very cautious as he hurriedly said. Xiao isn't feeling well. When Jun Fan heard this, he was first stunned, then his face turned green. He hurriedly lowered his head, afraid that someone would see that something was wrong. He thought of the news from the past few days. Empress Xiao wasn't feeling well. She hadn't been to court for 3 days. But when she was poisoned, she hadn't been absent either. Why was it like this? Especially when Gu Chang'e changed the way he called Empress Xiao. It was very intimate. He could only think of one possibility. Suddenly, a nameless anger burned in his heart. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. This pair of bitches. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The expression on his face was even somewhat ferocious. What's wrong, Xiao Fan? Are you not feeling well? Noticing Jun Fan's abnormality, Jun Yao looked at him with some worry. Jun Fan's expression changed quickly. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. I'm fine, sister. I just thought of that damn assassin who almost killed Her Majesty. I was so angry that I couldn't control myself. Is that so? If you're not feeling well, go back and rest first. Jun Yao knew Jun Fan quite well. She knew that he, like many of the demon realm's geniuses, had some feelings of admiration for Empress Xiao. Usually, she would often ask about Empress Xiao from her father. Now that she heard Gu Chang'e say this, as long as she was a discerning person, she would know what had happened between Gu Chang'e and Empress Xiao. In her opinion, it was normal for Jun Fan to have such a big reaction. Qian. Sister, I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. Hearing Jun Yao's words of concern, Jun Fan smiled and shook his head slightly. He seemed to have recovered. Listening to the system's notification in his mind, Gu Chang'e glanced at Jun Fan with interest. He took another sip of tea and continued. Unhurriedly, actually, I think the King of Chaos already knows who the mastermind behind this murder is. The Xianyang Heavenly Blade has reappeared in the world, and the son of the Xianyang Demon Emperor, Jun Bufan, who should have died 6,000 years ago, is now empty in his tomb. So Xiao suspects that Jun Bufan faked his death and is now hiding somewhere, secretly plotting all of this behind the scenes. Young Master Chang'e, I also have some guesses about what you said. As a former general under the Xianyang Demon Emperor, Yi Yao's strength is amazing. Except for the Xianyang Demon Emperor's son, there is probably no one in this world who can make him do things. So I also guess that Jun Bufan faked his death, and all of these assassinations were orchestrated by him behind the scenes. The King of Calm nodded and said with a serious expression. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, because of this, Xiao specially searched all over the demon realm, and now she has finally found the most likely hiding place of Jun Bufan. Jun Bufan's hiding place? The King of Calm's expression changed, very shocked. Jun Fan had been paying attention to the conversation between Gu Chang'e and his father. At this moment, he was also quite shocked. He also wanted to know where Empress Xiao had found. But at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Empress Xiao hasn't suspected him yet. The Xianyang Demon Emperor had a son and a daughter. 6,000 years ago, Jun Bufan faked his death. Although his sister Jun Ruashi didn't participate in that battle, she later marked out a place in the demon realm as a forbidden area of the demon realm. For thousands of years, no one dared to approach. So Xiao suspects that Jun Bufan is actually hiding in that forbidden area now. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and continued. Of course, these words had nothing to do with Empress Xiao. At this time, she was still investigating the young geniuses, so how could she consider such things? However, Gu Chang'e didn't mind helping her. After all, the enmity between her and Jun Bufan wasn't deep enough. Wasn't the reason why Jun Bufan hadn't gone to look for his sister all these years because he was worried about implicating her? It could be seen that Jun Bufan still had deep feelings for his sister. However, this also happened to be Jun Bufan's weak spot. Even if the Xianyang Demon Emperor did not die, when he reappeared, his son and daughter would be in his hands. Gu Chang'e did not believe that the Xianyang Demon Emperor would be indifferent. If you want to catch a big fish, you have to bait it. Jun Bufan's sister, Jun Ruashi? Hearing this, the King of Chaos and Disorder's expression changed again. He asked cautiously, then may I ask, young Master Chang'e, does Her Majesty intend for me to lead troops there to clear out the enemy? Jun Fan tried his best to remain calm. He looked at Gu Chang'e, who was smiling like a young god. But in his heart, huge waves surged. He was cold and angry, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to smash Gu Chang'e into pieces. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had never hated a person so much. Not even Xiao could compare to this. He didn't believe that Xiao said these words. Instead, it seemed to be Gu Chang'e's own plan. Through Jun Ruashi, he wanted to force him to show up. This Gu Chang'e is really vicious in her means and thoughts. That's right. And this time, Brother Jun Fan's performance at the peak of the holy mountain won Xiao's praise. She thinks that Brother Jun Fan will be the pillar of the demon realm in the future. That's why I'm going to have the King of Chaos and Jun Fan lead the troops to clean up the mess. If you can find traces of Jun Bufan, that'll be great. If you can't, then it's not impossible to capture Jun Ruashi. Gu Chang'e took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Hearing this, the Heaven Conqueror's expression suddenly became serious. He promised, thank you for your kindness, Her Majesty. My son and I will not disappoint you. Xiao Fan, why don't you come and thank Her Majesty and young Master Chang'e? Speaking of this, he waved his hand and asked Jun Fan to come forward with a gratified expression. Today, among the younger generation of the demon realm, there was no one like Jun Fan who was entrusted with such an important task by Empress Xiao. If he made a great contribution this time, his power would surpass that of the Marshal. Jun Fan thanks young Master Chang'e and Her Majesty for thinking so highly of me. I will not let you down. Hearing this, even if Jun Fan's heart was extremely cold, he didn't dare to show any abnormality at this moment. He walked forward and bowed respectfully to Gu Chang'e. At this moment, he swore in his heart that one day, he would personally cut Xianxia into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. That's all Xiao has to say. Then I'll take my leave first. Xianxia smiled when he heard this, seemingly very satisfied with the attitude of the Heaven Conqueror and Jun Fan. Then he didn't plan to stay here any longer and prepared to leave. Young Master Xianxia, take care. Seeing this, the Heaven Conqueror got up to send him off. Xianxia nodded, but when he walked in front of Junyao, he stopped for a moment and looked at her suddenly helpless appearance. He couldn't help but smile. This is Miss Junyao, right? I heard Xiao say that your tea skills are good. If you have time one day, I would like to ask you for advice. Young Master Xianxia, Junyao didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly take the initiative to talk to her, and even call out her name. Her head couldn't help but feel a little dizzy, and she didn't understand what he was saying at all. Young Master Xianxia is talking to you? Seeing this, the Heaven Conqueror's face lit up. He hurriedly scolded, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Junyao suddenly reacted, and her face flushed red. She was a little shy. Lowering her head, she looked up at Xianxia in embarrassment and said, "I have time every day. Young Master Xianxia can come whenever you want." Xianxia seemed a little surprised, then smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then in 3 days, I will come again to ask Miss Junyao about her tea skills." With that, he didn't stay any longer and left with the group of experts. Seeing Xianxia's figure disappear, Junyao's face turned red, and her head was still a little dizzy. "Little Fan, look, young Master Xianxia actually took the initiative to talk to me, and he even knows my name. Do you think I'm dreaming?" This surprise came too unexpectedly, making her wonder if she was dreaming. However, hearing this, Jun Fan's expression became rather gloomy. "I'm not feeling well, I'm going to rest first." He shook his head and quickly left. Junyao was a little puzzled, but didn't care. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly, imagining the scene in 3 days. She was looking forward to it, hoping that the 3 days would pass quickly. After leaving the Heaven Conqueror's residence, Xianxia didn't let Bai Lian and her brother take him to the place where the medicinal plants grew. Instead, he returned to the palace where he usually rested. Bai Lian and Bai Hua were still very shaken. They hadn't recovered from what just happened. The fact that Jun Fan was Jun Bufan, others didn't know, but they did. Today, Xianxia actually planned to let Jun Fan lead an army to encircle his sister. This method was truly vicious and vicious. They didn't know if Xianxia already knew Jun Fan's true identity. Because at this time, they couldn't even protect themselves. Bai Lian, relying on her intuition of being in charge of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, was almost certain that Xianxia already knew her and Bai Hua's identity. At that time, Xianxia's words on the street were very likely just to tease the two of them. They actually almost took it seriously. Concealing all auras, in addition to the jade pendant left by her father that could conceal heaven's secrets, was useless. Bai Lian didn't know how Xianxia saw through their identity, but that wasn't important now. If she was alone, she had a 30% chance of escaping from Xianxia's hands. But now, there was Bai Hua beside her, a burden. She couldn't do something like leaving him behind. The only thing she could do was to surrender. This feeling of helplessness made her feel very uncomfortable. "Why do you like to have a birthmark on your face?" Just as Bai Lian's thoughts were churning, Xianxia opened his mouth, his voice carrying a bit of interest, interrupting her thoughts. Bai Lian came back to her senses, looked at Xianxia and said, "What does Sir mean by that?" "Sister," Bai Hua looked at Xianxia with some fear. Although sometimes his brain wasn't very bright, he still felt that things were very wrong. Xianxia did not ask them to lead the way to the location of the medicinal herbs. Instead, she brought them back to the palace and dismissed everyone. What did this mean? It was self-evident. "Nothing, I just feel that the birthmark on your face is not good-looking," Xianxia said casually. Bai Lian looked at him indifferently and said, "Then I'm sorry, this birthmark is something I was born with. Since it's an eyesore to Sir, why don't you let me go?" Xianxia's eyes fell on her face, suddenly smiled and said, "Then what if I say no? Then I can only continue to be an eyesore to Sir." Bai Lian looked at him fearlessly. "Is that so?" Then it seems that you plan to play dumb with me. Gu Chang'e said indifferently, but your appearance makes it difficult for me. Bai Lianer looked like she didn't understand and said, I don't know what sir means. Please forgive this little girl for being stupid, I don't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. After I kill him, perhaps you will understand. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. The void suddenly blurred, and a terrifying power, like a monstrous wave, came crashing down on Bai Hua, whose expression changed drastically. He didn't even have time to react before he was caught in the void by Gu Chang'e's giant hand. Sister, save me. Bai Hua's face was pale with fright and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then, his bones cracked, and his internal organs cracked. If it wasn't for Gu Chang'e controlling his strength, his entire body would have exploded, and his body and soul would be destroyed on the spot. Seeing this, Bai Lianer's expression also changed. She coldly glanced at Bai Hua. If it wasn't for her father entrusting him to her, she wouldn't be willing to take care of such a burden. She also wouldn't be held back by Gu Chang'e. Sir, what do you mean? Us siblings have no enmity with you. Normally, we only rely on gathering herbs for a living and have never provoked any enemies. Soon, Bai Lianer took a deep breath and calmly said. Although Gu Chang'e most likely already knew her and Bai Hua's true identity, she didn't want to admit it until the last moment. It doesn't matter. If I kill him now, we will become enemies. Gu Chang'e lightly smiled. Bai Lianer's expression froze. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to say this. As his words fell, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Bai Hua let out a blood-curdling scream. His face was filled with fear as he couldn't bear this kind of pain. Sister, save me, his voice was filled with indescribable fear and pain. You can't even bear this little bit of pain. You really are a waste. Bai Lianer's expression was cold. Although she scolded Bai Hua, she couldn't just sit and watch him die in front of her. Then, she coldly looked at Gu Chang'e and said, let him go. Otherwise, you won't be able to get what you want. My life isn't worth anything, and I'm not afraid of death. When she established the Spring Breeze Jasper building, she had already disregarded her own life. As an assassin, her life wasn't in her own hands. No one knew when an assassination mission would leave her there forever. For Bai Lianer, the task her father gave her was like a mission. In the process of this mission, if she died, it was her own choice. Life and death were indifferent. Everything was up to fate. Therefore, she wasn't afraid of Gu Chang'e's threats. What you said makes sense. Your life is indeed not worth anything to me. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled and let go of Bai Hua. Now, shouldn't you show me your sincerity? Bai Lianer coldly looked at him. There was no change in her expression. What kind of sincerity do you want? She asked. The sincerity I want is actually very simple. I don't like your current appearance. Looking at you makes me lose my appetite. I have to say, you are very successful. At least in terms of disgusting people. Gu Chang'e slightly shook his head. Hearing this, Bai Lianer was slightly stunned. She didn't think that Gu Chang'e's sincerity would be this. Then, she coldly laughed. I didn't think you were such a shallow person. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her face changed and she returned to her original appearance. Her disguise technique was very brilliant and varied. Not only did she change her appearance, but even her bones, flesh, blood, and aura were reconstructed. Even supreme existences who could see through the origin would find it difficult to see anything out of the ordinary. Of course, this method of reshaping the bones and flesh was very painful. It was a method from the Slayer Emperor's inheritance. However, it could be kept a secret and disguised to a large extent. You look much better now. Gu Chang'e slightly nodded and checked her out again. Because of her special body, Bai Lianer had a shocking charm. However, his expression didn't change much. It seems that the Slayer Emperor's inheritance is indeed in your hands. This disguise is difficult to see through even for supreme beings. That's your goal? Bai Lianer's expression changed slightly. Although there were many rumors in the outside world that the mysterious owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion had the Slayer Emperor's inheritance, it had never been proven. Gu Chang'e didn't answer her question. Instead, he said directly, I can let your father go, and at the same time, I can ask the demon realm to give up on hunting him. What is condition 4? 2? Bai Lianer stared at him and said, if you keep your promise, I will naturally give you the pouch. Otherwise, even if you kill me, you won't be able to get it. No, you seem to have misunderstood me. Gu Changge waved his hand and interrupted her with a smile. Compared to the pouch, I'm actually more interested in you. Bai Lianer naturally knew what Gu Changge meant. She looked at him coldly and fell into deep thought. Gu Changge wasn't in a hurry. Whether it was the pouch or Bai Lianer, he wanted them both. Bai Lianer had been in charge of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion for so many years. There was no need to say much about her methods. Although her foundation wasn't as good as the Buddha or the underworld, but on the surface, her strength wasn't inferior. Secretly cultivating an assassin organization, for Gu Changge, was definitely more advantageous than disadvantageous. How can I believe you? It's hard to trust a person like you. At this time, Bai Lianer suddenly raised her head and stared coldly at Gu Changge, as if she wanted him to give a definite answer. Gu Changge wasn't surprised. He smiled, it's not how you want to believe me, but you can only believe me now. Your father, the power behind you, and your burdensome junior brother, their life and death are all in my hands. Who do you think you can trust now? Of course, you can also ignore them. For me, it's not a loss. Bai Lianer was silent. She was calculating the gains and losses in her heart. A person like Gu Changge wasn't worthy of trust, but if she didn't believe him, today, she might die, but Bai Hua would definitely die. Her father would die. The power that he had painstakingly built for more than 6,000 years, without her, would quickly fall apart. And if she agreed to Gu Changge, from now on, she would have to listen to his orders and be controlled by him. I understand. Bai Lianer was silent for a moment and nodded. The palace was grand and spiritual energy was like a tide. Many weapons were hanging on the walls, shining brightly. Bai Lianer was wearing a hemp robe, but it could not hide her natural beauty. Her features were delicate and flawless, but her face was cold. Even though she was alluring, she was cold like an iceberg that never melted. I promise you. Her voice was shockingly seductive, but there was no emotion in it. It gave people a very awkward feeling. Gu Changge stood with his hands behind his back. With a smile, he looked at Bai Lianer and Bai Hua. The robe was flowing with light and was embroidered with many patterns. The sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, and the oceans were all included, revealing a sense of nobility and mystery. I knew Miss Lianer was a smart person. It is so easy to talk to smart people. Hearing this, Gu Changge smiled faintly and then ordered, Luoshan, serve Miss Lianer some tea. At the entrance of the palace, Jiang Luoshan, who was very curious about the identity of the man and woman Gu Changge suddenly brought, rolled her eyes. However, since she was detected by Gu Changge, she did not bother to hide her figure and walked in from outside the hall. She had golden hair, a tall and slender figure with exquisite curves, and bright eyes. She had a noble aura. You really think I am your servant? She snorted and then walked to the tea set. She began to use the Taishu primordial fire to make tea for Gu Changge. She seemed to be quite skilled. Bai Lianer glanced at Jiang Luoshan and knew her identity. She did not understand why she would appear next to Gu Changge, but she did not ask. She coldly looked at Gu Changge and said, I hope you can keep your promise. Plus, I am much older than you. You don't have to call me miss, just call me by my name. Gu Changge did not mind and smiled, to cultivators like us, age is nothing to worry about. Miss Lianer, why are you so obsessed with such small things? Plus, we are together now. You don't have to treat me like an outsider. Humph, I don't dare to be with young Master Gu. Young Master Gu, you're making things difficult for me. I know my limits. Bai Lianer's expression was cold and indifferent. Gu Changge did not mind and continued, I feel that Miss Lianer can give me that brocade pouch. Bai Lianer sneered, didn't you just say you weren't interested in the pouch? That thing is not with me. I put it in a secret place. She was very cautious. She knew that the brocade pouch was not simple, so she did not carry it with her. Instead, he hid it in another place. He was afraid that if Guchanga caught him, he would not be able to negotiate with him. Really? Then I'll have to trouble Miss Lianer to get it for me. During this period of time, I'll instruct people to take good care of your junior brother. Hearing this, Guchanga had a look of realization and then smiled. Sister Lianer, hearing this, Bai Hua's expression changed. He was very respectful and fearful of Guchanga. The fear of facing a life-and-death crisis was hard for him to forget. He felt as if he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. If Bai Lianer had not stopped him, he would have been killed by Guchanga. Since I promised you, I won't go back on my words so easily. I still have this bit of credibility. Bai Lianer naturally understood the meaning of Guchanga's words. He was worried that she would take the opportunity to escape. Of course I believe in Miss Lianer. However, the necessary care should still be taken. Guchanga said with a smile. Bai Lianer coldly glanced at him. She did not have any good feelings towards Guchanga. This was a cold and emotionless person who placed benefits above all else. She wanted his guarantee. But before that, she had to ensure that she had enough value to Guchanga. Otherwise, there was no need to talk. Therefore, she did not expect Guchanga to keep his promise in the future. After that, her figure moved and walked out of the hall. Guchanga smiled as he watched her figure disappear. He did not let anyone stop her. You're letting her go just like that? Jiang Luoshan had already guessed Bai Lianer's identity. Her heart was slightly shaken. Guchanga glanced at her. I asked you to make tea, so do it properly. Why do you have so many questions? Will you die if you answer me? Jiang Luoshan frowned. Her face was filled with dissatisfaction. Guchanga was purely using her as a laborer. Now, he did not even answer a single question. Do you think everyone is as brainless as you? Guchanga slightly shook his head. He then ordered people to take Bai Hua away and watch over him. Jiang Luoshan coldly stared at him. She only wanted to splash the boiling tea on his face. However, after Guchanga glanced at her, she chose to obediently bury her head and boil the tea. Although Empress Xiao had sent people to ask him about the anti-chaos Heavenly King sending troops to clear out the Forbidden Zone, Guchanga did not explain much. He knew that Empress Xiao was already suspicious of Jun Fan. Her suspicion of the other geniuses was not as deep as Jun Fan's. However, even if Empress Xiao knew that Jun Fan was Jun Bufan, it would be useless now. Because she had no evidence. If she recklessly guessed, many people would be disappointed because of this. After all, Jun Fan and his father, the anti-chaos Heavenly King, had made a great contribution to save Empress Xiao at the peak of the sacred mountain. Without any evidence, saying that Jun Fan was the son of the former Shenyang demon emperor would drive a wedge between the ruler and his minister. Many people would think that the anti-chaos Heavenly King's achievements were superior to the ruler, causing Empress Xiao to be wary. So now, what Empress Xiao wanted to do the most was to investigate Jun Fan and see if she could find any clues. Your Majesty, according to the news that day, young Lord Chang'e did go to the anti-chaos Heavenly King's residence. In the palace, Qing Mei reported respectfully to Empress Xiao, who was flipping through memorials behind a desk. So it was his idea that the anti-chaos Heavenly King suddenly left with his troops? Empress Xiao rubbed her forehead, feeling very confused. Now in the demon realm, except for young Lord Chang'e, I'm afraid no one can send the anti-chaos Heavenly King to do anything. Qing Mei replied respectfully. Empress Xiao nodded and said thoughtfully, what does he mean? That forbidden zone was already occupied by Jun Ruashi 6,000 years ago. At that time, she even signed a contract with me, saying that we would not interfere with each other's business. At that time, she had just unified the demon realm and her foundation was not stable. As the eldest daughter of the Shenyang demon emperor, Jun Ruashi's cultivation was unfathomable and untouchable. Very few people knew about this, and Empress Xiao had not announced it to the public. Now that the anti-chaos Heavenly King had sent an army, it was very likely that Jun Ruashi would think that she had unilaterally broken the contract. Although Empress Xiao did not care much about this, she was more concerned about why Guchanga had done this. Because Jun Ruashi was Jun Bufan's sister? This time, Jun Fan is also in the army. Could this be Guchanga's way of sounding him out? Empress Xiao tapped her slender fingers on the table. These days, she had investigated many young geniuses. Although she had not found any evidence, she had eliminated many suspects. Now, the people she suspected the most were Jun Fan and Zhao Tian, the only son of the commander-in-chief. Among them, Jun Fan was the most suspicious, and because Zhao Tian was in charge of the army and had a lot of contact with Qing Zhu, she had also paid attention to him. But now, the anti-chaos Heavenly King had suddenly sent an army to a forbidden zone in the demon realm, saying that it was on her orders. At that time, she was stunned, but then she realized that it was probably Gu Changge's decision. Now that she had asked, it was indeed so. It seems that I have to pay attention to this during this period. If it's really Jun Fan, Empress Xiao's face turned cold, but until now, she still did not understand Gu Changge's purpose in coming to the lower realm this time. At first, she thought that Gu Changge had the intention of helping her, but then she found that she was wrong. For Gu Changge, it made no difference whether he helped her or not. The change of ruler of the demon realm had no effect on Gu Changge, because he did not care about the demon realm at all. Gu Changge had a strong purpose from the beginning when he had contacted her. These things, she did not think clearly at that time, but now she understood. She didn't have anything to complain about. It was a matter of mutual sacrifice. Now, she wanted to know what Gu Changge's purpose in coming to the demon realm was. Could it be related to the disappearance of the 6 emperors? Empress Xiao frowned. Because of Gu Changge, the demon realm was much more peaceful these days, and there were fewer rebellions. But she still felt uneasy, not because of Jun Bufon's fake death, but because of the disappearance of the 6 emperors. Could they be Gu Changge's ultimate goal? Soon, on the other side, Bai Lian'er returned. She did not disappoint Gu Changge, and handed the mysterious brocade pouch to him. However, Gu Changge did not open it in front of her. Instead, he smiled and mentioned something else. In addition to the brocade pouch, I have something to trouble you with. Speak. Bai Lian'er stared at him and spoke concisely. She was very curious about what was hidden in the brocade pouch. But Gu Changge did not open it in front of her, which disappointed her. Jun Fan, as a survivor of the 5 emperors from 6,000 years ago, has been secretly plotting to overthrow Empress Xiao's rule in the demon realm. I think Miss Lian'er, as a former member of the demon realm, would not want to see such a thing happen. Gu Changge was still smiling, with a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Bai Lian'er sneered. No, this is what I want to see. No, you don't want to. Miss Lian'er is such an upright and kind person, how could you want to see this? So, I want to ask Miss Lian'er to help me find evidence of Jun Fan secretly plotting to assassinate Empress Xiao. I know you can. Do it. Gu Changge did not let her finish and waved his hand to interrupt her, his tone unquestionable. I know. Bai Lian'er's expression froze. She did not expect Gu Changge to say such a thing with such a calm expression. Such a shameless hypocrite, can he be any more shameless? But she also knew that she could not refuse such a request. In that case, Miss Lian'er should go and see your junior brother first. Don't worry, he is like your father, eating and sleeping well. You don't need to worry. Then, Gu Changge asked Bai Lian'er to leave. When the time was right, he would inform her. Bai Lian'er's face was cold. She thought that she was hypocritical enough, but in front of Gu Changge, it was far from enough. Soon, after dismissing everyone in the hall, Gu Changge began to examine the brocade pouch in his hand. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary brocade pouch with some simple patterns embroidered on it. There were no runes or formation patterns. Even the material of the cloth was ordinary cloth that could be seen everywhere. But within it, he felt an extraordinary aura. It was mysterious, profound, supreme and majestic. Wang. In Gu Changge's eyes, black and white appeared, faintly showing the scene of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He planned to see through the mystery of this brocade pouch, although he could not see anything from its appearance. But he knew that if someone forcibly opened it, it would definitely self-destruct. This brocade pouch would definitely self-destruct and erupt with terrifying power. It wouldn't allow the things inside to leak out. Is it specially left for Jun Bufon? Apart from him, no one can open this thing. Gu Changge frowned slightly. It seemed that the Xianyang Demon Emperor had indeed arranged a lot of contingencies, This brocade pouch contained unimaginable things, perhaps related to the secrets of the demon realm. If he forcefully opened it, he would definitely trigger the restrictions within and destroy the things inside. Could it be that only Jun Bufan can open this thing? I don't believe it. Gu Chang'e continued to try. In the center of his palm, a black light appeared, and finally swallowed the brocade pouch. Chi. Chi. Chi, wisps of light blue smoke floated out, and suddenly lit up with a dazzling brilliance. The lines became clear, and many ancient demon characters were written on the surface by special means. As soon as these demon characters came into contact with the power in Gu Chang'e's hand, a terrifying power burst out, as if they were alive. Vermilion bird, azure dragon, white tiger, Pishio, black tortoise, all kinds of demon characters transformed into powerful phantoms, letting out deafening roars in the void, surging and surging, almost making this place explode. If I forcibly open it, although it's a little troublesome, it's not impossible. In the void, the great Tao treasure bottle appeared, bobbing up and down, and a vast black light shrouded the brocade pouch. Suddenly, the brocade pouch stopped moving, as if it was imprisoned there, and an inexplicable force and field appeared. Gu Chang'e began to open it. Then he felt a majestic and heavy aura pouring out from it, as if the power of heaven and earth suddenly smashed on his body. The void began to collapse, and a black hole appeared, and a large crack spread out nearby. This power was more terrifying than chaos, as heavy as the heavens. However, as the great Tao treasure bottle trembled slightly, this terrifying power became stable and peaceful, flowing there quietly like starlight. This is a wisp of the world's origin. And it's a world's origin that's transforming to a higher level. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He had an inner universe, and although it had not fully evolved and was only in its embryonic form, he was very familiar with the aura of the world's origin. The demon realm is transforming, trying to evolve to a higher level world. Is this the reason why the 6 emperors disappeared? Could it be that they want to take advantage of the demon realm's transformation to break through to the immortal realm? Almost instantly, Gu Chang'e guessed the 6 emperors' purpose. For more than 6,000 years, was it just to hide in the dark and set up all this? In that case, during the demon realm's transformation process, there was bound to be an aura leaked out, and many of the orthodoxies in the upper realm did not notice, leaving the demon realm alone. It must be the 6 emperors who secretly covered up this secret. The 6 emperors' cultivation is unfathomable, and with the demon realm's providence, it's impossible to produce 6 immortals. This plan should have started a long time ago. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes, thinking of the Xianxia heavenly blade, which was a real emperor weapon. According to the original demon realm's providence, it was already difficult to produce an emperor weapon, not to mention refining an emperor weapon. Thinking about it carefully, there were indeed many clues and flaws. If he did not come to the demon realm this time, he might not have noticed this problem. In this shocking situation, the demon realm is the chessboard, and all living beings are the chess pieces, while Jun Bufan and Shi Yao are the 2 chess pieces in their hands, just right to use the chaos of the demon realm for 6,000 years to cover up the truth of the 6 emperors' disappearance, and put the blame on Shi Yao. I thought she got a bargain, but who would have thought that she was the unlucky one? That's a good plan. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile. Now that he had seen through the 6 emperors' plan, he naturally would not ignore it. From the beginning when he came to the demon realm, he felt that Empress Xiao was just a chess piece, and only by controlling her would he have a chance to play this chess piece. Now, it seemed that he was in control of more initiative. To the outside world, the 6 emperors have long disappeared, and many people think that they are dead. If the 6 emperors are really dead, no one will pay attention. The origin of the 6 emperors, the demon realm's evolving origin, this is really coveted. Gu Chang'e did not believe that the 6 emperors were already in the emperor realm. Although the demon realm was evolving, it had not reached that stage yet. For him, this was an excellent opportunity. Then, Gu Chang'e used the great Tao treasure bottle to devour the wisp of world origin in front of him. But what surprised him a little was that this wisp of world origin contained a wisp of Tao law body of the Xianxia demon emperor. Of course, in front of the great Tao treasure bottle, although this wisp of Tao law body erupted with terrifying divine power, it was useless and was quickly devoured. The Xianxia demon emperor not only left a wisp of Tao law body to Jun Bufan as a life-saving measure, but it also contained part of the truth. After devouring this wisp of Dao Law body, Guchanga noticed this part of the memory, and his expression suddenly became interested. Tell Jun Bufan that all of this is a misunderstanding. The reason why Xiao poisoned him 6,000 years ago was actually because the 6 emperors added fuel to the fire and persuaded him to let go of his hatred. Then tell Jun Bufan to look for the key left by the Xianyang demon emperor. Tsk, so this is the real plan? Guchanga couldn't help but touch his chin, feeling that he had underestimated this level of melodrama. 6,000 years later, the demon emperor's son, Jun Bufan, was reborn to take revenge. In the end, when he found out the truth, he couldn't help but roar to the sky. It turned out that all of this was a misunderstanding. The reason why Empress Xiao poisoned him to death was also set up by the 6 emperors in advance. Their purpose was to create chaos in the demon realm. Empress Xiao was in charge of the demon realm, and Jun Bufan was secretly taking revenge. This would confuse the eyes of the many orthodoxies of the upper realm and buy time for them in secret. He had to admit that he had underestimated the 6 emperors' methods, especially the Dark Moon Demon Emperor and the Xianyang Demon Emperor, who even schemed against their own son. Now, Guchanga wanted to know how Jun Bufan would react after finding out the truth. Would he choose to forgive her? Or would he bear the pain and cut off everything? The key mentioned in the wisp of Dao Law body of the Xianyang Demon Emperor, he said that he left it for Jun Bufan, so it seems that I can only rely on Jun Bufan to get this key. At the thought of this, Guchanga separated a wisp of 10,000 transformations demonic consciousness and evolved it according to the aura of the world's origin, restoring the brocade pouch to its original state. Although the aura was similar, it was still far from the real world's origin. As for the many restrictions and runes on it, he only restored them to their original state slightly, but he could not guarantee that they would be completely restored. Let's see if Jun Bufan can see through all of this, but it doesn't matter if he does. After all, it was Bai Lianer who gave this to him. If he suspects anything, he will only suspect Bai Lianer. Bai Lianer did not dare to expose my existence, so she could only brace herself and accept it. Guchanga narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a playful look. He did not care much about this, and then asked someone to find Bai Lianer, and handed the brocade pouch to her. What is in it? Bai Lianer asked directly. She was very curious about the item in the brocade pouch. Then, according to your father's request, give this brocade pouch to Jun Bufan. I don't know what is in it, and I can't open it now. Guchanga shook his head and said with a calm expression. Is that so? Bai Lianer did not believe him. At that time, she also tried to open the brocade pouch, but found that it contained an extremely terrifying power. Once opened, it would be destroyed. Logically speaking, Guchanga should not be able to open it. But her feeling told her that Guchanga knew what was in it. Not only did he see it, but he also restored it to its original state. He definitely had such means. Is there a need for this one to deceive Miss Lianer? We are on the same side now. Guchanga smiled. You are so hypocritical. You don't have to say it. Bai Lianer sneered and took the brocade pouch. Then, her figure flashed, and she stepped into the void and disappeared. Jun Fan was not in the imperial capital at the moment. He was following his father to eliminate his original sister, Jun Ruashi. She knew about this, so it was not difficult to find Jun Fan. As the successor of Shadi, her concealment and ambush skills were top-notch. Ordinary Supremes would not be able to detect her aura. After watching Bai Lianer leave, Guchanga put down his teacup. His eyes were gloomy, and he began to consider another chess piece. He had figured out the current situation of the demon realm and the plans of the 6 emperors. It was time for him to win the chess game of the demon realm. Jun Yao, P.S. I am not in a good mood. I will update once tonight and try to finish the demon realm chapter tomorrow. Hearing Bai Lianer's words, Jun Fan nodded and began to think of an excuse. But at this time, he suddenly felt a subtle change in the surrounding terrain. What is this? Bai Lianer frowned as she also felt the change. Is it you? Bufan? A faint and ethereal voice sounded and then entered Jun Fan's and Bai Lianer's ears. This is Sister Ruashi's voice. Is it you? Sister Ruashi. Hearing this voice, Jun Fan was stunned at first, then joy appeared on his face. He couldn't help but ask. He was planning to find Junruashi, but he didn't expect Junruashi to find him. Although this voice hadn't sounded for more than 6,000 years, he couldn't be more familiar with it. "It's me, Sister Ruashi. Where are you now?" Jun Fan's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy and excitement. "Follow the voice and you will find me." The ethereal voice rang out once again, and it contained a hint of excitement and joy. Junruashi. Bai Lian-er's expression changed slightly, then followed behind Jun Fan, following the source of the voice. At this time, in the depths of the life-forbidden zone, there was a low bluestone ancient well. Dense purple mist rose from it, leading to the depths of the earth vein. And there was a vague figure sitting cross-legged, bobbing up and down, as if she was cultivating, but also as if she was sealed inside. It was a woman, motionless, as if she had no vitality. Her skin was as white as jade, and her white hair covered her face. If there were cultivators here, they would definitely be shocked, because the spring water in this ancient well was a very rare divine spring. It flowed with multicolored light, and the chains of laws intertwined. It was very mystical. And the aura here was extremely chaotic and terrifying. Even if a saint stepped in, they would instantly explode into powder, leaving nothing behind. In addition, this ancient well contained a shocking life aura, as if it was the legendary spring of life. The white-haired woman closed her eyes tightly, motionless, but now it seemed like she was about to open them. Finally, two terrifying rays of divine light shot out from her eyes. They were golden and resplendent, containing exceptional divine might. "Bufan, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for 6,000 years." The woman's gaze became very gentle. However, her body seemed to be unable to move, and she continued to sit cross-legged on the ground. "Sister Ruashi, are you in this well?" At this moment, Jun Fan's shocked voice drifted in from the outside. He followed the source of the voice and immediately found this place. However, he only saw an ancient well and didn't see Junruashi's silhouette. Behind him, Bai Lian-er was holding a translucent image recording stone under her sleeve. She was quietly imprinting the scenes of this place into the image recording stone. She discovered that this ancient well was extraordinary, as if it contained endless life force. Immortal energy rose, to the extent where her cultivation base even showed signs of loosening a bit. One must know that her cultivation was at the peak of the quasi-supreme realm. It had been many years since she had made a breakthrough in this realm. And now, because of this well, he actually felt a mysterious change. This shook her to the core. What was hidden in this well? Was Junruashi hiding among them? "I'm here. Bufan, don't go near this place. With your current cultivation base, you can't do this." Hearing Jun Fan's words, Junruashi, who was in the well, spoke. Although she was looking at the void in front of her, her gaze seemed to have landed on Jun Fan's face. "I know, sister." Jun Fan nodded, but his heart was still shaken. He also felt the mystery of this ancient well. Soon, he remembered the important matter of coming here and was about to tell Junruashi to be careful. However, before he could say anything, Junruashi shook her head and said, "I already know what you're going to say. They won't be able to find me here. Unless it's someone I want to see, it's impossible for them to find me. When I made the contract with Xiao, it was only to delay her. I know that you have some doubts in your heart, but it's hard for me to explain it to you now. You just need to know that only by opening the death gate with the key can you find Father and personally ask him the truth. There's not much I can tell you." Hearing this, Jun Fan's heart was shaken. Could it be that there's still some unknown secret about what happened 6,000 years ago? He was poisoned to death by Xiao and then reincarnated. Was there a hidden story behind it all? "Key, what's that? And the death gate you mentioned, where is it?" Jun Fan had too many doubts in his heart and his mind was in a mess. "I think Father has already given you the key. As for the death gate, I don't know where it is. Only the person with the key can find it," Junruashi said slowly. "Life gate, death gate, could it be that the ancient well you're in is the life gate?" Jun Fan couldn't help but ask. He suddenly remembered that he once heard his father say, "Enter the death gate, exit the life gate." At that time, he had specially asked him, but his father only smiled and didn't explain. From the looks of it, these two matters seem to be closely related. Hearing this, Junruashi nodded and said, "You're right. Now that I'm in charge of guarding the life gate, I can't leave this place before it opens. There's not much time left for me. You need to find father quickly. He should have something important to tell you." Hearing this, Bai Lianer's heart was even more strange. She knew that there were two gates in the demon realm. One was the life gate, and the other was the death gate. These two gates were set up by the most ancient demon realm supreme beings. There were countless mysterious formations inside, and ordinary people would die without a doubt if they accidentally entered. And these two gates were related to the biggest secret of the demon realm. She was suddenly very curious. Junruashi obviously knew something. Now it seemed that there was a hidden story behind the disappearance of the 6 emperors. In other words, her father's escape for so many years and even the death of her mother were actually related to the 6 emperors. Moreover, her father foolishly regarded the Xianxia demon emperor as a brother and helped him keep the brocade pouch for more than 6,000 years. In the end, he even asked her to give it to Jun Bufan. These 6,000 years of hiding and being hunted was really ironic. Thinking of this, Bai Lianer's expression became even colder. Then, Jun Fan and Junruashi began to talk about their experiences over the years. Bai Lianer looked at all this coldly, and the jade hand that held the image recording stone tightened. She was a little worried that Junruashi would notice. Fortunately, the jade pendant left by her father was finally reliable, and did not let Junruashi notice her secret actions. Bai Lianer's eyes were gloomy. Just a moment ago, Jun Fan was still hesitating whether to save her father, and did not consider the cause of this matter at all. Compared to Gu Chunga's indifference and hypocrisy, Jun Fan made her feel more disgusted. Then, Jun Fan and Junruashi parted ways and went to find the untainted king. Bai Lianer followed his request and hid in the void, not showing herself. At the same time, she created a Dharma body and handed the image recording stone to Gu Chunga, completing the task that Gu Chunga had asked her to do. Naturally, the task of clearing out this life-forbidden zone did not succeed. The untainted king led a large army and searched inside and out, but did not find any trace of Junruashi and Jun Bufan. In the end, he could only return empty-handed. He felt that Junruashi and Jun Bufan had already heard the news and had already escaped before he came here. Although disappointed, he was not surprised. After all, the two were not stupid. How could they stay there and wait for others to kill them? However, Jun Fan did not return to the imperial capital with the army. He planned to find the Gate of Death first. According to Junruashi, his father gave him the key to open the Gate of Death. Only with this key, he could find the Gate of Death. As for where the key was, he already had a guess in his heart. During this process, he opened the brocade pouch that the Xianxia demon emperor left for him. After learning the message in it, he was stunned for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. In the end, his mood was very complicated, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. Rejoice? Anger? Unwillingness? Confusion, all kinds of feelings. In the end, he let out a long sigh. If everything was just a misunderstanding like what the brocade pouch said, then what was the point of his revenge? Your Majesty, I led the army to clear out this life-forbidden zone for a week, but did not find any trace of Junruashi and Jun Bufan. I suspect that they have already escaped and did not choose to stay there. I was too late. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. In the magnificent palace, the untainted king, who had returned from the life-forbidden zone, was now reporting the result of the matter. Empress Xiao, in a phoenix robe, was sitting on the head of the table. Hearing his words, her face was very gloomy. She seemed to be angry, but more than that, she was cold. She did not say a word. Everyone in the hall looked very solemn. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they did not dare to breathe too loudly. They felt that Empress Xiao was not in a good mood. Even the Grand Tutor, the Duke Guarding Marshal, and the others were silent, waiting for the development of the situation. Cold sweat also broke out on the untainted king's forehead. In his opinion, it was because of his incompetence that the Empress was angry. Guards, take the untainted king and put him in prison. At the same time, capture everyone in his residence. Kill anyone who disobeys without mercy. The next moment, Empress Xiao's cold voice suddenly sounded, containing undeniable iron blood and murderous intent. Boom! Hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. Then, with a boom in their heads, they felt as if they had been hit by a huge bell. Their minds went blank. Their eyes widened and their expressions changed dramatically. They could not believe that the Empress had said this herself. After all, the untainted king was her most capable subordinate. Like a sharp blade, he was invincible and had swept away many obstacles for her. Empress Xiao's achievements today could be attributed to the untainted king. But now, she was going to punish the untainted king for such a small matter, and the whole residence was in trouble. This kind of punishment has only happened a few times in the past 6,000 years. It was also the crime of colluding with the 5 emperors. Could it be that the untainted king was using this as an opportunity to teach him a lesson? Your Majesty, I don't know. The Heaven Conqueror's expression changed drastically. He almost doubted if he had heard it wrong. If he were to be punished because of such a small matter, it would be unreasonable no matter what. See for yourself. Empress Xiao seemed to have regained her composure. Hearing this, she threw a crystal-clear photographic stone before the untainted king. Confused, the untainted king picked it up and inserted his spiritual energy. However, the moment he saw the image, he realized what was going on. With a whoosh, all the blood drained from his face. Clang, his fingers trembled. He couldn't hold the photographic stone steady and it fell to the ground. How is this possible? The untainted king's voice shook. He couldn't believe his eyes. With his cultivation level, he naturally knew whether the image in the stone was real or not. This scene caused everyone in the hall to go silent like cicadas in winter. Just now, someone saw the image. Although it was just a flash, they saw it clearly and knew what it meant. After the shock, they looked at the untainted king with sympathy, emotion, and other complicated expressions. How did things become like this? The Grand Tutor sighed. Who would have thought that the third son of the untainted king, Jun Fan, had such an identity? This was simply frightening to think about. What else do you have to say? Empress Xiao's expression was cold. You have disappointed me. The untainted king looked dispirited and incredulous. In the end, he could only laugh bitterly and fall to the ground. Whether this had anything to do with him or not, the foundation he had built for thousands of years was destroyed. Your humble servant is also completely unaware of this matter. Even now, the untainted king's mind was still a little dazed and in disbelief. The true identity of his third son was Jun Bufan, the son of the Xianxia emperor from 6,000 years ago. This news was too shocking. In the hall, the ministers had different expressions. They never expected this to be involved. No wonder Jun Ruashi disappeared in the Forbidden Zone. It seems that Jun Bufan informed her. Everyone was shocked. They felt that Jun Fan had hidden too deeply. He had hidden this for so many years. It seemed that the assassination attempt on Empress Xiao was also orchestrated by Jun Fan. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs. If Empress Xiao hadn't suddenly produced evidence today, they would probably still be in the dark. Then, the untainted king was taken away. As a quasi-supreme existence, he could definitely break free if he wanted to. But if he did, he would really be in cahoots with Jun Bufan. So he didn't dare to act rashly and obediently let himself be locked up. What happened today is not allowed to spread. Those who disobey will be punished according to the crime of collusion. Empress Xiao coldly glanced at everyone, then got up and left the hall. Farewell, Your Majesty. The Grand Tutor and others all smiled bitterly and looked at each other. They didn't dare to disobey Her Majesty's order. If this news spread, it would cause a huge commotion. But everyone in the untainted king's residence being locked up was no small matter. Those who were observant would definitely figure it out. At the same time, in another side hall, Guchanga was leisurely drinking tea, looking quite leisurely. In front of him stood a blurred figure. In appearance, it looked no different from Bai Lian. It was a strand of her law doppelganger. She was answering Guchanga. This is what happened. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything. Bai Lian's law doppelganger said lightly. She was also the one who brought back the image recording stone. Miss Lianer is joking. Why wouldn't I believe you? Guchanga heard this and smiled. Life Gate, Death Gate, Key. It seems that the secret of the demon realm will soon surface. If Jun Bufan is smart, he should realize that you betrayed him. But I've already told Xiao to forbid the officials from spreading this matter. It should be able to be kept a secret for a while. Jun Bufan won't suspect you for the time being. Gu Chang'e said. Then should I thank you for thinking of me? Bai Lianer sneered. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. Miss Lianer, there's no need to be so polite between us. Bai Lianer rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to say anything more. At this time, footsteps came from outside the hall. Empress Xiao walked in. She recognized Bai Lianer at a glance. After all, they used to be acquaintances. In her eyes, Bai Lianer was just Jun Bufan's follower, weak, pitiful, and meddlesome. It was hard to associate her with the cold and enchanting woman now. I've already done as you asked. I've locked up the King of Chaos and Disorder in the heavenly prison. The same goes for his family. She cut the long story short. After glancing at Bai Lianer, she looked away. Bai Lianer, on the other hand, didn't even bother to look at her. She treated her as a complete stranger. If it weren't for Gu Chang'e, she wouldn't even appear in the palace. Okay, I understand. Gu Chang'e nodded. He didn't explain anything. Empress Xiao was a little confused, but she didn't ask. From her perspective, the King of Chaos and Disorder definitely didn't know Jun Fan's real identity. Ignorance is bliss. She couldn't blame the King of Chaos and Disorder for this. All these years, the King of Chaos and Disorder has contributed greatly to the stability of her dynasty. She wasn't the type to burn the bridge after crossing the river. However, since Gu Chang'e asked for the King of Chaos and his family to be locked up, she naturally did as she was told. How did you get Bai Lianer to work for you? However, Empress Xiao still had some doubts in her heart. As far as she knew, Bai Lianer and Jun Bufan's relationship was like that of siblings. How did Bai Lianer betray Jun Bufan and act as a spy for Gu Chang'e? How did he give her that recording stone? Of course it's because Miss Lianer is smart and rational. You don't want to help the tyrant, Gu Chang'e replied with a smile. Of course it's because this guy threatened me with my father's life, Bai Lianer chuckled and interrupted Gu Chang'e. She looked at Empress Xiao. Otherwise, do you really think I'd help you out of kindness? When Empress Xiao heard this, she looked like she had expected this. You're already so old, there are many things I advise you about, but you probably won't listen. You have your own opinions. But you have to know that this matter is very important. I feel that Her Majesty is only a chess piece in this. The one who really wants to make a move on Jun Bufan is actually Gu Chang'e. So you have to consider carefully what kind of terrifying consequences there will be. Once you're sucked into this kind of whirlpool, you'll be crushed into pieces. The Grand Tutor sighed, knowing that he couldn't persuade her, but as her father, there were many things that he had to explain clearly to her. He was worried that she would regret her impulsiveness. I know, father. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Song Yue nodded with a heavy expression. From the first time she saw Gu Chang'e, she felt that the perfection he displayed was really unreal. How could there be such a perfect person in this world? This so-called perfection was naturally just a disguise in front of others. No one knew what the real Gu Chang'e was like. Soon after, Song Yue hurriedly left the imperial city, rushing to the meeting place according to the message left behind by Jun Fan. However, in the mountain forest outside the imperial city, she met a figure that surprised her. She was already trying her best to avoid the main road of the imperial city, going to the remote mountain forest. How could she meet a familiar person here? Looking at the other person's appearance, it seemed that she was also hiding from something, with a worried expression. Thinking of this, Song Yue took the initiative to show herself, walking towards the other person and asking, Sister Junyao, why are you here? This person was Jun Fan's second sister, Junyao. Song Yue was quite familiar with her. Junyao didn't expect to see Song Yue here, and was a little surprised. Then, she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and hurriedly said, Yue, why are you here? Do you know what happened in the imperial city? I heard that my father and the others were all locked up in the imperial prison. What's going on? Hearing this, Song Yue was stunned at first, then sighed in her heart. It seemed that when this happened, Xianxia wasn't in the imperial city, which was why she managed to escape. And when she heard the news in the imperial city, she didn't dare to show herself, and could only hide in the deep mountain forest, coincidentally meeting her. I don't know what happened either. Her Majesty seems to be furious because of this matter, but I don't know what exactly happened. Right, why are you here? Song Yue sighed and pointed to a pavilion not far away. Let's go there and talk. Junyao's expression dimmed as she said in pain, I don't know what happened either. I left the imperial city, planning to look for a stock of flower tea, but on my way back to the imperial city, I heard about this. Everything was fine, how could this happen? I don't know how little Fan is doing now. Song Yue felt pity for Junyao and felt that she was also a pitiful person. However, she was also hesitating whether or not she should tell her the truth. Forget it. Let her ask Jun Fan personally. As an outsider, it's not good for me to interfere. Thinking of this, she still chose to hide it. After that, Song Yue only told Junyao that Jun Fan had invited her to explore the ruins and did not say anything else. However, after hearing this, Junyao hesitated for a moment before deciding to go with her to look for Jun Fan. Song Yue naturally wouldn't refuse. The two quickly set off. After watching the two figures gradually disappear, a black-robed figure walked out of the void. I was saying that Song Yue has so many providence points. How could she be an unrelated person? I just don't know what role she played in this incident. Gu Changge was a little interested. Things had already developed to this point. He had already weaved an invisible net and was just waiting for the last moment to reel it in. He had already set the chess piece of the demon realm. How could the 6 emperors pick it up? At this moment, Jun Fan, who was 1,000,000 miles away from the imperial city, was in a desolate area where mountains and hills crisscrossed. The aura here was very strange, and a black gale whistled in the air. The monstrous black gale swept over, and the fog was heavy and boundless, covering the heaven and earth. The sky was dark, and no other colors could be seen. This black gale was made of an unknown substance. Perhaps it was the laws, or perhaps it was a broken divinity. This kind of aura was very strange. It alternated between cold and hot, and it was pervasive. It's just as Father said. The laws of heaven and earth in front have changed, and it's completely different from the local laws of the demon realm. Jun Fan muttered to himself. As he stepped forward, his body emitted a rumbling sound, and he used a secret treasure to resist this kind of aura. It was deafening. He felt that the death gate was actually here. There were many dangerous places in the demon realm, and this place was once known as the Death Gate. Even the soil was crimson red. Black clouds rolled, and the scene was terrifying. There were rumors that this place was formed after a mysterious existence from the 9 Serenities burial ground died a long time ago. The place where the corpse flower grows is full of death chi, the Death Gate is most likely here. However, Jun Fan didn't rush in rashly. Because there were many ominous runes here, there were once quasi-supremes who tried to break through here, but they lost their way here. When they were finally found, they had already turned into a pile of bones. He planned to wait for Song Yue to come because Song Yue was quite knowledgeable about this. She had even obtained the inheritance of a powerful figure of the demon realm. That powerful figure of the demon realm had once set up a divine formation to suppress and kill the quasi-emperor level creatures from the upper realm. Apart from him, very few people knew about this matter. If Yue comes, things should be a lot smoother. Jun Fan's eyes flickered. He knew where the key that Jun Ruashi mentioned was hidden now. It was in his knowledge sea space. Back then, his father had given him the Xianxia heavenly blade, but he didn't mention the key because the time wasn't right. In the past few days, Jun Fan had once again entered the knowledge sea space to search. Finally, he found the unremarkable key in the corner. Are you so sure that the death gate that your sister mentioned is here? In the void, a dark cloud of smoke floated, then turned into Bai Lianer's figure. As a mirage demon, her original body was this kind of smoke-like substance, illusory and difficult to find. At this moment, she looked at the barren land in front of her and asked faintly. Jun Fan glanced at her and smiled. It can't be wrong. There was another reason that he didn't say much. Because of the key, he could feel the uniqueness of this place. But at this moment, Jun Fan's expression suddenly changed, and a message talisman in his arms lit up. He probed it with his divine sense and read the message. At first, he was shocked, but then his expression quickly darkened. "What's wrong?" Bai Lianer saw his strange expression and asked, as if she already knew the answer. Jun Fan looked at her coldly. "You betrayed me?" Bai Lianer sneered, then looked at him indifferently. "I'm not one of your people to begin with. How can I betray you?" "You." Jun Fan's anger surged, and he clenched his fists. He never thought that his childhood sweetheart would do such a thing to him at this time. He also didn't expect that while he was away, everyone in the Pandemonium King's residence would be imprisoned. If he hadn't planted spies outside the imperial capital, he probably wouldn't have known that such a big thing had happened. Ever since the last veiled assassination, Empress Xiao had cleaned up the imperial capital. Many of his spies had been removed, so he didn't immediately know what had happened in the imperial capital. From Jun Fan's point of view, this meant that Empress Xiao definitely knew his true identity and had sufficient evidence to prove it. And besides Bai Lianer in front of him, there was no one else who could provide this evidence to Empress Xiao. "Did Xiao order you to do this?" Jun Fan's expression was very ugly. He was incomparably vigilant, and had many life-saving trump cards ready to be used at any time to fight to the death with Bai Lianer. Bai Lianer didn't answer, and only looked at him with pity. "It's already come to this, and you don't even know who ordered me to do this? You're so pitiful." "It was Guchanga?" Jun Fan reacted, and almost gnashed his teeth. He hated this person who had ruined his plans time and time again. "It seems that you're not stupid. Don't worry, I don't plan to fight you to the death, so put away your tricks. You should never have offended someone you shouldn't have. Jun Bufan, I'm looking forward to the scene of Guchanga killing you." Bang! In the next moment, accompanied by a bone-chilling laughter, Bai Lianer's figure turned into a deep black fog and disappeared from the spot. "Damn it, I won't let you go." Jun Fan's expression was gloomy, and he clenched his fists. It was a faint golden page with many densely packed divine patterns flowing on it. It contained unparalleled divine might, and it was hidden in his sleeve, ready to be used at any time. If Bai Lianer hadn't left just now, he would have already taken action. This was one of his trump cards. Even if Bai Lianer's cultivation was unfathomable, he was confident that he could fight to the death with her. When Bai Lianer gave me the brocade pouch, she was already up to no good. That brocade pouch may have been tampered with by Guchanga. Even if he can't open it, if he left a mark or something, he can find my location. Jun Fan was very cautious, and then began to think of a way to remove the various auras on his body. At the same time, he used many secret treasures to cover his tracks. After his identity was exposed, Empress Xiao would definitely not let him go. Once his location was confirmed, she would definitely send troops to kill him. Regarding this, he was very sure. Then, Jun Fan turned into a divine rainbow and ran through the barren land, planning to explore the location of the death zone while waiting for Song Yue's arrival. Although he told Song Yue his whereabouts, he believed that with Song Yue's character, she would not expose him. In the vast demon realm, there were not many people that he could trust so much, but Song Yue was definitely one of them. Sister is in danger now. Since Guchanga is the mastermind behind this, he must have known about the Gate of Life. Now I can only hope that sister has the means to hide her location and not let Guchanga find her. However, at this moment, Jun Fan's heart was worried about another matter, and he was very anxious. The location of the Gate of Life is indeed extraordinary. The moment an ordinary person stepped into this place, they would be affected by the general trend of this place. At the same time, on a mountain top, Guchanga stood there. Divine light shone in his eyes, as if there were hundreds of millions of runes evolving, and he was looking at the scene in the depths. Behind him were Jiang Luoshan, Tianze, and many other experts that he had brought from the upper domain. This was a boundless and lush ancient forest. The fog was thick, and many places were surrounded by colorful clouds. Many knotted trees were like mountain ridges, covering the sky and earth. Spiritual herbs, fruits, waterfalls, and deep bushes could be seen everywhere, showing the vastness of this place. This was the place where Jun Bufon's sister, Jun Ruashi, lived in seclusion. There is indeed something hidden here. It seems that the change in fate of the demon realm is closely related to the disappearance of the 6 emperors. All these years, they have been hiding from the public, and this is not the real news. Jiang Luoshan frowned. There was light flowing in her eyes as well. She was using the method of the Divine Void clan to investigate this place. Princess, I think we can search this place one by one. I don't believe we can't find the mysterious location even if we turn this place upside down. Behind Jiang Luoshan, a strong man of the Divine Void clan spoke. He didn't think this ancient and vast mountain ridge could stop them. Jiang Luoshan said calmly, if it were so simple, Gu Chang'e would have done it long ago. Why would he wait until now? Gu Chang'e looked away from her. He glanced at her and said, it's not that simple. It's a pity that we didn't catch that guy called Jiang Chen. Otherwise, with him here, it would have been much more convenient. He was telling the truth. With his current ability, he could only sense that this place was unusual at most. Every inch of the land here had been deployed with an ancient divine formation. The divine power was vast, and the runes were faintly discernible. It contained dreadful power. At this moment, they needed a treasure-seeking mouse to explore the way. It was a pity that Jiang Chen was on the run in the upper realm. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e would have caught him to lead the way. I don't believe you don't have a solution, Jiang Luoshan said, glancing at him. I think you'd just find it troublesome, Gu Chang'e smiled. He said, looks like you know me well. I do have a solution. After all, you're here. If there's no other way, I can throw you away. I can see where the tactical formations are. Jiang Luoshan stared at him coldly. If looks could kill, she would have killed Gu Chang'e many times. Buzz. At this moment, some fluctuations came from the void. Then everything became blurry. A black fog appeared. Bai Lianer walked out of it. Looks like Jun Bufan already knows? Gu Chang'e asked casually, glancing at her. He knows, Bai Lianer said calmly. Okay. Lead the way. Gu Chang'e nodded. He did have a way to find the way. Bai Lianer had followed Jun Bufan here. Because of many formation patterns, it was difficult to find the exact location. However, as long as he knew the general direction, he could find the hiding place by narrowing down the range. Hearing this, Bai Lianer didn't waste any more words. Her figure moved, and with a bang, she turned into a cloud of fog and flew forward. Gu Chang'e followed her. The runes in his eyes were shining. They turned into black and white lights that looked like the reincarnation cycle. He was inspecting the changes of the formation patterns. Since that well is where the gate of life is, that's where the vitality converges. In this way, it's not difficult to find, under the manifestation of reincarnation, the scenery of this place was clearly displayed. The rules of the universe, the direction of the terrain, the flow of luck, the convergence of vitality. Gu Chang'e didn't walk fast. He was following Bai Lianer. However, he felt that as he walked, the aura here was constantly changing. The other party should have noticed his arrival and was trying to stop him and hide their own aura. If you rashly enter this place, you'll definitely get lost. Jiang Luoshan noticed this change and couldn't help but frown. Gu Chang'e didn't care about her. He had already sensed the location of the well. On a short mountain, there was an ancient well that was flowing with multicolored light. Endless vitality gushed out and immortal chi rose. As the most difficult gate of life to find in the demon realm, there were many strange movements here at this moment. Strands of light emerged from it and transformed in the void. A white-haired woman sat cross-legged in the ancient well. Her white hair was like a waterfall, covering her face. She didn't move. Her whole body had a kind of immortal charm, ethereal, as if she was carved out of flawless ivory. Even her long dress was purer than snow, without a trace of impurity. It was Jun Ruashi. At this moment, Jun Ruashi's brows were tightly furrowed. Her eyes seemed to be about to open as she felt a terrifying aura approaching. She couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly, but she felt that the other party was extremely terrifying. The aura was incomparably chaotic and majestic, but it also had an endless order that made one's heart palpitate. Under the brilliant majesty, she actually had the illusion that she was an ant. This was the first time she encountered such a feeling. Even if she tried to hide the aura here and stop the other party, she couldn't do it at all. Buzz. Her tightly closed eyes finally opened, trying to see the other party's appearance clearly. I've come from millions of miles away. Miss Ruashi, are you not going to show yourself? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded above the ancient well. Jun Ruashi's calm expression changed, and a chill ran down her spine. In the ancient well, endless immortal chi gushed out. Wisps of purple mist rose from it, looking very mysterious and ancient. If ordinary people came here, they would definitely get lost because of the nearby formation patterns, and it would be difficult to find the real ancient well. However, Xianxia quickly determined the location of this place according to the changes in the terrain and the intersection of vitality, as well as by Lianer's lead. Here, he led Jiang Luoshan, Tianze, Bai Lianer, and the others to look at this ancient well with interest. However, it was very difficult to see what was inside because of the dense mist and flowing colorful clouds. Is Jun Ruashi hiding here? Jiang Luoshan reached out with her jade-like hand and drew several strokes in the air, creating the ancient word void. She then dropped it down towards the well below. However, when it touched the surface, a ripple-like power spread out, blooming with bright golden light, and quickly disappeared. This is the power of the formation here. The source of the formation that blocked us just now came from here. This is where the eye of the formation is. Jiang Luoshan quickly understood the situation, and her expression was a little moved. At first, she insisted on coming to the demon realm because she was worried that Xianxia would send her clansmen to their deaths, but now she was suddenly interested in the secrets of the demon realm. The great chaos 6,000 years ago, the disappearance of the 6 emperors, was obviously not a coincidence. Jun Bufon's rebirth and revenge, in her opinion, was more like someone had arranged it. If the demon realm was a shocking chess game, then Jun Bufon and Empress Xiao could only be regarded as 2 chess pieces. The 6 emperors behind them were the real behind-the-scenes people. Now, following Xianxia made her feel like she was playing a game with the 6 emperors. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Xianxia, and her eyes were full of splendor. Although Xianxia didn't treat her well, she had to admit that he had an indescribable attraction to women. Miss Ruashi, if you still don't show yourself, don't blame me for taking action. At this time, Xianxia spoke again, his voice flat and monotonous. As he spoke, a thick black fog appeared in his hand. Then, the profound yang heavenly saber appeared, as if it was forged from immortal gold. The tip of the blade was extremely sharp, releasing strands of Emperor Realm might. It released a buzzing sound, as if it could shatter the heavens at any moment. This was a murderous aura that sent chills down one's spine. As soon as it appeared, it was as if it could split apart everything before its eyes. Although the Mystic Sun Heavenly Saber was an Emperor artifact refined by the Mystic Sun Demon Emperor, it was still an Emperor artifact. However, after being suppressed by Xianxia's 21 moves, they became very docile. The gods among them didn't dare to resist as they were afraid that Xianxia would wipe out their consciousness. How did my father's weapon end up in your hands? A voice finally came. From the ancient well. Although it was as beautiful as the sounds of nature, it also contained shock, coldness, and anger. Jun Ruashi opened her eyes. Although she was still sitting there motionlessly, her entire body was emitting a terrifying pressure and murderous aura. Her white hair fluttered in the wind, her skin was like jade, and her dress fluttered in the wind. She was as white as snow, as if she was carved out of fine jade. There was a kind of shocking beauty to her. At this moment, she was incomparably angry, but at the same time, she was puzzled. The profound Yang Heavenly Saber was something that the profound Yang Demon Emperor left for her younger brother, Jun Bufon. How did it fall into the hands of this man in front of her? Could it be that her younger brother had met with misfortune? At this time, Jun Ruashi suddenly noticed Bai Lianer beside Xianxia. She was stunned at first, but then she quickly recognized her. She didn't expect that she was with Xianxia. When Jun Bufon brought Bai Lianer over, she didn't ask much, thinking that Bai Lianer was Jun Bufon's helper. But now, it seemed that she was wrong. The childhood sweetheart from 6,000 years ago betrayed Jun Bufon in the end and followed an outsider. What did you do to my younger brother? She spoke again, her voice cold and without a trace of emotion. I have never had the patience to say it twice. If you want to know what happened to your younger brother, then come out and see me. Chang'e spoke calmly, talking to her through the ancient well. He planned to use the Xianxia heavenly saber to try and see if it could break the array of the ancient well in front of him. If it really didn't work, he would have to use other means, like the 8 Desolation demonic halberd or the Great Tao treasure bottle. Junruashi was silent for a moment, then coldly said, I can't leave this place now, so I can't come out to see you. Why is the Xianxia heavenly saber in your hands? What did you do to my younger brother? Is that so? Hearing her words, Chang'e naturally couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. He directly slashed forward. Suddenly, a boundless black light erupted, drowning everything. This kind of power was too terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that this place was special and there were array patterns everywhere, they would have been turned to ashes immediately. This was the power of an emperor weapon, far surpassing that of a supreme weapon. Although Chang'e couldn't fully awaken it, it was enough to frighten people. Suddenly, there was only a boundless saber chi left between heaven and earth, like an abyss pressing forward. Even the night demon that assassinated Empress Xiao couldn't unleash this level of power. The sky was trembling, as if it would explode at any time. Junruashi's expression couldn't help but change. Although she was separated by the ancient well, she could still feel this terrifying power. The space around her was showing signs of collapsing. The next moment, she rolled up her sleeves, and many runes erupted. They were dazzling, as if they were blooming into a star-like brilliance. Boom! It was as if the sky above the ancient well had collapsed. It was split open by Chang'e's saber. Many array patterns were awakened, gathering a lot of power in this place, transforming into all kinds of dazzling divine lights. There were chains of order, drowning this place like a torrential rain. The dazzling brilliance erupted, as if countless stars had exploded. This kind of brilliance made it impossible for people to open their eyes. Even Jiang Luoshan, Bai Lian and the others had to choose to retreat in another direction, not wanting to be affected. The Xianxia heavenly saber doesn't belong to you. Why is it in your hands? Junruashi's face was cold, and her voice was filled with cold murderous intent. Although they were separated by an ancient well, the power displayed in this instant was actually on par with the Xianxia heavenly saber's power. Of course, she was mainly relying on the power of the array here. Otherwise, with her cultivation in the supremacy realm, it was impossible for her to erupt with such great power. Do you want to know? Why don't you go down and ask its owner? Chang'e stood in the air with a cold expression. His black robe fluttered, and his hair was sparkling. He was like a young god that had walked out of an ancient myth. Shining brilliantly. At this moment, as he swung his saber forward, a terrifying saber aura rose behind him. It was as if a brilliant black sun had risen, and there were endless chains of order descending, as if they could cut down the sun, moon, and stars in the outer space. You killed my younger brother? Impossible. You killed the night demon and obtained the Xianxia heavenly saber from him? Junruashi's expression changed again. Although she had the support of the array here, she still felt that she was no match for Chang'e. Although his cultivation was only at the quasi-supremacy realm, his aura was even more terrifying than some supremacies. With the emperor weapon in hand, he was simply too powerful. In the next moment, she took out a sparkling and translucent immortal sword from her sleeve. This was an ancient forbidden weapon. Although it could only be used a limited number of times, the power it released was incomparably terrifying. As Junruashi slashed outwards from the ancient well, a boundless sword chi swept across and rushed towards Chang'e's saber. At the same time, the array patterns here were activated again, and an aura that could collapse mountains and seas erupted, trying to eliminate Chang'e's attack. Is that all you've got? You still want to stop me? Chang'e's expression was still cold, and he didn't change in the slightest because of Junruashi's attack. He slashed downwards again. How is this possible? Suddenly, Junruashi's expression changed greatly, and she was in disbelief. Her body that was sitting cross-legged in the ancient well trembled violently, and blood lines appeared on her jade-like palm. She was injured by the rebound force. Then, the void trembled, and Junruashi found that the sword she had unleashed was imprisoned. The boundless saber light fell again, but the void outside the ancient well was stagnant, and there was an inexplicable force descending. Pfft! Junruashi spat out a mouthful of blood. Although she hadn't really fought with Xianxia, she was obviously no match for him. It involves the law of space and reincarnation. She was in disbelief, and she felt a chill. It was the first time she was trembling because of a young man. The opponent's strength made her feel despair. If it weren't for the array patterns here, the opponent would have killed his way over and wouldn't give her a chance to fight back. If you don't come out, then I'll come in and kill you, Xianxia said coldly again. At the same time, his deep eyes began to glow, and black and white divine light surged. That kind of power was unparalleled, as if the universe had been reopened, and the universe had been condensed again. One on the left and one on the right, black and white intertwined, as if reincarnation was evolving. Chaos filled the air, and countless stars were falling. This was the first time he fully unleashed the origin of reincarnation after refining it into his eyes. This kind of aura was incomparably terrifying, and could be said to be unparalleled. Even by Lian Jiang Luoshan, and the others felt their hearts palpitate, and their souls trembled. Under this light, the truth of heaven and earth, the life and death of all living things, and the cycle of reincarnation, could not be hidden. This was a supreme technique. All the arrays above the ancient well erupted, and all kinds of heaven-defying divine powers were displayed, trying to resist the power of this light. The ancient well trembled, and the void blurred. It began to collapse, and a terrifying crack appeared. Junruoshi's body trembled, and she coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Her face was pale, and her originally pale complexion was even more bloodless. Her heart trembled, and waves rose and fell. It was hard to imagine that even the arrays here could not resist the power of the other party. In the next moment, Xianxia found the flaw of the arrays here, and slashed down again. All the rules were broken, and the ancient well exploded. He stepped forward, withstanding the terrifying aura, and entered the well. With just one slash, he placed it on Junruoshi's neck. With just a little bit of force, he could instantly decapitate her, and she would die. Junruoshi's face was filled with shock. She could not imagine that the arrays set up by the ancient gods would be broken by Xianxia, and directly enter the ancient well. I'll give you a choice. Tell me what you know. Xianxia glanced at her, and said indifferently. His tone was indifferent. Junruoshi came back to her senses, and felt the terrifying cold air around her neck. I don't know. Just kill me. She sat there cross-legged, and her hair was like snow. Her face was pale, and she was severely injured in the fight with Xianxia. Is that so? Xianxia did not talk nonsense with her. He slashed down with the Xianxia heavenly blade, and blood splattered. However, he did not completely cut through, and only a hideous wound appeared. Junruoshi's expression was pained, and her heart trembled. Because the Xianxia heavenly blade was not an ordinary weapon, but an emperor weapon. The emperor realm rules contained in it could easily erase her vitality, making it difficult for her to heal. At that moment, she even felt like she was about to die. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. I believe that your brother won't leave you in the lurch. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He did not talk nonsense, and directly sealed Junruoshi's cultivation. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, his inner universe opened, and he directly threw her into it. After Junruoshi's figure disappeared, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. The divine spring in the ancient well surged, and various divine lights gushed out. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Then, a vague and terrifying figure walked out from between his eyebrows. It was indescribable, and it carried an aura that made the heavens tremble. This was his innate divine will. As soon as it appeared, it displayed a monstrous ferocious aura, and the void that covered this place was about to explode. It was as if time was about to collapse. Then, the great Tao treasure bottle appeared and floated above the innate divine will. Black light fell like a waterfall, suppressing and devouring the aura of this place. Rolling vitality surged in and was devoured by the great Tao treasure bottle. It seems that it's not that Junruoshi can't leave, but if no one suppresses the aura of this place, it will cause a disturbance and attract people from the outside world. It might even attract the attention of the orthodoxies of the upper realm. Xianxia soon understood the truth of this place. However, with his innate divine will and the great Tao treasure bottle, even if someone suddenly rushed out of this gate of life, he could instantly suppress them. Moreover, the life aura that constantly surged out of the gate of life was a rare resource. Junruashi's rapid advancement was related to the uniqueness of this place. At this rate, I'll be able to touch the threshold of the supreme stage soon. Then, Guchanga glanced around and left this place in a flash, appearing outside of the ancient well. What's inside? Jiang Luoshan came over and could not help but ask. She was very curious and wanted to take a look, but she could not bear the aura that made her body feel like it was about to collapse. Although she was also curious, she did not take the initiative to ask. A mysterious door. Guchanga said without explaining anything. You killed Junruashi? Jiang Luoshan did not feel the aura just now, and subconsciously thought that Guchanga had killed her. I didn't kill her. Guchanga shook his head and said, let's leave this place. The matter here was temporarily settled, and he was still waiting for Jun Bufan to find the gate of death. It seemed that the hiding place of the 6 emperors would be revealed soon. Then, everyone turned into divine rainbows and left this place. Guchanga followed the aura he left on Junyao, but he did not go too close to avoid alerting the enemy. Among the 9 domains of the demon realm, other than the Shenyang region, the other domains were also incomparably vast. Ancient trees stretched out endlessly, and beautiful mountains and rivers were everywhere. 757 Tianchuan region was one of the big domains. It was a place with outstanding people and a vast territory. Looking down from a high place in this territory, one could see a lot of spiritual energy gushing out, lingering between the mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, and there was no ancient aura. However, in the depths of this domain, there was a piece of red land. There was no other color within a million miles, as if it was made of blood. Dense black clouds rolled in this place, and extremely dazzling corpse flowers grew among the huge bones. Why did little Fan come to this place? 2 women were hurrying here. At this moment, the woman who was speaking had an uneasy and worried expression. This place is too far away from the imperial capital. I heard that he found a relic here. If it wasn't because of the lack of people, it would have been found long ago, the other woman beside her explained in a gentle voice. The 2 women were Jun Yao and Song Yue, who had left the imperial capital of the demon realm. Is that so? But why would little Fan come to such a far place? Jun Yao was very puzzled. Song Yue shook her head and said, I don't know either. You should ask him when you see him. Jun Yao nodded and did not say anything more. In fact, she was still a little flustered and uneasy when she came here with Song Yue to find Jun Fan. She was worried that something unexpected would happen. After all, the current Jun Fan was no longer the younger brother she knew. However, when she thought of the amulet Guchanga gave her, she calmed down. Soon, the 2 walked through the Red Land, and Song Yue found a more remote and desolate hill according to the message left by Jun Fan. Here, Jun Fan sensed their aura and walked out. There were many strong cultivators following behind him, all of whom were his father's subordinates and had profound cultivation bases. However, he was very vigilant. First, he secretly activated a secret technique to detect the aura behind the 2. Seeing that no one was following them, he was relieved. He was very surprised that Jun Yao would follow Song Yue here. Yue, elder sister. Jun Fan walked out and greeted the 2 of them. However, Song Yue did not speak, but looked at him with a complicated gaze. Little Fan, why are you here? Jun Yao did not seem to care about this. Instead, she asked as soon as she came up, very worried and puzzled. Jun Fan glanced at Song Yue. From her expression, he could see everything. It seemed that she already knew his true identity. I learned that a relic is about to appear here and planned to come and explore it, but I found that my strength is limited, so I invited Yue to come with me. Then elder sister, why are you here? Jun Fan explained, then looked a little confused, as if he did not know Jun Yao's purpose. Hearing this, Jun Yao's expression darkened, and she said with some worry and anxiety, I don't know why either. That day, I went out into the mountains to find a camellia. You know that young Master Changda likes to drink tea, so in the end, I was on my way back to the imperial capital. I heard that father and the others were imprisoned in the imperial prison by the empress. I didn't know what to do, then I met Sister Yue. She said that she knew where you were. Hearing the explanation, Jun Fan also understood. It turned out that Junyao knew nothing about everything that had happened, and did not know his true identity. He was a little relieved, but more sighed. In fact, he did not want Junyao to know these things. In this way, it was just right. It saved him a lot of trouble and explanation. I've already heard about this matter. It may be that father didn't do his job well this time and incurred the displeasure of Empress Xiao. Sister, don't worry. Maybe after a while, Her Majesty's anger will subside and she will release father and the rest. Seeing Junyao's expression, Jun Fan comforted her again. Is that so? Junyao seemed to be relieved when she heard that and didn't say anything else. Song Yue had been watching the two of them from the side. Her expression was particularly calm and she didn't say anything. To be honest, she was a little disappointed in Jun Fan. Things had already come to this point, yet he still had to hide his identity and hide it. However, since Jun Fan didn't intend to admit it, she couldn't be bothered. This would be the last time she would explore the ruins with him. From now on, the friendship between the two of them would be severed. Her intention here was to ask Jun Fan about his attitude, but he was so secretive in front of her sister, which made her disappointed in Jun Fan. If Jun Fan could give her a reasonable explanation, then she might find a way to help him. If he wasn't guilty, why would he hide it? It is said that there is a very mysterious door in the demon realm hidden here, containing indescribable opportunities. Jun Fan said and planned to find the death door first. During this time, he had explored many areas and could avoid some dangerous places. Is that so? This place does contain some strange fields. According to what you said, we can find some differences. Song Yue nodded and took out a compass. All kinds of runes flashed on it, which was extremely dazzling. Seeing this, Jun Fan smiled and said, if we can crack the field here, maybe we can find the mysterious door, which contains unimaginable opportunities. Then, he walked on the road ahead. At the same time, an ancient route appeared in his mind. It was the key left by the Xianxia demon emperor. This ancient route was like a map of the stars, guiding him to avoid accidentally running into some life-threatening danger zones. Here, they saw many broken weapons and corpses stained with black blood. There were also broken pieces of ancient warships, flying boats, divine swords. There must have been a great battle. They hurried on and went deeper, deciphering many formation patterns and fog. Song Yue had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. In addition, Jun Fan had the key and had a specific route. There were almost no obstacles as they walked to a very deep place. Only Junyao looked at the two of them in shock as she silently followed behind them. At the same time, she gripped tightly onto the protective item that Guchanga had given her. Very quickly, the crowd saw a desolate-like scene. Yellow sand rolled and covered the sky. On the other side, there was also a barren mountain range. There were no lakes or green hills, only volcanic craters. The magma was black-red blood. Wisps of black-red flames, which carried the smell of divinity and blood, continuously drifted over. It was unknown how many years they had accumulated. They couldn't see anything further away, but they could feel that the world rules here weren't suitable for living beings of the monster world to cultivate and live. What happened here in the past? Jun Fan, you seem to have a map of this place. There are many places that are unobstructed. Song Yue glanced at Jun Fan. I just happened to obtain a fragment of the map. Jun Fan said calmly, that's why I wanted to invite you here to see if you can decipher the scene here. Song Yue frowned, nodded, and didn't say anything more. They continued forward. There were quite a few vicious beasts roaming about here, all of them extremely powerful. Because they were soaked in death aura all year round, they were far more powerful than normal vicious beasts. They had to expend quite a bit of effort to pass through this place, heading deeper into this place. After Jun Fan and the others left, a group of experts appeared and followed behind them. They all concealed their auras and didn't reveal themselves. It seems that Jun Fan and the others can indeed find the exact route. The so-called Death Gate is really here. Jiang Luoshan was tall and wore a golden robe. Her legs were long and slender, and her golden hair fluttered in the wind. In her golden eyes, the divine runes gradually disappeared. She was somewhat interested. After Jun Fan and the others stepped into this place, they quickly rushed over. However, to avoid alerting the enemy, they didn't show themselves. They had been at the back, maintaining a distance so that they wouldn't be noticed by Jun Fan and the others. Guchanga, how did you make Junyao so obedient? She's actually willing to be a tool to lead the way, she couldn't help but ask Guchanga, who had a calm expression and didn't show any emotions. In her opinion, women were emotional. Even if they knew that Jun Fan's actions were harmful to their clan, it was difficult for them to make up their minds to deal with him. The more she understood Guchanga, the more she found that Guchanga was terrifying, whether in terms of strength, cultivation, or methods. Is this important? Guchanga retracted his gaze and glanced at her. Forget it if you don't want to say. Jiang Luoshan snorted coldly, feeling a little wronged. Her status was so noble, but now she was by his side every day as a servant girl. She didn't even say a word of tiredness. However, sometimes when she asked about some things, Guchanga couldn't be bothered with her. His attitude was so cold. Although she knew that this was Guchanga's true face, and that he was gentle to her usually, it was just a facade to ask for something. Sometimes, she really felt that he couldn't understand emotions. Even the princess of the Great Void Divine Clan has a day when she is so wronged. Bang, in the void, a cloud of dark fog spread out, and Bai Lianer appeared. Seeing Jiang Luoshan's appearance, she couldn't help but be interested. Why do you care? Jiang Luoshan looked at her coldly. Bai Lianer laughed and didn't say anything. With a bang, her figure turned into fog and disappeared. Jiang Luoshan's expression was as cold as ice. Because of Bai Lianer's words, she felt even more uncomfortable. I will tell you what I should tell you. What I shouldn't tell you is useless even if you ask. Guchanga shook his head slightly. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards where Jun Fan and the others were. Jiang Luoshan snorted. Although Guchanga's attitude was perfunctory, it made her feel a little better. He still cared about her feelings. In the distant valley, a thick death qi filled the air. There were even many corpses of huge demonic beasts. They were like small mountains lying there quietly. There was no flesh on them, only a layer of dried bones. There was also a collapsed palace here. It seemed to have once been a force. In many places, the outline of pavilions and plazas could still be seen. According to the route, in the depths of this place is that door. I also sensed its aura. Jun Fan said. There was a hint of excitement in his voice. He had finally lived up to his expectations. Soon, he would be able to see his father and ask him about the many things that had happened in the past 6,000 years. Song Yue nodded. Behind these collapsed palaces was a forest shrouded in red fog. What kind of trees were those? She had never seen them before. Of course, the most important thing was her. Even with her means, it took her a lot of time to get rid of the obstacles. She even used an extremely precious array-breaking secret treasure. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little curious about this place. This red fog contains a strong corrosive effect. It's like it's blown here from the 9 serenities. If one comes into contact with it for a long time, it will inevitably lead to disaster. Song Yue took out a secret treasure from her summer ring. It was like an armillary sphere, capturing some of the red fog. As a result, she found that the red fog seemed to have spirituality and was even squirming. She shuddered at the sight before her. However, she was still able to block it for the time being by using spiritual energy to protect her body. Very quickly, Jun Fan and the others entered the depths of the Crimson Forest. At the intersection of a few mountain ridges, they saw an incomparably majestic door. It flowed with a brilliant light, exuding a sense of eternity as it stood there. Behind it was an invisible mountain that seemed to lead to another world. What is this? Jun Yao felt a chill, as if they had come before the Real Gate of Hell. Wisps of red fog were diffusing from the door, making one's hair stand on end. Gate of Death, Song Yue frowned. With her encyclopedic knowledge, she recognized 2 ancient characters on the door in front of her. Those were innate demon characters from extremely ancient times, which were almost lost today. Everyone began to circle around the door and look around. At this time, Jun Fan felt a burst of light in his knowledge sea-space. The key was glowing, appearing from the corner, and could be taken out at his will. At this moment, he was sure that the Gate of Death that Xianyang Demon Emperor had told him was here. Only those who held the key could enter this door. Little fan, is this the opportunity you are looking for? Is it behind this door? Jun Yao asked nervously, holding the protective item Guchanga gave her in her hand. Jun Fan couldn't help but smile. At this time, there was nothing to hide. He nodded and said, behind this door is the secret of the chaos that happened in the demon realm 6,000 years ago. As long as I walk in, I will know everything. He believed that as long as he found Xianxia Demon Emperor, the situation of the demon realm would be reversed in an instant. The situation of Empress Xiao unifying the 9 regions would be broken soon, and all the problems would be solved. There is a line of small words here. It seems to say that only those who have the key can enter this array through this door, so there is a great array behind the door. Who set it up? Song Yue walked closer, frowning. She stared at the line of small words beside the door and read it carefully. After saying that, she looked at Jun Fan. From his expression, it was obvious that he knew about this matter. So, Jun Fan actually had the key to enter the door. You have the key in your hand, right? Song Yue asked. This is the key. Jun Fan heard this, and there was nothing to hide. There were no outsiders here. After that, a light flashed in his hand, and then a scale-like thing appeared. There were some strange patterns on it, which looked like the scales of some demon beast. If it wasn't for Junruashi's reminder, he wouldn't have known that the scale in the corner of his sea of consciousness was actually a key. When I enter, you can leave or wait for me here. But I feel that after entering, you may not come out. Jun Fan then looked at the door, intending to enter with the key. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly attacked him from behind, making him feel cold all over. His entire divine soul seemed to be frozen. A blue short knife swept across the void, and the murderous aura filled all directions. The space seemed to be stagnant. Little master, be careful. At the critical moment, an expert behind Jun Fan roared and activated his chi and blood. His muscles and blood glowed, and he burst out with the most powerful force in his body, pushing Jun Fan away. The short knife pierced through his forehead, and he died instantly, his body and soul destroyed. Bang! A cloud of dark fog appeared in the distance, and Bai Lianer appeared, holding the short knife in her hand, looking a little regretful. What a pity. If you reacted a little slower, you would have died just now. But your luck is really good to be able to dodge that. It's you. Jun Fan's soul almost left his body. He didn't expect that he would almost lose his life because of carelessness. He stared at Bai Lianer with a gloomy face, incomparably angry and cold. The experts behind him also became vigilant at this moment. They took out all kinds of divine weapons and stared at Bai Lianer to prevent her from continuing to attack. What happened? Song Yue and Jun Yao were also shocked by the sudden scene just now, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. Although Bai Lianer was the daughter of Demon Master Bai Kuan, there were not many people who could recognize her at a glance after 6,000 years. They also didn't recognize her at this moment. Obediently hand over the key, or no one can save you today. Everyone around you will also die with you. Bai Lianer looked at him indifferently, her voice was extremely cold and emotionless. Jun Fan's face was gloomy. You followed me all the way? That's not important. What's important is that if you don't hand over the key, you will die today. Bai Lianer didn't answer, but stared at the scale in Jun Fan's hand. If you want the key, then you can come and try. Jun Fan didn't hesitate. He took out a golden decree from his sumeru ring. After activating his spiritual power, it began to expand in the wind, covering the sky. There were many divine runes flowing on it like stars. The aura was majestic and heavy, like a deep abyss that could fall at any time. Moreover, each divine rune was like a star, evolving into the strongest sword chi there. It was so sharp that even the sky was trembling. This was one of his trump cards. After activating it, it could erupt with unparalleled divine power. He was confident that he could stop Bai Lianer. Chi, rays of bright sword light fell, drowning the vast area. It was powerful and terrifying, like thousands of divine swords were slashing down. You won't cry until you see the coffin. I think you are courting death. Seeing this, Bai Lianer's expression was indifferent. She didn't change in the slightest because of Jun Fan's means. At the same time, her figure turned into mist and disappeared, as if blending into the void. A shocking murderous aura filled the air. Everyone felt a chill all over their body and a piercing pain in their soul. Even the space between their eyebrows seemed to be splitting open. This was monstrous murderous intent. Bai Lian was worthy of being the successor of the Slayer Emperor. Her powerful means made everyone's souls tremble. It was as if they were being dragged into the underworld and would be trapped forever. However, the golden decree wasn't simple. As it recovered, it began to slash down with many divine swords. Bai Lian couldn't escape and couldn't get close to Jun Fan. She was forced out of the void. She frowned and glanced at the golden decree. Then, she appeared. "How long do you think this decree can protect you?" Bai Lian said indifferently. She didn't choose to continue attacking. Instead, she stood where she was. Jun Fan thought that she was afraid and felt relieved. He sneered, "It doesn't need to protect me for long. I just need to enter the door. This amount of time is enough. It seems that you want to give up on everyone here and don't care about their lives?" Bai Lian couldn't help but mock. Hearing this, Song Yue and the others' expressions changed slightly. They naturally knew how terrifying Bai Lian was. If Jun Fan didn't care about their lives, they were definitely no match for Bai Lian. "Are you threatening me?" Jun Fan's expression was ugly. He held the scale tightly in his hand. He was very unwilling. The door behind him was not far away. But if he went in, Jun Yao, Song Yue and the others here would all die without a burial place. It was impossible for Bai Lian to let them go. "Hand over the key and I can let them live. If the people behind me come, it won't be so easy to deal with them," Bai Lian said with pity and mockery. She stood where she was and gently wiped the dagger in her hand. "Don't even think about it. I won't give you the key. If you dare to hurt them, no matter where you run in the future, I have the means to kill you. Bai Lian, you weren't like this in the past. Now you're helping the tyrant. I wonder what Uncle Bai Kuan will think when he knows about this." Jun Fan sneered. He seemed to have grasped Bai Lian's weakness. He believed that as long as he entered the door and found his father, why would he be afraid of a mere Bai Lian? "Shut up. My father listened to your father. That's why he ended up like this. That's why my mother died so early. Now that things have come to this, you're courting death." Hearing this, Bai Lian's expression suddenly became gloomy and murderous. If it wasn't for the golden decree protecting Jun Fan, she would definitely cut him into pieces. "What's the use of saying so much? It won't change the fact that you went against Uncle Bai's words and betrayed me." Jun Fan calmed down. Another item appeared in his hand. He began to calculate the time to use it to deal a fatal blow to Bai Lian. "I almost fell for your provocation. You're just a dead person. There's no need for me to be angry because of you." But at this time, Bai Lian seemed to have reacted. She calmed down and her eyes were cold. Boom. At this time, there was a violent fluctuation in the sky. Then, a golden path spread out. There were many figures standing on it. The person in the lead was wearing black clothes. His hair was sparkling and translucent. He was shrouded in five-colored light. His expression was calm, revealing a sense of superiority. In the next moment, a gigantic palm descended with unparalleled might, covering the sky and earth as it tore at the golden decree in front of it. Guchanga. Seeing this, Jun Fan's expression changed dramatically. He was extremely shocked. Chi. Immediately, that place erupted with millions and millions of streaks of golden light. Terrifying fluctuations surged like a tide. The golden decree tried to resist, but that giant palm was extremely powerful. It was wrapped in chaotic chi. It was not a simple illusion, but a display of a powerful physical body. Chi-la, the golden decree split apart. All of the terrifying sword energy was quelled by this palm. The scene was incomparably terrifying, making everyone tremble in fear, unable to say anything. "Hand over the key. Or I'll kill her." Guchanga descended from the sky. His expression was calm. He was holding a figure in his hand. He could kill her at any time. "Guchanga, how did my sister end up in your hands?" Jun Fan watched the scene in shock and horror. He didn't expect Guchanga to tear his golden decree apart as soon as he appeared. He was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. He also noticed that the figure in Guchanga's hand was his sister, Junruashi. However, her current condition wasn't good. The terrifying wound almost penetrated her neck, and blood kept flowing out. It was impossible for it to heal. Her face was also pale, and she had lost her previous liveliness. I have to thank you for this. If you didn't lead the way for me, how could I find your sister? Guchanga said indifferently and threw Junruashi to the ground. At this time, Jiang Luoshan, Tianze, and the other experts behind him arrived and surrounded everyone. They took out all kinds of weapons, and their power was monstrous. You still have the nerve to say that. If you didn't have evil intentions, why would you do this? Jun Fan was furious. He clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were cold. Who can you blame for your own stupidity? The Xianxia heavenly blade appeared in Guchanga's hand and he placed it on Junruashi's neck. He said casually, you can try. Let's see if you're faster than my blade. If you run like this, maybe your sister's head will roll off in the next moment. Why is the Xianxia heavenly blade in your hands? Did you kill Uncle Yi? Bai Lianer is one of your people. She was also the one who went with me. If I didn't trust her wrongly, I wouldn't have harmed my sister. Hateful. This scene made Jun Fan's eyes pop out of their sockets. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that because of this matter, Junruashi would be caught by Guchanga and be on the verge of death. He still remembered what Junruashi said at that time. She said that she had her own way to deal with it and wasn't worried about being found. But now, she had fallen into Guchanga's hands. Her life and death were uncertain. Jun Fan didn't even dare to imagine if his sister had been tortured by Guchanga during this period of time. Such a huge change made his head dizzy, and he almost blacked out. Didn't I tell you to hand over the key? Who knows, you might still have a chance to live. Right now, no one can save you. Bai Lianer sneered. Jun Yao and Song Yue were also looking at this scene in shock, especially Song Yue. She felt very uneasy. She naturally knew that the current Empress Shi Yao was nothing more than a puppet supported by Guchanga. On the surface, she was in charge of the demon realm. However, she was actually restrained by Guchanga in secret. She didn't believe that Guchanga hadn't arranged for the King of Chaos this time. Now that she was together with Jun Fan, it was possible that Guchanga would think that they were in cahoots. When the time came, he would use this as a pretext to make a fuss, and her father would also be implicated. Buffon, don't worry about me. Enter that door and find Imperial Father. Only Imperial Father can save you and avenge me. Junruashi's face was deathly pale as she shouted at Jun Buffon. When she was caught by Guchanga, she had already made up her mind to die. 757 She knew that since Guchanga had found the door of life, there was no way that he would let her and Jun Buffon go. As for wanting Guchanga to show mercy, that was even more impossible. Sister, Jun Fan's face was filled with grief, and his voice was trembling. He simply couldn't give up his sister's life and live on alone. The door behind him wasn't far away. As long as he wanted to, he could rush in an instant. But in this way, Junruashi was bound to be killed by Guchanga. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma, not to mention that there were other people nearby. These people could all die because of him. Give me the key, and I can spare the lives of you and your brother. Naturally, that includes everyone here. My patience is limited. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths of time, I'll kill 1 person every breath. Guchanga looked at Jun Fan with a cold expression. His tone was calm, as if he was casually stepping on a few ants. Guchanga, don't go too far. Jun Fan was furious. He gritted his teeth and his body trembled. Are you doubting me? Guchanga said indifferently. He put 2 fingers together and drew a line in front of him. The person in front of him suddenly exploded into a bloody mist, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Everyone looked at this scene. Their backs were cold, and their faces were filled with fear. Some of them even felt their limbs go soft, and they almost fell to the ground. They had seen how terrifying that golden decree was, but in Guchanga's hands, it was easily torn apart. How terrifying was his strength, even if they wanted to escape, they didn't have any chance. If Jun Fan really didn't care about them, they would definitely die today. Everyone fell into despair. Even Song Yowei's expression changed slightly. She was stunned by Guchanga's ruthlessness and indifference. She finally saw Guchanga's true colors. Looking at Guchanga's current appearance, Jun Yao couldn't help but tremble in her heart. It was very difficult to connect the graceful, cultured, and elegant man in the imperial capital with the Guchanga in front of her. Although she knew that Guchanga couldn't kill her, she still didn't dare to raise her head to look at him. Her heart was flustered, and her soul was trembling. This was a terrifying power, like a cold and heavy abyss, lying across everyone's heads. Guchanga, I'll give you the key, but you have to swear that what you said just now must be kept. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't give you the key. Jun Fan clenched his teeth, his expression struggling and pained. In the end, his eyes turned red as he stared at Guchanga with incomparable unwillingness, like a desperate beast on the verge of despair. He couldn't just leave everyone behind. Moreover, he wasn't sure if he would be caught by Guchanga if he escaped to the door behind him. Now, his greatest reliance was his father, the Xianxia Demon Emperor. If Guchanga entered, he might meet his father. At that time, no matter how strong Guchanga was, would he be a match for his father? After thinking for a while, Jun Fan decided to hand over the key and delay for a while. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it just now? Guchanga smiled faintly, then said, no problem, I can swear. Your lives are worthless to me. Then, he didn't waste time and swore in front of Jun Fan and the others. He swore with his Dao heart that he would not make things difficult for them. If he violated this oath, he would be destroyed by heaven and earth. Hearing this, Jun Fan's expression finally relaxed. In the cultivation world, swearing with one's Dao heart could be said to be the strictest oath. Heaven and earth could testify that no one would joke with their Dao heart. Seeing this, the people behind him also breathed a sigh of relief. However, they were still very afraid of Guchanga and kept quiet out of fear. This is the key, I hope you can keep your promise. Jun Fan reluctantly handed the key to Guchanga. In his heart, he still hoped to delay Guchanga. After all, as long as there was time, he would have a chance to escape. There's nothing special about it. It seems to be the scale of some kind of demon beast. Guchanga glanced at it and looked a little surprised. This material was not simple. Just now, he had poured his physical strength into it, but it didn't destroy it, and there was no reaction at all. He then stretched out his palm and hit Jun Fan's abdomen, sealing his spiritual cultivation. You. Jun Fan's expression changed dramatically, and he was incomparably angry. He didn't expect Guchanga to seal his cultivation. You guys keep an eye on them. Guchanga didn't care about him and ordered Jiang Luoshan and the others, then stepped into the door. The key in his hand shone, and the many lines on it seemed to have awakened and appeared together. Faintly, everyone saw a vague demon beast appear in the void. There was a mysterious and unfathomable power surging around it. The power of space was vast and mighty, as if it could shatter this place at any time. Could it be the legendary mirror demon? Guchanga narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a ripple of aura spread out in front of him, like ripples on water. After he walked in, the door flashed with a faint light and returned to its original state. Seeing that Guchanga was gone, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jun Fan walked over and tried to help Jun Ruashi up. However, Bai Lianer waved her sleeve and immediately slapped him away, causing him to crash into the mountain behind. What are you doing? Jun Fan's face was filled with anger as he struggled to get up from the ground. His cultivation was sealed by Guchanga, so he couldn't resist at all. Nothing, I just want you to be obedient and not move. Bai Lianer casually glanced at him, then found a stone and sat down, muttering to herself, I wonder what Guchanga will see after he goes in. When the time comes, will he leave from here or from the life gate? I feel that we don't have to wait for him. She vaguely knew about the rumors of the life gate and the death gate. The death gate in front of her could only be entered, while the life gate could only be exited. In fact, waiting for Guchanga here was a waste of time. They might as well go to the life gate now. Jiang Luoshan didn't pay attention to her, but glanced at Jun Yao, San Yue, and the others, and said to the many experts behind her, "Watch them." After saying this, she walked in front of the door and looked at the crimson fog, frowning. She felt that this thing was very familiar, like a kind of corpse spirit chi that she had seen in ancient books. Corpse spirit chi was only born after the death of those monstrous great demons. This kind of spirit chi was not suitable for cultivation, and would instead pollute the meridians and lungs of living creatures. In the long run, it would cause the cultivation of living creatures to decline. She didn't expect to see corpse spirit chi here. Didn't that mean that in the world outside the Death Gate, a peerless great demon had fallen? The world inside the Death Gate won't be simple. Why am I worried about that guy? It's best if he dies in there. Jiang Luoshan shook her head slightly, feeling that she was cheap, actually worrying about Guchanga. Outside the door was a completely different world. After Guchanga stepped in, he felt that something was wrong. The death chi here was denser, and the crimson fog seemed to be everywhere, trying to drill into his body. However, as the spirit chi on the surface of his body trembled slightly, the crimson fog exploded, letting out a hair-raising scream and turning into ashes. The sky was completely different from the outside of the demon realm, and the fog was bleak. Many mountains had collapsed and exploded, and there were large cracks and traces of battle everywhere. The world origin of the demon realm should be in this space. It seems that the 6 emperors have not been peaceful for the past 6,000 years. Guchanga's figure stepped in the void space and instantly went far away, following the traces here, looking for the aura of the 6 great demon emperors. From the traces of battle here, the 6 great demon emperors should not be united. There is only one world origin, and the changes in the fate of the demon realm, for the 6 great demon emperors, can at most support 2 or 3 people to cultivate and comprehend. In this way, there is bound to be disagreement. If I'm not wrong, this crimson fog should be a substance produced after the death of a demon emperor, which has amazing spirituality and wants to devour the flesh and blood of living creatures. If a demon emperor has fallen, then things will be easy. As Guchanga's eyes opened and closed, black and white color circulated. It was as if she had arrived at the beginning of the world. One could see the chaotic energy surging within, the cycle of reincarnation evolving, and terrifying stars falling and collapsing. This was a kind of vast divine power, and when he used it, he could see through the traces and changes here, and even trace back some scenes. These were fragments imprinted in the long river of time, recording some of the scenes that happened here. At Guchanga's current level, although he could not completely trace back the river of time, he could still capture some fragments of the scenes. However, in order to verify his guess, Guchanga took out the Hongmeng purple mirror to deduce. Many scenes appeared, and although they were blurry, they confirmed his theory. Indeed, a demon emperor has fallen. Guchanga's guess was confirmed, and he saw the shocking battle that broke out in this space. Although the Hongmeng purple mirror could only be used once every half a month, in this place, even demon emperors could be traced back. The 6 great demon emperors fought, and the last one fell. 2 of them could not win and fled, hiding in this space. The other 3 cooperated and planned to wait for the origin of the world to mature. The 2 who escaped should be the Xianxia demon emperor and the Yue demon emperor. Their companions were besieged and killed, and the other 2 were seriously injured. From the battle scenes, Guchanga saw that the Xianxia demon emperor was in the demon emperor realm, and the Yue demon emperor was only in the quasi-emperor realm, obviously weaker. As for the other 3 demon emperors, one was in the demon emperor realm, and the other 2 were in the quasi-emperor realm. After understanding this, Guchanga quickly made a plan in his heart, and headed toward the source of the red fog. He was very fast, running in this vast and boundless space. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed countless distances and appeared in a distant place. Someone has entered this place. At the same time, in a majestic mountain far away from Guchanga, a voice rang out. There were many stone caves, and each cave was engraved with great Tao talisman scripts, dazzling brilliance, soaring into the sky, and immortal splendor spread in all directions. 3 terrifying and blurry figures sat cross-legged in each of the stone caves. Their eyes were very deep, and their aura was so strong that it changed the color of heaven and earth, and the void trembled. Even a supreme martial artist would be crushed into a bloody mist in front of them. Not far from them, there was an abyss that they could not see the bottom of. There were constantly wisps of immortal splendor and other things that spread out, and were refined and absorbed by them. At this moment, one of the figures spoke. His eyes were very deep, and there seemed to be many scenes evolving in them, blending into heaven and earth. His aura was also the most terrifying, and seemed to be able to suppress this heaven and earth. Did the Xianxia guy find help? Another figure spoke. His eyes were golden, as if there were two suns burning within them. He was also sitting cross-legged here, and his aura seemed to extend to every inch of space. I'm not sure, but there was a strange movement just now. He was spying on our tracks. This person may not be simple. The being who spoke just now said. There was a terrifying divine splendor on his body, like a surging sea, shaking as he spoke. When the origin of the world matures, Xianxia and Yue will definitely not hold back and will definitely show up here. We just need to wait for their arrival. Even if the person who came in just now is Xuanyang's helper, his cultivation is not a concern. He continued, looking extremely cold. Qi Xiao, how confident are you that you can kill Xianxia this time? Hearing this, another creature spoke. He was shrouded in a thick bloody mist, and when his eyes opened and closed, there was an endless sea of blood. Mountains and rivers were destroyed, and stars fell, and countless creatures were buried in it. His original form was a blood demon, and he was formed in the endless sea of blood. He was terrifyingly powerful, and he was once called the Blood Demon Emperor by the people in the demon world. 6,000 years ago, if it were not for his amazing vitality, he would have been killed by the Xianxia Demon Emperor and the Yue Demon Emperor. Now that his injuries were healed, he only wanted to take revenge on them. As long as they dare to show up, I'm 100% sure. We agreed not to reveal this matter, but he secretly left a message to his son, planning to kill us. This hatred must be avenged. The demon emperor named Qi Xiao said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, shaking the heavens and earth. At this time, Gu Changde had found the source of the red mist. He stood on a mountain peak and looked at the scene in front of him thoughtfully. This is the corpse of the demon emperor? It's a pity that I came half a step too late and lost a lot of origin, but it's barely passable. This was a shocking scene. A terrifying demonic beast that looked like a xiaox lay quietly in front of him. It was unknown how tall it was, and one could not see the end of it. It was as if it could stand in the universe. The surrounding mountains had all collapsed, and countless large rifts had appeared. Standing in front of it, Gu Changde looked as small as a speck of dust. This was the original form of a quasi-emperor demonic beast. Many creatures in the demon world had their original form, which was very different from their usual appearance. Empress Xiao's original form was the Yue deer, which was extremely rare in the upper domain. At least 70% of the origin has been lost in the past 6,000 years. Gu Changde shook his head slightly, then opened his mouth and roared. Suddenly, a sky full of black light rushed out, turning into a river of stars, and rolled toward the xiaox corpse in front of him. A faint divine light rose from his body, turning into small vortexes. There seemed to be an ancient god sitting cross-legged in them, chanting the words of reincarnation, which could swallow heaven and earth. It wouldn't take Gu Changde a long time to refine the origin. I almost broke through to the late-stage quasi-supreme realm. Then, he got up and went in another direction, planning to find the Xianxia Demon Emperor and the Yue Demon Emperor first. He already had a rough idea of where the two of them were hiding when he was deducing their location just now. Fanner must have found us. Logically speaking, he should have understood the message that I left for him back then. In an ancient cave that was overflowing with the aura of the great Tao, a majestic figure sat cross-legged. His face was blurred as he was surrounded by chaotic fog. There were 5 colored blood that had not dried up yet on the ground. It was very piercing and was filled with traces of imperial light. At this moment, he spoke with a hint of relief in his voice. Brother Xianxia, is what you said true? Not far from this figure, a tall and slender woman appeared. She wore a pure white robe that seemed to be formed by the interweaving of moonlight. She had an innate noble aura as if a moon god had descended. Of course it's true. Back then, I left many backup plans for Fanner so that he could come here personally to find out the truth. Just now, I felt that the key that I left for him had already triggered the rules of heaven and earth here, which means that he is already here. I think he will find us soon. Xianxia Demon Emperor smiled faintly as he heaved a sigh of relief. Is that so? That's good. Qi Xiao and the others are probably planning to make a move soon. Yue Demon Emperor nodded. Her eyes were deep and her hair was like a silver waterfall that flowed like the stars. Although her aura was not as strong as Xianxia Demon Emperor, it was very mysterious. We should also prepare. This time I am determined to get the world's origin. Xianxia Demon Emperor's gaze gradually deepened. He got up and left the place. With one step, heaven and earth froze and appeared in the void outside. He was waiting for Jun Bufan's arrival. 6,000 years ago, the six of them did not hesitate to set up a shocking plan in order to scheme for the world's origin of the demon realm. Not only did they deceive everyone in the demon realm, but they also deceived many orthodoxies in the outside world. Many people mistakenly thought that they had fallen in the chaos of the demon realm 6,000 years ago. With such an opportunity, they were able to enter this place and wait for the world's origin to mature. This was the mirror world that was born after the fall of the last mirror demon in the most ancient era. An ancient existence of the demon realm had set up many formations here. With the gate of life and gate of death as eyes, this place was sealed in order to hide the biggest secret of the demon realm. The existence of the world's origin. This kind of thing was difficult to be born even in an extremely high-level world. It contained the original source and laws of the world, as well as many innate Tao patterns. For existences at their level, the world origin was something that they could only hope for but not ask for. It could even allow them to have a chance to step into another world. Even in the upper realm, after so many eras, no one had ever seen the birth of an immortal. But because of the world origin of the demon realm, they saw the hope of becoming immortals. They even didn't hesitate to sacrifice their own children to complete this world-shaking plan. However, in order to make this situation a bit more realistic, they left behind their own Tao attainment artifacts, thus making many people in the outside world believe that they were already gone. However, the Xianxia demon monarch had left behind many backups. He planned to let his son, Jun Bufan, come and find him 6,000 years later. This was because he knew that the origin of the world was not enough to support the breakthroughs of the six emperors. Therefore, one of them had to die. Without a Tao attainment artifact, it was hard to determine who would emerge victorious. However, when his son entered with his Tao attainment weapon, the Mystic Sun Heavenly Blade, the situation would be reversed. Unfortunately, his trick was seen through by the Crimson Firmament Demon Monarch 6,000 years ago, and a great battle broke out between them. One boundary emperor died, and the other 5 were also injured. They fled to different places and secretly hid to recover. However, his trick had already been laid out. Even if the Crimson Firmament Demon Monarch saw through it, it couldn't be changed. Now, he only had the Dark Moon Demon Monarch on his side. On the Crimson Firmament Demon Monarch's side, there was the Blood Demon Monarch and another Demon Monarch. Although the situation seemed to be very unfavorable to him, as long as he had a Tao attainment artifact, everything could be reversed in an instant. In the vast demon realm, there were only 2 Tao attainment artifacts. One was his Mystic Sun Heavenly Blade, and the other was the Crimson Firmament Spear of the Crimson Firmament Demon Monarch. The Crimson Firmament Spear was left in the demon realm by the Crimson Firmament Demon Monarch. Now, unless he voluntarily left this realm, it was impossible for him to bring the Crimson Firmament Spear with him. If he wanted to enter the Mirror Realm again, he would need the Mirror Demon Scale as a key. Otherwise, external forces would not be able to open the formation restrictions here. Therefore, as long as the Crimson Firmament Demon Monarch was not stupid, he would not leave this realm at this critical juncture. These 6,000 years, it's been hard for Xiao and Bufan. The Dark Moon Demon Monarch seemed to have thought of something inside. However, the Xianxia Demon Monarch was rather indifferent. To achieve great things, one should not bother about trifles. Although I used Fanner for this, I believe that he will understand my painstaking efforts. Xiao's personality is not compatible with his. Even if we did not give her this opportunity at that time, she would have done it later. The Dark Moon Demon Monarch did not say anything. She had agreed to this decision back then, so there was nothing to regret. Just as the two of them were talking, an aura suddenly came from the distant sky. In the blink of an eye, a divine rainbow was descending toward them. This person is, the Dark Moon Demon Monarch's expression changed slightly. He felt an unfamiliar aura, and it was not Jun Bufan. The Xianyang demon monarch also frowned. It was a little unexpected that the person who came to look for him was not his son, but another young man who looked extremely unfamiliar. Dressed in black, he had a divine bone and a celestial appearance. His figure was tall and straight, and there were many complicated and exquisite patterns embroidered on his sleeves, exuding a noble and mysterious aura. His origin was extraordinary. Judging from his bone age, he looked to be in his 20s, but his cultivation made the Xianyang demon monarch's pupils shrink and his heart tremble. How could there be such a monster in this world? He looked to be in his 20s, but he was already at the quasi-supreme realm, like the Xianyang demon monarch. The Dark Moon demon monarch was also extremely shocked. It was the first time that they had seen such a young quasi-supreme expert. 6,000 years had passed, and what had happened in the outside world? Even such a young monster had appeared. Even in the ancient legends, when the immortals were fighting for supremacy, it was unimaginable. Junior Guchanga greets the Xianyang demon monarch and the Dark Moon demon monarch. Just as the Xianyang demon monarch and the Dark Moon demon monarch were thinking about different things. The young man in front of them was the first to speak to them. His expression was gentle, like a spring breeze. He was neither servile nor overbearing, but he did not lack manners. One could imagine that his background was definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate such a transcendent bearing. You know who we are? The Xianyang demon monarch's expression did not change. He stared at Guchanga and asked. His eyes were very deep, and there were stars rolling in them. Many scenes were changing, as if he wanted to see through him. Of course I know, Guchanga smiled and said, I came to this world to find the two of you. What is your relationship with the Gu clan? The Dark Moon demon monarch asked suddenly. He was examining Guchanga, from his appearance to his temperament to his cultivation aura, he did not miss a single thing. To them, how could they not be shocked and suspicious when they suddenly saw such a young man who had intruded, found their location, and exposed their identity in one fell swoop? However, they did not attack because they did not feel Guchanga's malice. I am the young master of the Longevity Gu clan. Hearing this, Guchanga still smiled in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. So you are the young master of the Gu clan, no wonder. The Dark Moon demon monarch's pupils shrank, and then his vigilant expression relaxed. He looked much friendlier than before, and the hostile atmosphere was gone. The Xianyang demon monarch's expression became slightly more serious, and he was not as casual as before. Although they had not left this world for 6,000 years and did not know who the young master of the Gu clan was, they were sure that no one in this world would dare to impersonate him. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already taken action to check his divine soul just in case. May I know why the young master of the Gu clan is looking for us? However, the Xianyang demon monarch was still vigilant and did not trust Guchanga. After all, he was a true Dao enlightened cultivator, standing at the peak of this world's cultivation path. Even in the upper world, many sect masters had to treat him with respect. There was no need for them to be so polite to a young junior like Guchanga. I am Brother Bufon's best friend. He asked me to come here to find the two of you, and asked me to give something to the Xianyang demon monarch. Guchanga explained with a smile. The Xianyang demon monarch frowned, not believing Guchanga's words. The Serene Moon demon monarch also felt that something was strange. Why didn't Jun Bufan come here himself? Why did he need an outsider to come here? How do you want me to believe you? Where is little Fan now? The Xianyang demon monarch asked, his eyes fixed on Guchanga, trying to catch something unusual from his expression. However, he was disappointed. Even as an Emperor realm expert, he could not see the slightest change in the young man in front of him. He was naturally casual, and there was no change in his expression because they were Emperor realm existences. Therefore, it was obviously impossible to see if there was something wrong with Guchanga from his expression. Xianyang demon monarch, you seem to be a little too nervous. I was entrusted by Brother Bufan to come here. There is no reason for you to believe me. Guchanga still had a decent smile on his face. Hearing this, the Xianyang demon monarch's expression was slightly unnatural. Guchanga indeed had no reason to believe him. Moreover, he said that he was entrusted by Jun Bufan. Of course, if you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Now, I can only briefly explain how I met Brother Buffon. 6,000 years ago, the demon realm was in chaos. Demon Master Baikuan escaped from the demon realm and lived in seclusion in the chaotic star field. Some time ago, he was searching for his daughter's whereabouts and was discovered by the demon realm's Empress Xiao. She sent people to hunt him down. Coincidentally, Baikuan's daughter, Bai Lian is one of my people. Therefore, I saved him from the demon realm's people. From Demon Master Baikuan, I learned that the Xianxia demon monarch entrusted me to him. So, I came to the demon realm with Bai Lian and happened to meet Brother Buffon's plan to assassinate Empress Xiao at the prodigy banquet. Although this plan did not succeed, it also caused Empress Xiao to be injured and angry. Brother Buffon's identity in this life was exposed, implicating the whole family and putting them in prison. Now, he is thinking of a way to save his family in this life and has no time to care about other things. Therefore, according to the information in the brocade pouch, he asked me to come here to find the two of you, to resolve this misunderstanding and save his family in this life. Xianxia spoke again. His expression was natural and casual without any change. He explained the ins and outs of this matter to the Xianxia demon monarch and the Yue demon monarch. You even know about the brocade pouch? The Xianxia demon monarch's face was slightly serious. Xianxia nodded. When Brother Buffon opened the brocade pouch, I happened to be there, so I know some things about it. Hearing this, the Yue demon monarch had a complicated look in her eyes. Xiao and Buffon should not be enemies. This misunderstanding should be resolved. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with Xianxia's words. And this also explained where Jun Buffon was now and why he asked Xianxia to come here. Of course, Brother Buffon also asked me to bring this thing, saying that the Xianxia demon monarch would need it. At this time, Xianxia spoke again, and a brilliance flashed in his hand. A black heavenly blade that looked like it was forged from immortal gold appeared. It was flowing with brilliance and clanging sounds. It was so sharp that it seemed like it could cut through the sky at any time. The Xianxia heavenly blade. The Yue demon monarch's eyes narrowed, and there was a hint of joy in her voice. The Xianxia demon monarch also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been carefully considering the truth of Xianxia's words, and now he looked at Xianxia with a lot of relief. Since Jun Buffon had handed the Xianxia heavenly blade to Xianxia, it showed that he really trusted Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia did not covet the Xianxia heavenly blade, and his eyes did not linger on it for a moment. Such a natural and casual expression made the two think highly of him. After all, there were not many people in this world who would be indifferent in the face of an emperor weapon. Xianxia thanks the young master of the Gu clan for his kindness. The Xianxia demon monarch took the Xianxia heavenly blade from Xianxia, and he was more confident in dealing with the Scarlet Firmament demon monarch and the others. He could not help but smile a little. Asking for fresh flowers, Senior, you don't have to be so polite. I feel like old friends with Brother Buffon at first sight. He is such a magnanimous and upright person, and I will naturally do what he asks of me. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Hearing this, the Yue demon monarch could not help but look at Xianxia again. Such bearing and strength, he could only say that he was worthy of being the young master of the Longevity Gu clan. Such a person was really hard to find in the world. However, I have a presumptuous request, and I hope that the two seniors can answer my doubts. At this time, Xianxia suddenly spoke with a slightly puzzled face. Young master of the Gu clan, please speak. As long as it is something we know, we will naturally answer it for you. The Xianxia demon monarch said. Now that he had the Xianxia heavenly blade in hand, his mood was surging, and his aura was much more terrifying than usual. Xianxia's request was nothing to him. What is the truth behind the chaos of the demon realm 6,000 years ago? Xianxia asked. Hearing this, the Xianxia demon monarch and the Yue demon monarch looked at each other with a somewhat unnatural expression. What could they say about such a thing? Could they say that it was to set up a big plan to confuse the living beings of the demon realm? If the young master of the Gu clan wants to know the truth, please come with us. At this time, the Yue demon monarch answered in a different way instead of explaining directly. Since the two of you are unwilling to say more, then forget it. Xianxia looked indifferent. Actually, you should understand when you see it later. The Xianxia demon monarch shook his head slightly. Then, he stepped into the air, and a golden path appeared under his feet, extending into the distance. A terrifying aura, like a raging tide, covered the sky, and the entire space seemed to be unable to withstand this fluctuation and was about to explode. Seeing this, the Yue demon monarch also followed. In the blur of the void, he quickly followed. Guchong's eyes flashed with a strange light, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile of interest. He also quickly followed. 0-inch Xianyang, Yue, you are finally willing to show yourself? At the end of the distant world, a cold sneer sounded. It was very cold, but also had a hint of mockery. Accompanied by earth-shattering footsteps, an ancient godlike figure took a step forward. His body was filled with bloody light, like a surging sea of blood. Boom, he took a step forward, and a monstrous aura was released. The ground began to crumble, and light circulated. Death chi filled the air, and a bloody path to the sky seemed to appear behind him. This was a quasi-emperor existence. He was almost invincible as long as the emperors did not appear. He pointed a finger, and pitch-black flowers bloomed. The aura of the great Tao circulated, and rules shattered in the void like bloody flowers, tainted by endless bloody filth. This was the strongest attack of a quasi-emperor. The void collapsed, and all life was extinguished. It could destroy everything. One of the 6 emperors of the demon realm, the blood demon monarch. You dare to stop me? You escaped last time, but this time, you won't have such a good chance. The Xianxia demon monarch snorted coldly and slashed forward. The Xianxia heavenly blade buzzed, and an endless black light burst out to meet this attack. It wanted to destroy everything. Billions of bloody divine lights were dazzling, but they were annihilated and disappeared, leaving only a few ripples in the void. Xianxia heavenly blade? Your Tao attainment artifact? It was brought here? The blood demon monarch was shocked. With the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, some worlds would be pierced through with a finger. However, they were shattered and turned into dust. At the same time, a terrifying aura crushed over, as if to kill him. It's useless even if it was brought here. At this time, a figure with murderous intent appeared. It was the Scarlet Firmament Demon Monarch. He wore a black golden crown on his head and had a pair of red wings on his back. His speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the Emperor Realm aura recovered, and chaotic chi mist appeared on the top of his head. A terrifying and surging blood chi dragon appeared in the sky, breaking open the dome of the sky. The entire area began to riot. The chaotic light rushed into the sky, and a terrifying aura rose. The ground began to tremble, and then a terrifying rift valley appeared. It was going to sink under the Emperor Realm aura. The other quasi-emperors also appeared and attacked the Dark Moon Demon Monarch. A shocking battle broke out. The Xianxia Demon Monarch held the Xianxia Heavenly Blade and fought with the Scarlet Firmament Demon Monarch and the Blood Demon Monarch. If this world was not extremely stable, it would have been torn apart. Other than the Xianxia Demon Monarch and the Scarlet Firmament Demon Monarch, the rest were all quasi-emperors, but they were still shocking and terrifying. Such a battle was unimaginable, and it was enough to destroy everything. It was rumored that the Mirror Demon was a demon that was comparable to an immortal beast. It had a mirror world that could reflect a vast and real world. The rules here were also reflected. Otherwise, it would definitely collapse under the aura of the Emperor Realm existence. Looking at the battle that broke out here, Guchanga did not go near. Instead, he appeared on a mountain peak. His black robe fluttered, and there was a faint smile on his face. No one took a small quasi-supreme cultivator seriously, and they did not have time to care about him. The Xianxia Demon Monarch and the Dark Moon Demon Monarch did not expect him to help. Although the Scarlet Firmament Demon Monarch and the Blood Demon Monarch were surprised by his identity, they did not have the time to care. The origin of the world, so it's there. In Guchanga's eyes, black and white filled the air, and the aura of reincarnation intertwined. It was as if the 6 paths of heaven and earth had appeared, and many heavenly palaces, great stars, and immortal palaces were forming and collapsing. This scene was extremely shocking, and it gradually calmed down. Guchanga was not in a hurry. This battle had just begun, and it was not time for both sides to suffer. As the saying goes, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. He only needed to wait, and he would be able to pick the ripe fruit. Why not? But before that, he could use a little trick. After that, Guchanga quietly threw several jade talismans into the void in all directions. They turned into a chaotic fog, and many ancient celestial palaces could be seen within. They were extremely ancient and quickly disappeared. Thousands. Two terrifying figures whose height could not be seen stood at the edge of the world. Even the galaxy was falling from their hands. Chaotic mist surged, strand after strand, transforming into all types of extremely powerful immortal splendor. The Xianxia demon. Emperor's body was extremely strong as if it was made of immortal gold. His black hair was like a waterfall, slashing heaven and earth. Rumble. The Xianxia heavenly blade seemed to be able to split everything. It brandished an extremely powerful blade light and fought with the Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor. This battle was extremely terrifying. The Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor's strength was monstrous. He raised his hand and shot out tens of thousands of rays of red light, as if to drown heaven and earth. Vast divine light filled the air, containing incomparable destructive power. At the level of the Emperor realm, they were already standing at the peak of the world, looking down on the world. They were invincible in heaven and earth. Normally, it was impossible to see the battle between two Emperor realm existences. This was because the entire universe seemed to tremble along with their auras as they could easily overturn the heavens and earth and move the stars. If this place was not so special and firm, the shockwaves from their battle would definitely shake all directions. Even if you have an Emperor weapon, you are not a match for the three of us. Xianxia, give up. The Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor said coldly. A vast sky rushed out from the top of his head and pierced through the sky dome. The boundless blood light was like a heavy rain that covered the sky. He clenched his fist and smashed forward. His entire body was the most terrifying weapon. It made a clear trembling sound and collided with the Xianxia heavenly blade. Then, the wings on his back spread out and he quickly flew back. This was his powerful innate ability. After reaching the Emperor realm, it was the best in the world. Today, I will cut you down with my blade. The Xianxia Demon Emperor's eyes were equally cold. He charged forward, took out the Xianxia heavenly blade, and slashed across the infinite distance. At this moment, the Xianxia heavenly blade seemed to be recovering. A peerlessly powerful aura appeared, turning into a blade chi that covered the sky. This blade seemed to be able to split the universe. Seeing this scene, the Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor's expression changed. At the same time, he was furious. He had been at a disadvantage because he did not have a weapon in hand. This feeling made him sullen. He felt that the Xianxia Demon Emperor had an unfair advantage. However, he was not a simple person. With a roar, he took out his other weapons. Even though it couldn't compare to an Emperor artifact, its power still couldn't be underestimated. Then, they attacked with everything they had to stop this attack. However, it was futile against the Xianxia Heavenly Blade's attack. The black heavenly saber slashed down. His weapons, laws, divine abilities, Dao techniques, all of them collapsed, and cracks almost appeared on his body. Are you forcing me? After suffering such a big loss, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's face was very cold. He quickly appeared in the distance. He was using a forbidden art. Even at the Immortal Emperor realm, it could be considered a forbidden art. From this, one could see how terrifying it was. The next moment, Wang Yang's aura filled the space between his eyebrows. Then, a golden light appeared. Your primordial true feather. Seeing this, Xianxia Demon Emperor's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect you to have a trump card. In addition to the Scarlet Firmament Spear, you even refined your hardest primordial true feather into a weapon, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor sneered. I started refining this thing 1,000,000 years ago and have never really shown it to the world. Because once it appears, it will definitely be stained with Emperor blood. As his words fell, a golden feather broke out from between his eyebrows. There were all kinds of ancient and complicated patterns on it. It was very primitive, as if it contained all of his cultivation and comprehension. This aura descended between heaven and earth, as if it was going to shatter the sky. Chi. Then, the golden feather was like a peerless immortal sword. Its brilliant power was vast and shocking. It slashed toward the Xianxia demon emperor as if it was going to kill him here. Even with the Xianxia heavenly blade, it was still quite difficult for him to resist. His arm spasmed and collapsed because of the power, and bone fragments fell out. At the same time, his forehead cracked open, and his skull was almost pierced through. This was refined from the hardest primordial true feather in the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's body. It was indestructible and closely related to him. Its power was terrifying and even had the effect of killing one's primordial spirit. The Xianxia Demon Emperor looked solemn. He had underestimated the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's means. This is a good thing. Xianxia, who had been paying attention to the battle between the two, could not help but squint his eyes when he saw the golden feather. He was somewhat interested in it. Even with his insight, he could feel that it was a good thing. It could only mean that this golden feather was indeed extraordinary. The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's many divine abilities were condensed on it. The moment it was used, it was impossible to guard against. However, he did not pay much attention to it. He even watched the battle from a distance. At this point, the Xianxia Demon Emperor and the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor were fighting to the fullest. The Xianxia Demon Emperor thought that with the Xianxia heavenly blade in hand, victory was in his grasp. However, he did not expect the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's means to be so extraordinary. Many years ago, he began to refine his primordial true feather into a weapon. Although it was still far inferior to a real emperor weapon. In a short period of time, the two did not fall into a disadvantage. They continued to exchange injuries. Emperor blood splattered across the sky. Their injuries were shocking. At this time, the Serene Moon Demon Emperor, who was fighting the Blood Demon Emperor and the other Demon Emperor in the distance, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he was severely injured. He was no match for the two together. Just now, the other Demon Emperor and the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor were working together to deal with the Xianxia Demon Emperor. However, when they saw that the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor did not need any help, they turned to attack the Serene Moon Demon Emperor. Although the Serene Moon Demon Emperor was a boundary emperor, her cultivation was far inferior to the two. She could barely hold on in a one-on-one battle. However, if she was attacked by the two together, she would be severely injured in an instant. At this time, she was in a dangerous situation. She was constantly coughing out blood and was severely injured. Although she was using her strongest technique, she was helpless against the attacks of the two and was constantly sent flying. The Serene Moon Demon Emperor's strength is the weakest among them. It is said that she is the sworn sister of the Xianxia Demon Emperor. It was also thanks to the Xianxia Demon Emperor that she was able to break through to the Boundary Emperor realm. Xianxia's gaze swept across the void. He had just placed many jade talismans and hidden them. At this time, everyone was fighting, so it was naturally difficult to find them. However, he still did not choose to attack. It was not the final moment yet. None of the 5 emperors were easy to deal with. He could see that although the Serene Moon Demon Emperor was constantly coughing out blood, her aura was not chaotic. This meant that she was not panicking. She was very calm and was waiting for the right time to strike. In order to prevent the 5 emperors from escaping, Xianxia was still at the gate of life. He was using his innate God's will to guard the Great Tao treasure bottle. From the beginning, the 5 emperors had no chance of winning this shocking chess game. Rumble. An unimaginable battle continued. Evil winds howled and waves of blood filled the sky. The aura of the entire heaven and earth changed. Many divine skills were displayed and many supreme divine skills were being used. The Xianxia Demon Emperor and the Crimson Heaven Demon Emperor were covered in blood. They were crazed from the battle and did not look like emperors at all. Now is the time. The Serene Moon Demon Emperor, who was constantly coughing out blood, had a cold look in her eyes. She finally found the opportunity to display her supreme technique. Endless divine light was faintly discernible. A huge black shadow flew across the sky, roaring and shaking the sky. Then, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the other peerless ferocious beasts released their divine fire and rushed into the 9 heavens. Her expression was cold as she formed hand seals. Although she was covered in blood, it could not hide her ruthlessness. A black whirlwind swept through the sky. A terrifying aura filled the air, making the Blood Demon Emperor and the other Demon Emperor feel uneasy. In the eye of the whirlwind stood a giant beast. A terrifying divine deer was looking down on them. A phantom image appeared, intimidating everyone. Don't be scared by her. Let's fight it out with her. She is not our match. The Blood Demon Emperor's expression was cold. He knew how terrifying this move was, but he did not care at all. His body shone, and a large hand pushed forward. However, the other Demon Emperor was not having a good time. His body cracked open. He was almost penetrated by the Serene Moon Demon Emperor's attack. His sea of laws boiled and was eventually drowned out. Kill her. He rushed out from within, letting out a low roar. His face was cold because of the pain. Under this attack, his body was almost penetrated. He continuously coughed out blood as he was sent flying. At this time, everyone's hair was dyed red. It was as if they were going to kill until this realm collapsed. The Blood Demon Emperor raised his palm, which turned into a large black palm print and sent the Serene Moon Demon Emperor flying. His body exploded, and the blood of a quasi-emperor splattered across the sky, destroying millions of miles of mountains and rivers. However, he was not having a good time either. He was hit by one of the Serene Moon Demon Emperor's secret spiritual techniques. His forehead split open, and a third of his primordial spirit was destroyed. This was the Serene Moon Divine Deer's innate skill. It was an extremely powerful spiritual attack, and even a quasi-emperor could not escape. The battle lasted for an entire day and night. Countless moves were exchanged. In the past, it was not uncommon for emperors to fight for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. However, the situation was critical now. The world's origin could mature at any time. Everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. Finally, the battle came to an end. The Serene Moon Demon Emperor was the first to come to an end. Her body exploded. Her primordial spirit wrapped around her life origin and fled, turning into a divine light to leave this place. The Blood Demon Emperor and the other Demon Emperor were not having a good time either. They were heavily injured and were quickly recovering. She escaped? Or did she do it on purpose? Guchanga looked at the fleeing Serene Moon Demon Emperor. His expression did not change. He pondered for a while and put her down for the time being. Whether it was intentional or not, it did not affect him at all. Then, he looked at the Xianxia Demon Emperor with a strange look in his eyes. The Xianxia Heavenly Blade was not that easy to deal with. At this point, it was time for him to reel in the net. What's going on? How is this possible? The Xianxia Heavenly Blade is not listening to me. At this moment, the Xianxia Demon Emperor, who was locked in battle with the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor, suddenly changed his expression. He was in disbelief. That was because he felt the Xianxia Heavenly Blade in his hand emitting a clear and melodious sound. A terrifying force came from it, wanting to shatter his internal organs. At the same time, it strongly resisted his control and did not want to be controlled. This feeling was too sudden. He was caught off guard and could not believe it. One had to know that in a battle of life and death, there was only a thin line. It was just a matter of a moment, but it could decide many things, including life and death. By the time the Xianxia Demon Emperor reacted, it was already too late. Poof. Seeing this, although the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor was a little confused, he did not want to let go of such a good opportunity. He sneered and once again summoned the primordial true feather. Golden light flashed, incomparably dazzling, cutting through the void as if it came from outside the boundless universe. The primordial true feather was like an immortal sword, piercing through the Xianxia Demon Emperor's forehead. Immediately, bone fragments flew everywhere, and the top of his head exploded. A terrifying emperor's aura surged, and his face was a bloody mess. It had to be said that as an emperor, the Xianxia Demon Emperor's cultivation was unparalleled. Even if the primordial true feather pierced through the forehead, it was only the cheekbone that cracked, and it was difficult to reach the back. Ah, the Xianxia Demon Emperor roared. His face was blurred, and the aura around him was boiling as he tried to resist. He did not know why, but the Xianxia Heavenly Blade that had accompanied him for countless years wanted to break free from his hand at this critical moment. No matter what, you must die today. Seeing this, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor once again urged his magic power and sneered. He wanted to use the primordial true feather to destroy the Xianyang Demon Emperor's divine soul. He could also see that the Xianyang heavenly blade was resisting, and it was not as docile as before. Although he did not know the reason, it was an extremely good opportunity for him. The primordial true feather was extremely terrifying, and it was formed by his cultivation. In terms of offensive power, it was stronger than the scarlet firmament spear. At this moment, the white bone cracked open again, and a vast wave spread out, turning into a golden sword that was about to destroy the Xianyang Demon Emperor's divine soul. Poof! However, the next moment, the Xianyang Demon Emperor's body suddenly boiled, and his qi and blood flowed backward, as dazzling as the sun, gathering in the middle of his forehead. He was using the life-forbidden technique, intending to fight to the death with the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. The Xianyang Demon Emperor roared. At the same time, he held the Xianyang Heavenly Blade again, and regardless of its resistance, he slashed at the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor. This attack was far more powerful than his previous attacks. It was as if he could split open the universe in front of him. Are you going to die with me? It's not up to you. The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor saw through his intention. His eyes were cold as he activated his strongest attack, intending to resist. The Blood Demon Emperor and the other Demon Emperor's expressions changed abruptly, feeling the horror of this technique. They did not have time to heal their injuries and began to leave this place, fearing that they would be affected. Dong. Here, infinite light erupted as the Xianyang Demon Emperor used the Forbidden Life technique. It was as if the universe had collapsed, and it was dazzling and brilliant. The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor let out a muffled groan, and his body was almost broken in half. Fortunately, he retreated in time and avoided the critical blow. Ha ha ha, Xianyang, you can't beat me after all. I have won this battle, and the world's origin is mine. You will die here, and from now on, I will be the sole ruler of the demon realm. He looked at the Xianyang Demon Emperor's tattered body, and could not help but laugh wildly. Obviously, he had the appearance of a victor. How is this possible? How could there be a problem with the Xianyang Heavenly Blade? The Xianyang Demon Emperor's aura was weak, and there was not a spot on his body that was unharmed. At this moment, he still could not believe that the weapon that had accompanied him for so many years would be damaged. If not, how could he be defeated and even be in danger of dying? At this moment, the Xianyang Demon Emperor suddenly thought of something. He turned his head with difficulty and looked in a certain direction, as if he was looking for a figure. Puff, suddenly, a black halberd appeared in the void, surrounded by the aura of destruction and the great Tao. Demonic chi filled the sky and pierced through heaven and earth. Suddenly, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor, who was laughing wildly, was pierced through the void. A terrifying bloody hole ran through his body, almost tearing him apart. I don't think so. You'd better stay here and accompany the Xianyang Demon Emperor. A young man's voice sounded, with a hint of mockery. The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Blood continued to spurt out, accompanied by the light of the Emperor realm. He turned his head in disbelief, and his eyes widened. He could not believe that someone would attack him at this time. A terrifying chill swept through his divine soul. Even if he had an emperor body, it was indestructible. But under the black halberd, it was as fragile as a piece of paper and was easily torn apart. This kind of power was horrifying and unimaginable. Who the hell are you? The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's face was extremely ugly. Before this, he had actually noticed Xianxia, but he did not pay much attention to him, thinking that he was in cahoots with the Xianyang Demon Emperor. Although Xianxia's cultivation was extraordinary, in front of an emperor realm existence, what was the use? However, he did not expect that when he was at his most careless and was seriously injured, it was Xianxia who suddenly attacked and gave him such a fatal blow. Young Master Gu, you also tampered with the Xianyang Heavenly Blade, you are so calculating. From the beginning, you have been scheming against us. To think that I actually trusted you. Seeing this scene, the Xianyang Demon Emperor also understood, and a chill appeared on his back. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia had been concealing his purpose, deceiving them, and making them lower their guard. Even the Xianyang Heavenly Blade was tampered with. Including him and the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor, they were all schemed against by Xianxia, but unfortunately, they were unaware of it. Senior Xianxia Demon Emperor, it's not too late to understand. This junior will accept your source energy. Guchanga smiled faintly, but his eyes were deep and unperturbed. This kind of thing that was predestined from the beginning could not cause the slightest change in his heart. Hearing this, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor, whose body was pierced by the 8 Desolation Demon halberd, also understood the whole story. It turned out that not only him, but even the Xianxia Demon Emperor was also schemed against by this young man in front of him. This made him laugh out loud, full of self-mockery. As an emperor, even at this moment, he had a kind of temperament that made people admire him. I didn't expect that we, who had been invincible in the demon realm for a lifetime, would fall in the hands of such a junior in the end. How ironic. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The younger generation will surpass us in time. As he spoke, blood with imperial splendor appeared on his wound again. Strands of divine light intertwined there, trying to connect the wound and heal it. However, the 8 Desolation Demon halberd contained the absolute power to destroy the world, and it easily destroyed all his vitality. This kind of power was too strong and overbearing, annihilating all matter and existence in front of it. Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor, you flatter me. This junior just casually picked up a bargain. Guchanga looked calm and understated. This is nothing. At this time, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's eyes suddenly turned cold. He stared at him and said, "Who are you?" The weapon in your hand reminds me of a taboo rumor that should have been buried in the long river of time. His heart trembled slightly. This young man's strength and cultivation were simply too strong. Even the ancient books did not dare to record this. Senior, don't you think you're talking too much nonsense? Guchanga did not answer. His arm turned slightly, and the 8 Desolation Demon halberd suddenly slashed horizontally, erupting with an incomparably terrifying divine power. You. The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's expression changed abruptly, almost unable to believe this scene. The imperial splendor collapsed, and then with a loud bang, it collapsed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. As an existence of the Emperor realm, it was difficult to bury the heavens and destroy the earth. Even if his body was split into pieces and buried in the 4 poles of heaven and earth, he could still be resurrected in this world. However, under the destructive aura of the 8 Desolation Demon halberd, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's aura was instantly annihilated. It's your turn, Senior Xianxia. Guchanga's expression did not change. He looked at the Xianxia Demon Emperor, whose expression had changed abruptly. The 8 Desolation Demon halberd was surrounded by bloody light, and its fierce aura covered the heavens, as if the dome of heaven was about to collapse. If the two of them were not seriously injured, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. Whether it was the Xianxia Demon Emperor or the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor, their cultivation was unfathomable. Even if they were not as strong as the Violet Mansion Great Elder, they were not far away. Don't worry, you can't run away either. Guchanga looked at the Blood Demon the Arch and the other Demon the Arch on the other side, whose expressions changed drastically. Suddenly, the void in all directions suddenly froze, followed by a vast fluctuation. Chaotic chi surged. Heavenly palaces, immortal palaces, divine buildings. Many towering divine objects appeared, covering all directions. Surging divine light burst out from it, completely enveloping this place. Heaven and earth turned into nothingness, turning into a muddle-headed land. Heaven sealing earth-locking formation. The Blood Demon the Arch recognized this formation, and his expression changed rapidly. At this moment, he was already severely injured. If he was at his peak, he could easily break this formation. But now, he obviously couldn't do it. Even if he could, it would take time. By then, Guchanga would have dealt with the Xianxia Demon the Arch and come to deal with him. After witnessing the death of the Crimson Firmament Demon the Arch, the Blood Demon the Arch didn't dare to underestimate Guchanga at all. Even if the Crimson Firmament Demon the Arch was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he wasn't so easy to deal with. He could extract the origin of the laws of the universe at any time to recover to his peak. However, he was easily destroyed by Guchanga's terrifying halberd. Let's fight it out with him. Otherwise, we won't have any chance of survival later. The Blood Demon the Arch was very decisive and used his current strongest technique. Behind him, a bloody light soared into the sky as if it could pierce through this universe, the rain of blood surged and bloomed in the void, forming many beautiful yet terrifying flowers of blood. It was as if many ancient worlds were evolving within them, containing boundless and boundless power. With this vast power, he pressed forward with crushing force. Do you still have the ability to resist now? Guchanga didn't care. His expression was very cold. The 8 Desolation demon halberd swept across, and the black light was like a monstrous wave, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Many worlds collapsed and turned into ashes. Resistance was futile. It directly split the blood demon the Arch in half. The other demon the Arch was terrified and stunned by this scene. Although they were seriously injured, it was easy for them to kill supreme beings. However, in the hands of Guchanga, they couldn't resist at all. Although the weapon was very terrifying, it also showed that Guchanga's strength was enough. You said that you and my son hit it off at first sight. Then, where is Buffon now? Seeing this scene, Xianxia Demon Sovereign's face grew colder and colder. He knew that he couldn't escape today, but he still had doubts in his heart. How did Guchanga obtain the profound Yang Heavenly Blade and successfully enter this place? Your son? If you go down to look for him now, you might be able to meet him on the Yellow Springs Road. When Guchanga heard this, he only smiled faintly. You killed my son? Profound Sun Demon Overlord's heart was filled with hatred. As a demon overlord, this was the first time he hated someone so much. Even his old rival, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Overlord, was not this deep. You are so vicious. If I don't die. Puff, however, Guchanga did not allow him to finish his sentence. With a shake of his arm, the 8 Desolation Demon halberd cleaved the Demon Monarch into 2 halves. Even though the Xianxia Demon Monarch tried to resist at the last moment, it was futile. Then, the 8 Desolation Demon halberd rushed out from his hand. With a flash of black light, it charged towards the trembling demon overlord in the distance. Blood rained down, and the great Tao rules were broken. Soon, peace was restored to this place. Profound Yang Heavenly Blade, Primordial True Feather, Guchanga's smile was somewhat mocking as he descended from the sky. A golden light flashed in the distance, and the Primordial True Feather fell into his hand. It was sharp and contained many simple Tao runes and patterns. The hardest true feather of an Emperor Realm existence. Then, a terrifying grey fog began to appear, covering the sky. And the sun. In a trance, there seemed to be a bottomless black hole appearing between heaven and earth, enveloping all directions and swallowing everything. Guchanga sat there cross-legged. His 6 trillion cells seemed to have awakened at the same time. His bones, lungs, blood, and flesh all gushed out rolling chi and blood. Fragments of the long river of time appeared behind him. Vaguely, a figure with a vague face that covered the heavens could be seen merging with him. Countless great Tao runes fell, condensing into a great Tao treasure bottle. Many origins gathered, especially the origins of the 2 Emperor Realm existences. They were even more obvious and dazzling, containing the meaning of 5 colors. They even condensed into their figures, carrying their fates and true spirits that had not dissipated. However, Guchanga's expression remained cold and indifferent. His aura was constantly changing. This time, his harvest could be said to be not small. Because his comprehension of the origin of laws had long broken through the bottleneck of the realm and reached another world. Now, what was lacking was only cultivation. Late stage quasi-supreme, peak, supreme realm. Early stage, mid-stage, Emperor realm origins were extremely rare, but for Guchanga, it was still not enough. In the end, it only lasted until he broke through to the mid-stage of the Supreme. No matter how heaven-defying the forbidden demonic art was, it was impossible to recreate an Emperor Realm existence with just an Emperor Realm origin. Not to mention that the origin he needed to devour was calculated in a sea of numbers. However, the many cultivation insights and divine powers contained in it were precious. If the world origin here matures, it will be enough for me to touch the threshold of the peak of the Supreme. Then, Guchanga stood up. The many terrifying phenomena here disappeared, and peace was restored. Other than the traces of the previous battle, there was no abnormality. 4 demon emperors had died here, including the 2 true Emperor Realm existences. Even their corpses had turned to ashes. If this happened in the outside world, it would definitely be a shocking event that would shock everyone. However, other than him, no one else knew. After all, to the outside world, the 6 demon emperors had died and disappeared 6,000 years ago. No one would care about this kind of thing. If I didn't take advantage of their infighting, I'm afraid this matter would not be so easy. Then, Xianxia turned into a divine light and chased in the direction that the Dark Moon Demon Emperor had escaped. The matter of the world origin was not urgent for the time being. After all, he was the only one in the huge mirror world. In Xianxia's eyes, the Dark Moon Demon Emperor was now a dead man. At this moment, in the stone cave that was overflowing with multicolored light, the Dark Moon Demon Emperor's face was a little pale, but her eyes were unusually calm. She sat there cross-legged and began to heal her injuries. With her strength, there was no need for her to be in such a sorry state when she was besieged by 2 people. However, in order to let the Xianxia Demon Emperor, Xiao Demon Emperor, and the others let down their guard, she had no choice but to do so. After all, her cultivation was at the bottom of the pile in everyone's eyes. The Xiao Demon Emperor and the others naturally did not see her as a big threat. Only by maintaining their strength and trump cards could they have a share of the spoils when the world origin matured. If not, she had a chance to leave this world and escape through the gate of life. Brother Xianxia, don't blame me for abandoning you and escaping. With my strength, I couldn't help you much even if I stayed there. If anything happens to you, I will help you take care of your child, Jun Bufan, after I get out. However, you have the Xianxia Heavenly Blade in hand. I'm sure they can't do anything to you, the Dark Moon Demon Emperor sighed faintly. If not for the fetters in her heart, she would not have done this. Then, a light appeared in between her eyebrows. A sealed palace appeared, and a dazzling immortal robe fell out. Many rules flashed on it. It was sacred and had an aura of immortality. This was an immortal robe. Legend had it that it was made by an innate god during the ancient times of the demon realm. It could withstand the attacks of an emperor. This was her trump card. Since she had made an agreement with the other 5 emperors to come to this world, she naturally had to make many preparations. The Xianxia Demon Emperor wanted to use his son, Jun Bufan, as a backup plan to send his Dao weapon, the Xianxia Heavenly Blade, into this world. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor naturally had a plan, but she hid it very well. Even the Xianxia Demon Emperor, who treated her like a sister, did not know about this. Just as the Dark Moon Demon Emperor was about to put on the immortal robe, there was a sudden fluctuation in the cave abode. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor frowned. She was suspicious and vigilant. Who had secretly followed her all the way here? Xianxia, Xiao, and the others are fighting. The blood demon should not be able to free himself to chase after me. A light flashed in the Dark Moon Demon Emperor's hand. A light blue staff appeared. It looked like it was made of immortal blue gold and shone like stars. But soon, she sensed the aura of the person and was even more confused. Young Master Gu. Why did you chase after me? The Dark Moon Demon Emperor stood up and walked out. She put away the immortal robe and looked calm. Outside the cave abode, Xianxia landed from the sky. Senior Dark Moon, how are your injuries? I have quite a few healing panaceas in my hands. If you need them, I'll leave them here. He spoke first with a natural smile, as if he knew what the Dark Moon Demon Emperor wanted to ask. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor shook her head slightly. She stared at him as if she wanted to see through him. Why did you follow me all the way here? She asked again. She was indifferent to Xianxia's words. At the same time, a terrifying Boundary Emperor's aura appeared. The void trembled as if it would collapse at any time. I saw that Senior Dark Moon's injuries were serious and was worried. That's why I chased after you. Of course, I was also worried that I would be injured by the shockwaves from the battle. Xianxia did not seem to care about the Dark Moon Demon Emperor's aura and smiled casually. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor believed him a little after hearing this explanation. She did not think that Xianxia would be so stupid as to continue staying there after seeing that the Xianxia Demon Emperor was at a disadvantage. How was the battle when you left? She could not help but ask. How was the battle? I think that Senior Dark Moon should go and take a look yourself. Xianxia said with a smile. Or you can go and ask them yourself. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor suddenly felt a terrifying murderous aura. Her expression changed and she immediately took out the immortal robe. However, Guchanga was faster than her. A golden light flashed under his sleeve. The primordial true feather was like an unsheathed immortal sword. It pierced through the void and slashed towards her forehead. How dare you? The Dark Moon Demon Emperor's expression changed. She never thought that Guchanga would suddenly attack and try to kill her. In an instant, the cave residence collapsed. She quickly flew towards the sky and felt a terrifying chill. Guchanga's strength was beyond her imagination. She was a third heaven boundary emperor. However, she felt that he was unfathomable. He was even more terrifying than when she first saw him. What happened in just a few days, or was it that Guchanga had been hiding his true strength before this? The Dark Moon Demon Emperor was shocked. Her immortal robe flowed with light and blocked the golden feather that Guchanga had taken out. However, she did not feel good either. Her blood churned as she took a few steps back and coughed out blood. This is the Scarlet Heaven Demon Emperor's primordial true feather. How did it end up in your hands? However, what shocked her even more was that the golden feather in front of her was the primordial true feather that the Scarlet Heaven Demon Emperor had taken out when he fought with the Xianxia Demon Emperor. This was the hardest feather on the Scarlet Heaven Demon Emperor's body. He had nurtured it for countless years and its power was no weaker than that of an emperor weapon. What happened? After I escaped, did you kill the Xianxia Demon Emperor, the Scarlet Heaven Demon Emperor, and the others? The Dark Moon Demon Emperor was shocked and felt her scalp go numb. This kind of thing made her feel as if the sky was falling down on her. How did Guchanga do it? Otherwise, what else could it be? He can't even kill a third heaven boundary emperor. It seems that this is all there is to it. However, that robe of yours is a little special. So that's why. However, Guchanga did not answer the Dark Moon Demon Emperor's question. Instead, he regretfully took back the primordial true feather. His gaze fell on the immortal robe that was emitting a hazy glow. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor felt a chill run down her spine and her divine spirit trembled. This was the first time she felt fear from a young man. Are you going to kill yourself or do you want me to help you? Guchanga glanced at her and said in a light tone, as if she was asking a trifle whether she wanted to eat or not. The Xianxia Demon Emperor, the Scarlet Heaven Demon Emperor, and the others all died at your hands? The Dark Moon Demon Emperor's voice trembled uncontrollably. She did not dare to imagine how such a thing had happened. Even if Guchanga had unfathomable means, it was impossible for him to kill two emperors. This was simply a fantasy story. However, the Scarlet Heaven Demon Emperor's primordial true feather was in Guchanga's hands. If you want to know, go down and ask them. The Xianxia Heavenly Saber appeared in Guchanga's hand again. With a clang, the terrifying saber chi seemed to be able to split open the universe. I have no feud with you. Why do you want to kill me? The Dark Moon Demon Emperor felt a chill run down her spine. She circulated many laws and was not sure if the immortal robe could block Guchanga's attack. Do I need a reason for this? Guchanga swung his saber down. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor coughed out blood again. The light on the immortal robe dimmed, and many runes were destroyed. All the methods she used were reduced to ashes at 760, and all her efforts were in vain. The scene made the Dark Moon Demon Emperor despair. She had already recovered from most of her injuries. However, in front of this young man, she could not resist at all. He was so powerful that it made her despair. I can offer my neck and give you this undying divine robe, but can you promise me one thing? Otherwise, I'd rather self-destruct and destroy the robe than let you have it. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor gritted her teeth. At this point, this was the only way she could think of. She believed that as long as Guchanga was not stupid, he would know what was good for him. What is it? Guchanga said calmly. He was indeed interested in the immortal robe. It was a defensive attribute supreme treasure that could fight against emperors. It was rare even among the many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies. Although he had no use for it, Yu Mingkong would like it. This should be a simple request for you. I just want to ask you to help me pass a message to my daughter, Xiao. For the past 6,000 years, The Dark Moon Demon Emperor smiled bitterly. She seemed to have accepted her fate and stopped struggling. What she wanted the most now was to leave this place and tell her daughter everything she had done for the past 6,000 years, and ask for her forgiveness. No need. Gu Chang'e frowned and interrupted her. You can say those words to her yourself. He did not like to leave anyone alive. The secrets of the 6 emperors should be buried here. Although the Dark Moon Demon Emperor was Xiao's mother, she was just an insignificant passerby in his eyes. Empress Xiao was at most a tool to him. Gu Chang'e would not waste too much emotion on her. However, sometimes, he would still consider Xiao's feelings. After all, now that the Dark Moon Demon Emperor had said so, he could not be bothered to do anything else and leave Xiao as a memento. If the Dark Moon Demon Emperor had no feelings for Xiao, then Gu Chang'e would be more than happy to help her get rid of those feelings. Hearing this, the Dark Moon Demon Emperor was stunned. Then, her face turned pale and blood drained from her face. She looked sorrowful and said in a trembling voice, "Did you kill my daughter, Xiao?" In her opinion, Gu Chang'e meant to send her on her way and tell Xiao personally. Didn't this mean that Xiao had died before her? Gu Chang'e looked at her strangely and kept the Xianyang heavenly blade. He said calmly, "I didn't kill your daughter, and I won't kill you. You just have to watch your mouth." Hearing this, the Dark Moon Demon Emperor was stunned. She could not believe that Gu Chang'e's attitude would change so quickly. Just a moment ago, he looked like he was going to kill her, but now he did not want to kill her. However, she did not dare to ask about this. She vaguely guessed that it might have something to do with her daughter, Xiao. "Thank you, young Master Gu, for not killing me. Don't worry, I will not tell anyone what happened here. I swear on my Tao heart that if I break this oath, I will be destroyed by heaven and earth, and will never be reincarnated." The Dark Moon Demon Emperor's attitude towards Gu Chang'e was much more respectful. After making the oath, she handed over the immortal divine robe. She was not someone who did not know what was good for her. Surviving was more important than anything else. Gu Chang'e was not very interested in the Dark Moon Demon Emperor's oath. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor was not stupid. She had no evidence to say that the other demon emperors had died at the hands of Gu Chang'e. On the contrary, she could not explain this matter and might as well continue to hide it. Moreover, the consequences of offending Gu Chang'e did not need to be said. On the other hand, although the Dark Moon Demon Emperor would not gain any benefits from this, she would be the only demon emperor left in the vast demon realm. This was a good thing for Empress Xiao. For 6,000 years, she had used the name of the Dark Moon Demon Emperor to intimidate and quell many rebellions. However, as time passed, she might arouse suspicion. "Wait for me at the Gate of Life." Gu Chang'e did not let the Dark Moon Demon Emperor follow him. After he finished speaking, he went alone to the abyss where the world's origin was. Yes. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor nodded and heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Gu Chang'e leave. She had never dared to imagine trembling in fear because of a junior. She did not dare to disobey Gu Chang'e's orders, so she turned into a divine rainbow and went to the Gate of Life. She was worried that she would arouse Gu Chang'e's suspicion if she followed him to the world's origin. This was good. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Xiao this time. The young master of the Gu clan obviously let me go because of Xiao. She sighed faintly, not knowing whether to rejoice or laugh bitterly. Gu Chang'e stopped in front of the abyss. He raised his eyebrows slightly as he watched the void in front of him begin to collapse with a vast force emerging from it. Wisps of immortal mist gushed out from it and then transformed into various strange beasts, as well as the figures of living beings who had once set foot in this place. However, these were only scenes of the past and did not exist in the present. It was unknown how long ago they had been there. Is this the power of the world's origin? Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. She felt that all her cells were somewhat restless at this moment. This was the devouring intent when encountering a supreme origin. Even the quasi-emperor origin sources and emperor realm origin sources would not be like this. This could only mean that the world's origin was indeed extraordinary. It was one of the most miraculous powers in the world, and it could even give birth to many strange energies. This kind of power was supreme and majestic, and one could even hear the rumbling sound of the world spinning from it. Ripples appeared in the void, and in an instant, it caused the nearby hills to split open. The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor and the others had sat cross-legged in this place for thousands of years, and even their cultivation had changed. When the world's origin matured, the demon realm might change and evolve to a higher level of the world. Xianxia naturally didn't want to wait until then. This was the good fortune of the demon realm, it had nothing to do with him. What he valued was the benefits that this world's origin would bring him. Among them, the most direct one was to increase his cultivation level. If some ancient existence were to witness this scene, I'm afraid they would think that I'm wasting God's gift. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Now, the world's origin was already trembling violently. Strands of supreme aura gushed out from it and swept through all directions. The entire mirror world seemed to be unable to continue to hold it. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't stay any longer and stepped forward. The void in front of him seemed to have opened a door that led directly to the abyss below. His body glowed, and even his hair was golden. Majestic and vast five-colored divine light fell down, resisting this world's aura. Even the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor and the others didn't dare to go in under this pressure. They had to wait until the world's origin matured and all the pressure weakened to the lowest point before taking action. This wasn't a problem for Xianxia. He found the flaw in the space and directly connected to the deepest area. Buzz. Soon, a monstrous aura erupted from this place. It was as if there were ancient and majestic worlds flowing under the abyss. In the rumbling sound, there was chaotic air gushing out, and the sun, moon, and stars were rotating. Even if the void door was there, it was difficult to maintain and collapsed almost instantly. However, Xianxia's movements were very fast. The moment he stepped into the depths, he found the exact location of the world's origin. His 5 fingers glowed, and runes of the great Tao shot out, breaking through the world's aura. He saw a huge source of light that was like a star. The aura of the great Tao filled the air, and chaotic fog wrapped around it. Countless divine chains of rules intertwined, bobbing up and down there. Xianxia opened his mouth and roared. Black light shrouded the sky, like a river of stars falling down, drowning that place. The world's origin didn't have self-consciousness. It was just resisting instinctively, but layers of runes of the great Tao formed chains, firmly sealing it in this place. At this moment, a huge commotion occurred in the demon realm outside the mirror world. A terrifying phenomenon appeared in the sky, as if there were flames burning. The sky collapsed and fell like meteors. What is this? Could it be that we are going to be wiped out? Is a disaster falling from the sky? All the demon clan creatures in the 9 regions looked at this scene in shock. Their hearts were filled with fear as if they were facing a natural disaster. In this terrifying aura, they were as small as ants, and their souls were trembling. It was as if the sky was about to collapse, crushing all the creatures in the demon realm to death. It was as if the final catastrophe was coming. In the palace, Empress Xiao's figure moved and appeared in the sky. She looked at this scene from afar, frowning. Countless creatures in the demon realm knelt inside. Some were pious, some were fearful, and some were in despair. What happened? Why did it suddenly become like this? Empress Xiao was puzzled. Although this scene looked extremely frightening, with her cultivation, she could see clearly that this was just a phenomenon. This wasn't what was really happening. It was just a phenomenon caused by a certain place that was reflected in the sky for all the creatures in the demon realm to see. Could it be related to Xianxia's purpose in coming to the demon realm? Her first reaction was that it had something to do with Xianxia. Xianxia had disappeared for half a month. In this half a month, she followed his instructions and didn't interfere in anything. She dealt with her memorials and state affairs obediently. But at this moment, Empress Xiao couldn't help but feel shocked. She faintly felt that this matter had something to do with the secret of the demon realm. This phenomenon appeared very quickly, but it lasted for a full half a month. In this half a month, the huge demon realm was in a state of panic. Many people were extremely worried, feeling that a great disaster was about to befall the demon realm. However, they found that these terrifying phenomena didn't really exist, but were just reflections in the sky. Many people gradually got used to it and calmed down, but they were still a little curious about the reason. Jiang Luoshan, Bai Lian Tianze, and the others were waiting at the gate of life. They naturally noticed the phenomenon in the demon realm, and they also felt an intense and terrifying fluctuation under the gate of life. It was ancient and majestic, as if it was about to rush out of the sky. However, in the next moment, a monstrous ferocious aura spread out from the depths of the ancient well, as if a hidden supreme true demon was waking up and walking out, suppressing this terrifying fluctuation. This made everyone's hearts tremble, and their souls couldn't help but feel fear. Under this monstrous aura, even Bai Lian, who had reached the peak of the quasi-supreme realm, felt like she was an ant that could be crushed at any time. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but guess what Xianxia had left behind. After waiting for a few days at the gate of death and not seeing Xianxia leave, they turned back to this place, feeling that he might come out in the end. Now, feeling the ferocious aura under the ancient well, no one dared to get close and stayed very far away. "Sister, what is under the ancient well? Is it really the exit of that world?" Jun Fan's face was pale, and his heart was full of despair. During this period of time, he had thought of many ways to escape, but Bai Lian saw through them all. Moreover, he had a bad premonition that something bad was going to happen to his father. "Father gave this place to me and told me to guard it. I feel that if father wants to leave, he will come out in the end. Let's wait a little longer." Jun Ruashi's expression was very calm. In fact, she had already released Xianxia's seal in the past few days, because Xianxia didn't care too much at that time. She relied on the uniqueness of this place to secretly release the seal, and even Jun Fan didn't know. Now, she was waiting for the time to give everyone a surprise attack and save Jun Fan. Hearing this, Jun Fan nodded, but his heart was already full of despair, and he couldn't find any other way. Just as everyone was feeling different, a fluctuation suddenly came from under the ancient well. At the same time, a divine light pierced through the sky, and it was incomparably terrifying. This scene made Jun Fan and Jun Ruashi feel hopeful, and they couldn't help but look over. "He's come out?" Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. They had waited here for almost a month. Calculating the time, regardless of whether Xianxia succeeded or failed, he should have come out. Jiang Luoshan, Tianze, Song Yue, Jun Yao, and the others all looked over. They felt that the matchless power in the ancient well seemed to be dissipating, and the terrifying aura that shrouded heaven and earth was quickly receding like the tide. Above the ancient well, a figure was the first to walk out. He was wearing a long moon-colored robe and had a terrifying quasi-emperor aura around him. Demon Emperor Yue, Jun Fan and Jun Ruashi recognized him and were somewhat delighted. Since the Demon Emperor Yue had come out, then wouldn't their father, the Xianxia Demon Emperor, be behind him? Jun Ruashi, the Demon Emperor Yue didn't expect that there would be so many people outside the ancient well, especially Jun Ruashi, who she recognized. The young man beside her must be Jun Bufan. However, she sighed faintly in her heart, and her expression returned to indifference, as if she didn't see them. This scene made Jun Ruashi and Jun Fan's expressions change. They felt that something was wrong. "This is Empress Xiao's mother, the former Demon Emperor Yue." Jun Yao and Song Yue's expressions were somewhat incredulous. They didn't know what was hidden in the ancient well. Now, the Demon Emperor Yue, who had disappeared for more than 6,000 years, had walked out. "What's wrong? Are you very surprised?" Xianxia's figure followed behind the Demon Emperor Yue. At this time, he also came out of the ancient well. He swept a glance at everyone, and finally landed on Jun Fan and Jun Ruashi. "Xianxia, where's my father?" Jun Fan's pupils shrank, and his expression turned cold. The premonition in his heart grew stronger. Why did the Demon Emperor Yue come out, but not his father? "You ask me, how would I know? Didn't the Xianxia Demon Emperor die 6,000 years ago?" Xianxia shook his head slightly, and his tone was somewhat helpless and regretful. "It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see the Xianxia Demon Emperor. Otherwise, I would have been able to see his invincible demeanor and see how he used to look down on the demon realm." "You." Jun Fan's expression was incomparably ugly. Jun Ruashi's expression was also ugly, and she even felt despair. Unexpectedly, their father didn't come out with the Demon Emperor Yue. What had happened in the past 6,000 years? Why did the Demon Emperor Yue ignore them? Could it be that their father had really died? Moreover, she felt that Xianxia had seen through her means, so she didn't dare to act rashly. Return to the imperial capital. Xianxia looked at Bai Lian, Jiang Luoshan and the others. After devouring the world's origin, his cultivation had broken through again. He had reached the peak of the supremacy realm, and was only one step away from the quasi-emperor realm. Although the process was somewhat difficult and took a lot of time and means, it didn't disappoint him. Bai Lianer also clearly noticed that Guchanga was now many times stronger than before. If he was unfathomable before, then he was now as vast as the ocean and unfathomable. Although Jiang Luotian didn't see it as clearly as Bai Lianer, she also knew that Guchanga had benefited greatly from it. Previously, Guchanga was already invincible among his peers, and very few people in the older generation could contend against him. Then, wouldn't he now be able to challenge a quasi-emperor or emperor realm expert? I wonder if Miss Yue and Jun Bufan know about this matter. Does Empress Xiao know? However, before moving, Guchanga glanced at Song Yue and smiled casually. Song Yue's face was slightly pale. Although she was gentle and generous, it didn't mean that she was stupid. Under the circumstances that she knew Jun Bufan's identity, she still came to see him and followed him to explore the ruins. If Empress Xiao knew about this matter, not only would she be punished, but her father would also be implicated. Young Master Chang'e, Song Yue wanted to explain, but halfway through, she didn't know how to continue. Because no matter how she explained, she couldn't get rid of the fact that she met Jun Bufan privately. Miss Yue, you don't have to explain. In fact, I know that you played an important role in being able to catch Jun Bufan. I will explain this matter clearly to Empress Xiao. Guchanga smiled and waved his hand to interrupt her. Hearing this, Song Yue was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly in her heart. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She wasn't stupid and knew what Guchanga meant. He wouldn't tell Empress Xiao about this matter, but instead say that it was because of her that Jun Bufan was caught. In this way, not only would she be innocent, she would even be rewarded. However, this kind of thing went against her conscience, but she couldn't refuse. Thank you for your magnanimity, young Master Chang'e. If there is a chance, Yue will definitely welcome you. Soon, she regained her composure and bowed to Guchanga. You don't have to be so polite, it's just a matter of saying a word. Guchanga waved his hand as he spoke. At the same time, he glanced at Jun Fan. Seeing his pale, dazed, and incredulous expression, his smile was somewhat meaningful. Yue, I didn't expect that even you would betray me. Jun Fan's expression was sorrowful as he stared at Song Yue. He didn't expect that in the end, she would also succumb to power. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was very painful, as if a sharp blade was cutting it. However, Song Yue didn't look at him, as if she didn't hear him. If there's anything, say it when we return to the imperial capital. Guchanga looked at Jun Yao, who was hesitating to speak, and said without a change in his expression. Jun Yao's eyes dimmed as she lowered her head. She found it difficult to accept. The current Guchanga was completely different from the one in the imperial capital, making her feel very unfamiliar and fearful. At that time, he was as gentle as jade, treated people peacefully, elegant, and handsome. This huge difference made her feel lost, but more than that, she was frightened and uneasy. In the Demon Realm's imperial capital, Empress Xiao was dealing with state affairs. She didn't expect to see Guchanga bring someone she didn't expect. Mother, she was in disbelief. She hadn't seen the Demon Emperor for 6,000 years. Xiao, you've suffered all these years. Mother is sorry. The Demon Emperor's voice was also a little sour. He felt that the current Xiao was poles apart from the one 6,000 years ago. Back then, she was innocent. Although she had some tricks up her sleeve, she wasn't as serious, cold, and dignified as she was now, as if she had been in a high position for a long time. It was obvious that a lot of things had happened in the past 6,000 years, which caused her to become like this. When Empress Xiao saw her mother for the first time, she didn't feel much joy at reuniting with her mother. Instead, she felt more puzzled. She had a lot of doubts and questions in her heart. You and your mother have reunited, so I won't interfere. Seeing her look at him, Guchanga smiled. He didn't intend to stay here any longer, so he got up and left the palace. Empress Xiao looked at him resentfully, but her expression quickly returned to normal. She vaguely guessed the cause and effect of this matter. From the Demon Emperor's respectful attitude towards Guchanga, it was obvious that he had gone through a life-and-death situation. With Guchanga's personality, he must have considered her when he brought the demon emperor back. This made her feel much better, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that she did have a place in his heart. In the palace, Empress Xiao and the demon emperor started to reminisce. The demon emperor had told her everything that should be said, but she wouldn't say anything that shouldn't be said. Empress Xiao was also very tactful. She knew that many things weren't for her to know, so she didn't ask too much. These 6,000 years were indeed a rare experience for her. Even without the demon emperor by her side, it was enough to support the huge demon domain. This made the demon emperor more or less happy, but at the same time sad. Very quickly, a few days passed. Empress Xiao knew that Guchanga had plans to leave the demon domain. She went to see the Jun siblings who were locked up in the heavenly prison. Jun Bufan naturally hated her to the core, but he also had an inexplicable complicated feeling. Empress Xiao didn't intend to find out the truth of what happened 6,000 years ago. After seeing Jun Bufan, she didn't care much and directly left, knowing that Guchanga had other plans. The Heaven Keeper and the others were also released by her, but it wouldn't be so easy to restore their former power. But the Heaven Keeper and the others of the Jun family were still deeply grateful. Jun Fan thought that Empress Xiao would lock him up for life. He was full of despair and depression, feeling that he would spend the rest of his life in prison. But unexpectedly, he saw Guchanga again. "What are you doing here?" Jun Fan's face was cold. The person he hated the most was Guchanga. If Guchanga hadn't helped Empress Xiao, he wouldn't have ended up like this. "I'm here to send you to see your father. Don't let him wait too long," Guchanga said lightly. "What did you say? What do you mean?" Jun Fan's pupils shrank in disbelief. Although he had guessed this result, there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. Now that he heard this news from Guchanga, it really made his head buzz. It was as if he was hit by a giant bell. For a long time, his mind was blank. "You want to know where your father is? Am I not fulfilling your wish now?" Guchanga couldn't help but laugh. "You swore that you wouldn't make things difficult for me." "Guchanga, you're not joking with your Dao heart, are you?" Jun Fan didn't dare to believe that Guchanga would risk the collapse of his Dao heart to kill him. "Oh, you don't really think that an oath can protect you, do you?" Guchanga smiled lightly as if he was looking at an idiot. The so-called oath was no different from nonsense to him. Expect him to keep his oath? Don't be ridiculous. Along the way, Guchanga never had the word oath in his mind. As his voice fell, he slapped Jun Fan with his palm. Under Jun Fan's shocked and despairing gaze, Jun Fan was smashed into a cloud of blood and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. After doing all this, he listened to the sound of the system notification in his mind and narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, a faint purple treasure chest jumped out. "There's nothing special about it," Guchanga opened it. Dazzling divine light flashed and a rustling sound swayed, as if many small worlds were colliding. A jade-green, sparkling sapling, surrounded by immortal light, floated silently in the air. World Tree Sapling, Guchanga was slightly surprised. This time, apart from obtaining a large amount of fate points, the only other thing he obtained was a World Tree Sapling. Guchanga felt that this thing was related to the world's origin, so he directly planted it in the inner universe and waited for it to grow quietly. He didn't continue to care about it. The World Tree Sapling was a divine object on the same level as the World Seed. If nurtured properly, a single World Tree Sapling could give birth to many small worlds. Not to mention the other benefits. After the trip to the demon realm solved the problem of the Child of Destiny, he also obtained the 5 Emperors' origin and the world's origin. Although it was a bit of a waste of time, overall, it was worth it. As for the other miscellaneous benefits, there was no need to mention more. Now that the demon realm was unified, there would be no accidents, and the 6 Emperors' plan would fall apart. After leaving the prison, Guchanga didn't expect Empress Xiao to be waiting for him here. "You're leaving the demon realm?" Empress Xiao stared at him and said. She didn't use a questioning tone, but an affirmative one. Guchanga walked over naturally and smiled. "Since the matter is settled, it's time to return to the upper realm." Empress Xiao suppressed the reluctance in her heart and said with a calm expression, "Take care. If you want me to stay, I can consider it." Gu Chang'e looked at her with a smile. Really? Empress Xiao was a little happy. She suddenly looked up, and her eyes lit up as she stared at him. Of course it's fake. Gu Chang'e replied casually, how can you believe such words? You. Empress Xiao was a little angry, but she didn't say anything, and her expression was a little gloomy. But for your sake, I've decided to stay a little longer. Gu Chang'e smiled and took the opportunity to hold her soft hand. If you want to leave, just leave. The demon realm isn't far from the upper realm, you'll reach there in a short while using the teleportation formation. Why do you have to make fun of me? Hearing him say that, Empress Xiao was a little happy, but she reverted to her usual empress appearance, and her tone was cold and dignified. Women always say one thing and mean another. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. Half a month later, outside the palace. Empress Xiao stood in the wind, her hair dancing in the wind. She watched as Gu Chang'e and the others stepped into the teleportation formation to return to the upper realm. She only retracted her gaze when she could no longer see them. Maybe you'll get pregnant in this half a month? Demon Emperor Yue appeared behind her, and his tone was complicated. No, he's a heartless person, he won't let such a thing happen. Empress Xiao shook her head slightly. Her tone was indescribable, but she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After returning to the upper realm, Gu Chang'e and Jiang Luoshan separated and did not make things difficult for her. During this period of time, although she was treated as a servant girl, her identity was still the princess of the Great Void Divine Clan and the future Divine Emperor of the Great Void Divine Clan. Jiang Luoshan was still a little stunned by Gu Chang'e's straightforward attitude. She did not react at first and was somewhat in disbelief. Although she was used to being ordered around by Gu Chang'e, was freedom not good? You can't go back on your promise to me. Jiang Luoshan's golden eyes were full of suspicion. During this trip to the demon realm, she had seen through Gu Chang'e. There were some things that he said were good, but when it came to doing it, he could not be expected to keep his promise. The matter of Jun Bufan was a complete example. When have I ever gone back on my promise? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows, feeling that this girl did not trust him too much. Although he was very untrustworthy sometimes, that was when dealing with an enemy. Jiang Luoshan looked at him with a "see if I believe you" expression. You are my little servant girl, why would I lie to you? Gu Chang'e's tone seemed to be slightly disappointed. Little servant girl? Why am I a little servant girl? Jiang Luoshan was a little dissatisfied, but when she said that, she felt that something was wrong. Was this a disguised admission that she was his servant girl? Gu Chang'e smiled and said casually, of course it's because there's still a head servant girl. Jiang Luoshan felt that she was at a disadvantage and could not help but correct him, who is your servant girl? Gu Chang'e, don't think that just because you ordered me around for a while, I am your servant girl. This is a deal between you and me. Okay, I understand, little servant girl. Gu Chang'e nodded. You. Jiang Luoshan felt a burst of anger in her heart. She almost clenched her teeth and wanted nothing more than to grab his mouth. However, she also knew that she could not dissuade Gu Chang'e, so she could only give up with the title of a servant girl. Let's go. Soon, her expression returned to its usual indifference as she led her people back to the Great Void Divine Tribe. Afterwards, Gu Chang'e ordered Tianze and the others to return to the chaotic star regions and various clans of Immortal Ancient. Meanwhile, he brought Bai Lian and Bai Hua back to the Longevity Gu family. Don't worry. Since I promised to let your father go, I won't go back on my words. Gu Chang'e said. Bai Lian appeared in the air with a bang. She snorted and said, I hope so. After witnessing Gu Chang'e's methods, she could only hope that Gu Chang'e would not go back on his word. Otherwise, if Gu Chang'e went back on his word, there was nothing she could do. Bai Hua followed behind him timidly. Although he hadn't been tortured by Gu Chang'e during this period of time, he was still afraid of him to the bone. I want you to work for me. Naturally, I won't lie to you. Why can't you trust me at all? Gu Chang'e said regretfully. Bai Lianer said calmly, if you want me to work for you, I can. However, you have to show me your sincerity. She was not a fool. On the contrary, she was very smart. She had her own methods and was not afraid of death. She would not believe Gu Chang'e's empty promises. Sincerity? Sure. I will let your father go. Moreover, I will arrange for someone to hand over the most valuable information of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building to you, Xianxia said casually. He calculated the time. The Tang family of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos was almost completely infiltrated. It was time for Yinmei to take over. With that, most of the rights of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos would fall into her hands. As for Tang Wan, Xianxia did not trust her. To him, Tang Wan was only a chess piece to lure out the conflict between Chu Hao and Qin Wuya. Information? Bai Lian'er's expression changed slightly. The most valuable resource of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building was still information. Although she had been developing spies all these years, it was only a short time. For the orthodoxies that had been around for more than 10 million years, this short period of time was not worth mentioning. As for the other assassin organizations such as the Futu organization and the Underworld organization, they had been around for more than 10 million years in the upper realm. Of course, if you plan to train people, I have many suitable candidates, Xianxia continued. He had many forces on the surface, but there were only a few that he could use secretly. He could use this opportunity to control the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building. Bai Lian'er was slightly moved by Xianxia's words. When she was at her darkest, it was the Slayer's inheritance that allowed her to see hope in this world again. The Slayer was once a top-notch powerhouse in this world, and he created the famous Holy Land of the Killing Path. However, due to certain reasons, the Holy Land of the Killing Path fell apart. His inheritance was buried in the River of Time, and after a long time, no one obtained it. Therefore, Bai Lian'er actually hoped to fulfill the Slayer's long-cherished wish and rebuild the world's #1 Killing Path force. She built the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building because of the Slayer's inheritance. I have no problem with that, but it depends on your sincerity, Bai Lian'er said. Bai Lian'er said. She was still on guard against Xianxia. She was someone who could sell her out if she wasn't careful. Xianxia smiled and did not say anything. He knew that Bai Lian'er would agree. However, before that, he still had many things to do. He could only lead the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building to her. During this time, many things happened in the upper realm. Although he was in the demon realm, he still knew because of his spies. Xianxia did not plan to go to the Immortal Academy for the time being. With his current cultivation, there was no need for him to go there. There was a riot in the Devil Burial Abyss, and the floating Buddhist temple was almost destroyed. Many monks of Buddha Mountain went there and died. A great demon appeared at the bottom of the Devil Burial Abyss, causing chaos everywhere. Even a Buddha who obtained it almost died in its hands. It seems that my good disciple is finally going to appear. Xianxia's eyes were dim. Many memories flashed through her mind like a fleeting shadow. In the end, it stopped at the foot of the mountain, where a little girl in red pulled on his sleeve with a timid look in her eyes. Although he had been planning this for a long time, the success rate was not high. According to his memory, even the deepest hell could not erase the hatred. Just how monstrous was this? Most likely, it wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh piece by piece, and even grind his bones into powder before swallowing them. However, although this was a headache, Xianxia still had a way. After all, she was his disciple when he was the demon lord. There were some things that they had in common. Soon, after returning to the Longevity Gu family, Xianxia ordered people to release Bai Kuan. According to the agreement, he naturally did not have the time to make things difficult for him. Bai Kuan was not worth wasting his time. For Xianxia, this kind of thing was just a matter of a sentence. Bai Lian'er and Bai Kuan, father and daughter, were reunited. It was impossible to say that they were not happy. Bai Lian'er did not say much about the demon realm, and Bai Kuan tactfully did not ask again. For him, being able to survive was something that he did not dare to believe before. Now, he did not dare to ask for anything more. Thank you, young Master Xianxia. Bai Kuan thanked Xianxia, and then was taken away by Bai Lian'er. Bai Lian'er planned to find a place to settle him down first, and then discuss with Xianxia about the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Xianxia had some things that he wanted to ask his father, but after thinking about it, he first went to the world where Xianxia was and found her sitting on a blue stone on the peak of a mountain. She looked like she had never moved before. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her whole person had a kind of immortal charm and otherworldly beauty, ethereal, cold and transcendent. Even her skin was like the most flawless and delicate immortal jade, revealing a moving luster, perfect to the extreme. However, if one looked carefully at her face, one could not see it clearly, as if it was shrouded by a layer of fog. Only her eyes were cold and deep, as if they contained the vicissitudes and loneliness of this world. "You're here?" When Xianxia stepped into this place, she already knew, but she did not move, waiting for him to come. Xianxia nodded and casually sat down on the bluestone next to her. "Looking at you, and also looking at this little guy." He smiled and looked over. He could see the sea of clouds in the distance rising and falling. Little Plenilune was playing among them. Moonlight sprinkled on its slender and beautiful body, looking quite leisurely and happy. "There's nothing to see." Xianxia shook her head. The expression on her face was difficult to change, as if she was serious. However, Xianxia was very familiar with her character, so he did not mind. He still smiled and said, "No, you're beautiful." Hearing this, Xianxia turned her head and glanced at him. She did not say anything, then reached out and combed the black hair hanging in front of her shoulders. This small action of hers was usually done when she was in a good mood. Xianxia did not expose her. He looked at little Plenilune and said, "Little White's strength has increased a lot during this period of time. It's been hard on you. She eats more and grows faster. This child must have been starving in the past." Xianxia shook her head and said, "I just watched her eat every day. I didn't take care of her." "It's okay, just let her eat," Xianxia said with a smile. "Can a Plenilune eat up my family?" Although in the ancient records, there were indeed cases of Plenilune eating up orthodoxies, it was only a rumor used as a topic of conversation. Very few people took it seriously. However, the body of a Plenilune was like a galaxy, which was enough to show its size. Even the ancient gods who entrusted the stars to them were as small as dust in front of it. And just as Xianxia and Xianxia were talking, little Plenilune in the distance seemed to have noticed him. It turned into a ray of silver light and landed here. However, just as it was about to land in front of Xianxia, its body flashed with a moon-white light and turned into a silver-haired little loli who was only half Xianxia's height. Her facial features were as exquisite as a painting. Her eyebrows were thin, her nose was small, and her eyes were like colored glass with a faint blood-red color. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and one could even see faint golden blood vessels. Her entire person exuded an aloof aura. It was very difficult to connect her to the little Plenilune who was freely playing in the sea of clouds just now. When Xianxia sized her up, she was not as afraid as before. Instead, she revealed a mouthful of delicate and slightly sharp white teeth at him, looking extremely fierce. "I am your master." Xianxia was not angry and said calmly, "Sister Qingyi," she snorted and turned her head away, ignoring Xianxia. Instead, she came in front of Xianxia and seemed to be sticking to her. Her voice was very pleasant and had a cold texture like jade. It was somewhat similar to Xianxia's. "Don't think that you can make me forget how happy you were just now," Xianxia said unhurriedly, hitting the nail on the head. The silver-haired little loli clenched her teeth tightly. Her porcelain-like face was a little red. Suddenly, she was a little flustered and exasperated. "You're the one who was happy." "I was happy." "What's the difference?" Xianxia asked. "How is there no difference?" The silver-haired little loli glared at him. "Is happy something that can be used to describe a girl? You're just my pet, and you call yourself a girl? Why do you have so many requirements?" Xianxia shook his head, still looking calm and composed. "You're the pet. I'm the noble immortal beast Plenilune. The silver-haired little loli was very dissatisfied. "The immortal beast Plenilune is also my pet." "I'm your master," Xianxia said casually. "I don't have a master like you." The silver-haired little loli had a lot of complaints about him. She still remembered how Xianxia had exaggerated and lied to her when they were at the Purple Mountain. In the end, when they came here, he directly left her behind. She was just a little Plenilune. Weak, pitiful, lonely, helpless, and especially gluttonous. How could he be so heartless and leave her behind just like that? he even gave himself such a terrible name. Guqingyi watched Guchanga and little Plenilune bicker. She quietly stroked the black hair on her shoulders and didn't say a word. You came to find me for something, right? In the end, she was the first to speak and ask. Guqingyi knew Guchanga very well. No matter what, he was someone who wouldn't come without a reason. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want you to do me a favor. Guchanga smiled. He didn't speak just now because he was waiting for Guqingyi to take the initiative to ask him. What favor? Guqingyi asked. I want you to help me make a trip to the demon burial abyss and see how the seal there is. As Guchanga spoke, he had been paying attention to Guqingyi's expression. However, other than being slightly stunned, Guqingyi didn't show the slightest emotion. This made Guchanga somewhat disappointed. I got it. Guqingyi nodded. She had never refused Guchanga's request. It was like this in the past, and it was the same now. Then I'll leave first. By the way, these are some rare things I saw in the demon realm this time. You've been here all this time, so you probably haven't seen them before. Guchanga got up and left. But before he left, he took out a lot of small things from his arms. There were tassels, dangling hair ornaments, hairpins, face powder and rouge that were unique to the demon realm. They weren't anything precious or rare, but they could only be found in the demon realm. Because the raw materials came from the demon realm, they couldn't be found anywhere else. Guqingyi watched Guchanga's figure disappear before her gaze finally fell on these small things. Then, she gently picked up a wooden comb. Usually, except for cultivation, she would never leave this place. She wouldn't come into contact with anyone or anything from the outside world. She was like an untainted immortal in an ancient book, cut off from the world. So it was Guchanga who would occasionally bring her some small things. After all, she wasn't immortal herself, so she didn't have the habit of coming into contact with things from the mortal world. After leaving this world, Guchanga went straight to the main hall to find his father. Gu Lingtian's aura was vast and deep, like an abyss or a prison. His vast will filled this space. You're back? Gu Lingtian opened his eyes, his expression gentle. Father. Guchanga nodded and said, I want to know what happened in the 8 Desolates 10 territories recently. The upper realm was not very peaceful now. Guchanga already knew this when he was in the demon realm. Specifically, the boundary monument sea that was set up outside the 8 Desolates 10 territories was now showing signs of drying up, and the no contravention power was weakening. This caused many orthodoxies and clans in the upper realm to be restless. They began to send powerhouses to invade the 8 Desolates 10 territories. This matter spread far and wide. All orthodoxies and clans in the upper realm couldn't avoid it. The 8 Desolates 10 territories was a world very similar to the upper realm. It was also vast and ancient. The difference was that many eras ago, a war broke out between the two places, and the 8 Desolates 10 territories lost. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat, leaving behind many territories. The strongest beings in those territories joined forces and set up the boundary monument sea outside the borders. It contained the no contravention power. Even those who had attained the Tao would find it difficult to cross it. This also became a natural barrier for the 8 Desolates 10 territories, protecting that side for many years. These years, there were occasional conflicts between the two sides, and there were casualties on both sides. However, in general, the upper realm still had the upper hand. The 8 Desolates 10 territories. From the name, one could tell that the environment there was not as complete as here. This also caused the strongest beings there, even if they broke through the Emperor realm, to find it difficult to live for countless years. Compared to here, their lifespans were shorter. Moreover, the cultivation environment there was more difficult. It was even more difficult for powerhouses to be born. However, after all, it was a heaven and earth that was born together. The rules, systems, and races were very similar. There was a saying in the upper realm. Only by completely merging the 8 Desolates 10 territories with the upper realm could the curse of immortality be broken, and the immortal path would appear again. Therefore, this time, the boundary monument sea showing signs of drying up was the best opportunity for the upper realm. Even if this side still had to guard against the calamity of absolute Een, they would not hesitate. Hearing this, Gu Lindian was not surprised. He said, "A while ago, the boundary monument sea showed signs of drying up. The forces stationed at the borders sent back the news, shocking all sides. Many orthodoxies began to gather their forces in an attempt to invade that side. Now, many forces have blown the horn and sent out their armies. True Immortal Academy, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Human Ancestors Palace, Longevity Wang Family, Immemorial Yi Clan, Grand Grotto Heaven, and many other forces have sent their elites. Many young geniuses even took the opportunity to rush over, determined to kill their way into the 8 Desolates' 10 territories. This war is unavoidable. Now is the best opportunity for us." Gu Chang'e nodded, deep in thought. It seemed that these were troubled times. The riot in the burial demon abyss, the calamity of absolute Yin, none of these were small matters. At this time, the boundary monument sea dried up, and various clans gathered to attack the 8 Desolates' 10 territories. The 8 Desolates' 10 regions was located at the easternmost shore of the upper realm. It was a desolate place with many deserts and hills. It was adjacent to many worlds and was also the intersection of many lower realms. It was like a choke point. Although it was not as prosperous as the inner area, it was a mixed bag of good and bad people. Many ancient beings lived in seclusion there. Outside the boundary monument sea, there were many broken ancient universes. They were all worlds destroyed during the war between the upper realm and the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. Today, there were many terrifying beings hiding there. The boundary monument sea was so strong that ordinary cultivators dared not set foot there. All the forces of the upper realm have sent their troops there, planning to cross the boundary monument sea. The leaders are all the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. Some of them even went there personally to pave the way. Gu Lindian sat cross-legged at the head of the table. When he opened and closed his eyes, there were rays of divine light that showed many terrifying scenes. As the patriarch of the Gu clan, he knew far more than anyone else. Therefore, he knew that the drying up of the boundary monument sea was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the upper realm. Then, did our Gu clan send any clansmen this time? Gu Chang'e pondered for a while and asked. He was not very interested in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. However, when he returned to the upper realm this time, he saw ancient warships from various clans crushing the sky and breaking through space passages. He had some guesses. His biggest plan was to stay in the demon burial abyss. Everything else could be put aside for now. This time, the Gu clan has not made a move yet, but I plan to let your second uncle lead the younger generation there. With your strength, I don't think you're interested in the fight between the younger generation. No matter what, the chaos in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions this time will affect all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. The enmity between both sides has been accumulating for countless years. The 8 Desolates' 10 regions will not be able to hold on any longer. Occupying such a vast territory is tantamount to a fat piece of meat for all the orthodoxies. Gu Lindian said slowly. Although he had not made a move yet, it did not mean that he would not interfere. He was just waiting for the right time. After so many years, the current situation of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions was still unknown. Therefore, he needed the other orthodoxies to test the waters first before making a decision. Of course, there were also gains and losses in doing so. The orthodoxies that entered the 8 Desolates' 10 regions first would definitely be the ones who looted the most. He only cared about stability and did not want to make unnecessary sacrifices. After all, the 8 Desolates and 10 regions were like a huge piece of fat meat in their eyes. Now, the barrier that protected that piece of fat meat was about to disappear. How could anyone hold themselves back? Indeed, this is an opportunity for the upper realm. Gu Chang'e nodded. Since Gu Lindian had said so, there was no need for him to interfere. When the time was right, the Gu clan would definitely send their clansmen over. During this time, he could settle his own matters first. The battle between the upper realm and the 8 Desolates' 10 regions was definitely the most intense one in the past. After that, he and Gu Lindian talked about a few more things before he got up and left. Now that the immortal path was no longer visible, and the boundary monument sea outside the 8 Desolates and 10 regions had dried up, many orthodoxies of the upper realm saw this as a sign. Only when the two realms merged would the precepts of heaven and earth be complete, and the immortal path that had disappeared for a long time would reappear. At that time, the true immortal ascension era would be ushered in. After returning to his own divine island, Xianxia first sent the immortal robe to the unparalleled immortal dynasty before he started to think about his next plan. From Gu Lingtian's words, he already knew what the various clans and orthodoxies were doing. Near the boundary monument sea were many neighboring lower realms, and the situation was quite complicated. From time to time, there would be surging realm waves with shocking momentum. Although it was dangerous, there were many opportunities. There was the ancient emperor's inheritance, the immortal's legacy, the supreme being's insights, the sage's handwritten notes, there were countless of them. This battle was an excellent opportunity for him. When the time comes, I can let the great Dao treasure bottle condense some more. Before that, I'll let Yin Mei take over the Tang clan's matters. I'll be more assured to let her handle the business alliance of 10,000 paths. After thinking for a while, Xianxia started to write on a piece of paper. He told Yin Mei some things to pay attention to. The Tang clan's matters were controlled by him using the wedding dress immortal technique. Although they were separated by a great distance, he could still control their life and death in an instant. This was why he was not worried that they would cause any trouble. Besides this, Xianxia thought for a while and sent the Blood Monster Great Emperor's Pseudo-Emperor artifact. Yin Mei had an outstanding talent in cultivation, but she did not put her focus on it. Instead, she helped him develop his forces secretly and shared his burdens. This was why her cultivation was much lower than the geniuses of her generation. A Pseudo-Emperor artifact was more than enough to protect her. After arranging this matter properly, he started to think about Jiang Chen, Chu Hao, and Qin Wuya. Jiang Chen had the demonic technique puppet with him, while Qin Wuya had Tang Wan with him. He did not care about their whereabouts. However, Chu Hao was hiding in the most supreme cave heaven. He should be preparing to break through to the supreme venerable state. He was already at the peak of the prospective supreme venerable state when he was in the ancient country of Vermilion Bird. Since then, he had been working hard. He should be breaking through to the supreme venerable state soon. If Xianxia was right, Chu Hao and others would definitely go to attack the 10 desolation fields this time. After all, the most supreme cave heaven would help him build momentum. He could also make a name for himself through this matter. As the future lord of the most supreme cave heaven, Chu Hao was already a supreme venerable at only a few hundred years old. This news would definitely cause an uproar. I can take advantage of this opportunity to harvest all the leaks I have accumulated. Then Xianxia sent a message to Yan Ji to ask about Xiao Ruoyin. He also sent the pseudo-emperor artifact he got from another monster emperor to him. He did not favor one over the other. He did not find the weapon of the 6 great monster emperors of the monster realm, except the weapon of the monster emperor killed by the Red Cloud monster emperor. The rest of the weapons had fallen into his hands. Of course, she left the Dark Moon monster emperor's Dark Moon wheel for Empress Xiao. The immortal divine robe that could defend against the attacks of the monarch realm was her final trump card. Other than that, Xianxia did not find any trace of the Red Cloud monster emperor's Red Cloud spear. When the Red Cloud monster emperor entered the mirror world, he left it for his descendants. Xianxia sent people to look for it, but they found that the Red Cloud monster emperor's descendants had left the monster realm 6,000 years ago. They were nowhere to be found now. That was why he gave up. After giving these instructions, Xianxia took some time to visit the Purple Pole Pill sect to see Lin Xiuhan. She was different from the past. She was the young sect master of the Purple Pole Pill sect. Her talent in alchemy was terrifying. Many elders had already admitted defeat to her. However, when Xianxia went, she was in seclusion to deduce an ancient elixir recipe. So he left some things behind and left without waiting for her to come out. After dealing with these trivial matters, Gu Qingyi, who had gone to the demon burial abyss, returned to the Gu family. According to Xianxia's instructions, she looked at the seal. The existence sealed inside will break out in at most half a year. This was her answer to Xianxia. Half a year? Xianxia's expression did not change much. In other words, he still had half a year to prepare. Half a year was more than enough for him to achieve his goal. In the next few days, horns were blown on the many divine islands and mountains of the Longevity Gu family. Immortal fog filled the air, ethereal and lofty. powerful figures came out of seclusion. Their chi and blood soared into the sky and covered the world. They began to gather their clansmen. In the vast and boundless territory, many of the Longevity Gu family's subordinate forces also received orders. Between the giant cities, spirit fog rose. Many experts appeared with their subordinates, riding divine rainbows and ancient warships. In the bronze palace that represented the supreme power of the Longevity Gu family, divine light shone. The aura was simple and ancient. Many experts with blurry faces and terrifying auras appeared. Their bodies were surrounded by chaotic chi. Their eyes were like heavenly blades, clanging. They were more serious than the last battle with the Z Mansion. This time, the Gu family will send 10 million troops to conquer the 10 regions. Gu Lindian was at the head, and his aura was like an abyss. He held a seal in his hand and wrote a divine decree. Every word on it was like a star, emitting a terrifying aura. Then, he stamped the divine seal and sent it out. Many elders looked at this scene with solemn expressions. In merely an instant, a simple and supreme aura suffused the surroundings, and it swept out from the ground and charged into outer space. Terrifying fluctuations were vast and mighty in the sky, spreading for millions of miles and shaking the endless territories. In the territory where the Gu family was located, countless creatures and cultivators knelt down respectfully and piously in the direction of the decree. They kept kowtowing and trembling from the bottom of their souls. It's already been a long time since the Longevity Gu family issued this type of supreme decree. Even when they attacked the Z Mansion last time, it wasn't like this. Could it be related to the conquest of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions this time? This is definitely a gathering of experts. Between the mountain peaks were ancient halls and palaces. Experts walked out from within, their faces solemn and shaken, their hearts full of reverence. This was the decree of the higher realm's most ancient long-life family. There was previously a decree that crossed through many great eras, and now, it appeared in this world, containing unmatched divine might. Within was the support of the Longevity Gu family's terrifying backing. Even those who achieved the Tao were alarmed, not daring to face it head-on. They could only watch as the decree broke through the region, announcing it to the world. Now, this type of decree appeared again, the Longevity Gu family's imprint on it. They began to gather the experts of their respective territories. This time, the Longevity Gu family was going to send 10 million troops to conquer the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. Weng weng weng. Between the divine islands, streaks of resplendent gates of light opened one after another. Immortal mists overflowed, the power of transport pervading the air. Ancient soldiers rushed out from the gates of light, as if they had come from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The powerful immortal soldiers that had once made a name for themselves in the Purple Mansion's longevity battle gathered once again with overflowing blood energy. Rumble, as the decree spread to all directions, large numbers of ancient warships and flying ships gathered in giant cities. Strange beasts galloped, and birds of prey flew into the sky, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Divine light rushed into the clouds, appearing incomparably magnificent. Apart from that, there were also many knights and soldiers heading over. They were densely packed, numbering as many as 1 million. These were all the death warriors and warriors nurtured by the Gu family's many subsidiary forces. Woo woo woo, asking for fresh flowers. In the sky, whistling sounds could be heard, and horns sounded. Huge purple-bronze ancient warships crossed the horizon, speeding quickly, approaching the Gu family's territory. A large number of cultivators and warriors gathered on the ancient purple-bronze warships. Killing intent surged, and their auras surged into the sky. The people of the Taichu divine sect had arrived. Further away, warships were like clouds, covering the sky. Thousands of large ships and millions of cultivators were ready to set off. Endless black shadows covered the sky. This was a vast and shocking scene. This is the decree of the Gu family. We command the world, and no one disobeys. One day, we will spread our decree throughout the world and show the might of the Gu family. There was a platform on an extremely majestic divine mountain in the Gu family. Many young geniuses stood on it. They were all the geniuses of this generation of the Gu family. They were shrouded in precious light, and colorful clouds surrounded their bodies. They were in high spirits. At this moment, looking at this scene, everyone's blood boiled. They only wanted to rush to the 8 Desolation 10 regions and fight there. The 8 Desolation 10 Regions is just the last hiding place of a group of defeated people. How can it stop the cavalry of the Gu family? Wait for us to go and flatten the 8 Desolation 10 Regions. Many young geniuses had innate arrogance on their faces. They were all direct descendants of the Gu family and had noble identities. They had all kinds of powerful talents and divine abilities. Their combat strength was powerful, and they were incomparably confident. As they talked, they couldn't help but look at the young man standing on the peak of the divine mountain with deep respect and fanaticism. It was the same for both young men and women. As direct descendants of the Gu family, their blood was noble, and the most ancient blood of the upper realm flowed in them. They didn't even take the successors of other orthodoxies seriously. They were very arrogant and confident. However, only when facing the young master of the Gu family would they show a willingness to submit. I heard that the young master won't go with us this time. He has other things to do. He's only here to send us off. Someone couldn't help but say in a low voice. Now, even the elders can't see through the young master's strength. They even said that they are no longer a match for the young master. The person next to him nodded. The young master is only in his 20s. He's already made the elders, who are supreme beings, say such words. It's too unbelievable. In the current upper realm, no, even in the countless eras of the past, who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the young master? They were full of respect and fanaticism as they looked at the young man standing on the peak of the divine mountain with his back facing everyone. At this time, the horn sounded again. All the young people moved, turning into divine rainbows, bringing their servants and followers towards the ancient warship. They were going to break through space and head to the boundary monument sea. I wonder if there will be any changes in this war. Although the 8 Desolates and 10 regions have been losing, there are always many changes in this kind of time. On the contrary, the upper realm seems to have a good chance of winning, but there are hidden dangers. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Hearing the horn, Guchanga came back to his senses from his thoughts. He looked over with a calm expression. Looking at the large number of clan members leaving through the space passage, he moved and disappeared. The so-called sending off was actually unnecessary. It was nothing more than encouraging the young clan members. Now, Guchanga's name had spread throughout the world. His name was no longer just a symbol of status. In the eyes of many young people, it was a supreme honor. Unparalleled and invincible, since ancient times, there was no one in the younger generation who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Soon, what happened in the Longevity Gu clan's territory shook the upper realm. The battle of the 8 Desolates and 10 regions attracted the attention of the world. Many orthodoxies had already sent their clan members over. Now that the Longevity Gu clan was coming, many orthodoxies in the upper realm were shocked. Many orthodoxies formed an alliance, planning to invade the 8 Desolates and 10 regions together. However, the boundary monument sea was not peaceful. Although there were traces of drying, there was still a remnant of the power of no violation. A few super powerhouses at the level of Tao attainment rushed there, trying to resist this power and open up a path for the army behind. However, they were hit by the waves of the boundary monument sea. They were seriously injured and were in a deadlock there. Powerhouses with high cultivation bases found it difficult to cross over. On the contrary, it was easier for the younger generation to cross over and they were less suppressed. In particular, some talented young supreme venerables were strong, but their cultivation bases were not very high compared to the older generation powerhouses. Therefore, they became the first batch to attack the 8 Desolates and 10 regions. The battle was intense. The 8 Desolates and 10 regions also raised their troops to resist. Various clans and forces sent powerhouses over to defend against the invaders from the upper realm. During this time, Guchanga did not leave the Longevity Gu clan. Instead, he had some leisure time to nurture the World Tree sapling. At the same time, he deduced the embryonic form of the inner universe. Among them, the keepsake left behind by the Imperial Court of Ultimate Yin finally lit up. However, it did not contain the Yin and origin that Guchanga wanted at that time. Something unexpected happened at the Imperial Court of Ultimate Yin. The agreement between him and the Imperial Court of Ultimate Yin's princess, Jialan, had to be postponed for a while. Although Guchanga was a little surprised, he did not care. He was now at the peak of the Supreme Venerable Realm, only one step away from the Boundary Emperor Realm. The effect of the Enend origin was minimal. Unless there was a lot of it, it would only be icing on the cake at most. 1,000. During this period of time, Guchanga was thinking about the demon burial abyss. He wanted to go to Peach Village and ask Peach Demon about it. At the same time, he wanted to see his disciple, Yao Yao. However, Gu Xian'er was not in the clan. It would be inappropriate for him to go alone. Although he could use the excuse of going to see Yao Yao, who knew what those old guys would think if they did not see Gu Xian'er. Therefore, Guchanga decided to wait for Gu Xian'er to come back after she dealt with her own affairs. She would arrange everything properly by the way. However, Guchanga received a piece of news that surprised him. Young master, Miss Xian'er has been away from the clan for half a year. There is still no news from her. The subordinate said respectfully. In this half a year, she did not send back any news? Guchanga frowned slightly. He did not understand what this girl was doing. He knew that she had something on her mind when he was in the Taishu Divine Tomb. However, she did not mention it, so Guchanga did not ask. With Gu Xian'er's personality, if it was something she could solve herself, she would not trouble others. Especially since her parents were involved in this matter. No, Miss Xian'er did not give any orders when she returned to the clan. She left alone and did not ask the clan to send any experts to follow her. The subordinate replied. Got it. You may leave. Guchanga nodded. His fingers tapped the table unhurriedly. He planned to wait for Gu Xian'er to come back and bring her to Peach Village with him. That would give him a suitable excuse. Now, it seemed that he could not wait for her. It took half a year to deal with such a small matter. Who knew how much more time she would have to waste? The Tianlan realm is not far from the Boundary Monument Sea. The war with the 8 desolates and 10 regions may affect it. Speaking of which, her grandfather went there to hunt for her in an attempt to refine the precious blood. However, he was unfortunately hit by the waves of the Boundary Monument Sea. He was severely injured and disappeared. It just so happens that the Tianlan realm is the lower realm where Gu Xian'er's mother's family resides. Her parents went to look for her grandfather and haven't returned to the Gu family for more than 10 years. Guchanga recalled the news he received when he ordered his subordinates to search for traces of his grandfather for Gu Xian'er. Normally, Gu Xian'er wouldn't have so many problems when she went to find her parents and grandfather. After all, she had the Chongshan Gu clan behind her. Even if her parents were unwilling to return to the Gu clan because of what had happened back then, they still held grudges. But it was impossible for Gu Xian'er to stay there forever. With this thought in mind, Guchanga suddenly smelled the scent of a trap. Even if it wasn't related to Gu Xian'er, it probably had something to do with her. Men, prepare the carriage. We're going to the Endless Sky Realm. Guchanga narrowed his eyes. His expression was somewhat thought-provoking as he instructed. He felt that the Tianlan realm would definitely bear the brunt of the battle of 8 desolates and 10 regions. After all, the Tianlan realm could be said to be at the forefront of the lower realms that bordered the Boundary Monument Sea. The Tianlan realm was an ancient world with outstanding people and a boundless territory. Although it was far from being as vast as the upper realm, it was definitely considered one of the best among the many lower realms nearby. The mountains and rivers were majestic and endless. If one looked down from the sky, they would find that the many giant cities were filled with spirit energy and shrouded in celestial fog. It was like a holy land on earth. In particular, the gathering places of many living beings were even more prosperous. Divine cities floated in the sky, silver waterfalls were like silk, colorful fog lingered, and clouds were rising. In the Tianlan realm, other than the many ancient clans, there were holy lands with a long history. They were high up and looked down on all living beings. In every ancient city, there were wisps of different colored divine fog lingering. There were masters in charge. There were many powerhouses and young geniuses. In this world, the level of cultivation was extremely high. In some aspects, it was even comparable to some remote places in the upper realm. Of course, if it was compared to the upper realm, it was definitely far from being comparable. Because of the heritage, the precepts of heaven and earth. These were very different. Over the years, many powerhouses from the Tianlan realm had ascended to the upper realm. Many rumors were left behind, making countless living beings and cultivators yearn for it. Sometimes, powerhouses from the upper realm could even be seen descending to this world in search of talented young cultivators to bring back to the upper realm for nurturing. Therefore, as time passed, the upper realm was no longer considered mysterious in the eyes of the living beings in the Tianlan realm. However, it still held supreme significance. At this moment, in a majestic ancient palace of the Shin clan, many elders with powerful auras were discussing some matters here. As one of the ancient clans with a long history in the Tianlan realm, the Shin clan had an unimaginably terrifying power within a radius of millions of miles. Even the other holy lands with a longer history in the Tianlan realm were quite wary of them. This was because the Shin clan was inextricably linked to a certain terrifying force in the upper realm. Sometimes, even people from the upper realm were quite polite to them and did not dare to humiliate them. This matter was not a secret among the major forces in the Tianlan realm. In the palace, a few elders with powerful auras and solemn expressions were discussing matters, suppressing their anger. From time to time, violent quarrels could be heard, causing many members of the Shin clan in the distant mountain peaks to be shocked. Since Xianxia is unwilling, then let's just forget about this matter. Can't the Shin clan take out some compensation? It's true that he saved Xianxia's grandfather and grandfather, but that was more than a decade ago. Now that Xianxia is so old, she can decide for herself about the marriage. Don't tell me you want to force her? Let me ask you one question, do you dare? You should know that half of the Gu clan's blood flows in her body. Which one of you dares to make such a decision? If Xianxia was born in the upper realm, she would definitely be a famous goddess. How can a piece of trash of unknown origin be worthy of the precious daughter of the Shin clan? The elder who spoke was dignified without being angry. His lips were slightly thin, and his words were sharp. However, the things he said made it difficult for the people in the hall to refute. But this matter was agreed to in front of others more than a decade ago, and there was even a letter written by Xianxia's grandfather. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the Shin clan? Hearing this, the elder next to him smiled bitterly with a kind face, looking very helpless. What's there to be embarrassed about? 3 years ago, that guy came to us himself. The Shin clan treated him as the savior of Xianxia's grandfather and grandfather, so we treated him with respect and courtesy. We knew that his body's condition was special, and his spirit sea was broken. We found many treasures, elixirs, and longevity fruits for him, but we never mistreated him. At that time, it was agreed that if his body didn't recover after 3 years, the marriage agreement would be voided, and the Shin clan wouldn't owe him anything. Now that 3 years have passed, has his body improved at all? In the end, that guy still relies on the Shin clan and doesn't honor the agreement 3 years ago. How can I bear this? The mean-looking elder said furiously. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. This agreement 3 years ago was actually just a joke. With the Shin clan's financial resources, how could they not be able to solve the problem of a broken spirit sea? At that time, they just wanted to express that this was just a small problem. If it couldn't be solved, there was naturally no need to fulfill the marriage agreement. Because at that time, they felt that the person behind Li Xiu was very extraordinary and worthy of their deep friendship. But that guy was special. With all kinds of treasures, his broken spirit sea didn't change at all. They didn't know what happened to him. This made them feel helpless. At that time, it was just a verbal agreement, and there was no evidence left. Now, even if they wanted to admit it, the other party was acting shamelessly and they couldn't do anything. On the contrary, it would make people think that the Shin clan burned the bridge after crossing the river and turned hostile. Now that this matter was mentioned by Xianxia again, they also felt a headache, and it was difficult to solve because she didn't want to marry a cripple. However, it just so happened that this matter was decided by her grandfather and grandfather back then. Elders, there's no need to say more. I only want to pursue the great Tao in this life, and I don't plan to marry and have children. Even if the incident 3 years ago didn't happen, I wouldn't have agreed to this marriage agreement. When grandfather and grandfather return, I will personally explain this matter to them. At this moment, a young girl walked in from outside the hall. She looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. She was wearing a moon-white dress, and her facial features were beautiful. Her skin was white and delicate, and she was tall. Her whole body exuded a cold and calm aura, as if she had never been moved by external things. Even her tone of voice didn't have any fluctuations. Seeing the young girl walking in, everyone in the hall was stunned and then smiled bitterly. The elder who spoke just now revealed a kind smile and said, "Don't worry, Xianxia, your sister is now in the clan. With her around, no one will force you to do this kind of thing. What about the marriage agreement? Just tear it up and be done with it. That kind of trash with a broken spirit is not worthy of you." The young girl named Xianxia nodded and said, "Thank you, second grandpa, I understand." Seeing this, the people in the hall didn't say anything more. Although Xianxia was born in the Xin clan, half of the Gu clan's bloodline flowed in her body. If the Gu clan knew, they would definitely not let her stay here. But because of special reasons, Xianxia's parents didn't want the Gu clan to know of her existence. Otherwise, she would have already gone to the upper realm to cultivate and wouldn't have stayed in the Tianlan realm. Then Li Xiu's matter is decided like this? I will personally talk to him later, the elder said. The old man who spoke earlier continued. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction towards the man called Li Xiu. Everyone nodded and didn't say anything more. At the same time, in a valley with ethereal spirit fog that looked like a fairyland, a man, a woman, and a young girl were here, and they were softly talking about something. The man was quite valiant, with a strong aura and a resolute face. The woman was very beautiful, and the way she looked at the young girl was doting. The young girl was wearing a wide-sleeved fairy dress, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her hair was like the clouds, and her facial features were delicate, without any flaws. Her skin was white and delicate, like the most flawless white jade. Her expression was cold, and she had a celestial aura that stood aloof from worldly affairs. She was Gu Xianxia. This matter was decided by your sister herself, so you don't have to worry. Your sister's personality is very similar to yours, but she only has the great path in her heart. Back then, your grandfather and grandfather shouldn't have arranged this marriage for her. This couple was naturally Gu Xianxia's parents. At this moment, the two of them sighed and mentioned Xianxia's matter, telling Gu Xianxia not to worry about it. I know, Xianxia's matter is her own decision, and no one can force her. Gu Xianxia nodded. In front of her parents, she appeared very mature and steady, like an older sister. Although she said so, she was still a little worried. Half a year ago, she received news that something had happened to her mother's family. She was a little worried, so she came to the Tianlan realm alone. After Gu Changge helped her find traces of her parents, she found out that during the years she was missing, her parents thought that something had happened to her and were heartbroken. In addition, they wanted to keep a descendant, so they gave birth to a younger sister for her. She was 3 years younger than her, and her name was Xianxia. However, because of what happened back then, her parents held a grudge against the Gu family, and all these years, they were unwilling to go back. Even the child's name was Shen, not following the surname Gu. This matter had never been mentioned to the Gu family. If Gu Xianxia had not come here personally, she would not have known that she had a younger sister. She had also never mentioned these things to the Gu family, because her parents had told her not to tell them. As for Xianxia, although her personality was similar to hers, she was only focused on cultivating the great path, and had no other thoughts. Her talent for cultivation was also extremely outstanding, and she was the best among her peers. Even if she went to the upper realm, she could shine brightly and become an invincible young supreme being. Gu Xianxia only found out about these things after she came to the Xin clan. As for the marriage agreement, it had to be explained from more than 10 years ago. At that time, her grandfather went to the Boundary Monument Sea to hunt, and tried to catch those ferocious beasts with special talents to refine her precious blood for cultivation. However, he did not expect to encounter the waves of the Boundary Monument Sea, and was slapped into a dangerous place, and he was seriously injured. When her parents found out about this, they brought their people to search for him. Gu Xianxia's parents searched for a long time, but they could not find any trace of him. Then, when they heard the shocking news from the Gu family, they were heartbroken and desperate, and returned to the Xin clan to live in seclusion. In the Xin clan, after Gu Xianxia's grandfather came out of seclusion and found out about this, he also brought powerhouses to try to find traces of her grandfather. Coincidentally, at that time, her younger sister was born. Unfortunately, she had found the person she was looking for. However, her grandfather and grandfather were trapped together in that place. Both of them were trapped in the dangerous place for many years, and their lives were in danger. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a mysterious old man suddenly appeared and saved both of them, and treated their injuries. This old man was accompanied by a young child. This young child was called Li Xiu, and the old man and the young child were very mysterious. In order to thank the old man for his kindness, and in consideration of his extraordinary means, Gu Xian'er's grandfather and her grandfather discussed and told them their background, and promised to repay the old man's kindness in the future. At the same time, they planned to let the newly born Xianxia become his disciple. Unfortunately, the old man did not agree, and said that he would not accept a disciple. Then, the two changed their minds. Seeing that the young child was not young anymore, they agreed to the marriage, and the old man did not hesitate. This was how the marriage between Xianxia and Li Xiu came about. Originally, the Xin clan had almost forgotten about this matter, because when the old man agreed, he left with the young child, and no one knew where he went. Even when the Xin clan asked around, they could not find any clues or traces. This matter was originally thought to be just a joke, and no one took it seriously. However, 3 years ago, a young man called Li Xiu suddenly came to the door, and with the letter written by Gu Xian'er's grandfather and grandfather, he requested to fulfill the marriage contract. This matter shocked the Xin clan, and they did not expect that what happened back then was actually true. Considering that they were indebted to him, the Xin clan did not make things difficult for Li Xiu. Not only did they allow him to live in, but they also found a way to help him repair his broken spirit ocean. As for the mysterious old man, the Xin clan did not see him, and suspected that Li Xiu was his disciple, so they did not neglect him. However, Li Xiu's spirit ocean was very special. Not only was it broken, but it could not gather any spirit qi. No matter how many spiritual medicines were used, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no sign of recovery. Over time, it became a joke in the neighborhood. The Xin clan had a useless son-in-law. This matter made the Xin clan feel very embarrassed. However, they made a promise back then, and it was not good to go back on it. However, Xianxia was a person who only cared about cultivation, and was very disgusted by these things. In these 3 years, she had only seen Li Xiu a few times. Li Xiu's temperament is not simple. For the past 3 years, he has been raising flowers and planting grass in that courtyard every day. He doesn't care about anything else. This kind of leisure is not something an ordinary person can compare to. Mother Xin sighed and said, if there was no problem with his spirit ocean, it would be fine. However, he is a useless person who cannot cultivate. Sometimes, I even feel like he is an old monster who has seen through the vicissitudes of life. Isn't this hard on Xian'er? Father and the others should not have made such a promise casually. Of all things to repay, they had to use Xian'er's marriage. Hearing this, Father Gu smiled bitterly and said, it is useless to talk about this now. Let's see how the clan will deal with this. After all, no one dares to force Xian'er. Gu Xian'er nodded and said coldly, this matter is indeed wrong, but the Xin clan has spent a lot of resources in these 3 years. In fact, we do not owe him anything. When the time comes, we will give him some compensation. If his mysterious master comes back and is not satisfied with this, we will let him propose other conditions. Her thinking was very simple. Even if they were wrong, they could not let her sister suffer. At this time, a divine rainbow descended from outside the valley. It was Xian'er, who had just left the palace. When she heard this, she looked at Gu Xian'er and said, thank you, elder sister. By the way, Xian'er, we have been dealing with your sister's situation. However, we do not know much about your situation. When you came last time, we did not make it clear. What do you plan to do with the Gu family? The Gu family owes you and me for what happened back then. Gu Changda is so young, but his mind is so cruel. Back then, you were so clingy to him, but he could bear to do this. Mother Shen suddenly asked with a pained expression. When she mentioned the Gu family, there was still some resentment. Father Gu was also silent. This was also the reason why they did not return to the Gu family all these years. It was really difficult to accept this, and there was a grudge in their hearts. Gu Xian'er, at such a young age, had to bear this. If it were not for the fact that they were not strong enough now, they would have personally gone to Gu Changba and asked him why he did this. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er shook her head and explained, "Mother, this is actually a misunderstanding. You don't have to worry anymore. Our family is doing very well now. Gu Changba is not as bad as you think. He just has his own difficulties." This matter was related to Gu Changba's secret. Although she knew that her parents were concerned about her, she would not expose it and cause unnecessary trouble. Elder sister, Xianxia glanced at Gu Xian'er. She actually knew what happened to Gu Xian'er since she was young. She knew about her tragic childhood and sympathized with her. Sometimes, she even thought that Gu Xian'er was no longer in this world. She planned to succeed in her cultivation and avenge her elder sister in the future. As for the Gu Changba that her parents spoke of, although she had never met him, she also felt hatred. She never thought that as a member of the same family, and as Gu Xian'er's cousin, he would do such a cruel and heartless thing at such a young age. The Shin clan was very big and occupied a vast area. Between the mountain peaks, one could see the spiritual spring and waterfall. At this moment, in a rather quiet courtyard, a young man with long hair, wearing a long robe and an elegant and natural face, was bending down to water the flowers and plants in front of him. He looked very young and his features were regular. He was only in his 20s. Although there wasn't any magic power fluctuation on his body, his every movement seemed to be one with the surrounding mountain environment. Many spiritual birds flew over because of his movements. Colorful butterflies flew and stopped on the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Second elder, there is no need to say more. When the time is right, I will naturally leave the Shin clan, but not now. The young man's back was facing an elder in front of the courtyard. His voice was calm and natural and did not change because the person behind him was the second elder of the Shin clan. His expression was very serious as he carefully watered every flower and plant. At the same time, he bent down to pick up some of the dead leaves. It was as if the person behind him was not as important as the flowers and plants in front of him. The second elder of the Shin clan was the elder in the palace who insisted on Xianxia breaking the engagement. His face was dark and his lips were thin. When he heard these words, he was very angry. "Li Xiao, don't be so ungrateful. What did we agree on? Now you are going back on your words? All these years, has the Shin clan ever wronged you? When your spiritual ocean is broken, who found so many spiritual medicines for you? Who found the longevity fruit for you?" The young man named Li Xiao slightly shook his head and said, "I did not agree to that matter. It was you who said it. Also, I have already said that when the time is right, I will leave the Shin clan. When that time comes, even if you want to keep me, you will not be able to. I did not ask you to repair my broken spiritual ocean. At that time, I said there was no need to waste time. It was you who did not believe me. Also, if it was not for me, Xian'er's grandfather and grandfather would have died. I am their savior. Is this how the Shin clan treats its savior?" He smiled faintly. His tone was natural, but there was a hint of mockery. It was as if he was talking about a small matter like eating and drinking. But this kind of belittling attitude made the second elder of the Shin clan even angrier. "Less nonsense." His expression was gloomy as he said, "You have to break this engagement. You're a cripple of unknown origin. How can you be a match for my Shin clan's heavenly daughter? Don't be delusional. Xian'er will never marry you. If you know what's good for you, leave the Shin clan. We can still part on good terms. Even if your mysterious master were to appear, this old man's words will not change." He knew that Li Xiao's mysterious master was very powerful and was able to rescue Xian'er's grandfather and grandfather from that dangerous place. Moreover, according to what the two of them said afterward, Li Xiao's master had broken the chaotic rules of the boundary monument sea with a casual wave of his hand. Only those who were at least at the Supreme Martial Saint realm or above would be able to do such a thing. That was why they decided to befriend him. This was also the reason why many of the elders of the Shin clan objected. After all, although Li Xiao's mysterious master had not appeared in the past 3 years, no one knew whether he was still alive or not. A cultivator who surpassed the supremacy realm was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the Tianlan realm. Who would dare to offend him? Hearing this, Li Xiu only smiled faintly and did not seem to care. He said, I already said, I have no master. Also, if Xianxia wants to break the engagement, you can ask her to come in person. Perhaps in your eyes, Xianxia is bright and dazzling. But to me, she's just SOSO. If it weren't for her grandfather's pleading, do you think I would have agreed? He was speaking the truth. How could Xianxia be worth his attention? It was just that the other party wanted to break the engagement without even seeing him. This made him feel uncomfortable. Since when had he fallen to the point where he had to break off his engagement and break his promise? What arrogance! Since you say so, then I will ask Xianxia to come here and let her say it in front of you. The second elder of the Shin clan was so angry at Li Xiu's words that he laughed. This was the first time he met someone so arrogant. Before this, he did not know that Li Xiu's tone was so arrogant. Did he really think that because he had an old monster as his master, he could look down on everyone? Hearing this, Li Xiu only glanced at him indifferently. Then, he bent down and continued watering. He was very relaxed. And indifferent. The second elder of the Shin clan huffed coldly and then strode out of the place. But when he reached the outside of the courtyard, an ancient communication talisman suddenly lit up. Seeing this, his expression changed. He became extremely cautious and even a little nervous. Only then did he take out the communication talisman. What? That, young existence, he wants to come to the Tianlan realm. Seeing the content of the communication talisman, the second elder of the Shin clan was stunned. Then, he was extremely shocked. Even his voice was trembling. He was very excited and could not keep calm. The communication talisman in his hand almost fell to the ground. Compared to how he acted in front of Li Xiu, he was like a completely different person. Seeing him like this, Li Xiu raised an eyebrow. He seemed to be quite surprised. The second elder of the Shin clan was a person who fawned over others. He understood what happened to make him so respectful and even tremble. Young existence? He caught the words in the second elder of the Shin clan's words and frowned slightly. Then, he thought about it carefully. He had some guesses in his heart, but he did not care. A frog at the bottom of a well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This time, I'll let you see what a true dragon of the 9 heavens is. The second elder of the Shin clan sneered and glanced at Li Xiu. Then, he hurriedly left. He planned to tell the rest of the clan about this matter and let everyone welcome him. Many people did not know that he had already come into contact with people from the upper realm some time ago. Back then, he learned that a certain powerful and unparalleled young existence of that clan was looking for someone with the surname Gu. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he established a relationship with the upper realm. Now, he suddenly received news that the young existence was coming to the Tianlan realm. This made his heart tremble. He quickly guessed the purpose. It should be related to Gu Xian'er, so he did not dare to delay and hurriedly went to discuss it with the other elders. Although Xian'er's parents had some grudges against that person because of what happened back then, no matter what, the blood of that clan still flowed in her body. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Shin clan. At the same time, in the valley, immortal fog was faintly discernible. Lingji mushrooms were everywhere, and colorful clouds flowed. The stones flickered with precious light. Strands of purple multicolored light rose from all over the place. It was like a paradise. Mother Shin, Father Gu, Xian'er, and a few others were still expressing their dissatisfaction with Gu Chang'e because of what happened before. Xian'er, don't quibble for him. Mother Shin looked at her with heartache. Gu Xian'er's expression was cold. Listening to Mother Shin's words, he felt helpless and could not help but explain. Father, Mother, you've all misunderstood. What happened back then was really not Gu Chang'e's fault. Now, he's already doing his best to make it up to me. I'm doing well in the Gu clan. The clan elders are very good to me. Some time ago, an ancestor of our bloodline appeared and almost destroyed the Ocean Palace. Actually, you don't have to do this. The clan elders miss you very much. Hearing this, Mother Shin shook her head and sighed. Xian'er, it's been hard on you all these years. I know you're saying this because you have to consider the clan. How can such a great hatred be resolved with just a few words? In her opinion, if Gu Xian'er did not compromise, how could Gu Chang'e let her off so easily? How could he easily summon the exiled clansmen back to the clan and restore their identity and status? How heart-wrenching was the pain of having one's bone dug out. Although we haven't returned to the clan these years, we still know some things. Gu Chang'e agreed to the clan elders to take our clan members back because he wants to become the young master of the Gu clan. Otherwise, why would he be so kind? Father Gu also spoke at this moment. Clenching his fists, he hated his own helplessness. How old was Gu Xian'er when his bone of the Great Path was dug out? No matter how Gu Chang'e explained, he could not cover up this cruel truth. Mother, father, Gu Xian'er did not know how to explain now. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She knew that her parents were concerned about her, but she did not want them to misunderstand Gu Chang'e so deeply. But what happened back then was related to Gu Chang'e's secret. She could not explain it. She had already told them what had happened between her and Gu Chang'e, but they still did not believe her. Sister, you don't have to say any more. It's good that you're back in the Shin clan now. Our family of 4 will be together forever, Xianxia said softly. She had been influenced by Gu Chang'e since she was young. She had never seen him before and felt an inexplicable enmity towards him. You're still young. There are some things you don't understand. Gu Xian'er's tone was slightly helpless. She had been saying this almost every day recently, but it had no effect. Her parents' attitude towards Gu Chang'e was deeply ingrained. It was difficult to change it. Forget it. You don't have to worry about this matter. Let's deal with Xian'er first. Gu Xian'er saw that they were about to speak again and quickly waved her hand. She was afraid that her parents would say something inexplicable again. She felt that it was necessary to bring them back to the Gu clan and Peach village. This way, their attitude towards Gu Chang'e would change. Alright, I won't say any more. I don't want to make you angry again. Xianxia's mother was also helpless. She did not know what kind of magic potion Gu Chang'e gave Gu Xian'er. Every time they mentioned Gu Chang'e, she would be unhappy. Although she did not show it on her face, how could she hide the changes in her emotions from them? Why would I be angry? Gu Xian'er was about to deny it. Suddenly, a divine rainbow descended from outside the valley. A person came to report to Xianxia. Miss, the soliciting moon saintess is outside the mountain gate. She wishes to see you. Soliciting moon saintess? Xianxia frowned slightly. A beautiful figure appeared in her mind. She did not understand why she would come to the Shin clan at this time. Although she had met the soliciting moon saintess a few times, they were not very familiar with each other. They had only exchanged a few words. Why would she come to the Shin clan at this time and specifically ask to see her? Is the soliciting moon saintess the successor of the brilliant moon sacred ground? Why would she come to the Shin clan? Xianxia's mother was confused. She had been living in seclusion in the valley all these years and had never stepped out. However, she had heard of some of the geniuses in the Tianlan domain. The soliciting moon saintess was an extremely dazzling genius. She was the successor of the brilliant moon sacred ground. She was powerful and famous. She was also beautiful and had many young geniuses chasing after her. Busybodies often compared the soliciting moon saintess to Xianxia. She also did not understand why the soliciting moon saintess would visit Xianxia at this time. Tell her that I'll be right there. Although Xianxia was confused, she did not neglect the soliciting moon saintess. After all, the brilliant moon sacred ground was a force with a long history in the Tianlan domain. It had existed for even longer than the Shin clan. Its foundation was unfathomable. Moreover, there were rumors in the Tianlan domain that the patriarch of the brilliant moon sacred ground had been in seclusion all these years. He had not ascended nor passed away. After the cultivators of the Tianlan domain broke through to the supreme realm, it was difficult for them to continue staying in this domain. They would either find a way to hide from the sky or find a way to seal their qi and slow down the aging of their qi and blood to prevent them from being detected by the laws of heaven and earth. For example, the patriarch of the Shin clan used the second method to seal his qi and blood in seclusion in the ancestral land. I'll go with you and have a look. Gu Xian'er also felt that this matter was a bit strange and said. Xianxia nodded. Then, the two turned into divine rainbows and left the valley, heading out of the Shin clan's mountain gate. In front of the magnificent and simple mountain gate, there was a towering blue stone. There was a blue glow on it, which seemed to be very old. Many of the Shin clan's people came and went, looking in front of them in surprise. A beautiful woman in a red dress was standing in front of the mountain gate. She emitted a faint light, and there was a jade flute on her waist, which made her look very charming. There were many followers behind her, men and women, old and young. Many of them were very powerful and unpredictable. "Your Highness, are we just going to wait here? What if Xianxia refuses to see us?" At this moment, an old man with white hair and beard behind the woman in red could not help but ask. The woman in red was the soliciting moon saintess. She said without changing her expression, "Xianxia will see me. We just need to wait." She was very confident and was not worried that Xianxia would refuse to see them. As she spoke, the soliciting moon saintess looked at the Shin clan with a complicated expression, but there was more respect hidden deep in her heart. It was as if there was a terrifying existence hiding in the Shin clan. At this moment, two divine rainbows suddenly streaked across the sky and landed in the Shin clan's mountain gate. They were Xianxia and Xianxia. The soliciting moon saintess was a little confused by Xianxia, who looked unfamiliar but somewhat similar to Xianxia, but she did not ask. "What brings you here, soliciting moon saintess?" Xianxia glanced at the soliciting moon saintess and the others. Her voice was very calm, and she went straight to the point. She was focused on Tao and had no distractions. She did not care about the ways of the world, so her words were not polite. This made the people behind the soliciting moon saintess a little angry. After all, they had been waiting here for a while. Xianxia's attitude was the same. She did not invite them to have a chat. As a famous ancient clan in the Tianlan domain, it was not right for the Shin clan to do this. It would give people the feeling that they were looking down on the brilliant moon's sacred ground. However, the soliciting moon saintess did not care and waved her hand. She had dealt with Xianxia before, so she understood her character. She also said directly, "I heard that you want to break the engagement with that useless son-in-law of the Shin 767 clan?" Xianxia frowned and said, "How did you know about this?" This news was only spread in the Shin clan. How did the soliciting moon saintess know about this when she was in the brilliant moon's sacred ground? Could it be that she had a spy in the Shin clan? I don't think it's important. Seeing her expression, the soliciting moon saintess understood and could not help but smile. "I'm already outside the mountain gate, but Miss Xianxia did not invite me in. No matter what, the Shin clan is one of the top clans in the Tianlan domain. Don't tell me you don't even have this little bit of magnanimity? What do you want?" Xianxia's tone was still rude. At the same time, she was more and more confused. Why would the soliciting moon saintess ask about her useless fiancé? She did not have anything against Li Xiu. It was just that she did not plan to marry and have children. She only wanted to pursue Tao. Even if Li Xiu was not a useless person, she would not agree to this engagement. "I'm just very curious. I really want to see who was invited in by your Shin clan back then, and now you want to break the engagement." The soliciting moon saintess smiled and did not say much. At this moment, even Xianxia felt that something was not right. Why would the soliciting moon saintess ask about Xianxia's fiancé? "Since you want to see him, let's go." Xianxia had no reason to refuse. After all, the soliciting moon saintess only wanted to see Li Xiu through her. Although she had no feelings for Li Xiu, she would not restrict his movements and would not interfere with other people coming to see him. "Thank you, Miss Xianxia." The soliciting moon saintess was delighted, but her expression did not change. She still wore a polite smile. Then, she followed behind Xianxia. Her red dress swayed in the wind as she walked into the depths of the Shin clan. What is she trying to do? Xianxia, who had been watching from the side, suddenly had a strong feeling that something was wrong. The soliciting moon saintess seemed to have an ulterior motive. But at this moment, a mighty aura suddenly rose from the Shin clan. In the center of the palace, the lights flickered and shone brightly. Then, a powerful aura swept across the sky. This was an ancient and powerful aura. Then, many figures with terrifying auras appeared and rushed out of the mountain gate. They seemed to be in a hurry. The soliciting moon saintess and the others who were rushing to Li Xiu's courtyard were confused when they saw this. What happened? Those people are the older generation of the Shen clan, right? She could not help but ask. Xianxia was also confused. This was the first time she had seen such a grand scene. Many elders moved together and headed out of the mountain gate. Even if they were facing a strong enemy, they would not be like this. Did something big happen? Why are all the elders here? She could not help but shake her head gently. But soon, she did not think too much about it. After all, this had nothing to do with her. Xianxia frowned slightly. This scene reminded her of the day when she came to the Shen clan. Because she kept a low profile, many elders of the Shen clan still came to greet her. They did not dare to neglect her. This situation, don't tell me that guy came here personally, she suddenly had a strange feeling, but felt that it was impossible. Why would Xianxia care about such a small matter, not to mention coming to the Tianlan realm personally? Very quickly, they passed through a few mountain ranges that were shining brightly and arrived in front of a quiet courtyard. There was a simple fence around the courtyard, and there were a few simple houses with some simple flowers and plants. It looked very leisurely. A young man was watering the plants with his back facing everyone. He did not seem to notice the people outside the courtyard. After arriving, the soliciting moon saintess could not help but narrow her eyes. Her expression changed slightly, and there was a storm in her heart. She even trembled slightly, and it was hard for her to control herself. However, she was worried that Xianxia and the others would notice, so she quickly regained her composure. Li Xiu, someone is looking for you. Xianxia did not notice the soliciting moon saintess's strange behavior and said directly. Hearing that, Li Xiu stopped what he was doing and looked over. Are you here to break off the engagement? Xianxia frowned. Although she knew that this was not right, there was nothing she could do. I won't marry you. If you have any conditions, just mention them. I'll try my best to satisfy you, she said. It was not the first time Xianxia saw Li Xiu, although she could not feel any fluctuations from him. However, her intuition told her that Li Xiu was not as simple as he looked. If he was just a simple cripple with a shattered spiritual ocean, he would not have such magnanimity. However, no matter how extraordinary Li Xiu was, this was Xianxia's life. She would definitely stand on Xianxia's side when it came to her marriage. Conditions? Forget it. I don't need such things. Since you want to break off the engagement, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Hearing that, Li Xiu just said casually. There was not much emotion in his eyes, and he looked very calm. Xianxia also looked calm. I won't regret it. Since you've agreed, then the engagement is off. Li Xiu did not expect Xianxia to be so calm. Although she had the heart to pursue Dao, she was too narrow-minded. I'm really blind. He could not help but laugh. Then, he looked at the soliciting moon saintess and seemed to be sizing her up. After some thought, he said, You're looking for me? You look familiar. So you're... At this moment, hearing those words, the soliciting moon saintess could not help but feel excited. Her voice trembled, and she could not keep calm like before. Yao Yu of the brilliant moon holy ground greets you. She was about to bow respectfully, but Li Xiu waved his hand and interrupted her. You don't have to do this. Yes, war. Sir. The soliciting moon saintess was a little stunned, but she still said respectfully. Her heart was filled with awe. Some time ago, the old ancestor of the brilliant moon holy ground suddenly felt like he had awakened. He summoned a group of descendants with his bloodline and asked them to find an existence. He even handed over the portrait of that existence to them. The soliciting moon saintess was deeply loved by him. After some questioning, she learned the identity of that existence from the grand ancestor. At that time, she was extremely shocked. At the same time, she was also extremely respectful. She had never thought that the brilliant moon holy land would have such a background. Then, by chance, she found out about Li Xiu's unique appearance from the people of the Shen clan. At that time, she felt that he was very similar to the existence in the portrait. That was why he had come to visit the Shen clan today. Sure enough, this son-in-law of the Shen clan looked exactly the same as the one in the picture. This caused great waves to surge in her heart, and she was unable to calm down at all. Seeing this, Xianxia frowned. She did not understand the soliciting moon saintess's actions. With her status in the Tianlan domain, why did she have to greet Li Xiu? Did Li Xiu have some other identity that he was hiding from them? However, even if she knew this, she did not feel any regret in her heart. Instead, she felt relieved. It was best that the engagement was annulled. No matter who Li Xiu was, from now on, the two of them would have nothing to do with each other. No matter who he was, it had nothing to do with her. Xianxia watched all this coldly and did not speak. She had felt that something was wrong before. Why would the soliciting moon saintess come to find Li Xiu out of nowhere? Sure enough, she had other intentions. It turned out that Li Xiu had such a mysterious identity. As for what this mysterious identity was, she did not care. Now that the engagement was annulled, Xianxia did not need to be tied down like before. This allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief and put her heart at ease. She did not care about anything else. Li Xiu saw that Xianxia and Xianxia's expressions did not change at all when they saw the scene in front of them. They looked indifferent. He could not help but raise his eyebrows, then laughed. This is unexpected. I never thought that one day I would be looked down upon like this. This is really interesting. Xianxia had always carried the marriage contract with her. At this moment, she took it out and was about to tear it up. Hearing this, she and Xianxia could not help but frown. They felt that Li Xiu was a little too full of himself. Even if he was hiding an extraordinary identity, should the two of them be respectful to him? Should they regret this? Were they thinking too much? My lord, the Shen family is blind. They don't know your identity. It's fine if we don't stay here. They will regret it sooner or later. Why don't you come back to the brilliant moon holy land with me? Our old ancestor has been sending us to look for you. He really wants to see you again. Hearing this, the soliciting moon saintess hurriedly said. She did not act like a saintess in front of the Shen family's mountain gate. She was full of respect for Li Xiu and dared not slight him. Xianxia, if I were you, I would apologize to my lord immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences if the elders of your clan blame you. My lord's identity is far more terrifying than you can imagine. It's an honor for the Shen family that he has stayed in the Shen family for 3 years. You have a marriage contract with my lord, but you don't cherish it. You even want to tear it up. I feel sorry for you. If it were someone else, my lord would not even take a look at them even if they offered all their savings and resources. Tell me, why are you doing this? At the same time, the soliciting moon saintess glanced at the marriage contract in Xianxia's hand. Her tone was not as polite as before. There was a hint of mockery in her voice. After all, she had this lord standing behind her. If she performed well and was appreciated by him, her future would be limitless. Hearing this, although Li Xiu did not say much, the corner of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. With his state of mind, he should not care much about this kind of thing. However, it was inevitable that he would be annoyed by the Shen family all these years. He had to admit that it was hard for him to avoid such vulgar emotions. He could not truly avoid them. Even though Xianxia did not care much about external things, she was a little angry at the soliciting moon saintess words. She held the marriage contract tightly. She did not know whether to tear it up or not. What a boastful tone. I think Xianxia will tear up the marriage contract today. Who dares to blame her? Xianxia's pretty face turned cold at this moment, and her words seemed to be filled with frost. She did not expect the soliciting moon saintess to be so humiliating. She really did not take her seriously. She had planned to let Xianxia handle this matter herself. She did not want to interfere. However, the soliciting moon saintess' insulting tone angered her. I know that the Shen family has the upper world behind them. You are not from the Tianlan domain. You are from the upper world. However, you should know that there is always someone better than you. Some people's backgrounds are not what you can imagine. The soliciting moon saintess was not angry at Xianxia's words. Instead, she spoke casually. She seemed to be trying to persuade her, but she could not hide the mockery in her words. There is always someone better than you. I want to see who this lord you are talking about is. How dare he speak so arrogantly? Gu Xian'er's face was cold. She held her sister's hand and tried to calm herself down. Sister, Xianxia looked at her worriedly. She felt that her sister was not as calm as she seemed. Say no more. Since you want to tear up the marriage contract, then tear it up. It is fine to leave the Shen family behind. I was planning to meet an old friend anyway. Li Xiu smiled faintly and waved his hand. He did not want the soliciting moon saintess to continue. Some things were just like that. It was fine to just point it out. After all, it would be too late for regrets when the truth was revealed. Yes, Lord. The soliciting moon saintess nodded and said respectfully. Whoosh, however, at this moment, the sky suddenly trembled. Suddenly, divine rainbows flew toward them from the mountains in the distance. It was very powerful. Many people followed closely behind. A golden path appeared in the sky. It was filled with the sound of Tao. Golden lotuses bloomed, and colorful lights flowed. There was a dense divine qi. A fairy-like elder with white hair and a beard was standing on it. He bent his back slightly with a smile on his face. Beside him, a young man stood with his hands behind his back. His face was blurry. He looked like a young immortal. His clothes were white as snow, and there was not a speck of dust on them. His hair was sparkling, and there was divine light on it. There was a chaotic fog that appeared from time to time. He looked extraordinary and otherworldly. Every single move he made was even capable of causing the stars in the outerium to rustle and tremble. This was an unparalleled and peerless aura that shook the soul and caused the soul to tremble. Even the void around him seemed to be collapsing. This was a sign of his profound cultivation. It was difficult to guess. Behind him, many elders of the Shen family followed carefully. They smiled and were very respectful. However, they did not dare to get too close. Such a scene shocked everyone in the Shen family. In the many mountains, the members of the Shen family appeared. They looked over and were extremely shocked. Didn't the patriarch say that he was in seclusion? Why did he suddenly appear and accompany them? Who is that young man in white? Why is the patriarch treating him like this? All the elders are there. Isn't this too scary? What kind of big shot has come to our Shen family? They looked at all this in shock. They could not believe it. Look at the direction the patriarch is going. Isn't it where that useless son-in-law Li Xiu is? Could it be because of Li Xiu? Streaks of divine rainbows cut through the sky and chased after the golden path. Many members of the Shen family were curious and wanted to join in the fun. This fluctuation, who has come to the Shen family? In the fairy-like valley, Father Gu and Mother Shen felt the fluctuation of the aura outside. They looked at each other in shock. It actually alarmed the entire Shen family. Could it be that the Gu family has come? Such a big lineup. Mother Shen guessed. Father Gu said in a low voice. I guess it's because of Xian'er. No, I have to go and see. I'm worried. With that, he turned into a divine rainbow and left the place. Mother Shen hesitated for a moment and quickly chased after him. Young Master Chang'e, Miss Xian'er has been staying in the Shen family for this period of time. She hasn't gone anywhere. If Miss Xian'er wants to go out, we will send a large number of powerhouses to follow her. We won't let anything happen to her. So please don't worry. On the golden path, the old ancestor of the Shen clan had a smile on his face as he carefully accompanied them while wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead. His heart was filled with shock and horror. He was a supreme, but beside Gu Chang'e, he still felt a sense of suffocation. This could only mean that Gu Chang'e's strength was much more terrifying than his. It was far from enough to describe him as unfathomable. Is that so? This girl left the upper realm for half a year and didn't send back any news. I thought she died somewhere. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said, looks like she's still alive and kicking. I'm relieved. The golden path descended from the sky and landed in front of Li Xiu's courtyard. Gu Xian'er, who was watching Gu Chang'e's arrival in a daze, felt dizzy and caught off guard, suddenly heard his words. The joy in her heart instantly disappeared. This guy's mouth was still so poisonous. Who would say words of concern in such a way? The patriarch of the Shin family did not dare to respond to Guchunga's words. He only dared to wipe the sweat on his forehead. However, it could be seen that Guchunga cared a lot about Gu Xian'er. Otherwise, he would not have come down to the lower realm to look for her when she did not send back any news for half a year. After Guchunga and the patriarch of the Shin family landed, the many elders of the Shin family behind them dared to follow them. However, they did not dare to get too close and had a respectful expression on their faces. This is the soliciting moon saintess of the brilliant moon holy ground. Why is she here? At this time, the elders noticed the soliciting moon saintess and the people behind her in front of the courtyard. Greetings to all the elders of the Shin family. When the soliciting moon saintess heard this, she recovered from her shock and bowed to the elders of the Shin clan. This was the first time she had seen such a grand scene. So many of the older generation were personally welcoming a young man. Moreover, one of them was the patriarch of the Shin family who had been in seclusion for many years. This was too inconceivable, and it made her very shocked. Who was this young man in front of her? Li Xiao, who always had a calm smile on his face, could not help but frown at this moment. He felt that something was wrong. He could not see through the young man in front of him. Although he had lost his spirit ocean and had no magic power, he still had the ability to see through things. Xianxia also looked at Guchunga with a sizing expression. She guessed that the young man in front of her should be the one who had dug out her sister's great path bone, the young master of the longevity Gu family, Guchunga. Today, he was the most powerful young man in the upper realm. He was known as the leader of his generation. He was so powerful that no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The aura of his every move was really frightening. Even in the Tianlan realm, she had heard some rumors about him. Such a person came to the Tianlan realm because of Gu Xian'er. If this spread, it would cause an unimaginable sensation. For a moment, she did not know what kind of existence her sister Gu Xian'er was in Guchunga's eyes. Could it be that all the things Gu Xian'er said during this period were true? What are you doing in the Tianlan realm? And why are you staring at me? Gu Xian'er felt that Guchunga was sizing her up. She could not stand his gaze, so she turned her head away. Her tone was somewhat dissatisfied. I'm taking a closer look. I'm worried that you'll die here. Why? Are you unhappy to see me here? Guchunga smiled and said, next time, if you dare to hide from me for more than half a year and don't even send a message back, do you think I will find a dungeon and lock you up? I'm not your pet. Why do you care where I go? Gu Xian'er could not help but mutter. However, she could still hear the concern in Guchunga's voice. After all, she had left the Gu family without a word. She did not expect that Guchunga would come here personally to look for her. This still made her very happy. I'm relieved to see that you're alive and kicking. Now that the upper world is fighting in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, the Tianlan realm is the first to bear the brunt. How can I not worry when you come here like this? If you die here, I won't have a lot of fun in the future. Guchunga said with a slightly serious expression. After saying so much, I feel that your last sentence is the truth. Gu Xian'er glared at him. Guchunga smiled, then looked at Xianxia, Li Xiao, the soliciting moon maiden, and the others. When he was talking to Gu Xian'er, the others were silent and did not dare to interrupt. At this moment, the soliciting moon maiden suddenly felt a little regretful. However, she could not help but look at Li Xiao. Seeing that his expression did not change much, she sighed in relief. No matter how terrifying this young man's identity was, the existence behind her was not simple at all. What happened just now? Who made my Xian'er unhappy? Guchunga's eyes flashed with a strange light. He glanced at Li Xiao, then asked as if he already knew the answer. Who's your Xian'er? Gu Xian'er glared at him. He was very angry about what the soliciting moon maiden said just now. At this moment, hearing Guchunga's inquiry, he naturally wouldn't hide anything. He didn't exaggerate and simply explained the ins and outs of the matter. How dare you? What a good, there's always someone better than you. After hearing this, the expressions of the many elders of the Shin clan, including the Shin clan leader, changed dramatically. They were a little angry. Others did not know Gu Xian'er's identity, but they did. Who in this world dared to say this to her? this soliciting moon maiden was courting death. You're just the son-in-law of the Shin clan. How dare you talk so big? Do you know that Xianxia has the blood of her other half? She's someone you can't afford to offend. The second elder of the Shin clan looked at Li Xiu angrily. Although he was a little shocked that Li Xiu had another mysterious identity, he had nothing to worry about in front of Xianxia. Since you want Xianxia to know that there's always someone better than you? Sure, let me take a look. Men, go and destroy the brilliant moon holy ground. Who dares to stop me? After hearing this, Xianxia could not help but laugh. Then, he withdrew his smile and said casually. His expression was as calm as if he was ordering someone to kill an ant. Everyone could not help but feel a chill down their backs. What, the soliciting moon maiden did not expect things to turn out this way. Her face turned pale and her vision turned black. Her head buzzed and she almost fell to the ground. The courtyard was tranquil with flowers and plants swaying in the air. Many colorful spiritual birds and butterflies landed on the ground, adding a sense of leisure to the place. However, no one dared to be careless now. Their faces were solemn, and a chill ran down their spines. Especially the people from the brilliant moon holy land who came with the soliciting moon saintess. They could not help but tremble. Their faces were pale, and their souls were trembling. They almost knelt on the ground. They did not dare to imagine that the other party would decide the fate of the brilliant moon holy land and destroy the forces behind them so easily. Usually, they would not dare to believe that such a thing could happen in this world. The brilliant moon holy land had existed for a very long time, overlooking the countless living beings in the Tianlan domain. The rest of the living beings and cultivators were filled with fear when they heard about the brilliant moon holy land. How could it be destroyed so easily? However, they did not dare to doubt the words of the young man in front of them. They were filled with fear and despair. Some of them even felt their legs go weak, and they fell to the ground. There was no need to say much about the other party's background. It was absolutely monstrous and terrifying. Even the old ancestor of the Shin clan stood respectfully at the side, not daring to be negligent. How could they afford to offend someone with such a background? At this moment, they felt deep regret and resentment toward the soliciting moon saintess for her contemptuous attitude just now. If it were not for her words, the other party would not have destroyed the holy land behind them. Yes, young master. At this moment, the group of experts behind Xianxia turned solemn and hurriedly replied respectfully. After that, they moved and turned into divine rainbows to follow Xianxia's order to destroy the brilliant moon holy land. In their eyes, the holy land of the Tianlan domain was no different from a chicken or a pottery dog. Even if the other party had a supreme martial artist, they did not care. In this world, any force that offended the young master would be destroyed easily even if they had a supreme martial artist. The purple mansion of the imperishable sect that had shocked the upper world was destroyed because they had offended the young master. The small brilliant moon holy land was destroyed with a snap of the finger. This scene made everyone from the Shin clan keep quiet out of fear. Their divine souls were trembling. For the first time, they deeply understood what fear was. Many people finally understood why the ancestor and elders had appeared to welcome this young man. After all, if the other party could destroy the brilliant moon holy ground with a single sentence, he could also destroy the Shin clan with a single sentence. You want to annihilate the other party's forces with a single sentence? His personality is still as strong as ever. Mother Shen and Father Gu were in the crowd. When they saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts were extremely complicated. Although Xianxia's actions made them tremble in fear. But no matter what, he was standing up for Xianxia, so they couldn't say anything. What the soliciting moon saintess had said was indeed an insult to Xianxia. They could not take it lying down. You don't have to do this. Xianxia didn't expect Xianxia to do this. He was stunned. Although she was angry just now, she had no intention of implicating the rest of the people from the brilliant moon holy land. However, this was also Xianxia's character. Once he decided on something, no one could change his mind. To him, the brilliant moon holy land was no different from an ant. He didn't even need to do anything. He only needed to say a word, and countless people would be willing to trample this ant to death for him. However, it was because of this Xianxia that she felt at ease. Since when can any Tom, Dick, or Harry bully my Gu family? Gu Chang'e glanced at her. Gu Xian'er had always been stubborn, but she didn't dare to refute this time. She could see that Gu Chang'e was really angry. Sister, Xianxia was also stunned. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. She didn't doubt Gu Chang'e's words at all. Instead, she felt that his action of destroying the Brilliant Moon Holy Land just because the other party had insulted Gu Xian'er was really frightening. Xianxia had always been indifferent. Before this, she had never thought that there would be a force in this world that would be destroyed because of one sentence. Your Highness Saintess, everyone in the Brilliant Moon Holy Land was in despair as they looked at the soliciting Moon Saintess. At this moment, her face was also pale and bloodless. Her head was still buzzing and blank. She didn't expect that she would bring such a huge disaster to the Holy Land behind her. My Lord. 767, she could only look at the cold Li Xiu for help, praying that he would protect her and the Brilliant Moon Holy Land behind her. Li Xiu noticed the expression of the soliciting Moon Saintess and his expression returned to normal. He also knew that if he didn't stand up at this time, it wouldn't be justifiable. It could be said that this matter had a lot to do with him. Gu Chang'e's strength made him feel a little cold. Even when he was still standing in this world, he had never seen such a strong person who wanted to destroy the forces behind others. I'm not an unreasonable person. However, since you want to show me that there's always someone better than you, then show me now. Gu Chang'e looked at the soliciting Moon Saintess and the others and said casually. However, their eyes were filled with fear and they didn't dare to look at him. Brother, why do you have to do this? Yeah, you just said that in a fit of anger. In my opinion, it's not worth it to make such a big fuss over such a small matter. At this time, Li Xiu didn't care about the angry expressions of the Shin clan's elders. He walked out and looked at Gu Chang'e. Although there was no fluctuation of cultivation in his body, he had a calm demeanor that made it difficult to underestimate him. You're just a useless son-in-law. How dare you speak to young Master Chang'e in such a tone? Do you really think you're a big shot? I think you're courting death. The second elder of the Shin clan's face turned cold. He didn't expect Li Xiu to be so calm at this time. Where did he get the courage to speak to Gu Chang'e in such a manner? At this time, the people of the Shin clan already knew that Li Xiu had another hidden identity. However, they didn't know what this identity was. Seeing that he didn't panic at all and even spoke in such a manner, they couldn't help but frown. When the people of the Brilliant Moon Holy Ground saw this, they couldn't help but feel hopeful. Since the soliciting Moon Saintess said so, it meant that Li Xiu's identity was not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident and calm. Are you talking to me? Gu Chang'e looked at Li Xiu with interest. He was quite interested in this son of Providence who was a son-in-law. His Providence points were really not simple. It was even more shocking than the reincarnation of the Renzu. It seemed that he was not as simple as a son-in-law. That's right. Li Xiu looked at Gu Chang'e calmly. It was his first time seeing such a young man. He was unfathomable and even gave him an unparalleled sense of oppression. However, he didn't panic. He was thinking about Gu Chang'e's identity. Without a doubt, he should be from some imperishable sect or supreme sage orthodoxy in the upper realm. Otherwise, the Shin clan wouldn't treat him like this. However, he hadn't left the Shin clan all these years and didn't know much about the outside world. Surname Gu? Young clan master Chang'e? Could he be from that clan in the upper realm? Li Xiu felt that this matter was a little tricky. He had to be careful. However, if the other party knew his identity, he would let it go. The Gu clan was not to be trifled with, but his identity was not simple either. What? Are you going to stand up for the Brilliant Moon's sacred ground? You're the heavens beyond heaven that she was talking about? Gu Chang'e smiled and glanced at the soliciting Moon Saintess and the others who were frightened and pale. He said with some interest, as for making a big fuss? I think it won't be difficult for me to kill them. The soliciting Moon Saintess and the others felt a chill run down their backs when Gu Chang'e glanced at them. They felt as small as ants. Once upon a time, they were the people of the sacred ground who looked down on the world. However, their lives were no longer in their control now. They were all under the control of the other party. There's always someone better than you. That's right. No matter who it is, they can't be sure if the sky they see is the well or not. With your identity, you don't have to lower yourself to their level. Moreover, one should be lenient when possible. I hope you can forgive Yao Yu and the others for my sake today. They will also apologize for their rudeness and recklessness. Li Xiu said. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was very calm. He felt that Guchunga was not an easy person to deal with. Although he did not say much, the sense of superiority that was branded in the depths of his soul was unmistakable. Such an existence was definitely at the peak of the upper realm and was the center of attention. If they wanted to make him take a step back, they could not use ordinary methods. My lord, the soliciting moon saintess did not expect Li Xiu to say that. This was equivalent to giving in. At this moment, she vaguely guessed Guchunga's identity. Was there a second person in this world who was worthy of being called young Lord Chunga? She regretted it so much that she wanted to give herself a few slaps. Her eyesight had never been wrong, but why did it happen today? Who would have thought that someone like Guchunga would come to the Tianlan realm? It seems that even with my lord's identity, it's not easy to solve this matter. She felt bitter in her heart. How dare you? For your sake? Who do you think you are? You want young Lord Chunga to give you face? You're asking for death. Hearing this, Guchunga's expression did not change, but the expressions of everyone in the Shin clan changed drastically. Especially the second elder of the Shin clan. They knew Guchunga's identity. Now, Li Xiu wanted Guchunga to forgive the soliciting moon saintess and the others once for his sake. Where did he get the guts and confidence from? The second elder of the Shin clan was even worried that because of Li Xiu, the entire Shin clan would be implicated and Guchunga would be displeased. At that moment, he was extremely furious. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Li Xiu. Boom, he rolled up his wide sleeves, and his supreme saint cultivation erupted. It turned into a vast expanse of golden runes that flooded forward. He wanted to suppress Li Xiu and apologize to Guchunga. Although he curried favor, his strength was not to be underestimated. In the Tianlan realm, he was also a well-known expert of the older generation. As soon as he attacked, the expressions of the people from the brilliant moon holy land changed. They could not help but retreat. My lord, the soliciting moon saintess could not help but exclaim. She was a little worried. After all, Li Xiu now looked like an ordinary person without any cultivation. How could he be a match for the second elder of the Shin clan? Gu Xianxia, and the others also looked at him and could not help but frown. They felt that Li Xiu had no cultivation. However, he was extremely calm and did not seem to be worried. There was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This scene puzzled them. Could it be that Li Xiu had some kind of confidence? After all, the person in front of him was a genuine supreme saint. If I were you, you wouldn't attack me. Li Xiu's expression did not change as he spoke. He was not worried about the second elder of the Shin clan who attacked him. In the next moment, the void rumbled and trembled. Just as the second elder of the Shin clan's palm was about to land in front of him. Suddenly, a dazzling golden rune appeared on Li Xiu's forehead. It then emitted a golden brilliance and turned into a golden light screen, blocking the palm of the second elder of the Shin clan. The golden light screen seemed to be condensed from immortal gold. The runes on it flashed violently, blurring the void. It was extremely tyrannical. Dong, the place exploded. The void was torn apart like a piece of paper, as if it was about to be torn apart. Li Xiu's expression did not change. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The second elder of the Shin clan was a supreme saint, but it was difficult for him to break through. What? How is this possible? This made him look shocked and incredulous. In the next moment, he did not believe it and attacked again. The terrifying purple runes turned into bolts of purple lightning, crackling and crackling as they descended from the sky. The nearby mountain seemed to be about to be destroyed. But even so, Li Xiu was still standing firm. The golden light screen was difficult to break through. It was indestructible. This light screen, the Shin clan's patriarch waved his sleeve and blocked the aftermath, preventing the nearby mountains from being destroyed. However, his gaze was still on the golden rune between Li Xiu's brows. He felt that it was a little familiar, as if he had heard of it before. but for a moment he could not react. Don't waste your energy. With your strength, you can't break through my defense. Li Xiu looked at the second elder of the Shen clan who had an ugly expression and said indifferently. He seemed to be quite leisurely. On his forehead, the golden runes seemed to come alive, transforming into runes and condensing in the void, displaying an incomparably powerful power. For a moment, the place was quiet. Everyone was extremely shocked. Gu Changde looked at Li Xiu with an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. There is always someone better than you. What you said is right. But I'm giving you face. Do you dare to accept it? At the same time, somewhere tens of thousands of miles away from the Shen clan's land, in a magnificent mountain gate where multicolored light shot into the sky. In an extremely magnificent and ancient palace, a vast aura suddenly appeared. Buzz. A rather sturdy old man appeared. His face was ruddy, and he could be said to be a child with white hair. At this moment, he was extremely excited. If I'm not wrong, the fluctuation just now must be the Lord's aura. I knew it. How could the Lord have fallen in that battle? It was difficult to conceal the excitement in his words. As he spoke, he took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the hall. Pass down my order. Everyone of the Heavenly Saber Sacred Sect is to come to the square for a discussion. The old man's voice was like a bell, containing indescribable divine might. He was summoning the disciples and elders. Hearing this voice, many disciples and elders were stunned at first. Then, they reacted and did not dare to delay. They all turned into divine rainbows and bowed to the front. Greetings, Patriarch. The old man was the Heavenly Saber Patriarch who founded the Heavenly Saber Sacred Sect. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he had not appeared for many years. Many people suspected that he had fallen. However, they did not expect that he would appear today. Come with me to welcome the Lord's return. The Heavenly Saber Patriarch's face was filled with excitement. He shouted loudly, full of energy, and led many disciples and elders in the direction of the aura that he had just sensed. At this moment, similar scenes were happening in many places in the Tianlan realm. Many people were shocked and did not know what was happening. Those great powers all had strange movements. Many divine rainbows tore through the skies, hurrying towards a certain place. However, unlike the other forces, the mountain palace where the brilliant moon holy ground was located was a tragic scene. Cries of grief could be heard everywhere. Dazzling brilliance soared into the sky, and many auras surged. There were shouts of killing everywhere. However, in the sky, a huge palm wrapped in Rule's runes fell toward everyone. All the disciples and elders coughed up blood and exploded. Many runes were obliterated, and the mountain palace collapsed into ruins. This scene made everyone in the brilliant moon holy ground despair. Even the great Saint Realm elders could not withstand the palm of the other party. This attack was fierce and unexpected. They did not have any chance to ask questions at all. It was about to destroy the brilliant moon holy ground. Several figures with terrifying auras stood in the sky. Divine light flowed around them. When they opened and closed their eyes, strands of divine light could be seen, forming all kinds of terrifying scenes. Their Dharma bodies were incomparably huge and surging, shrouding heaven and earth. Many cultivators who passed by trembled, and their divine souls were frightened as they felt a suffocating pressure. What happened? Why is there a war in the brilliant moon holy ground? It is said that they have offended someone they should not have. These terrifying existences have been ordered to destroy the brilliant moon holy ground. In the mountains in the distance, many cultivators looked at all this in horror. They did not dare to imagine that the brilliant moon holy ground, which had a long history and a territory of millions of miles, would be so fragile. Even the protective mountain array was torn apart by the other party. It was not that the brilliant moon holy ground was too weak, but the other party was too strong. In his hand was a weapon that was as bright as the sun. A strand of pressure was enough to destroy everything. When such an existence came, no matter which force it would be a scene of destruction. It was impossible to stop it. This made them fearful, and they could not help but shiver. They did not dare to imagine what kind of existence the brilliant moon holy ground had offended to cause such a disaster. We have no enmity with each other. Why are you doing this? An elder of the brilliant moon holy ground roared. His face was red with hatred and grief. We are here to destroy the brilliant moon holy ground under the orders of the young master. If you want to blame someone, blame your holy maiden. She has offended someone she should not have offended and brought you all this. The terrifying figure in the sky said lightly with a hint of mockery in his voice. Hearing this, everyone in the brilliant moon holy ground was stunned and could not believe it. It turned out that this disaster was caused by the holy maiden, Boom. You've gone too far. However, at this time, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from the depths of the brilliant moon holy ground. A dazzling brilliance burst out from the ancient altar. A skinny old man stepped out from it. His face was cold and filled with killing intent. He looked coldly at the several terrifying figures in the sky. They were the ones who had brought destruction to the brilliant moon holy ground. You think you can stop us with just you? You're overestimating yourself. Even ants struggle to survive, and you're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. An indistinct voice in the air sneered, his vicious might shocking the world. This was a supreme expert from the chaotic starfield, a quasi-supreme expert. Later on, he was willing to follow Xianxia. While major events were happening all over the endless sky domain. In the Xin clan, the atmosphere in front of a secluded courtyard was also not calm. Young man, it's better not to be too arrogant. I used to be like you. Too much is easy to break. That's why the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Both sides are at fault in this matter. There should be an apology and compensation. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Li Xiu frowned. He did not expect Xianxia to be so unwilling to let this matter go. However, he still maintained his calm and did not get angry. He did not want to make a big deal out of this matter. Although he was at the top of the upper realm when he was at his peak, he was not now. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to cause too much trouble. Is that so? Both sides are at fault? Xianxia smiled. I don't know where Xianxia is wrong. Besides, so what if she's at fault? You're not worthy of a direct descendant of the Gu clan. Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but look at Xianxia. She did not say anything and just pondered his words in her heart. You, very good, very good. Can a member of the Gu clan be so arrogant? You're going too far. Li Xiu's expression could not help but be a little angry at this moment. It was hard not to be angered by Xianxia's words. Even if he wanted to keep the peace, he could not do it now. How could he bear to be humiliated by Xianxia in front of everyone? Xianxia shook his head slightly. This is only my explanation. If you want to think so, then it's not wrong. Li Xiu looked at him deeply, and his expression returned to normal. What a good young master, Xianxia. You've really opened my eyes today. Shut up. How can you say young master Xianxia's name? The second elder of the Xin clan's expression was extremely gloomy. He did not expect that he, a dignified great sage, could not take down a cripple and was blocked by him time and time again. This made him feel ashamed, especially in front of Xianxia. It's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble young master Xianxia. I'm going to suppress you here today. You're just a useless son-in-law of the Xin clan. Do you dare to betray your master? As the second elder of the Xin clan finished speaking, he attacked again. A terrifying aura spread out. This time, he was obviously more serious than before, and the strength he displayed was exceptionally strong. Even so, Li Xiu's expression did not change. He said lightly, I've already said that with your current ability, you can't break my defense. As his words fell, the golden rune in between his eyebrows shone brighter and brighter, showing a supreme power in the void. Faintly, one could see the ancient word battle appearing. A vast aura spread out, making everyone's heart tremble. They could not help but be frightened. This shouldn't be, could it be? The old ancestor of the Xin clan's expression was a little uncertain. Suddenly, he thought of something and his heart trembled. However, he looked back at Xianxia and gradually calmed down. No matter what Li Xiu's identity was, in front of Xianxia, he could not take advantage of him. In just an instant, a monstrous aura erupted, as if countless stars had exploded. The protective mountain array of the Xin clan was even activated, and many terrifying divine runes soared into the sky. The dazzling brilliance made everyone close their eyes, not daring to look directly. "This is impossible," the second elder of the Shin clan groaned, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured by the recoil. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They could not believe that this was the same useless son-in-law Li Xiu. He could actually block the second elder of the great sage realm again? "My lord." The soliciting moon saintess and the others were also very surprised. They felt that things had turned around. What is Li Xiu's background? When Gu Xian'er was in the Peach Village, he was taught by several masters, so he had extraordinary insight. However, he still could not see what Li Xiu was doing. Logically speaking, an ordinary person without cultivation should not be able to use secret techniques or Dharma treasures. How did he block all of this? This does not look like a secret technique. It looks like a rune I've seen in the ancient books of the Tianlan realm. Xianxia was also a little surprised. She did not expect Li Xiu to have such a technique. No wonder the soliciting moon saintess treated him like this. At this moment, if there was anyone who was not surprised, it would be Gu Chang'e. His interest was faintly discernible. This son-in-law, the son of fortune, knew how to play the pig to eat the tiger. If he did not have some tricks up his sleeve, he would not dare to be so calm. However, Gu Chang'e still did not make a move. He still wanted to see where Li Xiu's limit was. This golden rune would only be activated when he was attacked. It should be Li Xiu's technique in the past. However, if this was all Li Xiu had, he would be disappointed. Gu Chang'e's gaze fell on Li Xiu's fate points. He felt that this guy should be enough to harvest a lot. During this time, he planned to exchange for the rest of the Transcendence bones. After reaching the later stages, cultivation comprehension was very important. The Transcendence bones were the key. Gu Chang'e had also realized that when he exchanged for the Transcendence bones, he would feel an indescribable sense of familiarity. This feeling gradually emerged in his mind as the sealed memories in his mind gradually became clearer. This made him faintly guess that these Transcendence bones were actually his bones in the past. However, whether this was true or not was related to the origin of the system. With his current cultivation, it was difficult for him to find out. Just then, as the light disappeared, the second elder of the Shin clan was already knocked out. His entire body was covered in blood as he laid on the ground. His eyes were wide open and full of shock and disbelief. He could not even break through Li Xiu's defense and was even hurt by the rebounding force. "You don't know what's good for you. You asked for this." Li Xiu glared at Gu Chang'e and then at the second elder of the Shin clan. Between his brows, golden light shone brightly. Each and every ancient and mysterious rune gave off a sense of battle intent. Though he had lost his dantian and could not use his ji, it did not mean that he had no tricks up his sleeve. An ancient battle character appeared in midair and transformed into thousands of weapons. Swords, spears, swords, halberds, cauldrons, seals. The murderous intent was shocking and extremely terrifying. Just now, the cauldron appeared and blocked the second elder of the Shin clan's attack. This was a shocking scene. Everyone at the scene could not help but want to worship it. As expected, this is the talisman of battle. The Shin clan ancestor's expression froze as he recognized the ancient battle character. His heart was shaken. The talisman of battle that had been lost for countless years has reappeared in the Tianlan realm today. If this news gets out, it will cause a huge commotion. Even the upper realm will not be peaceful. What is this? How could it contain such a mysterious power? How could Li Xiu, a person without spiritual energy, use it? Could this be the source of his confidence? The golden battle word was dazzling like a star, with an ancient and mysterious aura. The group of Shin clansmen looked at this scene in shock. Of course, many people's eyes were still on the golden battle word, trying to guess what it was. Some people were greedy and had a burning desire. After all, if a cripple like Li Xiu could use it, why couldn't they? From their point of view, Li Xiu was so fearless because of this thing. However, there were still people who fell into deep thought. They felt that this battle word was very familiar, as if they had seen it in some ancient book. The old ancestor of the Shin clan only knew about the battle talisman by chance. He was very surprised and was trying to guess Li Xiu's identity. If that was the case, this period of time would not be peaceful. The upper realm was conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions, and the Tianlan domain would bear the brunt of it. Now that the battle talisman had appeared in the world again, it would only shock everyone. Whether Li Xiu was the owner of the battle talisman or the inheritor, it was not important to him now. If he offended Gu Changge, it would be useless even if Li Xiu was the one who used to be. However, he was not sure if Gu Changge did not know that this was the battle talisman, or did he do it deliberately? Young Lord Changge, I'm useless, I can't take him down. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. With the help of his clansmen, the second elder of the Shin clan got up and walked over with a guilty look on his face. He did not expect things to turn out this way. Not only could he not take down Li Xiu, but he was also severely injured because of the mysterious battle word, which made him feel ashamed. He even boasted that he would definitely take down Li Xiu. Being humiliated by Li Xiu in front of everyone made him want to find a hole to hide in. Gu Changge glanced at the second elder of the Shin clan without any change in his expression. He then looked at Li Xiu and said with interest, "You can't be blamed for this. You're not his opponent. Even if you break through to the quasi-supreme level, you can't break through Li Xiu's technique." At this moment, he was certain of Li Xiu's identity. He suddenly realized why he was so arrogant. But should I say that he is a son-in-law? Or was it the return of the strong, or was it both? Gu Changge was rather interested. The last time he saw such a child of providence, it was like the reincarnation of the human ancestor. The current Li Xiu could not be compared to the reincarnation of the human ancestor back then. He should have left behind many subordinates. It was said that after his death, many of his subordinates went into seclusion. Now that he had returned, with a single order, 100,000 of his subordinates had returned. Furthermore, this battle talisman was enough to defend against attacks below the quasi-supreme level. But that was it. Hearing this, Li Xiu's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, but his expression quickly returned to normal. He didn't expect Gu Changge to see through it. He deliberately used the battle talisman to let everyone know his identity. Unfortunately, the people of the Shin clan had eyes but failed to recognize him. However, Gu Changge was able to identify the realm he could contend against, which surprised him. The second elder of the Shin clan felt ashamed. However, behind Gu Changge, an expert stepped forward and handed him a round pill with Taoist rhyme intertwined and a faint purple aura lingering on it. This is the 9 Revolutions Great Recovery Pill. The second elder of the Shin clan's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. He couldn't believe it. Even the ancestor of the Shin clan's eyes widened, unable to look away. He was very envious of the second elder. From the looks of it, it wasn't a big deal to be injured and lose face. The 9 Revolutions Great Recovery Pill was a divine pill that even a supreme being could use. Sometimes, it could even be treated as another life. After seeing the item clearly, there was a series of gasps. They were very envious of the second elder. Indeed, working for Gu Changge would definitely bring benefits. Those who didn't make a move earlier all regretted not performing well in front of Gu Changge. "Thank you, young Master Changge." The second elder of the Shin clan revealed a happy expression and hurriedly received it respectfully. At this moment, outside the Shin clan, many divine rainbows suddenly rushed over. Their auras were very terrifying. There were many of them, and they all had unimaginable statuses in the Tianlan realm. They all rushed to the Shin clan as if they were here to meet someone. "The feeling is right, the Lord is in the Shin clan." Their voices were filled with excitement. They looked at each other. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, now that they felt the aura of the battle talisman, they all came at the same time. "I knew it. Even if the Lord was ambushed in the battle back then, how could he have died? The war immortal is invincible. The war immortal is a deterrent to the 8 desolates and 10 regions. How could he care about a mere ambush?" At this moment, they were extremely excited. Without waiting for the people in front of the Shin clan's mountain gate to report, they directly went inside. Their cultivation was unfathomable. They were all ancestors of the Shin clan, and the Shin clan couldn't stop them. Moreover, they couldn't wait to see the war immortal. The war immortal, this was the title they received when they were conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions. Although they weren't real immortals, their strength surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that heaven and earth didn't allow them to become immortals, they would have reached that step long ago. And they were all subordinates of the war immortal back then. After hearing that the war immortal was ambushed by the 8 desolates and 10 regions and died, they were disheartened and went to live in seclusion. Some were in the Tianlan realm, some were in the other lower realms, and some were in the upper realms. However, they couldn't summon the fighting spirit they used to have. Only when the war immortal was leading them, they were invincible blades that looked down on everyone, conquering everywhere. Report. The Sky Knife Ancestor, the Holy Sun Ancestor, the Bifamily Ancestor, the ancestors of many sacred grounds and ancient clans have entered the Shin clan. Just as Li Xiu's expression was calm and his gaze swept over everyone, on a mountain peak in the distance, a member of the Shin clan suddenly came to report in a panic. What? What are these people doing in the Shin clan? Hearing this, the people of the Shin clan were stunned at first, then their faces were filled with doubt and shock. They didn't understand why the ancestors of these forces would rush to the Shin clan at this time. If they were here to visit Xianxia, they definitely wouldn't dare to barge in and would wait at the mountain gate to report. Barging into the Shin clan, these people are really bold. They don't put the Shin clan in their eyes. Many elders were furious. Finally, it's here? Although Li Xiu's expression didn't change much, he couldn't help but smile at this moment. Why don't we just let this matter rest, young Master Xianxia? Then, he looked at Xianxia and slowly asked. Hearing this, Xianxia seemed to be interested and said, I'm afraid it's too late now. I think my subordinates, no matter how slow they are, should have raised the brilliant moon's sacred ground to the ground. Are you sure you want to let this matter rest? Back then, I fought with one of the ancestors of the Gu clan in the 8 desolates and 10 regions. I really didn't expect the Gu clan to have a descendant like you. Li Xiu's face was a little sullen, and his words were not polite. He had already regressed to this extent, but Xianxia was still the same. He wasn't sure if Xianxia was telling the truth. If the brilliant moon's sacred ground was really destroyed by Xianxia because of him, he would definitely not let this matter rest. Sir. When the soliciting moon saintess and the people of the brilliant moon's sacred ground heard Xianxia's words, they couldn't help but turn pale and fear in their hearts. Could it be that he had already destroyed the brilliant moon's sacred ground in such a short time? Boom! At this moment, suddenly, divine rainbows rushed over from afar. Their auras were terrifying, and their momentum was monstrous. Many of them were surrounded by 5-colored rays of light, riding on clouds and flowing colorful feathers. Sky Saber Ancestor, Bifamily Ancestor, Saint Sun Ancestor, the ancestor of the Shin clan glanced at the figures that rushed over from the sky and couldn't help but frown. These were all famous forces in the Tianlan domain, and they had existed much longer than the Shin clan. However, they usually kept a low profile and rarely showed themselves in the outside world. And now, all of these patriarchs had actually appeared here. May I know the reason why you have come to my Shin clan? The ancestor of the Shin clan asked knowingly, carefully looking at Xianxia's expression. Haha, the Shin clan is really bold. How dare you let Sir be your son-in-law? I think there's no need for your Shin clan to exist. You're really blind to tear up the marriage contract. The Sky Saber Ancestor, Saint Sun Ancestor, and the others said coldly and angrily. On the way to the Shin clan, they had already asked their disciples and speculated the cause and effect of this matter. Although they hadn't shown themselves in the outside world all these years and didn't know what had happened during this period, it didn't mean that they didn't know anything. The ancestor of the Shin clan frowned and wanted to refute, but seeing that Xianxia seemed to be interested, he didn't say much. Sky Saber, Saint Sun, Bai Xia. Greetings, Sir War Immortal. After saying this, the Sky Saber Ancestor, Saint Sun Ancestor, Bifamily Ancestor, and the others all looked at the indifferent Li Xiu with great respect, as if they were looking at a god in their hearts. At this moment, the rest of the people were dim in their eyes. No need to be so polite. Li Xiu looked natural and nodded slightly, letting them rise. What? What's Sir War Immortal? At this moment, all the people of the Shin clan looked at this scene in shock, and their minds couldn't react. War Immortal? A supreme master who once conquered the 8 desolates and 10 regions. It is said that he died there and has disappeared for countless years. Asking for fresh flowers, some people reacted and found it hard to connect the War Immortal with Li Xiu in front of them. Did he come back to life? At this moment, Li Xiu's mouth curved into a smile, and the golden word war flashed between his eyebrows, giving him an awe-inspiring fighting spirit. He looked at Gu Changge and said, "Young Master Changge? Let's forget about today's matter. What do you think?" He didn't want to cause too much trouble, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Now that his identity was exposed, there would inevitably be a lot of trouble, but he couldn't care so much. Sir War Immortal, he is, Grandmaster Tian Dao, Grandmaster Shengri, and the others were still a little stunned. It was hard to imagine that Sir War Immortal would be so polite to a person. "So this is what you mean by the sky outside the well? It seems that in the end, I have to do it myself." But hearing this, Gu Changge still shook his head slightly, and there seemed to be a little regret in his voice. "I just don't know if your light curtain can block the saber in my hand." Buzz. The next moment, a terrifying trembling sound suddenly came from the void. Runes flashed, and a wave of murderous aura swept over like a wave. Everyone's face turned cold, and there was a kind of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts, as if they had turned into ashes and been annihilated from the world at this moment. It was a long black saber, and the blade was as bright as snow, with faint dragon patterns. At this moment, it seemed to have awakened, and a vast number of chains of rules were hanging down. Suddenly, from the Shen clan, an aura that seemed to tear the universe apart rushed into the sky. Within a radius of thousands of miles, all the living beings could not help but worship and kowtow in this direction. 0-inch Emperor weapon. Many experts felt this aura, and their faces changed rapidly, and they turned pale with fright. This is a real Emperor weapon. The Grandmaster of the Shen clan's eyebrows twitched, and his divine soul was almost stiff. He did not even dare to get too close. The rest of the people also fled as far as they could. The pressure of an Emperor weapon was enough to crush any living beings around it. Ordinary people could not even think of getting close to it. At this moment, the confidence and indifference on Li Xiu's face had completely collapsed. His heart beat wildly, and he felt a chill. He did not expect Gu Changge to be so straightforward and directly take out an Emperor weapon. This was completely beyond his imagination. A young man carrying an Emperor weapon with him? This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. "Sir War Immortal, this is an Emperor weapon." The Heaven Saber Grandmaster and the others did not know the ins and outs of the matter. They only knew that Li Xiu had been humiliated in the Shen clan. At this moment, they could not help but be shocked and frightened, and their voices trembled. If all of the Emperor's weapons were activated, it would probably sink the entire Tianlan realm. The soliciting Moon Saintess and the others were extremely shocked. They did not expect that Gu Changge would still not care after the War Immortal's identity was exposed. He was going to activate the Emperor weapon to kill him. "Young master of the Gu clan, today's matter." Li Xiu was very decisive and planned to admit defeat. In his current state, even a supreme weapon would be difficult, let alone an Emperor weapon. To be able to come this far, he was also a master who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. However, Gu Changge looked at him inexplicably and did not let him finish his words. Buzz. The Xianxia heavenly saber dropped a ray of black saber light. It was so heavy that it seemed to want to crush the void. The Heaven Saber Grandmaster, Saint Sun Grandmaster, and the others beside him were extremely shocked. They immediately fled into the distance. Some of them reacted a little slower and were immediately swept by the saber light. They directly exploded, and even their divine souls did not have time to escape. Their divine souls trembled, and they were in extreme despair. They did not expect that coming to see the War Immortal would cause such a terrible disaster. An Emperor weapon, even in the upper world, was almost impossible to see. Except for the War Immortal at his peak, who could resist it. Although Gu Changge could not fully activate it, a ray of Emperor Saber light was enough to kill everything. "I want to know, is this the reason why you are so confident now? Or is it because the War Immortal has returned and ordered 100,000 subordinates to kill?" Gu Changge said casually. He raised his hand and swung down the saber. The saber light fell, and the void collapsed, and everything was silent. The war character between Li Xiu's eyebrows shone again, and a golden rune appeared, trying to resist, but in less than a moment, it collapsed and exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his hair was disheveled, and he was directly sent flying. The war character between his eyebrows also cracked, as if it was about to collapse and could not continue to be maintained. Li Xiu coughed out a lot of internal organs and fell to the mountain behind with a bang. His face was pale, and he kept coughing out blood. He did not know how many bones were broken, and he was already seriously injured. Gu Chang'e walked over with his saber. Seeing that he was about to lift his head, he suddenly stepped on it. "Stop pretending. Tell me, how did you come back to life? I am quite interested in this," he said lightly. 1,000. Gu Chang'e slashed down with his saber and the vast saber chi drowned out everything. Many cultivators in the distance exploded in horror and despair. Their bodies collapsed and directly exploded. The terrifying saber chi fell from the sky and seemed to be able to tear the world apart. At this moment, the entire Shen clan was shrouded in this extreme emperor aura that was enough to destroy everything. No one dared to imagine what kind of disaster it would cause if such a wave completely exploded. Mountains collapsed and turned into ashes. Many pavilions and palaces were crushed under the aftershock. Even the engraved array patterns were instantly destroyed and could not continue to protect them. This was a true emperor weapon, even if Gu Chang'e did not use it seriously. But just a strand of aura intertwined on it was frightening. Even from a distance, their bodies were about to explode. Emperor weapon, is he going to destroy everyone? The raging aura made everyone pale and their spirits tremble. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground. After so many years, this was the first time they witnessed the terror of an emperor weapon. Just this strand of aura alone was enough to tear open the barrier of the Tianlan realm and penetrate into the outer realm. Xianxia, Father Gu, Mother Shen, and the others were very shocked. They didn't expect that after Li Xiu revealed his identity, Gu Chang'e not only did not care, but also killed all the other cultivators who came. He actually carried an emperor weapon with him. This was simply not giving any chance for his opponents to live. With just one slash, everyone exploded, their bodies and spirits destroyed. Even one of the quasi-supreme existences screamed in horror and collapsed into a bloody mist. This was a horrifying and scalp-numbing scene. Those who just came were the ancestors of the other forces in the Tianlan realm. They had a long history and were not weaker than the Shen clan. But in Gu Chang'e's eyes, they were no different from ants. "Sister, is he usually like this?" Xianxia looked at Gu Chang'e with a complicated gaze and couldn't help but ask Gu Xian'er next to her. "Yes, usually he is very bad and often bullies people." Gu Xian'er stared at Gu Chang'e and nodded almost without thinking. Before this, she had never seen the weapon in Gu Chang'e's hand. It could only mean that his cultivation had improved tremendously during this period of time, and he had also obtained many opportunities. She had once boasted in front of Gu Chang'e that she would suppress him. Now, it seemed like it was even more distant and impossible. This made her feel a little unhappy. The stronger Gu Chang'e was, the less she could resist when he bullied her. During this period of time, she had been cultivating bitterly in an attempt to catch up to Gu Chang'e. However, the more she chased after him, the greater the gap between them became. Now, she could no longer see Gu Chang'e's back. Hearing this, Xianxia glanced at Gu Xian'er. She finally believed what Gu Xian'er said during this period of time. It seemed that Gu Chang'e was indeed trying his best to compensate her sister. This made her view of Gu Chang'e change a lot. The people of the Shen clan kept quiet out of fear. Watching from afar, the Shen clan ancestor felt a sense of fear. For the first time, he felt fear. This was the power of an emperor weapon. With his current strength, he probably couldn't even get close, let alone activate it. This was enough to show how terrifying and unfathomable Gu Chang'e's strength was. Gu Chang'e didn't care about what others thought. He had a faint mocking expression on his face. Stepping on Li Xiu's head and looking at his angry and cold expression, he said, "I actually quite like it when people show off in front of me. Because in the end, they will all be like you now, trampled under my feet." "You, very good. This is the first time I've met someone like you." Li Xiu's entire body was in pain. The battle talisman between his eyebrows exploded, and many of his bones were broken. Especially now, he was actually being stepped on by Gu Chang'e. His face was deeply smashed into the ground, and he couldn't raise his head. Such humiliation made his eyes turn cold, and he felt like he was about to explode. Once upon a time, he was the high and mighty war immortal. He conquered the 8 desolates and 10 regions, and killed his enemies until they trembled in fear. Even though he died unexpectedly, he was still the war immortal today, and no one could replace him. When they heard of his name, who didn't respect him? Who dared to humiliate him? War immortal, the heaven saber ancestor, the soliciting moon saintess, and the others who were lucky enough to escape far away saw this scene. They were completely terrified. Even the war immortal was being stepped on by Xianxia. And he was determined to kill everyone just now. This coldness and ruthlessness made them tremble in fear, especially the soliciting moon saintess. Now, her intestines were turning green with regret. If she had known, she wouldn't have said that, and things wouldn't have turned out this way. And the sect behind her was implicated. Oh? Is it the first time? Maybe this will be the last time. Xianxia smiled faintly. He stomped his foot, and immediately, the sound of bones breaking was heard. He controlled his strength so that Li Xiu's head wouldn't explode. No matter what, without that talisman, Li Xiu was now a cripple. He couldn't even use his qi. Just now, Xianxia could have easily defeated Li Xiu even without using the Xianyang heavenly saber. But considering that this guy might have other tricks up his sleeve, he decided to use the Emperor's weapon. It was simpler and more direct. As expected, when he saw the Emperor's weapon, Li Xiu admitted defeat without a second thought. Xianxia! Don't you dare cross the line! Li Xiu was extremely humiliated. His teeth were broken by Xianxia's stomp, and he was no longer as calm as before. Right now, he was like a ghost. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely pathetic. As the high and mighty war immortal, he commanded many subordinates and won every battle. In the eyes of the 8 desolates and 10 regions, he was a demon who slaughtered everyone. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be humiliated like this. In front of everyone, he would be stomped under someone's foot and he couldn't even raise his head. Before, he didn't want to reveal his identity because he was worried that his previous enemies would make a move on him again. His fall back then wasn't a coincidence. It was because the powerhouses from the upper world teamed up and caused him to be ambushed by the 8 desolates and 10 regions. That was why he had endured until now. However, after he revealed his identity as a war immortal, he didn't receive the respect and admiration he deserved. Instead, he lost face in front of everyone. Li Xiu always felt that he shouldn't lower himself to their level. After all, with his identity, there was no need for him to do this. Doing so would only lower himself. Oh, so what if I bullied you? Xianxia's expression didn't change as he stomped down. Immediately, there was a groan. Li Xiu's willpower was strong and he had been enduring the pain. Even though he was humiliated like this, he didn't want to continue losing face. However, Xianxia wasn't going to let him do as he wished. A ray of light gray spiritual energy landed on his head to prevent it from exploding. He was interested to see how Li Xiu was holding on, but in reality, he was about to faint from the pain. After all, Li Xiu was merely an ordinary person and the amount of pain he could endure was limited. In the next moment, his foot moved slightly and the sound of bones breaking was heard again. Everyone's expression turned cold and they shuddered. They felt that Xianxia's ruthlessness wasn't something that could be judged based on his appearance. Li Xiu finally couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a scream of agony. His mouth was full of blood. Young man, if you know what's good for you, let go of the war immortal. Even though you have an extraordinary background and even have an emperor's weapon, you need to know that as soon as the war immortal gives the order, all of his former subordinates will come and kill you. You have no idea how terrifying the war immortal is. Ancestor Bai's face was white and his voice was shaking. He didn't dare to imagine that this would happen to the war immortal who was high above everyone else. He suppressed the fear in his heart and wanted Xianxia to let go of the war immortal. Are you talking to me? Xianxia glanced at him with interest. At this moment, Ancestor Bai's heart was filled with fear. He was a quasi-supreme expert, but at this moment, he couldn't help but shudder. He felt like he was an ant being watched by a true dragon. Boom, however, Xianxia didn't let him finish his words. He directly raised the Xianyang heavenly saber and slashed down. A terrifying killing intent swept through the sky and instantly split him in half. the laws, divine abilities, and weapons all collapsed and exploded. There was no way to resist. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. An ancient clan ancestor was killed with a single slash. It was as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. There was no need for nonsense. Tell me, how did you survive? Maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood. If you don't want them to die, don't try to test my patience. Xianxia put away the Xianxia heavenly saber and glanced at Li Xiu with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at the heaven saber ancestor, the soliciting moon saintess, and the others. They didn't dare to look at him. They were terrified, their divine souls were trembling and their legs were weak. They didn't dare to imagine that after trampling the once invincible war immortal under his feet, Xianxia could still torture him as if he was stepping on an ant. Just kill me. I won't say anything. Li Xiu's face was full of pain. He felt sullen and hated his powerlessness at this moment. If he was at his peak, how could he be tortured by Xianxia like this? Is that so? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Xianxia didn't waste time. Golden runes flashed in his eyes and he directly searched Li Xiu's soul in front of everyone. Li Xiu immediately screamed because of the pain. Unfortunately, his soul was very weak now. Xianxia only probed for a moment before it exploded with a bang. He was directly destroyed. War immortal. The heaven saber ancestor, the soliciting moon saintess, and the others all widened their eyes in horror. They couldn't believe that the war immortal had died in front of them. His soul had shattered and exploded. Xianxia, and the others were also shocked. The war immortal had died just like that. A place to nourish the soul, a place to worship 10,000 immortals. Xianxia was not surprised by this. From this little bit of Li Xiu's soul, she found a lot of information. It was similar to what he had expected. How could an existence that had been dead for countless years reappear in the world? If there wasn't a good place to nourish the soul, then it could only be a fake death. In fact, he was planning to find a place to nourish the soul, so that his following plan could be foolproof. Li Xiu's appearance just happened to solve his problem. As for how to find the hiding place of Li Xiu's real body, it was actually not difficult. Now that he had killed Li Xiu's body, he had already formed a karma with him. He died so easily? Xianxia didn't believe it. After all, Li Xiu was a former war immortal. How could he die so easily? Xianxia glanced at her and said, he is a dead man, but if we really talk about it, he shouldn't be dead yet. What do you mean? Xianxia still didn't understand. Xianxia said indifferently, this can only be regarded as a body that he walks in the outside world. The real him is actually dead, but he is still relying on some remnants of the memories of the past body to control everything. Xianxia understood what he said. Looking at the collapsed body of Li Xiu, she couldn't help but snort and say, this is good. Xianxia's engagement can be considered free. This guy's attitude is really annoying. He still thinks he is a former war immortal. Hearing these words, everyone was enlightened and felt complicated. After all, this was a former war immortal. He was tortured to death in such a humiliating way. However, these words could only be said by Xianxia and Xianxia. Even if it was only the memories of the former war immortal that controlled this body, it was not something that they could easily slander. One could imagine that today's matter would definitely shake the Tianlan domain and even the upper domain. The former war immortal reappeared in the world, but he was killed by Xianxia and the Shin clan. If some of the war immortal's subordinates knew about this, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Young Master Xianxia, how should we deal with them? The ancestor of the Shin clan looked at the soliciting moon saintess, Sky Saber Grandmaster, and the others coldly. They were all subordinates or descendants of the war immortal. Today, if Xianxia was not here, the Shin clan would definitely cause unimaginable trouble because of Li Xiu. They knew that they had not done anything wrong to Li Xiu, but he took advantage of his identity and deceived them. In the end, the Shin clan suffered a great loss and had to pay a bloody lesson. He did not have a good attitude towards Sky Saber Grandmaster and the others. I'll leave it to you to deal with them, Xianxia said lightly. Yes, the ancestor of the Shin clan said respectfully. At this moment, in the distant sky, there were divine rainbows and a few murderous figures rushed over quickly and appeared in front of Xianxia. They said respectfully, "Young master, according to your instructions, the brilliant moon holy ground has been destroyed." No one escaped. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel a chill down their backs. In such a short time, the brilliant moon holy ground was destroyed, leaving no trace of survival. Fortunately, we did not offend young Master Xianxia. Looking at the soliciting moon saintess and the others who had fainted after hearing this news, many of the Shin clan members were relieved. Soon, what happened in the Shin clan today shook the entire Tianlan domain. Just now, the emperor's aura that soared into the sky was terrifying beyond compare. It engulfed the entire sky and even caused the stars in outer space to tremble. Many experts felt a chill in their hearts as they guessed what had happened in the Shin clan. Moreover, many of the grandmasters who had been very low-key in the past had awakened and rushed to the Shin clan, but in the end, no one was able to escape. In addition, the brilliant moon holy ground, which had a long history, was attacked by several terrifying existences today and was wiped out, disappearing from the Tianlan domain. Many of the news shook the Tianlan domain, which had been peaceful for a long time, and set off a shocking wave. Then, the news spread in the Shin clan, which was even more shocking. Many people could not believe it and wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. The war immortal who had once conquered the 8 desolates and 10 regions appeared again, and it turned out to be the famous good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Shin clan. Unfortunately, he had offended a young existence from the upper world and was killed in the Shin clan. Many of the experts who went to visit the war immortal were also killed here because of this. They collapsed on the spot, their bodies and souls destroyed. This news shook the Tianlan domain and even spread to the upper world, shocking many people. No matter what, the war immortal was once an invincible existence with a peerless cultivation. It was rumored that he had fallen long ago, ambushed when he was conquering the 8 desolates' 10 regions. Now, for some reason, he had appeared in the future again and met with such an ending. It was really unbelievable. A young existence who could activate an emperor weapon, in the vast upper world, who else could be so generous? In fact, many people already knew without guessing. They were stunned and felt very emotional. In a valley that was like a fairyland, surrounded by celestial mist and green bamboos, Gu Xian'er, Shin Xian'er, Father Gu, and Mother Shen were sitting around a stone table. The aroma of tea rose in spirals, and the green tea seemed to be reflected in the sky, looking very beautiful. Gu Xianxia sat opposite them, raised the cup to his mouth, and drank it in one gulp. He could not help but praise, "Auntie, you have good tea skills." "Young Lord Xianxia, you flatter me." Mother Shen's tone was cold, and she was still very rude to him. Although because of what happened just now, her opinion of Gu Xianxia had changed, but she still could not let go of what he had done to Gu Xian'er. Father Gu's expression was rather complicated. He felt that Gu Xian'er was more familiar with Gu Xianxia than her parents. Moreover, from the way she interacted with Gu Xianxia, it did not seem like she would be bullied by Gu Xianxia. He also did not know why Gu Xian'er treated her archenemy like this. Gu Xianxia even came to the Tianlan realm because of him, and took care of Shin Xian'er's trouble. "Actually, I came this time just to see Xian'er. I have no other intentions. If uncle and auntie mind, I will leave soon." Gu Xianxia smiled and put down the teacup in his hand. "Young Lord Xianxia, you must be joking. How would we dare to mind?" Mother Shen's attitude was still cold, and she waited for Gu Xianxia to explain himself. However, Gu Xianxia did not intend to continue talking to her, nor did he intend to explain. Mother Shen's expression froze. With Gu Xianxia's attitude, she did not have anything else to ask. After all, she was just a woman. Gu Xianxia was polite to her because she was the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, and also because she was Gu Xian'er's mother. She knew her place. If she made a scene without reason, not only would she embarrass herself, but she would also embarrass Gu Xian'er. When Father Gu saw this, he sighed softly and shook his head. Gu Xianxia looked at Gu Xian'er, who kept her cool, but her head was lowered. Her gaze could not help but fall on the tips of her feet, as if she was in a trance. "Since you have nothing else, I will leave first. Whether it is the Shin family or the Gu family, you can stay wherever you want. I will go to the Peach Village when I have time and visit Yao Yao." Although he said that, before he left, he had to find the soul-nurturing land. Regarding the war immortal, Guchanga was most interested in the soul-nurturing land, followed by the Providence points. I don't have anything to do here, and I was planning to go back to the village to visit Master and the others. Hearing this, Xianxia raised her head and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Now she felt like her head was about to explode. Actually, the thing she did not want to see the most was her parents and Guchanga meeting. This feeling was extremely strange, and it made her feel uneasy. However, she had to act mature and steady in front of her parents, and set an example for her younger sister, Xianxia. Fortunately, Guchanga did not make things difficult for her, and even gave her a suitable way out. When she returned to the Peach Village, she would see her master, the others, and Sister Peach Demon. I think you haven't seen your parents for a long time, it's good to spend more time with them. However, Guchanga revealed a slight smile, and his tone changed, making Xianxia a little stunned. Eh? No, I have been here for half a year, Master, and the others must miss me, I have to go back and visit them. She came to her senses and glared at him. She felt that Guchanga had said that on purpose and did not intend to let her get away. She was wondering why Guchanga would be so kind to give her a way out. I think your master and the others probably don't miss you, they will be quieter without you around. Guchanga shook his head slightly, completely ignoring Xianxia's cold gaze. Xianxia felt that Guchanga was not talking about her master, but himself. Young Master Changa is right, Xianxia, you should stay here and accompany us more, we haven't seen each other properly for so many years. Xianxia's mother also spoke, she could not wait for Xianxia to stay by her side, she felt that it was dangerous for her to be with Guchanga. In her opinion, Guchanga's methods did not have anything to do with a so-called good person, but Xianxia trusted him very much. She was just short of writing the words "I want to go with him" on her face. I have many questions about cultivation that I need to ask my master and the others. Xianxia's face showed that she was in a difficult position. She did have questions to ask, and this was not nonsense. Forget it, since Xianxia wants to leave, then let her leave. Anyway, we are in the Shen clan, she can come back to see us whenever she wants. At this time, Father Gu spoke up, waving his hand to interrupt Mother Shen. He knew that Xianxia already had the intention to leave, she would not be able to stay, so he might as well let her leave. Mother Shen sighed, looked at Guchanga, and then looked at Xianxia. She suddenly felt that this was an ill-fated relationship. When she was still very young, Xianxia was like a shadow, sticking to Guchanga wherever he went. In the end, after she suffered a huge loss, her Dao bone was dug out, and she almost lost her life, she still did not learn her lesson. Was she being sold by Guchanga and counting the money for him? When Xianxia heard her parents say this, she immediately felt relieved, and glanced at Guchanga proudly. I think it is better for Xianxia to stay here. Guchanga noticed her expression, but his expression did not change. Xianxia felt that she was being despised by Guchanga, and she was very angry. She had always been the one to despise him. He dared to despise her, how despicable. Xianxia, who had been silent all this time, was very curious to see her mature and steady sister like this for the first time. I heard that you are very interested in mantras. As your elder brother, I do not have anything good to give you as a gift. This jade scroll was obtained when I was traveling as a child. It contains many profound mantras, and it is very mysterious. Today, I will give it to Sister Xianxia as a gift. At this time, Guchanga seemed to have just noticed Xianxia, and he smiled slightly. He took out a crystal-clear jade scroll from his chest. There were rays of light intertwining on it, and it looked very mysterious. Guchanga passed it to Xianxia, who was in a daze. For a moment, she hesitated, not knowing if she should accept it. Since it was a jade scroll given by Guchanga, it was definitely not simple. However, considering the relationship between her parents and Guchanga, she did not want to accept it. Since it is a gift from young Master Changa, Xianxia, accept it. Why are you not thanking young Master Changa? Mother Shen sighed in her heart. She knew that because of their relationship, Xianxia had a grudge against the Gu family. Otherwise, with her talent, if she was in the Gu family, she would definitely shine brightly. In the end, it was them who held her back. Thank you, young Master Changa. Hearing this, Xianxia took the jade scroll, raised her eyes, and glanced at Guchanga. She realized that he was staring at her, as if there was a flower on her face. This made her feel a little uncomfortable, and she lowered her eyes. However, Guchanga quickly retracted his gaze and smiled gently. Sister Xian, you are welcome. This is my token. If you want to return to the Gu family, just activate this item, and someone will come to this realm to pick you up. With your talent, you should not be buried in this place. As he spoke, he passed a jade pendant to her. He felt that something would happen to Xianxia, so he had to be careful. Xianxia took the jade pendant and nodded. In her heart, she also yearned for the upper realm. After all, it was the origin of Taoism. In the hearts of all cultivators, it was an irreplaceable holy land for cultivation. She felt that Guchanga was not as evil as her parents said. When Gu Xianxia saw this, she actually wanted to take her sister with her, but she knew that she could not make the decision. After that, she bid farewell to her parents and sister before leaving the Shin clan with Guchanga. They planned to return to the upper realm and leave the Tianlan domain. From the beginning to the end, he had never mentioned to Gu Xianxia's parents about what happened back then. Although they wanted to know the reason, they could only give up. In their hearts, they faintly believed Gu Xianxia's words. Guchanga seemed to have his own difficulties. He's finally gone, it's really suffocating. Many elders, including the Shin clan's patriarch, came to the mountain gate to send them off, and they heaved a sigh of relief. The commotion caused by the Tianlan domain was not worth Guchanga's attention at all. The providence points that he obtained allowed him to exchange for a few more transcendence bones. After he left, the Tianlan domain was still in turmoil. Because of the War Immortal incident, it caused a huge earthquake. Many forces that were implicated were incomparably frightened. The patriarch died tragically, and his life jade was broken. If they followed in the footsteps of the brilliant moon holy ground, wouldn't they die of regret? In addition, because of the upper realm's conquest of the 8 desolates and 10 regions, outside the Tianlan domain, the aftermath of the battle spread. The barrier was unstable and showed signs of breaking. Many cultivators were in danger. They felt that soon, the Tianlan domain would bear the brunt of the disaster and suffer a great disaster. Not long after leaving the Tianlan domain, Guchanga did not bring Gu Xianxia to the Peach Village first. Instead, he appeared on a mountain peak not far from the boundary monument sea. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and there were bones buried in it. What's this? Gu Xianxia looked curiously at the Hongmeng purple mirror in his hand. A divine item to spy on the mysteries of heaven. Guchanga glanced at her. If you dare to have any ideas about it, I'll find a place to throw you away. You dare? I'm just asking. Why are you so narrow-minded? Gu Xianxia was a little angry that her thoughts were exposed. At this moment, as Guchanga's magic power surged, the misty Hongmeng purple mirror suddenly became clear and images appeared. One of them was an old man with a crooked back. So that's where the soul-nurturing land is. Guchanga looked a little interested. Guchanga, my lord has no enmity with you, but you're so ruthless. You've gone too far. Near the boundary monument sea, an old man who was collecting the mysterious energy in the waves heard the news. His face was full of hatred and anger. However, he forced himself to endure. He held a jade container in his hand, sealed with many energy light balls. He was the old servant of the War Immortal. All these years, he had been running around to revive the War Immortal. Now, near the boundary monument sea, there were many powerhouses who had died in the war, and their origins and memories were scattered. And he was searching for the War Immortal's collapsed physical body, which contained the War Immortal's origins that had not dissipated. The War Immortal's cultivation method focused on the physical body. He was at the peak of this Tao, and few could compare to him. Therefore, even if he had been dead for many years, as long as he could find the collapsed physical body and reassemble it, he could truly revive the War Immortal. And now, Li Xiao, who had died tragically in the Shin clan, was just a body controlled by part of the War Immortal's awakened memories. But even so, in the old man's eyes, Li Xiao was the new life of the War Immortal, and there was hope for him to truly return. But now, this hope was forcefully wiped out by Guchanga. How could he not be angry? Then, the old man took the jade container in his hand and went to a crack in the void near the boundary monument sea. His figure flashed, and the formation patterns on the surface disappeared. Soon, he entered smoothly. The yellow sand was endless and the bones in the distance were blown away by the wind. This place was very close to the boundary monument sea. They could even feel the waves of battle. It was extremely vast and the sound of killing shook the sky. On the mountain peak, Guchanga looked at the scene in front of him with interest. Soon, the Hongmeng purple mirror shone brightly. After a blurry figure flashed past, it returned to its original silence. "Who is this old man?" Gu Xian'er asked curiously. Her eyes were fixed on the Hongmeng purple mirror. "The person who saved your grandfather and grandfather," Guchanga said lightly. At the same time, he put away the Hongmeng purple mirror so that Gu Xian'er would not keep staring at it. "The person who saved my grandfather and grandfather, is that the old man behind Li Xiu?" "So it's him." Gu Xian'er was a little surprised. However, she was more curious about how Guchanga found the old man with the treasure in his hand. Could it be because of the karma that he mentioned before? He and Li Xiu had karma, so he could use this thing to find Li Xiu's traces. "So this is why you are not afraid of not being able to find the war immortal." Although she really wanted to see what the Hongmeng purple mirror was, she knew that with Guchanga's character, he would most likely not agree. This made her feel that Guchanga was too petty. He did not trust her. Was she the kind of person who would snatch a treasure just because it was a treasure? "Let's go and find that guy's hiding place. We can also settle the matter with Li Xiu. Otherwise, the Shin clan will suffer his revenge sooner or later." Guchanga glanced at her and then got up. She turned into a divine rainbow and left the mountain peak. The cultivators behind her quickly followed. "You actually care about whether the Shin clan will suffer revenge?" At first, Gu Xian'er thought that Guchanga was worried about the Shin clan. However, when she thought about it carefully, there was definitely another reason why he was so concerned. It was unlikely that Guchanga would care about the life and death of the Shin clan. Very quickly, she also followed. She was a bit regretful that she didn't bring the big red bird with her. Otherwise, with its ability, she would have been able to find the treasure all the same. At this moment, there was a strange scene in a spatial rift that was extremely far away from this place. Outside, realm waves overflowed into the heavens, continuously battering over. It was as if there was a true world operating within, releasing rumbling noises. As Li Xiu's old servant entered the spatial crack, runes began to flash outside, returning everything to its original state. Everything became blurry and hazy. Many candles made of an unknown material were being lit in the tunnel, expelling the faint fog in the surroundings. The old man walked in with the jade jar in his hand. He seemed very sincere and careful, as if he was going to meet some kind of existence. Outside this ruptured space were the formation patterns he laid down, green multicolored light flowing about. The surrounding stones flickered with the faint will of the natural order. At the same time, they had a terrifying murderous intent. He was worried that cultivators would mistakenly enter this place and run into the resting Lord War Immortal. Back then, when he left this place by chance, he ran into Xian'er's grandfather and grandfather trapped not far away. He just happened to bring along Li Xiu, who had just condensed a new body. After thinking for a while, he decided to save the two of them. It was all to create a chance for Li Xiu to get close to the world. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. In the end, all his plans and efforts were wasted. This made him extremely angry. Lord War Immortal is just a bit away from reappearing in the world. This enmity won't be resolved so easily. The old man passed through this tunnel, and the scene behind him suddenly opened up. It was as if he had arrived at a dazzling underground palace. Spiritual chi was dense, and immortal fog drifted. One could even see strands of the natural order of life floating in the air. This was an excellent place to recuperate. It was located near the Boundary Monument Sea, and had a natural geographical advantage. The Boundary Monument Sea was filled with battles all year round, and there were countless casualties. After many experts died, their natural order dissipated into the world. A large part of it drifted and dissipated in the Boundary Monument Sea, and then gathered here through the terrain. Over the years, it formed such a place to recuperate. Legend had it that the deepest part of this place to recuperate was the 10,000 immortal sacrificial ground. It was said that in a very ancient era, the 10,000 immortals prayed to the heavenly axiom in search of an altar for a chance of survival. The old man did not know whether this was true or not, but the place to recuperate was real. Not only could it nourish the war immortal's incomplete soul, but it could also reconstruct his broken body. It was extremely mysterious. Even the depths of the reincarnation lake, a mysterious place that involved the operating rules of the upper realm, could not achieve this. In the center of the dazzling underground palace, there was an ancient bronze coffin. The four corners were still lit by oil lamps that emitted faint flames. The oil inside was obviously not simple kerosene. It was a special kind of oil that was refined from the spine using a special method. It could burn for countless years without extinguishing. In the ancient bronze coffin was the war immortal who had conquered the 8 barren 10 regions. After arriving here, the old man was even more respectful. He carefully approached the ancient bronze coffin with the jade jar in his hand, letting the light inside float out and finally fall into it. Sir, he respectfully opened his mouth to report what had happened in the outside world, including Li Xiu's tragic death. I already know. An indifferent voice came from the ancient bronze coffin. It was very old, but also very weak. After all, Li Xiu was his new disciple. Their minds were connected. Although there was a great distance between them, he still knew what had happened in the Shen clan. However, he was different from Li Xiu. Although there were some ripples, he was not to the point of anger. Sir, how are we going to avenge Xianxia? The old man was stunned and then asked respectfully. Don't worry about this for now. I'll condense a new body after some time. The Gu clan is not to be trifled with. Besides, my enemies now probably already know that I'm not dead. Let him be proud for a while. The weak voice from the ancient bronze coffin sounded again. He was very self-deprecating. He didn't think that he, who was once so high and mighty, would be reduced to such a state. It could even be said that after being humiliated and killed, he had to continue to endure and not dare to seek revenge. Yes, sir. The old man's face was also somewhat sorrowful. Once upon a time, the war immortal was so high-spirited and undefeatable. If it wasn't for the fact that the heavens and earth didn't allow it, he would have become a real immortal. But now, he could only slowly live in the ancient bronze coffin. He needed to search everywhere for the source of his physical body to help him recover. Even a young person could easily humiliate and torture him. Someone's coming. At this time, a somewhat serious and shocked voice suddenly came from the ancient bronze coffin. The old man's expression changed. How come he didn't feel it? In the place where the soul was resting, he had set up many array patterns. If someone came, he would definitely feel it at the first moment. He was about to turn his head when he heard an interested voice from behind. So you were secretly hiding here. Lord War Immortal, we meet again. Xianxia spoke, his gaze landing on the ancient bronze coffin in front of him. Behind him, Xianxia and the others were all looking around. You are Xianxia. The old man's back suddenly turned cold, and his expression changed drastically. How did Xianxia come in? He was clearly so cautious, but why was he still followed? It's the power of karma. It has nothing to do with you. He has a Dharma artifact on him that can deduce karma, so he found this place. In the ancient bronze coffin, War Immortal Li Xiu's voice sounded, as if he was explaining to the old man, but it was incomparably solemn and fearful. Since Xianxia could find this place, it meant that he definitely wouldn't let him go. A soul resting place. It's really easy to find. Xianxia looked around, and didn't have time to talk nonsense with the old man in front of him. He directly took out the Xianyang heavenly saber and slashed. A terrifying saber chi penetrated the place, containing a wisp of extreme power, and instantly landed on the old man. Poof, blood splattered in the void. The old man groaned, but his reaction was fast enough. He took out his weapon and activated his strongest ability, but he was still instantly sent flying while vomiting blood. His body was on the verge of exploding. Although his cultivation was at the peak of the supreme realm, how could he be a match for Xianxia with the Xianyang heavenly saber? The fact that he didn't die instantly was already proof of his strength. We have no enmity, why do you have to be so aggressive? War Immortal Li Xiu's voice came from the ancient bronze coffin, containing anger and coldness. He didn't expect Guchanga to be so strong, leaving no way out and directly killing his way to this place. No, we have enmity. Guchanga smiled and attacked again. He slashed his blade at the coffin in front of him. Instantly, a terrifying shockwave exploded in the area. The coffin shook violently. Its material wasn't simple, but it was still sent flying by the saber. Li Xiu's corpse instantly rolled out. This is 770. Gu Xian'er's beautiful eyes widened in shock. It was difficult to connect the tattered corpse covered in green hair with the war immortal. Guchanga, you, Li Xiu was incomparably furious. His current appearance was incomparably terrifying. His entire body was tattered, and not a single part was intact. Moreover, he was covered in green hair, and was as long as a person's arm. Lord, the old man looked at all this in a daze. It was difficult to connect the heroic and invincible war immortal with the green-haired corpse in front of him. It was hard for him to accept. So you've already walked the path of corpse. Such a good soul resting place, it's a waste to give it to you. Guchanga wasn't surprised. The current Li Xiu was clearly in the process of transformation or evolution, but this process was still very long. Even if he was given another 1,000,000 years, he still wouldn't be able to do it. During this process, Li Xiu could only be trampled on. Damn it, if I was at my peak, would you dare to humiliate me like this? Li Xiu was enraged, but he was just a tattered corpse now. Although he still had consciousness, he couldn't even move a muscle. Just as Guchanga had said, he could only allow himself to be trampled upon. Guchanga didn't waste time. He wanted to find a place to rest his soul. Li Xiu's current state was no different from the so-called experience points in his eyes. He didn't even bother to say a word. Buzz. In the next moment, the Xianyang heavenly saber erupted with an unparalleled saber aura. The Emperor's aura was vast and surging, like a torrential flood, directly slashing down. Accompanied by a miserable scream, Li Xiu's corpse, which had already collapsed, exploded again, turning into ashes. This time, he was truly dead. Of course, before this, Guchanga naturally didn't forget to plunder Li Xiu's providence points. After doing all this, Guchanga didn't care about the system notification in his mind, nor the golden providence treasure chest that dropped. He looked at this place seriously and felt that if he made some arrangements here, it could be used as a favorable place in his plan to deal with the red-robed female demon. Of course, the premise was that his guess was right. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. The half-year left for him was almost up. The terrifying black saber light swept past, and Li Xiu's body exploded into dust. He couldn't be more dead. Although he was a Tao-enlightened cultivator at his peak, and even walked a long distance on this path, his cultivation was powerful. But now he was just a corpse covered in green hair, and he couldn't even move. As long as Guchanga found his location, he would definitely not be able to escape. You just killed him like that? Gu Xian'er was shocked. She thought that Guchanga would ask the war immortal some questions and squeeze him dry. But she didn't expect that after he found him, he would kill him without a word. This was very different from the mercenary Guchanga in her impression. Are you going to wait for him to recover to his peak and then come find me? Guchanga put away the Xianyang heavenly saber and looked at her like she was an idiot. Besides, the current Li Xiu didn't have much value. Besides gaining experience points, Guchanga couldn't find any reason to keep him alive. You're not allowed to look at me like that. Gu Xian'er gritted her teeth. She felt that in Guchanga's eyes, she was a fool. Guchanga didn't have the time to bicker with her at this time. He took action again, a palm hacking down, covering the sky dome, killing the elder who was in a sluggish state. Only then did he seriously size up this bronze palace. If it wasn't for Li Xiu, it would be almost impossible for him to find such a place. An excellent place to nurture the soul. This place is perfect. He nodded, and his eyes were satisfied. Especially when he felt that there was a lot of life source gathering nearby. After years, it could even make the corpses develop intelligence. Under this rich spiritual energy, it was suitable for him to set up some means to hide the rest of the aura. Why are you looking for a place to nurture the soul? Gu Xian'er was also looking at this place. Could it be that Guchanga was planning to revive someone? Of course it's for emergencies. If one day I unfortunately die, I have a way to come back to life. Guchanga glanced at her and said casually. Naturally, he could not mention the matter of the red-robed female demon to Gu Xian'er, so he casually came up with an excuse. Why did you suddenly die one day? Gu Xian'er stared blankly for a moment. He didn't understand, but then he thought of Guchanga's unresolved demon heart. He might be preparing for this. She was in low spirits. What would Guchanga do if it were to erupt again one day? If she was by his side, would he dig out her immortal bones, or would he choose to sever his own heart veins? When Gu Xian'er thought of this, he had an answer in his heart. Just like the last time in the Nirvana pond, he would rather cut off his own arms than hurt himself again. She suddenly felt a little sad. Under Guchanga's glorious appearance, there was a hidden danger that only he knew about. If that day really comes, I will give you my immortal bones. I can still live without them. Gu Xian'er raised her beautiful eyes and stared at Guchanga, as if she wanted him to understand. Why did you hit me? However, Guchanga did not let her finish her sentence. He hit her head again, making her cry in pain. He shook his head slightly and said, You silly thing, what have you been thinking about all day? He naturally knew what Gu Xian'er was thinking about. This guy's ability to fill in the blanks has always been one of the best. Gu Xian'er glared at him, very dissatisfied. I'm doing this for your own good. You arrogant guy, you've always been unwilling to lower your head, unwilling to be tainted by the world. Would it kill you to understand other people's good intentions? Guchanga sighed slightly, then grabbed her cheeks and rubbed them hard. Her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if she was going to fight him to the death. I know, you silly girl. He smiled and let go of her. Hey. Gu Xian'er was prepared to be mocked by Guchanga, but she did not expect him to say that. She was stunned for a moment. However, she quickly reacted and snorted. You're the silly one. It's good that you know. Don't think too much. I just don't want to owe you a favor. This time about Xian'er, if not for you, it would have been a little troublesome. After all, Li Xiu's identity was a war immortal, not an ordinary person. Although Xian'er was a direct descendant of the Gu family, her surname was not Gu. All these years, she had not gone to the upper realm and had not entered the Gu family to worship the ancestors. So this matter, the Gu family would not necessarily interfere. After that, Guchanga made some arrangements here. He personally carved many strange and mysterious runes. He was very careful and had never been like this before. Because he had other plans for this place. It was to deal with the female devil in red who was about to appear in the demon burial abyss. So he would not allow any mistakes here. Otherwise, it could lead to a mistake in his plan and bring about more trouble. The bronze palace was very old. It was unknown which era it was from. There were many strange murals carved on the walls. There were ancient people kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to totems. Here, Guchanga kept attacking. His 5 fingers glowed, and lines of runes were shot into the surroundings by him. Brilliant lights intertwined like small stars. At the same time, lines of runes of the Great Tao appeared and condensed into chains of rules, firmly locking the void around the bronze palace. The soul-nourishing effect here can be strengthened a little. This way, I won't be able to see any abnormalities. Guchanga directly turned his mana into a carving knife and personally dug out a pool in the depths of the palace. He set various restrictions in it and gathered the life force nearby. Buzz. In the pool, brilliance began to appear. It was incomparably dazzling. There was dense mist there, containing rich life essence. In the end, he even carved around the spatial crack outside. Again, obtaining many secret treasures to conceal the aura of this place. Only then did he relax. I hope she won't find out when the time comes. But I hope that moment won't come. Guchanga's gaze was faint. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. With a thought, he felt that this place was completely under his control. Finally, his figure moved and left this place. You actually took so long to set this up. Gu Xian'er, who had been waiting for Guchanga outside the spatial crack for a long time, was surprised to see him come out. Guchanga nodded and did not explain anything. He said, let's go. Then everyone turned into divine rainbows, broke through the space, and left this place. Now that the war had broken out in the Boundary Monument Sea, all the races had sent their elites here, intending to cross to the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Here, they could feel the terrifying fluctuations from afar. Those were the fluctuations of Emperor weapons. Now that the Immortal Realm did not appear, the Emperor Realm existences were the peak battle strength of the upper realms. In this battle, many who had attained the Tao hurried over as the vanguard to open up a path. The 8 Desolates 10 regions were not to be trifled with. Faced with the invasion of the upper realms, they erupted with unimaginable resistance. It could be said that they were of one mind. Both sides were in a deadlock. Many experts fell near the Boundary Monument Sea. Even from far away, they could hear the sounds of killing and the smell of blood. One had to admit that this battle was very vast. Almost all the orthodoxies and forces of the upper realms were involved. Even the Longevity Gu family was no exception. They sent an army of millions and were crossing the Boundary Monument Sea. However, Gu Chang'e had no plans to join in the fun now. He would definitely go to the Battle of the Boundary Monument Sea, but not now. On the way out, he opened the heavenly Tao treasure chest dropped by killing Li Xiu. A burst of golden brilliance flashed, and a small golden cauldron appeared. It was brilliant and dazzling. It bobbed up and down in the void, exuding a sense of mystery. The golden cauldron of providence is formed by the accumulation of the providence of all living beings. It can gather providence points. This is a good thing. Apart from this, I have another way to gather providence points. Looking at the many introductions, Gu Chang'e was somewhat dissatisfied. He felt that if the golden cauldron of providence was placed in an imperishable sect or supreme Tao, it could even steal their providence without them knowing. This was much more useful than the world tree sapling he obtained before. Apart from this, the providence points obtained from killing the war immortal Li Xiu were not small either. He exchanged them for several transcendence bones, increasing his strength slightly. Gu Chang'e led the group on their way. They left this place, far away from the war-torn land. Along the way, they could see many ancient warships crushing the heavens. There were also all kinds of armored horses charging over, rumbling as they passed. Many young geniuses of the upper realms participated in this battle. No forces were spared. Especially when they found out that the Boundary Monument Sea could only be crossed by cultivators with lower cultivation bases, their battle intent surged. They wanted nothing more than to quickly go over and fight over there. They intended to make a name for themselves in this battle. The fastest way was to kill the creatures and cultivators of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, using this to shake the world. Are we returning to Peach Village now? Along the way, Gu Xian'er asked. It had been almost a year since the last time they returned to Peach Village. Although a year was negligible for cultivators, she missed her family and several masters in Peach Village. She grew up in Peach Village since she was young. Her feelings for Peach Village were much deeper than those of the Gu family. Let's go back to Peach Village. There's no use for you to participate in the Battle of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Gu Chang'e nodded. He had some things he wanted to confirm with Peach Demon. Sooner or later, he would have to make a trip to Peach Village. Then, he used his supreme divine ability to open up a spatial passage. Terrifying spatial runes appeared, tearing apart the void in front of him. They began to cross. With Gu Chang'e's current strength, it was easy for him to travel through the void. He crossed millions of li in an instant. Along the way, he could see silver brilliance intertwining. Each strand was extremely dazzling and heavy. This was the chaotic fog in the void. It was rare to see it. The upper realm was vast and boundless. It was divided into the inner and outer realms. The Peach Village they were heading to was in the abandoned land of immortals in the outer realms. It was very far away from the Boundary Monument Sea. I'm afraid that even a real supreme being would not be a match for you now. Gu Xian'er was shocked. She noticed that the void in front of her was constantly distorting. The path became blurry. Because Gu Chang'e's physical body was extremely strong, it caused the space that came into contact with him to collapse. Even a supreme being would find it difficult to do such a thing. She felt that Gu Chang'e's current strength had far surpassed the average supreme being. She really did not know how he cultivated. A real supreme being? Guchanga smiled and did not say much. With his current strength, even if he faced a real supreme being, he did not need to be afraid. However, it was too shocking to say this out loud. Although there were people who carried the title of inheritor of the demonic arts, it was inevitable that people would doubt him. Because his cultivation speed was too shocking. It was unbelievable. However, speaking of this, Guchanga felt that even a real inheritor of the demonic arts would not be able to cultivate as fast as he did. This was probably beyond the knowledge of cultivators. Xianxia must have had a hard time recently. I heard that she was being hunted down everywhere. Guchanga thought of a lot of news and smiled meaningfully. Half a month later, the void blurred again and the crack disappeared. Guchanga led the group out of it and appeared on a mountain peak. The mountains were undulating and the vegetation was lush. In the distance, they could see a desolate and vast ancient forest shrouded in fog. They had to cross it to see the mysterious peach village. Abandoned land of immortals, I'm back. Xianxia looked at these familiar scenes and felt a sense of homecoming in her heart. In the past, she often took the big red bird to cross the abandoned land of immortals in search of all kinds of spiritual treasures and rare treasures. Here, she often encountered life and death situations. Many times, she encountered powerful ferocious beasts and fought with them to gain experience. This made her feel excited. She stood on her tiptoes and looked forward. The last time she came back, she had Guchanga with her. Many uncles and aunts made fun of her, saying that she brought her sweetheart back to her parents' home. This made her feel embarrassed for a long time. However, this time, Guchanga was still with her. She did not know what her uncles and aunts would say. Wait for me here. Guchanga ordered the subordinates behind him and then led Xianxia to Peach Village. Soon, they crossed the vast wilderness and saw a mysterious peach tree in front of the village. The village was not big. It was surrounded by a fence and there were spiritual herbs and other things around it. Strands of colorful light flowed and white fog filled the air, giving people a sense of peace. Strands of spiritual energy appeared all around, nourishing this place. Auspicious beasts roared and birds flapped their wings. It was very peaceful, like a paradise. At the entrance of the village, there were old people and children playing. It was very peaceful. The peach tree at the entrance of the village was dazzling and colorful. Its branches and leaves were lush, and it was enveloped in a faint divine light. Every peach leaf had mysterious patterns on it. It looked incomparably ancient, and it was unknown how long it had been standing there. Although it had not bloomed, it had a shocking sense of transcendence and holiness. A little girl, who was carved from jade, wore a large cotton robe. Her hair was soft and she looked very obedient. She sat on a rock at the entrance of the village, swinging her white feet. She looked outside the village from time to time, as if she was looking for someone. At this time, she seemed to have noticed Guchanga outside the village. She was a little stunned, then rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was hallucinating. When she looked again, she finally found that person was the master she had been thinking about day and night. Master, her face was full of surprise, and her eyes were filled with Guchanga's figure. She ran towards him, stumbling and stumbling. I was wondering why I heard the magpies at the entrance of the village this morning. It turns out that Xianxia is back. She even brought someone back to her parents' home. This girl has been gone for a year, and she is finally willing to come back. At this moment, not only did she notice Guchanga and Xianxia, the rest of the villagers also noticed them. Many people came out to greet them happily. Peach Village became lively. Many uncles and aunties came out and surrounded Xianxia and Guchanga, sizing them up. In particular, a few aunties looked at her stomach carefully and then sighed. Xianxia was stunned and a little confused. Then she realized what this meant. A blush appeared on her delicate face, and she glared fiercely at Guchanga. It was all his fault. He caused her to be so embarrassed and misunderstood by the aunties. However, Guchanga didn't care about her. He was squatting down and holding Yao Yao's hand. With a gentle expression, he asked her how she was doing. Yao Yao was very surprised and happy. She shared her life in Peach Village with Guchanga. She liked these peaceful days. Not only was there a peach demon like her sister, but there were also other villagers who treated her like family. She didn't have to worry about anything here, except that sometimes she would miss him. Xianxia smiled and stroked her hair. It's good that you like it here. In the future, when Master has time, I will come and visit you. As he spoke, he took out many little trinkets that he picked in the mortal world and gave them to her. When he bought them for Xianxia, he thought of Yao Yao and picked them together. Now it seemed that Yao Yao wasn't interested in cultivation, but liked these little trinkets very much. Although she was sensible and well-behaved, she was still just a child. Yes, thank you, Master. Yao Yao likes it here. There are many children to play with me. The little animals are very obedient. Yao Yao's eyes curved into crescents. She was very happy to finally see the master that she missed so much. Xianxia was relieved to see that she was so happy. This saved him some trouble. Auntie has been there before. On the other side, an auntie pulled Xianxia aside and started nagging. Xianxia's face was full of anger. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She felt that her ears were burning. She was Xianxia's cousin. What were they thinking? However, the aunties didn't care about her. From their point of view, with Xianxia's personality and her bringing Xianxia back to Peach Village so many times, they wouldn't believe that she didn't do anything. No matter how Xianxia explained, they didn't believe her. Xianxia felt very helpless. In the end, she could only put the blame on Xianxia's head. She glared at him fiercely. Today, Peach Village was very lively. Xianxia brought Xianxia back again. She also brought gifts for everyone. For example, there were divine medicines, pills, and so on. All of them could prolong one's life and strengthen one's chi and blood. Although she was stingy, and greedy on normal days, she was very generous in front of the Peach Village's elders and villagers. She almost emptied her family's property. In the end, Xianxia's masters appeared and checked her current cultivation situation. They were quite satisfied. Although she couldn't compare to Xianxia, she was far better than the young supremes of her generation. In their eyes, Xianxia was a monster. He couldn't be judged by common sense. Even now, they couldn't see through Xianxia's cultivation. This made them very shocked and felt that it was inconceivable. The last time they saw Xianxia was more than a year ago. How did he increase his cultivation so much in just a year? However, this involved Xianxia's secret. Although they were curious, they didn't dare to ask. Xianxia and Xianxia returned to Peach Village. Everyone naturally prepared a sumptuous meal for them. There were all kinds of exquisite delicacies, emitting a tempting aroma. Although it was far inferior to the banquet of the Longevity Gu clan, it had a different flavor. At the banquet, everyone toasted each other. It was very lively. A few aunties and uncles didn't care about Xianxia's identity. They naturally asked him about his relationship with Xianxia. To this, Xianxia naturally gave a watertight answer. Xianxia, who was staring at him like a tiger watching its prey, let out a long sigh of relief. She was worried that she would hear something embarrassing from this guy. However, in the end, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of loss. She felt that Xianxia's answer didn't have any other meaning. After the banquet ended, everyone went to rest. Xianxia also returned to her previous room to rest. The people of Peach Village specially cleaned a clean room for Xianxia. However, he didn't go to rest. Instead, he went to the peach tree outside the village alone. He held the wine from the banquet in his hand. He seemed to be drinking by himself. Then, he sat down beside the peach tree. The moonlight was clear and cold. It sprinkled down mottled silver fragments on the ground. It was like a stirred pool of lake water. It gave people a feeling of tranquility and seclusion. The peach tree was ancient and tall. Its branches and leaves were lush. Each peach leaf was like a simple piece of art. There were all kinds of mysterious patterns on it. Under the moonlight, there was a sense of vicissitudes. However, more than that, there was a sparkling glow. It was mysterious and dazzling. It swayed with the wind. Xianxia didn't speak. He just drank by himself beside the peach tree. His gaze was distant. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then, a boundless white fog appeared. In an instant, it enveloped the surrounding area. "You've got guts." How dare you do this in front of me? A soft and pleasant voice sounded. It was like the sound of nature. It carried with it an ethereal immortal feeling. In the next moment, a slender figure walked out from the peach tree. Her face was blurry, but there was an aura of peerless beauty. Her eyes were gentle like autumn water. However, there was a sense that seemed to be able to see through the universe. The peach demon revealed her figure. She seemed to be sizing up Xianxia with great interest. Just like the first time they met, she wanted to see through him. Xianxia was still drinking by himself. When he heard this, he raised his head and smiled. "Senior, are you planning to drink?" The peach demon shook her head. "I never drink. I don't like the taste." "What a pity. Senior, you didn't have the chance to taste such good wine." Xianxia smiled. The peach demon didn't respond. She just stared at him. Then, she said, "When I was combing Xiaoyao's Dao injury, I remembered some memories." "Oh, what memories?" "I'm a little curious." Xianxia seemed to be a little surprised. However, he was slightly moved in his heart. Since the peach demon and Xiaoyao didn't merge into one body, she shouldn't have remembered everything. He wasn't sure if the images he saw the last time he saw the peach demon were formed from his own memories, or if she deliberately showed them to him so that he could see them. But no matter what, the peach demon and the Immortal Academy's Oldshire were old acquaintances. There was no doubt about that. And the red-robed female devil, the peach demon, and Oldshire were obviously from the same era. It had a lot to do with his identity as the demon lord. Xianxia always felt that he wasn't the demon lord. However, he had to be. The cause and effect of many things had been predestined from the beginning, including the relationship between the peach demon, Oldshire, and Chan Hongyi. Now that the peach demon mentioned this to him, could it be that she was suspecting something? "I remember that I had a friend who liked to wear red. She said that she would work hard to cultivate and not disappoint her master. Then, when she grew up, she would marry her master." The peach demon spoke slowly. When she spoke, her eyes were fixed on Xianxia. It seemed that she wanted to say something to him, but also to herself. "When I was still a peach tree, I only had a weak spiritual intelligence. It was she who saved me from the mouth of a demon. My original form was a heartless peach tree. I didn't know what was beyond life and death. But with her, I understood what friends were. Unfortunately, that was only an experience in the past. Now, it seems that countless years have passed, lost in the Forbidden Era. Perhaps I'm the only one who still remembers it. Later on, she brought me to her master's side. At that time, I had another friend, a rock. I never thought that an ordinary stone, a hollow peach tree, even if it had spiritual intelligence, would one day be able to embark on the path of cultivation like the other demons. Her master was very strict with her, but he treated us very well. He didn't despise us because of our origins. He taught me how to read. I wanted him to give me a name, but he said that a name is very important, so he taught me the word demon." Her voice was very calm, as pleasant as the sound of nature. Unfortunately, at this time it was incomparably lonely. "Senior, do I know this friend of yours?" Xianxia put down the wine, his expression unchanged. In a daze, the scene at that time appeared in front of his eyes. A fairy was hugging her knees as she sat on a boundless field. Behind her was a withered peach tree. This demon was very beautiful. She had long dark green hair, like a mirror, bright enough to reflect people. She looked at the sea of clouds in the distance, her eyes reflecting the clear sky and mountains. But her expression was incomparably lonely, as if she was waiting for someone. "I don't know." The peach demon shook her head, her words ambiguous. She carefully stared at Xianxia. Seeing that he didn't look up, she sighed softly, no longer as casual as before. "You came to the peach village this time to find me, right?" the peach demon asked. Xianxia nodded. "Senior, how much do you know about the demon burial abyss?" The peach demon was stunned, and then seemed to be puzzled. She asked, "You want to go to the demon burial abyss?" Xianxia's expression didn't change. "I'm just asking. I thought of something and was a little curious." "Senior, you must have lived for a long time, so you should know a lot about it." "I don't know much about the demon burial abyss." If you want to know, you can go and take a look yourself. The peach demon suddenly laughed. This laughter was different from the soft and pleasant one just now. There was an indescribable demonic nature to it. And as soon as she finished speaking, her voice turned into light dust and disappeared, returning to the peach tree without a sound. Seeing this, Guchunga's expression didn't change much. Then, he got up and left. Judging from what happened today, the situation was very unfavorable for him. He came to find the peach demon just to see her attitude towards him. From this attitude, he could naturally see some of her thoughts. He could also see if she had doubts about his identity. The last time Old Sher saw him for the first time, he was very shocked and felt that it was because of the similarity between them. But this time, the peach demon changed her attitude and even recalled the past. Wasn't this a test for him? So now it seemed that once the red-robed demoness saw him, she would definitely recognize him. The next morning, Guchunga left Peach Village. He did not choose to stay for a while longer. As for Gu Xian'er, she decided to stay in Peach Village for a while. Coincidentally, she had some questions about her cultivation that she needed to consult her masters. Although Yao Yao and the people of Peach Village tried their best to persuade him to stay, Guchunga still left. Since he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to stay. The peach demon's probing made him keep an eye out. Judging from the current situation, the peach demon would not leave Peach Village easily unless there were some special circumstances. Then, after summoning his subordinates outside the forsaken immortal land, Guchunga headed to the inner region. He planned to visit the human ancestors' hall. Ever since he took over the role of human ancestor, he had never been there. This time, the fiend burial abyss was in chaos. Many great demons had appeared and wreaked havoc everywhere. As the role model of the righteous path, the human ancestors' hall could not shirk its responsibility to fight against the demons. Coincidentally, Guchunga planned to visit the fiend burial abyss. Without a suitable excuse, he could use this opportunity to find Jiang Chuchu and act as the human ancestor. At the same time, he could arrange his next plan properly. The center of the inner region was also known as the heavenly region to the orthodoxies of the upper realm. At this moment, in the center of the most prosperous and ancient territory, a majestic palace that towered into the sky was located here. It was grand and sacred, like a celestial palace standing here. The palace was built in a grand and magnificent manner. It was made of flawless white jade as the tiles, with ancient purple gold sandalwood as the eaves and pure obsidian star stones as the floor. It was grand and simple, majestic and solemn. Immortal chi as thick as the sea surged in it. It was like a paradise. This palace overlooked the endless ancient city of Laoqi. The main hall rose and fell with the rise and fall of the sun and the setting of the moon. The runes on it intertwined. At every moment, it reflected the stars in the 9 heavens. It was like a supreme divine throne, showing the transcendent status of this place. A huge plaque hung in front of the palace. It was made of purple immortal gold and inlaid with golden immortal gold. 3 ancient words were written on it: Human Ancestors Hall. One could see that there were thousands of strands of silver threads rushing toward this place. They were about to converge, making it look holy and pure. These silver threads were the prayers of all living beings and cultivators to the human ancestors' great achievements. The power of faith could not only evolve into various Tao techniques and divine abilities, but sometimes, as long as one had a thought in one's heart, one could even manifest a Dharma body from a distance of billions of miles. It was even to the extent where one could use this to cultivate the 770 undying bodies. As long as one's faith was not extinguished, and there were still people in the world chanting their true names, then they would not die. This was an indescribable and mysterious power. At this time, a beautiful woman in a flawless white dress with a veil on her face was cultivating with her eyes closed in the main hall. Blurry figures of immortals, grand and mysterious, seemed to be chanting sutras as they floated behind her, as if they were about to cross time and space from ancient times. Her skin was fair and delicate, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her eyes were like flawless black gems that flickered with a moving luster. However, her expression was very calm. Other than silence, no other emotions could be seen. It was as if he was born this way. It was more like he had abandoned his 7 emotions and 6 desires. He would not be affected by anyone. A few old women with profound cultivation bases were whispering behind her, their eyes filled with worry. Even if the saintess has broken through to the late-stage saint realm, she can't do anything about this demonic onslaught. Saintess Xianxia's whereabouts are unknown, and no one knows where she is hiding. However, even if Saintess Xianxia is here, she probably can't do anything. Now, many orthodoxies in the upper realm have sent their armies to the boundary monument sea in an attempt to kill their way into the 8 Desolates 10 regions. No one cares about the chaos in the demon burial abyss, but they don't know that the great demon there has already wreaked havoc in the nearby territories. Many forces have been destroyed because of it. Yes, the human ancestors' hall is like a hot potato now. We can't get rid of it even if we want to. We have to think of a way. Their conversation was full of worry about the chaos in the demon burial abyss. This was because during this period of time, the seal of the demon burial abyss seemed to be unstable. Even the Xianxia Buddhist temple, which had been in charge of guarding it, suffered heavy losses. A few arhats and Buddhas with profound dharma were severely injured. Although this matter had not yet reached the level of causing a sensation in the upper realm, it could not be ignored. Today, the human ancestors' hall had already sent many powerhouses because of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. At this time, the matter of the demon burial abyss was so urgent that they could not leave. However, as the leader of the righteous faction, the human ancestors' hall could not ignore this matter. Now, many forces had already sent them distress signals. The great demon of the demon burial abyss was a terrifying existence that had existed for an unknown period of time. One had to know that the arhats and Buddhas of Buddha Mountain were at least at the quasi-supreme level. However, they were still no match for the great demon and almost died. However, one could imagine that this great disaster was not that simple. Even if Wang Zijin and Jiang Chuchu wanted to stop it, they could not do anything. The two of them were only of the younger generation. In terms of strength, they were no match for the great demon of the demon burial abyss. This made them worry about this matter. Now, Jiang Chuchu was planning to break through to the late-stage saint realm in order to play a role in this matter. Just as the old women were talking, Jiang Chuchu, who was cultivating with her eyes closed in the hall, suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was very calm. She had heard the old women's conversation just now. Regarding the chaos in the demon burial abyss, I will lead the powerhouses of the human ancestors' hall. Elders, you do not need to worry. You just need to guard this place well. Jiang Chuchu said indifferently. She knew what the old women were thinking. They did not want to get involved in the chaos in the demon burial abyss because it could cause them to lose their lives. After all, not all the cultivators of the human ancestors' hall were as righteous as she was. She could not ask them to do anything about this. Hearing this, the elders looked a little guilty, but they did not say anything. They were not stupid. They would not throw away their lives for no reason at this time. Their cultivation was not a match for the great demon of the demon burial abyss. By the way, Your Highness Saintess, since you said that young Lord Xianxia is the reincarnation of the human ancestor, we think that we should inform young Lord Xianxia about this matter. If he is involved, this matter should be easier and safer. What do you think? At this time, one of the old women suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask Jiang Chuchu. After all, the human ancestors' hall had just announced in front of many orthodoxies that Xianxia was this generation's human ancestor. Regarding this matter, everyone had a tacit understanding. The human ancestors' hall wanted a young existence like Xianxia to hold up the fort, while Xianxia wanted the human ancestors' hall's strength. They were not very clear about the relationship between Jiang Chuchu and Xianxia, so they were just asking. If this matter was not appropriate, then there was nothing they could do. They could not force Xianxia to take care of this matter. They could not do it, and they did not dare to do so. I will take care of this matter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuchu shook her head. She knew that the elders' words were not without reason. However, she could not ask for Xianxia's help again and again. This was because Xianxia had already helped her several times, which made it difficult for her to ask for his help. Moreover, Xianxia said that he would pay her, which made it even more difficult for her to ask for his help. This was because every time the reward was to be bullied by him. Although Xianxia had already promised to treat her better the last time at the Immortal Academy. However, Jiang Chuchu did not know the extent of Guchanga's so-called better. This caused her to be rather worried. This time, the great demon of the burial demon abyss was menacing and terrifying. It threatened many forces nearby, but she could not just sit back and do nothing. Since your Highness Sanctus has said so, then we will not interfere. The elders naturally did not say anything more about this and planned to get up and leave the palace. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar, causing the elders' expressions to change slightly. They were somewhat shocked. Young Master Chang'e is here to see you. They were just talking about Guchanga, but Guchanga suddenly appeared. Thinking of this, they could not help but look back at Jiang Chuchu. So this was what she meant when she said that she would take care of it. This made them smile involuntarily and let out a long sigh of relief. We will welcome young Master Chang'e now. Then, they turned into divine rainbows and hurried out of the human ancestor hall's mountain gate. They wanted to welcome Guchanga and did not dare to be negligent. Now, even the sect masters of the upper realm did not dare to treat Guchanga as a junior when they saw him. They had to be cautious. Why did he suddenly come to the human ancestor hall? Could it be because of this matter? Jiang Chuchu was a little stunned. Just now, she thought that she had misheard. After seeing that the elders had turned into divine rainbows to welcome him, she finally realized that Guchanga had really come to the human ancestor hall. This made her very flustered, and it took her a long time to calm down. Looks like it's because of the demon burial abyss, but this kind of thing should have nothing to do with him. Why did he come here again? Jiang Chuchu was a little touched, but also a little embarrassed. She thought about how if Guchanga bullied her like before. What should she do, reject him? Or submit? Thinking about what happened before, her face could not help but turn red. It took her a long time to return to her previous calm expression, and no one could see any abnormalities. Just as Jiang Chuchu's mind was in a mess, a voice came from outside the main hall. The few elders from before had obsequious smiles on their faces as they followed behind a young man and entered in a rather respectful manner. The young man had a smile on his face. He was dressed in a black robe with wide sleeves, and his figure was tall and slender. He exuded a noble and mysterious aura, and his temperament was extraordinary. Just by standing there, he gave off an aura that could not be ignored. Jiang Chuchu quickly glanced at him, and then quickly retracted her gaze. She seemed to be sitting cross-legged on the spot, looking rather quiet. So the Holy Maiden has already told young Master Chang'e about the demon burial abyss. Then we can rest assured. In that case, we'll take our leave first. With that, the elders quickly retreated and left the hall, not daring to disturb Guchanga and Jiang Chuchu. Although they did not know what the relationship between the two was, since Jiang Chuchu could persuade Guchanga to handle the demon burial abyss matter, it must not be simple. You don't want to see me that much? After seeing me, you keep your head down like this? Guchanga opened her mouth and stared at her with interest. Jiang Chuchu raised her head at his words. Her crystal clear and calm eyes were like flawless black gems, shining with a moving luster. She grunted, and then explained, I don't want to see you, unless you treat me better. Guchanga could not help but laugh. He grabbed a futon and sat down beside her. After I found out that you couldn't solve the demon burial abyss matter, I rushed to the human ancestor hall without stopping. What else do you want me to do? Although Jiang Chuchu had guessed his purpose, she was still quite happy to hear it from Guchanga herself. But when she thought that Guchanga might use this opportunity to raise conditions, she became alert. Her eyes stared at him, almost writing the words "Don't you dare have crooked thoughts" on her face. Since the last time she knew that she couldn't be submissive in front of Guchanga, she understood that many things couldn't be done according to Guchanga's request. Otherwise, he would find another way to bully people. How did you know about the demon burial abyss? Jiang Chuchu asked, intending to change the topic. You have to ask yourself this question. If you could solve it, why would I go through so much trouble? Guchanga's tone was somewhat helpless as she asked, Don't tell me that I have to watch you die in the devil burial abyss? Jiang Chuchu did not expect Guchanga to say this. Before this, he had always been cold and fierce to her, and his attitude was very bad. She was still not used to him speaking like this today, and felt a little flattered. Did he really promise to treat her better? What about you? Chang'e interrupted her, his gaze falling on her face. Tell me, how are you going to repay me now? I came all the way here to help you solve the problem in the demon burial abyss, shouldn't I be rewarded? Jiang Chuchu had expected Chang'e to say this. Her face was a little red, and she could not help but retort, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope, and you promised me that you would treat me better. Chang'e, you bastard, you don't keep your word. Chang'e could not help but laugh. So you're saying that you're going to do what you did before, and gain something without risking anything? You're dreaming, Jiang Chuchu. I didn't ask you to come help me. Jiang Chuchu felt very wronged, but she could not stand Chang'e's threatening expression. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, then I'll let you kiss me. She felt that she could not compromise, and this was already the biggest concession she could make. However, she was still a little worried, afraid that Chang'e would do what he did before. With her strength, she definitely could not resist Chang'e. That's it? Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He had planned to tease her, but he did not expect Jiang Chuchu to take it seriously. Jiang Chuchu thought that he was not satisfied, and panicked. She said again, then, 2 kisses? This was the first time Chang'e realized that this girl was so stupid. He had not noticed before this. She was the holy maiden of the human ancestor palace, so why did her IQ plummet the moment she met him? Alright, 2 kisses it is. You're lucky. Chang'e shook his head slightly, and said in a tone that said he was at a disadvantage. In the next moment, Jiang Chuchu widened her beautiful eyes and wanted to push him away. Woo-woo, this bastard did not keep his word again. Inside the palace, clouds and mist tumbled, and strands of divine light flowed. There were many treasures hanging on the walls, and they were incomparably mysterious and dazzling. Fortunately, there was no one else in the palace, or else they would definitely widen their eyes in disbelief. Was this still the holy, transcendent, flawless, and fairy-like Her Highness the Saintess in their hearts? Woo, Chang'e did not have the self-awareness to take advantage of Jiang Chuchu, which made her eyes widen. She felt extremely wronged and couldn't help but want to push him away. However, Chang'e's strength was too great, and she couldn't break free now. Gradually, her body weakened and she almost couldn't stand properly. She was incomparably embarrassed. She had long guessed that this bastard Chang'e would not keep his promise, but she still held on to a trace of hope and wanted to believe him. However, Chang'e was too strict. Although he promised sincerely, in reality, she couldn't trust him at all. Alright, don't think about such good things all day long. Learn to be smarter in the future. Don't be so silly. Finally, Chang'e let go of Jiang Chuchu and appeared on the other side. He was some distance away from her, and he spoke with a smile. You bastard, I will never trust you again. Jiang Chuchu's face was flushed red. She had never been as embarrassed and angry as she was today. She glared at him, and her red lips shone with a moving luster. She felt extremely wronged and realized that she was really too stupid. She actually foolishly imagined the words of this great demon. Chang'e smiled and said indifferently, who knows what will happen in the future? Who was the one who said that he wouldn't consider my suggestion last time? Jiang Chuchu coldly harumphed. She calmed herself down and tried to calm down. Every time she met Chang'e, she found it hard to calm down. His actions would cause great waves in her heart. Just like today, she was bullied by him at will. After that, Chang'e did not continue to bully her. Instead, he seriously gave her advice and suggestions. How were they going to deal with the chaos caused by the great demons in the devil burial abyss? For a moment, Jiang Chuchu was still a little confused. He looked at him carefully a few times. Did this guy change his personality? He was actually so considerate of her. Thinking of this, she was in a good mood and felt that she hadn't suffered a loss just now. Why are you suddenly so good today? Jiang Chuchu felt that the current Chang'e was a little different from the Chang'e she was familiar with. In the past, Chang'e would never care about the life and death of those who had nothing to do with him. He was selfish, indifferent, and heartless to the extreme. And now, he was actually talking about how to go to the devil burial abyss to suppress the great devil there and clear the dangers of the upper realm. Could it really be because of her? The great devil of the devil burial abyss has been born. As cultivators of the upper realm, it is our duty to do so. Not to mention, I am now the human ancestor. Isn't it my duty to protect the peace of the world? Hearing her say this, Xianxia could not help but shake his head. He was quite righteous, and then sighed. Besides, you are so stupid and stubborn. You know that it is so dangerous, but you still want to go. How can I rest assured? The devil burial abyss was in chaos, and the she-devil in red was about to be born. He could not find a suitable reason to go there. Now that he had the identity of the human ancestor, it could be said that Xianxia was very satisfied. Otherwise, if he went to the devil burial abyss at this time, many orthodoxies would definitely link it to him if anything happened there. But if there was a reason, then it would be different. Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned at first. Then, she stared straight at him. Her eyes were bright, as if countless stars had gathered in them. She felt that the first part of Xianxia's words were nonsense, and the last part was the truth. After all, why would a person like him care about the world? I understand. I will try my best not to go to those dangerous places in the future. Xianxia nodded seriously, as if she was making a promise to him. At this moment, she felt a warmth in her heart. Although Xianxia said that he would not care about her, every time she was in trouble, he would appear. This was not the first time he had done so. You don't have to do this. Do what you want. I won't stop you, and I won't blame you for anything. If I ask you to leave me in the lurch, with your personality, even if you agree, you won't feel good about it. However, Xianxia was very surprised. This time, Xianxia did not scold or mock her. Instead, he said such considerate words. She looked at Xianxia in a daze. Seeing that he was also looking at her, she lowered her eyes and softly hummed. If you want to, bully me in the future, just tell me. I won't refuse. Then, as if she had gathered her courage again, she raised her eyes to look at him and said this. As soon as she said this, a blush appeared on her fair and delicate face. Moreover, her heart was beating wildly, and she felt a little dizzy. She could not believe that she would be so bold as to say this to Xianxia. Bully you? Xianxia was slightly stunned, then smiled with interest. What kind of bully are you talking about? He naturally asked while knowing the answer. Xianxia was very thin-skinned. He was very surprised that she could say this. I don't know. Xianxia's voice was slightly trembling. She could not stand his gaze and quickly turned her head away. She had already said this herself, but Xianxia still asked while knowing the answer. As expected, he was a bastard. If you don't know, aren't you just like me? Xianxia said somewhat mockingly. Xianxia's face burned. She felt that if she continued to stay here, she might be thrown into Xianxia's miniature world again. After all, she had already said that she would not refuse. As a result, she hurriedly got up and fled. Her dress fluttered in the wind, making her look extremely alluring. Xianxia watched her disappear from the hall and could not help but smile. Afterwards, the news of Xianxia's arrival at the Human Ancestors Hall spread very quickly. Many experts of the Human Ancestors Hall were shocked, and they all came to greet him. After all, Xianxia's current identity was the human ancestor. As for whether it was true or not, it was not important. What was important was that Xianxia's arrival could resolve the problem they were currently facing. Many people guessed that the reason why Xianxia had come to the Human Ancestors Hall had a lot to do with Xianxia. With regards to this, Xianxia could not explain anything, so she could only silently accept it. In the past, she had never thought that she would one day betray the Human Ancestors Hall and allow the person who killed the human ancestor to disguise himself as the human ancestor. Looking at the respectful expressions of the experts of the Human Ancestors Hall below the hall, she felt very conflicted. However, there was no other way now. Just as Xianxia had said before, what the Human Ancestors Hall needed was not the human ancestor himself, but the identity of the human ancestor. Everyone could become the human ancestor, as long as they could support the Human Ancestors Hall at this time. As for where the real human ancestor was, it was no longer a matter for the Human Ancestors Hall to consider. We'll have to trouble young Master Xianxia with the calamity of the demon burial abyss this time. With young Master Xianxia's help, we can rest assured. The demon burial abyss has engulfed many of the nearby factions, causing heavy losses. Now, many Buddhas have left Buddha Mountain to destroy the demons. With young Master Changa's help, this matter will be quickly resolved and peace will be restored to the world. That's right. With young Master Changa's help, we can all breathe a sigh of relief. The experts of the human ancestors hall breathed a sigh of relief, and there was no lack of flattery in their words towards Guchanga. If the older generation went, they would definitely miss out on the conquest of the 8 desolates and 10 regions. They would not be able to divert their attention, so it would be difficult for them to leave. Guchanga had already planned to go to the demon burial abyss, so he naturally would not refuse. Moreover, the experts of the human ancestors hall could testify that he was going there to destroy the demons. As for whether or not the upper realm would be bathed in blood after the appearance of the red-robed female demon, it had nothing to do with him, and no one would suspect him. In Guchanga's plan, although the red-robed female demon would break out of the seal in half a year or so, he could not wait any longer and planned to release her earlier. Therefore, he had already predicted what would happen in the vicinity of the demon burial abyss. In the following days, Guchanga was not in a hurry to go to the demon burial abyss. Instead, he stayed in the human ancestors hall. Jiang Chuchu took him to visit the various ancient palaces, including the many book halls of the human ancestors hall, the immortals' engravings, and so on. Guchanga was not interested in these things. Moreover, because he had once devoured the reincarnated soul of the human ancestor, he knew many secrets of the human ancestors hall. He was also aware of the inheritance method of the human ancestors hall, which allowed the cultivators of the human ancestors hall to completely accept the previous generation's Tao fruit, thus achieving the effect of enlightenment. Of course, such an inheritance was very rare, and no one was so noble as to be willing to give the results of their lifetime of cultivation to others. Only those of the older generation who were nearing the end of their lifespan would pass on their lifetime's Tao fruit to the next generation before they died. However, apart from these, the most interesting thing to Guchanga was the land of faith. The most precious thing in the human ancestors hall is actually the power of faith. This is the faith of all living beings, and at the same time, it is also the power of destiny of all living beings. Guchanga also had plans to test it. Then, he placed the golden cauldron of destiny in the main hall of the human ancestors hall to receive the power of destiny and faith gathered from all over the upper realm. Wisps of silver brilliance gathered and drifted from all over the world, and finally fell into the golden cauldron of destiny like a river of stars. Suddenly, the cauldron was filled with golden brilliance, and countless silver brilliance gathered. At this moment, many brilliant divine lights gathered in Guchanga's mind, and every word was filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was a cultivation method for the Dharmakaya of faith, but it required the support of a vast amount of power of faith. Ordinary people could not cultivate it at all. This is the power of faith. Perhaps I can try another method. Those who chant my true name can obtain eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. I can try to manifest my divinity. Guchanga closed his eyes, then sat cross-legged here. With a thought in his mind, a terrifying and vast amount of silver faith power surged and converged towards this place. Buzz, the sky trembled, and the palace outside trembled violently. A terrifying aura swept out, and it was incomparably vast. Even the stars in the outer realm were trembling, as if they were about to fall. Starting from the central region, the expressions of countless living beings and cultivators changed drastically. They felt a terrifying pressure rising from there, and they could not help but kneel down and worship. Asking for fresh flowers, everyone felt as if they were facing a brilliant heavenly might. Jiang Chuchu felt this fluctuation and came here, looking at the scene in front of him with some surprise. In the palace, Guchanga's figure became blurry. He was incomparably slender, and his hair was sparkling and flowing with brilliance. There was even a chaotic fog lingering around him. At this moment, the silver power of faith burned like divine fire beside him. Clusters of flames danced, as if reflecting hundreds of millions of laws and abilities. It was incomparably mysterious. This scene was very shocking. Every cluster of silver flames hung in the surrounding space, as if they were praying to him. Each cluster of flames was like a world, ancient and vast, and could contain everything. Someone is chanting my name between heaven and earth. Guchanga sat cross-legged in the silver divine fire, feeling the will of faith from various worlds. At this moment, this feeling was particularly strong in a certain area. It was burning, deep, and incomparably rich. This belonged to one of his devout worshippers. The scene in front of him came from this devout worshipper. At the same time, far away from the human ancestor's palace. Outside the boundary monument sea, in a desert near the 8 desolates 10 regions. On one side of this desert was a black and dead sea. It looked calm, but it contained terrifying murderous intent. The waves surged, as if the world was spinning, and the Emperor realm was difficult to cross. On the shore of the boundary monument sea, the pitch-black seawater rushed toward them, and there was an aura of death. On this sea, there were black bone warships floating, and there were also all kinds of strange warships crossing the sea. They were densely packed, and they came from the upper realm. Above the boundary monument sea, there was a terrifying expanse of chi. Thick fog covered the sky, and the border could not be seen. Many creatures and cultivators from the 8 desolates 10 regions had vicious energy swirling around their bodies, their auras overflowing into the heavens. They rushed out from the boundless energy, and then gathered outside the boundary monument sea. In the distant Great Desert, an intense battle was currently erupting. The vanguards of both sides were currently clashing. Within the terrifying Great Black Fog, there were powerful beings from the upper realms side that were currently watching coldly. Even though they couldn't cross over, they could rely on the younger generation, using all types of magical artifacts to project their bodies here, intimidating the 8 desolates 10 regions. The 8 desolates 10 regions similarly had powerful beings appear, but in terms of numbers and cultivation, they were clearly weaker than the upper realms side. This made the expressions of many people from the 8 desolates 10 regions become heavy, full of worry. The powerful beings hadn't fought yet, so right now, this was only a clash between the younger generation. The younger generation from both sides were sent out to carry out a slaughter here. This type of battle was incomparably bitter, the casualties great. The 8 desolates 10 regions' younger generation's cultivation was clearly inferior to the upper realms. They carried out a series of battles, yet they couldn't even wear down a single person from the upper realm. The 8th one. Who is the next one? On the battlefield, a Xianxia-like creature said with a sneer. Blood radiance swirled around his entire body, blood chi terrifying and overflowing. The long spear moved, sweeping forward, the void immediately exploding. Blood-colored symbols shone brilliantly, scarlet multicolored light strand after strand, interweaving into an expanse, hacking downwards. A young heavenly talent from the 8 desolates 10 regions side immediately exploded with a miserable cry, body and soul erased on the spot. This scene greatly increased the morale of the upper realms side. Everyone cheered, and even the most powerful existences shrouded in mist nodded slightly, revealing looks of praise. Meanwhile, the 8 desolates 10 regions side was in a state of dispiritedness. Many older generation experts' faces were ugly and ashen. The younger generation were even more so terrified, their faces pale, full of fear. The 8 of them fought a series of battles, yet none of them were that person's opponent. They were all quickly killed, leaving everyone shocked. This type of power, this type of disparity, truly left them in despair. The 8 desolates 10 regions are still trash after all. You found 8 people in a row, yet none of them were my opponent. Apart from hiding outside the boundary monument sea, what else can you do? If you knew this day would come, then why did you act like this in the past? Since you betrayed our side, then you all deserve an eternity of sin that cannot be erased even with death. The Xianxia-like creature laughed coldly, standing in the middle of the battlefield, long spear in hand, full of disdain towards the 8 desolates 10 regions side. Who knows what happened back then clearly? Don't bully others too far. Our side's true heavenly talents aren't here right now, or else they would definitely kill you. You won't be complacent for much longer. When the time comes, they will definitely kill you to get revenge for our side's cultivators. When they heard this, on the 8 desolates 10 regions side, many of the younger generation's eyes turned red. They couldn't endure this type of humiliation at all, especially when their morale was so low. They simply wanted to go crazy. The older generation experts even more so clenched their teeth, hatred overflowing into the heavens. True heavenly talents? When the Xianxia-like creature heard this, it only sneered, feeling even more disdain. If you all know what a true heavenly talent is, I fear that you all will fall into despair, not even having the courage to resist. If my family's master was here, a single palm would be enough to wipe out all of you. Your so-called heavenly talents, before my family's master, don't even have the qualifications to be ants. When they heard this, the higher realm's heavenly talents and experts, even those hidden within the mists, all revealed serious expressions. Many of them couldn't help but reveal looks of reverence. The Xianxia before their eyes was that person's past follower. These words weren't false. Hearing this, the young cultivators and beings of the 8 Desolation 10 regions were first stunned, then furious. They couldn't stand the disdain of the other party. They didn't believe that such a powerful and terrifying Xianxia had a master behind him. I'll kill you. Just then, a figure appeared on the side of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. He wore a green robe, had long hair, and a handsome face. He held a green blade in his hand as he walked out and landed on the battlefield. At this moment, there was a faint trace of anger on his face, but he was forcefully suppressing it. After seeing so many geniuses die at his hands, he couldn't sit still at all. He had to stand out and wash away the humiliation to boost morale. The moment they saw this person, many young geniuses of the 8 Desolation 10 regions were shocked. Then, there was an uproar. It's him. Lin Qingyang? Lin Wu's brother? It's a pity that Lin Wu isn't here. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to crush that despicable Xianxia. However, as Lin Wu's brother, Lin Qingyang's strength shouldn't be underestimated. After all, with Lin Wu's guidance, the Lin family's geniuses should improve quickly. After all, they are from the Dragon Blood clan. Many people were excited, seeing hope of winning. Since Lin Qingyang dared to stand out, it meant that he was confident in winning. Not to mention, he had dragon blood and a powerful younger brother behind him. Lin Qingyang's younger brother could be said to be a legendary existence. He was dazzling and made many people respect him. Now, he was the most powerful existence of the younger generation in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Qingyang, on the side of the 8 Desolation 10 regions, a quasi-supreme existence had a complicated look in his eyes. Then, he warned, "You must be careful." "I know, Grand Ancestor." Lin Qingyang nodded. He turned into a blur and seemed to have disappeared from his original spot. He went forward and began to fight with the other party. This was a great battle. The two were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who was stronger. Lin Qingyang's strength was very strong, but the Ixia-like creature Yihan's strength was not weak either. In the upper realm, it was one of the top young supreme beings. Otherwise, it would not be qualified to be Guchang's follower. The two individuals' bodies were covered in blood as they fought with great difficulty. All types of dazzling divine splendor erupted here, fluctuations terrifying. All types of divine abilities collided, continuously evolving. The aftermath caused many barren hills below to explode, turning them into ruins. However, you are still no match for me. Yihan roared in rage. In the next instant, he found an opening and swept out with his spear. Resplendent divine runes flashed as the spear pierced through his opponent's body. The people from the 8 Desolation 10 regions were astonished. They felt that the Xianxia was too strong. It looked down on everyone and was invincible. "Haha, you've been fooled." However, in the next moment, something strange happened. The pierced Lin Qingyang suddenly sneered. The blood in his body started to heat up, and a terrifying power was awakening. It was like a peerless true dragon was going to use the spear to attack Yihan. What? Under this attack, Yihan was in disbelief and shock. He coughed up blood continuously and his arms were sent flying. Even the indestructible long spear was trembling and cracking sounds could be heard. Boom. "Hand over your life." Lin Qingyang suddenly shouted loudly. He didn't care about his injuries at all and closed in with extreme speed. A fist pierced through. Boundless blood energy surged and blasted Yihan into pieces in midair. Behind him, a faintly discernible true dragon appeared. It shook heaven and earth, granting him incomparable power. This scene made the people from the 8 Desolation 10 regions cheer. Their expressions changed again and again, from their previous downcast state to excitement. Everyone's blood was boiling. It was as if they had become Lin Qingyang. Lin Qingyang used his strength to prove to them that their 8 Desolation 10 regions were not weaker than those from the higher realms. This wave of aura is a bit strange. It doesn't seem like the power of a normal bloodline. It can actually burn through divine abilities and melt simple bones. The expressions of many people from the higher realms changed as well. They never expected Lin Qingyang to suddenly erupt with such strength at such a crucial moment. It was simply too shocking. Even Yi Han was blasted apart by him. Today, I will kill you as an offering to the cultivators of my lower realm. Lin Qingyang roared furiously. He took advantage of the situation and pursued Yi Han. He wanted to completely annihilate Yi Han here and now. He planned to destroy his spirit and destroy it completely. Yi Han's expression changed drastically. His spirit wanted to escape, but it was not as fast as his opponent's speed. He was in despair and was about to be killed. Buzz. Suddenly, strands of silver threads appeared between his eyebrows. They were incomparably bright and contained an indescribable mysterious power. At this moment, the heavens and earth suddenly froze. A supreme and terrifying aura appeared continuously, as if it was about to descend upon this place through countless worlds and spaces. What is this? What kind of existence can descend upon this place through the boundary monument sea? The expressions of the most powerful existences from the 8 desolation 10 regions changed simultaneously. They found it unbelievable and even their spirits were trembling slightly. Everyone couldn't help but feel chills run down their spines. It was as if they were frozen in place and couldn't move at all. A great fear engulfed their entire bodies. Lin Qingyang, who was chasing after Yi Han, felt it even more directly. His entire body trembled to the extreme and he didn't dare to move at all. Even his spirit seemed to be frozen. A slender and blurry figure seemed to have crossed through countless spaces and appeared at this place. This was an extremely shocking scene. Specks of divine light shone, and it was incomparably hazy. It was shrouded in chaotic fog, or perhaps there were 3,000 worlds surrounding this figure, making it the only one in this world, eternal and immortal. The silver divine flames burned, and each of them had a supreme aura. They were so dazzling that many people didn't dare to look directly at them. Tears flowed down their eyes and they quickly closed them. This is the master protecting me. Yi Han greets the master. The Yiksha-like creature's face was filled with ecstasy. It knelt on the ground with great devotion and fanaticism, kowtowing to the figure in front of it. This is that person's Dharma body, it can affect this place. Just what level has his current cultivation reached? In the dense fog, the most powerful existences of the upper realm recognized the figure in front of them. Their expressions turned solemn as they felt a sense of shock and disbelief. Qingyang, run. This person isn't someone you can face. The expression of the supreme existence from the 8 desolates 10 regions who spoke just now suddenly changed. His figure moved over, and then he brought out his own weapon, wishing to fight against the Dharma body that appeared before him, wishing to contend against it. Hung Long, however, the figure within the silver divine flames had an extremely cold expression, as if he didn't have any emotions. He was high up above, overlooking the endless ages. A single palm crushed down on the heavens, blood and chi shocking heaven and earth, surging incomparably. Anything that stood in his path was completely blasted apart. This was indescribable heaven overflowing divine might. This Dharma body's large hand covered the sky dome, palm patterns clear. Golden light shone resplendently, as if it was the hand of a heavenly emperor. It carried terrifying might. The expression of the 8 desolates 10 regions' supreme existence changed. He brought out his own weapon, using his most powerful methods, but it was completely useless. His body was blasted apart, blood filling the skies. This scene was incomparably horrifying, leaving everyone stupefied. Their souls couldn't help but tremble. His blood carried a type of divine nature, golden aura, and symbols. It poured down from the sky. The great desert that was already riddled with holes looked as if it had been burned by the flames of hell. Only the weapon that was brought out was dim in radiance, trembling with wing sounds. With a dong sound, it exploded in the void, turning into fragments, smashing into the ground. All directions immediately became deathly silent. The battle fluctuations disappeared. That figure in the heavens also slowly disappeared, as if what happened just now was just an illusion. However, the scene of a half-supreme being forcibly killed with a single palm made their bodies go cold. Many thanks for Senior's life-saving grace. Many thanks for Senior's life-saving grace. Only Yihan respectfully and fanatically knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards that direction, pious to the extreme. So powerful, is this already that individual's current strength? Simply inconceivable. Everyone from the higher realms was similarly shocked and stupefied as they watched this scene, their hearts unable to calm down at all. They never expected that at the critical moment of life and death, that individual would actually save Yihan from millions and millions of li away. This type of method was like a dream, powerful to an inconceivable degree. This made them shocked, but at the same time, they couldn't help but feel envious of Yihan. Following such a master, even at a critical moment, he could be saved. In ancient legends, the most powerful among the immortals have reached an unimaginable realm. As long as one sincerely recites his true name in their hearts, they can make a strand of Dharma body descend, protecting them for eternity. At this moment, many people thought of this rumor and were endlessly shocked. Unknowingly, they also began to have thoughts of faith, shocked by what they saw today. Even more young geniuses were fanatical, deeply feeling that Guchanga's strength had already reached an inconceivable level. This was already far from what they could imagine and reach. Who exactly was that person just now? On the side of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, many people felt chills all over their bodies, their skulls almost exploding from fear just now. This was the first time they witnessed such terrifying divine might with their own eyes. It was simply not something that humans could resist. It's said that he's a leading figure from the higher realms. The voice of the people next to him trembled. Hearing the voice from the higher realms, they suddenly felt that what Jihan said before was correct. After witnessing this scene with their own eyes, they no longer had the slightest intention to resist. In the human ancestor's palace, Guchanga slowly opened his eyes. The silver flames around him dissipated, and the runes disappeared one after another, returning to silence. He looked at the golden cauldron of providence in his hand and felt that the power of faith in it had obviously decreased by a lot. The power of faith consumed by the divine manifestation just now was not a small amount. If it continued for a while, he felt that the power of faith gathered in the golden cauldron of providence would not be enough for consumption. Although he only intended to test it this time, the effect was obvious, although the power of faith increased by not much. However, once the news spread, one could imagine how widespread it would be, and how many devout believers would be attracted to him. Those who recite my true name can obtain eternal life in the samsara. Indeed, I have to be as cool as possible. Guchanga could not help but laugh. Then, he placed the golden cauldron of providence in the main hall, waiting for it to gather a lot of providence and power of faith here. He did not want to care about the matters at the boundary monument sea for the time being. However, after this divine manifestation this time, it should cause a stir there in a short period of time. It was not that Guchanga liked to show off, but he purely felt that this action could save him a lot of trouble the next time he descended. Have you settled the matters here? If you have, we can leave for the demon burial abyss. Guchanga looked at Jiang Chuchu, who had been waiting for him in the hall, and asked. Although Jiang Chuchu was a little curious about the small golden cauldron in his hand, she did not ask much. She nodded and said, yes. After all, Wang Zijin was not in the human ancestor's palace. There were many things that she had to settle before she left. Just as Guchanga said before, Wang Zijin did not have much feelings for the human ancestor's palace. Naturally, she would not care about these trivial matters. However, Jiang Chuchu was different. She grew up in the human ancestor's palace and was adopted by the human ancestor's palace elder. She had deep feelings for the human ancestor's palace. Then let's go. Guchanga then directly tore open the space in front of him. A golden path directly penetrated the sky and appeared outside the human ancestor's palace. There were already experts waiting there to go with him to the demon burial abyss to slay the demon. The demon burial abyss was very far from the central region. It was not only the central region, but also the other regions. This was because it was a place where space was chaotic and changed according to the terrain. The nearby space was not fixed and was fluctuating and changing all the time. However, it was not difficult to find the demon burial abyss because not far from the demon burial abyss was the Xiankong Buddhist temple of Buddha Mountain. Outside the Xiankong Buddhist temple was a teleportation array. As long as one reached there, they would naturally find the demon burial abyss. The Xiankong Buddhist temple and the demon burial abyss were actually quite related. Once, the ancestor of the Xianxia Buddhist temple was an enlightened monk of Buddha Mountain. He deeply felt that the demon burial abyss was overflowing with demon qi and had not dissipated for a long time. One day, it would erupt and bring disaster to all living things. Therefore, the enlightened monk made a great vow that he would not become a Buddha until the demon burial abyss was empty. Later, the enlightened monk went deep into the demon burial abyss in an attempt to find the source of the demon qi and quell all the disasters. However, he did not expect to encounter an unknown disaster and ran out crazily. He was also one of the few people who had gone deep into the demon burial abyss in so many years. As for what he had encountered there, no one knew. On the way to the demon burial abyss, Xianxia and the others encountered many great demons. They all rushed out of the demon burial abyss and caused chaos in the surroundings. Their cultivation was not weak, and the weakest was of the great saint realm. With Xianxu's current strength, she was definitely not a match for these great devils. However, in Xianxia's eyes, they were just some inferior nourishment resources, so it did not take long. The news of Xianxia and Xianxu going to the demon burial abyss to slay the demons also spread quickly through the cultivators in various places. Now that the various orthodoxies in the upper realm were in an uproar because of the Yin's ultimate sky and the 8 Desolates 10 regions, Xianxia's whereabouts naturally attracted extra attention. Now, he was still using the identity of the human ancestor, so it was not strange. During this time, news from the Boundary Monument Sea came, which naturally attracted extra attention. In particular, the appearance of Xianxia's Dharma body was even more shocking. Many people suspected that his cultivation was at least at the quasi-supreme realm, or even higher. It was hard to guess. One should know that among the many young geniuses, the strongest cultivation was only at the saint realm or the absolute saint realm. Even 6 Crown King Jun Yao and the others were in the same realm. However, in the battle at the Boundary Monument Sea, there were also many people who were dazzling and shocking the world. For example, the newly appointed abode master of the Supreme Grotto Heaven, Chu Hao, who was only a few hundred years old. Many people knew that he actually had some grudges with Xianxia. This time, in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, they did not know if the two would meet in the end. The other geniuses also made a name for themselves in the battle. There were disciples of the Immortal Academy, and there were also successors of various orthodoxies. The people that Xianxia paid attention to were mainly the few sons of destiny who were already around him. Yu Mingkong was gradually taking charge of the important politics of the unparalleled celestial dynasty and did not have time to care about other things, so she did not participate in this battle. Otherwise, with her identity as a reincarnator, she would know some of the opportunities and the whereabouts of the last artifact of the heaven-wielding 7 artifacts. Yu Mingkong did not say much to Xianxia, so Xianxia guessed that it was because the time was not right yet. The sword master of the heaven-wielding sword should not be a simple person. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. After crossing many regions, accompanied by waves of spatial fluctuations, Xianxia and the others appeared in a teleportation portal. An ancient temple with a dignified appearance and faint Buddhist light appeared in the distance. It was majestic and ancient, with a solemn feeling. Many monks were meditating everywhere, comprehending Buddhism. Xianxia Buddhist Temple. Xianxu's gaze landed on the plaque in front of the ancient temple. There were a few ancient words on the plaque with purple and gold edges, faintly emitting Buddhist light, as if they could reflect all demons and evil. Like the name, there were many strange places around the Xianxia Buddhist temple. It was suspended in the air, and one could see thick fog. The slightest mistake would cause one to fall into a bottomless abyss. Moreover, there was a forbidden array here. Unless one's cultivation was high, it would be very difficult to walk in the air. Greetings to young Master Xianxia, Saintess Chu. In front of the Xianxia Buddhist temple, a handsome monk had been waiting for a long time. He knew that Xianxia and the others would come here to kill demons and defend Tao. However, what surprised Xianxia was that he saw an old acquaintance here. It was the Golden Cicada Buddha, whom he had humiliated in public in front of the Immortal Academy. He was also here, with his palms together, waiting for them with a smile on his face. TSK, he really hit it well. Now that Xianxia looked at him again, he could faintly see the will of fate coming from him. Although he was not at the level of a son of fate, he was still a person with great fate. He didn't notice it back then, and the system didn't mention it either. Either he hid it well, or he just had some extraordinary opportunities recently. This made him a little interested. He still remembered clearly how the golden cicada Buddha tricked the divine prince in the land of extreme mean. Although he did it on purpose, if the golden cicada Buddha had warned him, the divine prince would not have been killed. Greetings, Brother Gu. We meet again, the golden cicada Buddha said. He was dressed in Buddhist robes, and Buddhist light could be seen circling around him. He gave off the feeling of an eminent monk. Guchanga's gaze landed on the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. I am surprised that you are waiting here. It seems that you are also going to the burial demon abyss? The golden cicada Buddha nodded. As the successor of Buddha Mountain, I will not stand by and do nothing about the burial demon abyss. As he spoke, his expression was very natural, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Guchanga felt that he should have some understanding of the burial demon abyss. After all, the golden cicada Buddha had been there before. With him leading the way, it would save them some trouble. Moreover, he might be of some use at a critical time. He knew that the golden cicada Buddha was not kind. He was most likely looking for something for the so-called burial demon abyss. The Xianxia Buddhist temple was solemn and dignified. Divine light was faintly discernible. There was an indescribable righteousness that seemed to be able to suppress all evil. One could faintly hear the faint sound of bells and Buddhist chants that contained the truth. This place could even cleanse a cultivator's mind, making them calm and peaceful. Many monks sat cross-legged and comprehended Buddhism. Buddhist light flickered on their bodies with a misty golden color. They were very extraordinary. They didn't pay much attention to the people who walked in from outside the mountain gate. After a glance, they looked away. It seemed that they only had Buddhism in their minds. Guchanga and Xianxia walked side by side. Their clothes fluttered in the wind like a celestial couple. Many experts followed behind them. Some were Guchanga's subordinates, while others were cultivators from the human ancestor palace. Golden cicada Buddha walked in front and led the way. His expression was calm, but he couldn't help but feel strange. He never expected Guchanga to come to the fiend burial abyss this time. He knew that Guchanga wasn't the kind of person who cared about the life and death of others. Even if the fiend burial abyss swept in all directions and brought chaos to the world, he probably wouldn't care. A person like Guchanga was even more selfish and indifferent than him. He wouldn't do anything unless it really affected his interests. Therefore, the golden cicada Buddha master was a little worried. He decided to keep an eye on Guchanga. As for Xianxia, he still trusted him a lot. Although they hadn't interacted much, he admired Xianxia's integrity when they were at the Immortal Academy. The two of them came together. If Guchanga was just accompanying Xianxia, he didn't believe it. Soon, Golden Cicada Buddha led the group through the area in front of them and arrived at the depths of the Xianxia Buddhist temple. Here, the aura of treasures rose and Buddhist light surrounded the mountain. It was incomparably holy and peaceful. There were tall domed pagodas in front of them. They could even see many fierce beasts, but they weren't fierce. They were even gentler than humans. There was a kind of Buddhist nature. Under the influence of the Buddhist aura here, even the fierce beasts lost their usual fierceness and became gentle and peaceful. Rumor has it that Buddha Mountain has a scripture of salvation that can convert all living things, including ferocious beasts, birds of prey, and divine weapons. There is a black mountain in front of the Buddha Mountain. It used to suppress a monkey demon known as the Great Sage of Chaotic Heaven. Later, the Buddha chanted sutras day and night for 10,000 years. Finally, the monkey lost its ferocious nature and converted to Buddhism. It was named the Divine Buddha of Chaotic Heaven. It is now the demonic beast guarding the gate of the Buddha Mountain. Is this true? Guchanga glanced at the ferocious beasts on the pagoda and asked with interest. He had some understanding of the origin of the scripture of expiation. It was an incomplete version of the demonic bottle. In the later generations, it was deduced and perfected by the eminent monks of Buddha Mountain, forming a new supernatural power. It was said to be able to purify all living things, making it impossible to guard against. Many cultivators from the great sects were converted to Buddhism because of this. For this reason, there was even a war of Buddha annihilation in the upper realm. Unfortunately, the Buddha mountain's divine skill was very strange. It was not something that ordinary divine skills and heavenly techniques could compare to. It was hard to block. Moreover, there were many believers of Buddha mountain. They were scattered in the upper realm and many of the lower realm. They were not fewer than the believers of the human ancestors' hall. Some of the leaders of the great sects even worshipped Buddha mountain when they were young and converted to Buddhism. Today, many orthodoxies in the upper realm were inextricably linked to Buddha mountain. Within Buddha mountain, there were many legendary artifacts guarding it. Its foundation was immortal. Once, a Buddha appeared with the demon-slaying pestle. He shocked the world with one battle and killed a member of the royal family of Yingzhu heaven. His power was not weaker than that of the human ancestor. In short, the level of mystery of Buddha mountain was even higher than orthodoxies like the human ancestors hall and the heavenly emperor mountain. Oh, Brother Gu, what you're saying is actually something from many years ago. Today, there is no longer that senior guarding the gate of Buddha mountain. However, there are his descendants, who have been guarding the gate for generations. As for the scripture of expiation, it is actually a saying from the outside world. In Buddha mountain, it is a supreme scripture. Very few people have access to it. The golden cicada bodhisattva, who was walking in front, smiled and replied. Guchanga was not surprised. Buddha mountain's sanctimonious appearance was at most the same as his, so there was nothing much to say. He just wanted to know how much the scripture of expiation was related to his demon-planting bottle. He wanted to know if he could use the demon-planting bottle to change and evolve the scripture of expiation so that he could control the living beings of Buddha mountain. Of course, this was just a thought. If he really wanted to do it, he would have to find the cultivators or living beings that had been converted by the scripture of expiation. He did not have much time now, so this could only be brought up later. Back then, the great sage of chaotic skies was said to have been converted because he did not respect Buddhism and looked down on Buddha mountain. In the end, a great medium of Buddha mountain took action and turned his palm into a black mountain, suppressing him in front of the mountain. He was influenced by Buddhism day and night. Xianxia thought that Guchanga was interested in this matter, so she could not help but tell him what she knew about the ancient records. Saintess Chuchu, you're wrong. It's not that we don't respect Buddhism, but that senior was unruly and didn't respect etiquette. Because of that, our Buddha mountain was touched and enlightened him. Later, he decided to guard our Buddha mountain to repay his kindness. The golden cicada bodhisattva could not help but turn around and correct her. Xianxia glanced at him and did not say anything. She knew that it was useless to say anything else in Buddha mountain's territory. Although she knew that this was just Buddha mountain's opinion, the truth of the matter was recorded in many orthodoxies. Guchanga was not surprised by Buddha mountain's shamelessness. Of course, if he were in Buddha mountain's shoes, he would have done the same. After all, it was a terrifyingly powerful demonic beast guarding the gate. No orthodoxy would take it seriously. Soon, they arrived at a monastery. The golden cicada bodhisattva led them here and gave the rest of the monks some instructions before leaving. Guchanga and the others would rest here for the day. They would set off tomorrow to the demon burial abyss to solve the problem of the great demon. Buddha mountain would also intervene in this matter and would send many Buddhas with profound dharma. The golden cicada bodhisattva gives me a feeling that he is up to no good. I don't know if it's just my imagination. After seeing the monks leave, Xianxia could not help but frown slightly as she spoke to Guchanga. She had the 9 orifices immortal soul and was extremely sensitive to all kinds of auras. Back then, it was this talent that allowed her to guess Guchanga's true identity. This time, she felt that something was wrong with the golden cicada bodhisattva. He might have an ulterior motive for heading to the demon burial abyss. Guchanga nodded in agreement. That's why when we go to the demon burial abyss this time, we have to keep a close eye on him. Who knows what kind of trouble he might cause. It would be bad if we end up making a fool of ourselves and he releases the peerless demon sealed inside. He did not expect Xianxia to say this. It gave him a good excuse. Since the golden cicada bodhisattva was a suspect, as long as this suspicion was proven, he would have nothing to do with it. Since ancient times, the demon burial abyss has indeed sealed many peerless demons. I heard that the golden cicada bodhisattva has also been there once. Could there be a connection between them? Jiang Chuchu did not doubt Guchunga's words, but she did not believe that the golden cicada bodhisattva would dare to do so. Once the peerless demons of the demon burial abyss were born, they would definitely be existences that would cause chaos in the upper world. There might even be existences that surpassed the emperor realm. As a monk, could the golden cicada bodhisattva be so bold as to go to this extent? Or perhaps he did not care about the rules of Buddha Mountain. Who knows? Guchunga smiled. Since you said so, there is no knowing what is in a person's heart. Anyway, it's never wrong to be careful. Jiang Chuchu nodded. She seemed to be deep in thought. Let's leave this matter at that for now. However, there is still a problem in front of us. Should we rest together tonight or separately? Then, Guchunga changed the topic. He looked at her with a slightly narrowed expression. Jiang Chuchu glanced at him. A blush appeared on her face. This was the Xianxia Buddhist temple, the holy land of Buddhism. What was he thinking? Why don't we rest separately? However, she did not dare to reject Guchunga's request. She could only ask in a negotiating tone. She looked at him tentatively. When they were in the human ancestors' hall, Guchunga did not ask her to do anything. However, she still felt a little uneasy. After all, she had personally promised Guchunga. All right. Guchunga only wanted to tease her. He had no other intentions. However, when he saw her expression, he revealed a look of regret and disappointment. He shook his head. Jiang Chuchu felt conflicted. At this time, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt toward Guchunga. In her opinion, since she was Guchunga's woman, she should naturally obey him. It was normal for her to warm his bed. However, she had a natural resistance to these things. It was difficult for her to accept them. However, Guchunga had helped her a lot. He had solved many problems for her. However, she had not given him anything substantial in return. Guchunga also did not really force her. This was her personality. When she thought about it this way, she felt that she owed Guchunga. How about I make it up to you? Jiang Chuchu furrowed her brows, hesitated for a moment, and then asked tentatively. This was the only compromise she could think of. How do you want to make it up to me? Guchunga looked at her with interest. In the next moment, Jiang Chuchu's face was a little red. She took a step forward and suddenly got in front of him. She was as cold as jade, but with a soft and faint sweet smell. After doing all this, Jiang Chuchu hurriedly left the place. Her skirt fluttered and her face was burning. Today, she felt that she had never been so bold before. Guchunga touched his lips. There seemed to be remnants of her breath. She's really an easy person to satisfy. After Jiang Chuchu's figure disappeared, he shook his head. The gentleness in his eyes gradually disappeared. In the end, it turned into a deep, unchanging calm. After that, Guchunga returned to his own courtyard. He took out a few jade talismans and sent them into the void nearby to prevent anyone from spying on him. Then, he sat down cross-legged. Wisps of golden brilliance flashed between his eyebrows. Then, a small golden figure walked out. It was glowing with a misty light. Its face was exactly the same as his, but it was unusually cold. There was also a faint golden brilliance flickering in the figure's sleeves. It was a primordial true feather that had been refined into a peerless blade. Buzz. Soon, the golden figure stepped into the void and disappeared. Guchunga opened his eyes. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. He was not worried that someone would discover his primordial spirit. After all, he was proficient in the power of space. As long as there were no monks in the Xianxia Buddhist temple who were proficient in space, they would not discover his tracks. But just in case, he used a secret technique to conceal his aura. When he stepped into the Xianxia Buddhist temple today, Guchunga felt that someone was looking at him. But when he looked over, the other party looked away. This was a person with a high cultivation base and powerful Buddhist doctrine. He had to be careful. Guchunga wanted to know the golden cicada Buddha's purpose in going to the demon burial abyss. If they had the same purpose, it would be much easier. But he felt that the golden cicada Buddha was not interested in the so-called seal. He most likely went to the demon burial abyss to find something. Many years ago, the golden cicada Buddha had gone there as well. It was said that he had almost died there. After so many years, the seal had loosened and the demon burial abyss was in chaos. It was a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. If that was the case, Xianxia could find a scapegoat. When the seal of the demon burial abyss broke, the golden cicada Buddha would be the perfect scapegoat. At the same time, in a side hall not far from the Buddhist temple. It was brightly lit, and the light of Buddha shone on the walls. Under the illumination of the lights, the strings of Buddha beads were even more dazzling. An old monk with snow-white eyebrows was knocking on a wooden fish. His Buddhist voice contained an indescribable charm. It was neither fast nor slow, as if it was falling between heaven and earth. The golden cicada Buddha stood behind him with a calm expression. "Your mind is in a mess." The old monk spoke with his back to the golden cicada Buddha. His tone was calm and unhurried. "Martial granduncle." The golden cicada Buddha shook his head. "I am indeed uneasy." "Is it because of Xianxia and the others who came today?" the old monk asked. He had not left the side hall for a long time. But he still knew a lot about the outside world. Naturally, he knew who had come to the Xianxia Buddhist temple today. The golden cicada Buddha nodded and did not deny it. "Yes. I don't know why he came to the demon burial abyss this time, but my heart keeps telling me to stay away from him. He is very dangerous." The old monk sighed. "He is indeed very strong. Even if you use all your skills, you will not be his match. I noticed when he stepped into the Xianxia Buddhist temple today. But he must have noticed me too, so I looked away." The golden cicada Buddha was shocked. He found it hard to believe. The old monk said that he was no match for Xianxia. He could not refute that, but he found it hard to believe that even the old monk did not dare to continue probing Xianxia. After all, his martial granduncle had studied the Buddha's 6 senses very deeply. The Buddha's 6 senses were the 6 terrifying divine powers of Buddha Mountain. They included the heavenly eye, heavenly ear, otherworldly mind, destiny connection, divine state connection, and omniscient connection. After cultivating the heaven's eye and heaven's ear, one would be able to see and hear all the sounds in the world. Even the golden cicada Buddha only had a basic understanding of the heavenly ear. This martial granduncle's comprehension of this Tao left him in the dust. It could be said that as long as he wanted to, there was no one within 1,000,000 miles that he couldn't see or hear. 773, but even he did not dare to probe Xianxia. It seems that there is more to the rumors at the Boundary Monument. See. The golden cicada Buddha sighed, his eyes heavy. The news of Xianxia showing his divinity at the Boundary Monument had shocked many of the younger generation, including him. However, he knew that the human ancestor hall had a secret technique that could use the power of faith to manifest a Dharma body from far away. Such a secret technique had little to do with the caster's cultivation. But now it seemed that Xianxia did not do all this with the secret technique. He probably doesn't know the secret of Buddha Mountain. You don't have to worry. The creation of the Zen robe is yours. No one can take it away. After all, you were the one who brought it down. Only you can bring it up, the white-browed monk said. But then, his closed eyes suddenly opened. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Wisps of divine light flashed and intertwined, illuminating the void. It was a pair of pure white eyes without any impurities. They looked extremely terrifying, and the light in his eyes seemed to be able to see through the past and present, and see through the 3 paths and 6 realms. "What's wrong, martial granduncle?" the golden cicada Buddha asked in surprise. "The seal at the demon burial abyss can last for half a year at most. After you take the Zen robe, you must use the Buddha bone to suppress it. Otherwise, the Xianxia Buddhist temple will be destroyed." The white-browed monk's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. The golden cicada Buddha nodded, knowing what the white-browed monk meant. Buddha Mountain had a special guiding method that could ensure that monks with profound Buddhist attainments in their previous lives would reincarnate with their wisdom after they passed away. For example, in his previous life, he was the monk who founded the Xianxia Buddhist temple. But until now, he had not awakened the memories of his previous life. According to Buddha Mountain, he still lacked an opportunity. And this opportunity was the Zen robe that he had taken into the demon burial abyss. That Buddhist robe was the most precious item of Buddha Mountain. It was blessed with all kinds of mysterious Buddhist doctrines. Countless monks with profound Buddhist doctrines recited the Buddhist scriptures every day. It had already been tainted with a deep Buddhist nature and could suppress all evil and evil. As for why the Zen robe fell into the demon burial abyss, it was a disgrace of Buddha Mountain. Until now, no one had mentioned it. I understand, Martial Granduncle. The golden cicada Buddha also calmed down. The Zen robe was his opportunity, so it was his fate. If others took it, they would go against the fate of Buddha Mountain and would encounter unimaginable disaster. Then I'll take my leave. With that, he respectfully left the side hall. But then, the white-browed monk suddenly frowned and looked doubtfully at a certain spot in the void. He felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them, but when he looked, he found that there was nothing there. This made him puzzled. With his attainment, could he have sensed wrongly? But in the huge Xianxia Buddhist temple, who could spy on him from right in front of him, he did not believe that Xianxia had the ability. Am I going to face the tribulation? Then, the white-browed monk shook his head and slowly knocked on the wooden fish again, sighing. If the seal of the demon burial abyss was broken, he did not know if he could survive. This was also his fate. It was unavoidable and he had to face this tribulation. He did not care about life and death because Buddha Mountain's reincarnation method could protect their wisdom. The so-called death was nothing more than a long slumber. The next morning, Xianxia, Jiangchuchu, the golden cicada Buddha, and the others stood on a mountain peak outside the floating Buddhist temple, looking at the abyss filled with demonic qi. The dark purple demonic qi was vast and surging, covering the sky like dark clouds. It was like a world of darkness, without much light. The fiend burial abyss sounded like an abyss, but it was more like a door. That terrifying giant mouth was like a huge wound that stretched across the world. Inside it, there was a terrifying aura that made people tremble. It was as if once one stepped into it, they would step into another world of eternal darkness. At the mouth of the abyss, there were many horrifying corpses, some as big as mountains. Some of them, even after death, were still dazzling with divine splendor, like small suns, releasing scorching divine splendor. However, because they were contaminated by the demonic qi, these corpses were covered with wounds and holes of various sizes. There were many shocking formations near the fiend burial abyss. Streaks of divine light burst out from them, turning into divine swords, heavenly sabers, halberds. They slashed into the abyss, preventing many creatures from rushing out. In addition, there were many cultivators around the fiend burial abyss. Although they did not dare to get too close, they were still fighting with the great demons. Their qi and blood were surging, and they were powerful. They were not here to protect the peace of the world, but to obtain some materials that contained rich dermic power after killing those great demons. For example, demon cores, skulls, hand bones, and other materials were often sold for high prices in the markets or stalls outside. These demon cores could not only be used to refine dermic weapons, but also to set up formations. They were very rare and could only be found near the fiend burial abyss. Therefore, many bold cultivators often came here to take risks. These cultivators noticed Xianxia and the others at this moment and were shocked. They did not expect that there would be other people here besides them. However, some of them quickly recognized Xianxia and were even more shocked and confused. With Xianxia's noble status, why would he come to such a dangerous place? Young Master Xianxia, what is he doing here? Is he planning to solve the problem in the fiend burial abyss? I can only say that as expected of young Master Xianxia. When they thought of this possibility, many of their expressions changed. They became incomparably respectful and full of respect. How many of the younger generation in the upper realm were willing to risk their lives to come to such a place? His courage and sacrifice for the common people of the world were admirable. If it weren't for the fact that they were forced to do so, they wouldn't even take half a step closer to this place. However, Xianxia knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still walked towards the tiger mountain. The entrance to the demon burial abyss is right in front of us. There is a formation set up by the eminent monks of Buddha Mountain, which can prevent the demons from rushing out. Brother Gu, follow me closely. Don't enter the formation by mistake. The golden cicada Buddha said. After his conversation with the white-browed old monk last night, he had calmed down. With that said, he led the people of Buddha Mountain and transformed into a divine rainbow, charging forward. Streaks of golden light flickered and rushed up from the mountain peaks on the ground. Vast demonic chi surged in front of them, but it was blocked and dispersed by the faint Buddhist light emitted by the string of Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. At the same time, an illusory image of a Buddha appeared behind him. It looked dignified and dazzling with golden light. With a roar of Buddha's anger, ripples like knives rushed forward and dispersed the demons in front of them. It was very powerful. Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others followed behind him. They were not very close. Since the golden cicada Buddha wanted to lead the way, Xianxia saved himself some trouble. He had a strange look in his eyes as he thought of the conversation he heard last night. At that time, he was almost discovered by the white-browed old monk, which really surprised him. Fortunately, he left early and nothing unexpected happened. The white-browed old monk's cultivation was at least at the quasi-emperor level. He was an old monster who had lived for an unknown period of time. Moreover, the divine power that he cultivated had a lot to do with perception. He could even see the mysterious changes in space. However, what surprised Xianxia the most was the golden cicada Buddha's identity. He only knew that the golden cicada Buddha had a Buddhist heart and Buddhist bones, but he didn't know that he was the reincarnation of an eminent monk of Buddha Mountain. Buddhist robe? It seems that it fell in the demon burial abyss. That's why the golden cicada Buddha wants to take it back. Xianxia was very interested in the Buddhist robe. If he guessed correctly, it should be a Buddhist treasure that was brought into the demon burial abyss to suppress the demon chi. However, for some reason, it fell in there. Moreover, after arriving here, Xianxia didn't feel any discomfort with the demon chi. Instead, he felt a strong sense of familiarity and nature. Even the runes of the Great Path appeared in his blood and kept disappearing, as if they were cheering. It was as if this aura came from the same source as him. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was like the memories that had been sealed were constantly recovering. Many fragments flashed, and there were many more things in his mind. The clouds parted to see the blue sky. The demon chi here is very strong. Even Saint Realm cultivators have to be careful to avoid being corroded by the demon chi. A faint layer of celestial light appeared on the surface of Xianxu's body, resisting the demon chi here. She frowned and whispered to herself. Xianxia glanced at her and waved his sleeve. A terrifying vibration power spread out, dispelling the demon chi around her. Why don't you stay outside? With your cultivation, you'll only cause trouble if you go in. He frowned slightly. Xianxia glanced at him and shook her head. No, I want to go in with you. Don't worry about me. I have my own methods. This matter had involved Xianxia because of her. How could she stay outside and let Xianxia go in alone? Seeing her insistence, Xianxia didn't say anything else. After all, if something unexpected happened later, it would be the same to throw her into the inner verse. Golden Cicada Bodhisattva led the way, but the journey wasn't peaceful. Not only did they have to be careful of the formation runes, but they also had to kill the creatures infected by the demon chi and corroded their minds. However, he had the strong cultivators of Buddha Mountain by his side. The weakest among them was a saint with profound Buddhist skills. They were very good at dispelling the demon chi and kept him safe. Just like that, they passed through hundreds of miles. Finally, they approached the abyss. A suffocating and oppressive aura spread out. Everyone's expression turned solemn, and their souls trembled. It was as if they were facing some great horror. They couldn't help but kneel down and worship the abyss. The demon chi here had even reached the point of liquefaction. It gathered into a small lake on the ground. There were runes flashing in the small lake. Some dark purple demonic stones were scattered around. They were extremely rare and precious, and they emitted the aura of origin. Young master, over there. Behind Xianxia, a supreme saint pointed at a lotus in the distance. His eyes were filled with shock. It was a dark purple lotus rooted in the small lake formed by the demon chi. Although the lake was less than 100 miles wide, it was fragrant and seemed to be made of immortal purple gold. What's that? Someone asked curiously. He walked over, but before he could get close, he was enveloped by the dark purple mist coming out of the small lake. He didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a bloody mist. It was extremely terrifying. Many people's expressions turned cold. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. That's the soul-destroying lotus. Don't get close. Golden Cicada Buddha frowned. Then he relaxed and explained to everyone, this thing grows near the demon burial abyss. It feeds on living creatures and demon chi. It looks beautiful, but it's very scary. You can't get close to it. His words made everyone wary. They knew that the closer they got to the abyss, the more dangerous it was. Soul-destroying lotus. It should be more than 10 million years old. It's already formed its own domain nearby. Guchanga was interested. He walked over. Everyone's expression changed. The monks of Buddha Mountain frowned, but they didn't stop him. Golden Cicada Buddha had already advised Guchanga. If he didn't listen, he would be the one to suffer. However, the next moment, to everyone's surprise, as Guchanga walked over, the soul-destroying lotus trembled slightly, as if it was afraid. Then, the roots moved, and it walked out of the lake. The purple light under its feet rose into the air. It was very mysterious. This scene made everyone's eyes widen. They were almost stunned. They couldn't believe it. Even Xianxia was shocked. Then, he quickly recovered. He looked at Guchanga and remembered his identity. Was this soul-destroying lotus very spiritual? Was it afraid of him? At this moment, everyone could see that it had split its roots into the shape of feet and walked to Guchanga's feet. Guchanga didn't care about everyone's expressions. He directly grabbed the soul-destroying lotus and threw it into his sumeru ring. This thing was spiritual. It knew that it couldn't escape from his hands, so it might as well submit. What's the use of the soul-destroying lotus? Xianxia was curious. As far as he knew, the soul-destroying lotus didn't have any effect on medicine other than being dangerous. Guchanga smiled and said, I'll keep it. After all, a 10-million-year-old soul-destroying lotus is very rare. Maybe it won't be long before it can transform. Because of the special nature of the soul-destroying lotus, if it transformed, it would have the ability to subdue the primordial spirit. Even if it couldn't transform, he could still refine his primordial spirit by devouring it. Others feared it like poison, but in his eyes, it was a tonic. Nurturing the soul-destroying lotus? Xianxia nodded and didn't say much. The soul-destroying lotus only fed on flesh and demonic chi, and it was a huge amount of it. With Guchanga's means, this was nothing to him. Although Guchanga's attitude towards her was much better recently, she didn't forget Guchanga's true face and temperament. Let's go. The golden cicada bodhisattva retracted his gaze. His fear of Guchanga rose to another level. After arriving here, everyone became more careful. Even golden cicada Buddha, who was leading the way, was extremely cautious. He didn't want to take a wrong step. Numerous veins that were like the veins of the Grand Tao could be seen everywhere, and they were emanating dazzling brilliance. There were more demons here, and they came from the depths of the demon burial abyss. They were extremely powerful and ferocious. There was no hint of intelligence in their eyes, only killing and violence. After passing through another area, they finally arrived at the entrance of the demon burial abyss. Vast demonic chi rushed toward them, as if it could drown the world. Even the great saints were trembling. Their faces were pale, and there was no trace of blood. The golden cicada Arhat stopped and turned around to address the crowd. Those below the Supreme Saint realm, stay here for now. I'll set up a space formation. If anything happens, you can quickly return here and escape. At the same time, we need someone to guard this place. With that, he took out a purple gold Buddha pestle and began to set up a formation here. He placed many materials in it, and was very careful. The monks of Buddha Mountain already knew the arrangement, so they quickly divided into two groups. One group followed Golden Cicada Buddha, and the other stayed here. Then you stay here. Guchanga looked at Xianxia. No. Xianxia shook her head and stared at him. I want to go down with you. Although her cultivation hadn't reached the Supreme Saint realm, she had other methods to make up for her lack of cultivation. Guchanga frowned. She could feel that he was about to get angry. Xianxia instantly lost her confidence, but she still raised her eyes and mustered up her courage. She met his gaze and said, I don't want to stay here. This is my business. Guchanga sighed slightly. He didn't seem to blame her. Instead, he asked, isn't your business my business? What's the difference? If Jiang Chuchu went down with him, it would make it difficult for him to carry out his next plan. Moreover, it would cause him a lot of trouble. Jiang Chuchu was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Guchanga to suddenly say this. Warmth filled her heart. For a moment, she didn't know how to refuse. But she quickly reacted. Now that they were in front of everyone, wasn't Guchanga admitting their relationship by saying this? This made her, who was thin-skinned, a little shy. Of course, as the saintess of the human ancestor temple, she was very good at maintaining her composure in front of others. In an instant, she regained her composure. Then you have to be careful. I'll always be here waiting for you, she promised after that. Guchanga nodded. His expression returned to normal. Then he ordered the people behind him to choose a group to follow him down, while the rest stayed here. Soon, after carving the formation pattern, the golden cicada Buddha turned to look at Guchanga and said, Brother Gu, we can go down now. With that, the Buddhist light on his body faintly shone. He directly tore through the demonic chi in front of him and headed into the demon burial abyss. A strange light flashed in Guchanga's eyes. The void blurred, and the mighty demonic chi automatically parted before him. He also stepped forward to follow. Not long after, he disappeared into the thick demonic chi and fell into the depths of the demon burial abyss. The demon burial abyss was very big. It could be said that it was a paradise of its own. A terrifying aura wreaked havoc. Many demons could be seen killing each other as if they didn't know exhaustion. All living beings here, regardless of their physical body or divine soul, would be infected by the terrifying aura. They would kill each other without regard for their lives. Guchanga could imagine that they had been sealed here for countless years. It could even be said that they had been sealed here for countless eras. To the red-clothed woman, Emo Chan Hong, this was a great torture. The demons here, even the powerful great demons who were comparable to quasi-supremes, did not have the slightest bit of intelligence. They only knew how to fight and kill. They either killed others or were killed by others. If it were anyone else who stayed in such a dark place, they would probably go crazy. Once it was born, it would definitely cause unimaginable disasters. Bloodbath in all realms, this was probably not just a saying. Brother Gu, what do you think of the changes in the depths of the demon burial abyss? Just as Guchanga was thinking, the golden cicada Buddha, who was leading the way, suddenly looked back and asked with a smile. It should be that the thing that sealed this place has been broken. Or rather, the evil thing here is about to be born, Guchanga said calmly. He was about to attack the golden cicada Buddha, but the other party's words reminded him. It was better not to attack before he saw the so-called Zen robe. The golden cicada Buddha did not seem surprised. He continued to ask, there is chaos here, and all the great demons are escaping outside. This is strange. Brother Gu, what do you think? He planned to test Guchanga's intentions and see how much he knew about the demon burial abyss. If he was also here for the Zen robe, then he would have to use some tricks to make Guchanga stay here forever. Guchanga was very powerful, but he was not as familiar with the demon burial abyss as he was. These demons should be afraid of something. Rather than calling it a riot, I think it's more like they're fleeing for their lives. Guchanga seemed to see through the golden cicada Buddha's thoughts. He said calmly, did the golden cicada Buddha not investigate before coming here? Then what is Brother Gu's plan? The golden cicada Buddha's heart pounded. He asked again. Buddhist light flickered on his monk robes, resisting the terrifying demonic chi here. The many monks beside him were also fighting here. They were leading the way and were all injured. Guchanga said casually, I came here because I was worried that Chuchu would be in danger, but I couldn't persuade her. Does the golden cicada Buddha think that I am interested in solving the demon burial abyss? If that is the case, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. He couldn't help but laugh. He seemed honest, but also mocking. The golden cicada Buddha was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Guchanga to be so honest. He was just short of saying that he was only here to make a good impression and had no intention of interfering in the demon burial abyss. But this was in line with his understanding of Guchanga. Why would such a person care about the lives of others? It seemed that he had some scheme for the holy maiden Chu, so he risked his life to come here with her. This made the golden cicada Buddha sigh in relief. He felt that things would be much easier. I see. Brother Gu is an honest person. He smiled. Since Guchanga had no intention of interfering in the demon burial abyss, he definitely didn't know about the Zen robe. Then what is the golden cicada Buddha's purpose here? I'm quite curious. Guchanga asked with interest. The golden cicada Buddha's expression had returned to normal. He didn't dare to lie, because once Guchanga found out that he was just playing along, he would definitely suspect his purpose. If Guchanga became interested in the Zen robe and tried to steal it, wouldn't that ruin his plans? So he decided to be honest. But there were some things that he still had to hide. Actually, this little monk came here to retrieve a lost Buddhist treasure, he explained. Seeing that Guchanga didn't seem to believe him, he continued, I'm ashamed to say that this matter involves a scandal of my Buddha mountain. Back then, there was an enlightened monk of Buddha mountain who had a great ambition to conquer the demon burial abyss. In the end, he entered the demon burial abyss and was bewitched by a ferocious female demon in the depths of the demon burial abyss. He was bewitched and stole the treasure of Buddha mountain, hoping to relieve his suffering. Unfortunately, that female demon was vicious and merciless. Speaking of this, he sighed. Speaking of which, this was something he had done in his previous life. But he hadn't fully awakened his innate wisdom, so he could only watch as a bystander. Just based on her appearance, she was able to bewitch an eminent monk. How terrifying and inconceivable was this? But it had happened just like that. And then he was killed here? Guchanga asked calmly, but he felt that this matter was a little tricky. It would be fine if Chan Hongyu wasn't in her right mind. If she was, wouldn't all the pain and suffering she had suffered all these years be returned to him the moment she saw him, not to mention the things that happened before she was sent to the demon burial abyss? Guchanga didn't think that many grudges could be resolved so easily. Hatred born from love. This hatred couldn't be erased even in the deepest depths of hell. Now it seemed that it was still the two methods he had thought of before. He had to slowly smooth things over, or find a way to completely destroy her, once and for all. However, the only thing Guchanga could be thankful for was that although Chan Hongyu didn't die after taking his blow, she wasn't in a good state either. Even if there was a possibility that she had gone easy on him, the injuries caused by the destructive power of that blow would take a long time to heal. That was why Guchanga was looking for a place to recuperate. If she wasn't in her right mind, it was easy to trick her. If she was in her right mind, he would have to find another way. That's why this matter is a scandal of Buddha mountain. Until now, no one has mentioned it. The golden cicada Buddha smiled bitterly and seemed to be rather emotional. Then, he continued to lead the way, using his Buddhist bones to sense the location of the Buddhist robes. At this time, as he went deeper, Guchanga felt a strange movement from the demon heart. The 8 desolation demon halberd seemed to be awakening and wasn't as quiet as usual. The terrifying aura of the entire demon burial abyss suddenly seemed to fall from the sky, suffocating him and making it difficult for him to move. The aura sealed within made him feel like he was facing an existence that surpassed the emperor and immortal realm. The demon burial abyss was caused by a drop of true blood that fell here when I was the demon master. However, Guchanga's eyes were dim. He felt an extremely familiar aura in the depths of the demon burial abyss. It wasn't Chan Hongyu, but another aura, in the depths of the source. Demonic chi surged in the devil burial abyss. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the terrifying waves. Countless skeletons of all races hung on the walls. They could feel the fear that seeped into their souls. Even their flesh and bones were penetrated by the cold chi. This was not a place that ordinary people could reach. The devil burial abyss had existed for so many years. Very few people had come here. There was no light at all. However, with Guchanga's eyesight, he could easily see the surroundings. The walls were steep and filled with all kinds of strange plants. There were also many soul-destroying lotuses in the void. However, they were not very old, as if they had just sprouted. They followed the entrance of the abyss and were now close to the bottom. The demonic creatures here were even more terrifying. Even the monks around Golden Cicada Buddha found it difficult to move. Many of them were severely injured by the demonic creatures. However, the Buddhist Dharma of Buddha Mountain was very exquisite. It expelled the demonic chi from their bodies in a few moves. It did not cause much trouble. The depths of the abyss are the truly dangerous place, young Master Xianxia. Why don't you wait for me here? I can go in alone. At this moment, a terrifying and vast wave came from ahead. It was as if the sky had fallen from the sky and destroyed everything. Golden Cicada's expression turned serious. He looked back at Xianxia. Although what Xianxia had said before had reduced his suspicion, he was still very wary of Xianxia and silently guarded against her. People like him would not truly trust a person, let alone Xianxia. The best situation now was to avoid Xianxia and go in alone. This would prevent Xianxia from coveting the Buddhist robe. Is that so? Since it's so dangerous, I can't leave. If something happens to you, Golden Cicada Buddha, won't Buddha Mountain blame me? Xianxia's expression did not change. He replied with a smile. He naturally knew what Golden Cicada Buddhist master was planning. In that case, I'll have to trouble young Master Xianxia later. Golden Cicada was a little disappointed, but his expression did not change. He was not surprised by Xianxia's answer. How could Xianxia leave now that things had come this far? He was only holding on to a sliver of hope just now. Soon, the Golden Cicada Arhat led the group through a place with even more demonic chi. They finally arrived at the bottom of the Devil Burial Abyss. Unlike the surging devil chi in the other areas, this place was unusually peaceful. He couldn't even see a single demon. It was deathly silent, and he couldn't sense any signs of life. It was as if he had passed through an invisible door and arrived at the deepest part of hell. There's something strange about this place that makes me feel uneasy, a monk from the Xiankong Buddhist temple frowned as he glanced at the deathly silent bottom of the abyss. It was very different from the depths of the demon burial abyss that they had imagined. However, they could still see many traces of battle here. Someone had come here before, but in the end, they all died here. This place was shrouded in even thicker demonic mist, to the extent where it could even obscure one's divine senses, making this place hazy and dark. It's the Buddhist robe. The Golden Cicada Arhat felt the Buddhist bone in his arms glow faintly, transmitting a sense of closeness. This Buddhist bone was a relic left behind by the last owner of the Buddhist robe after he passed away. It looked exactly like the bone, dazzling with divine light and interweaving Buddhist rhythms. However, the Golden Cicada Arhat's expression didn't change at all. He said, "This place is very special. Why don't we split up and see if we can find any clues? What do you think, Brother Gu?" Xianxia felt a sense of closeness to nature from the depths of the Devil Burial Abyss. Hearing this, he smiled casually. Since the Golden Cicada Arhat has said so, it's better for us to split up. However, if we encounter any danger, I'm afraid we won't be able to help immediately. There's no other way around this. Everyone, be careful and protect yourselves. I suspect that the loosening of the Devil Burial Abyss seal has something to do with this place. If we can't find any clues later, we'll come back here to meet up. The Golden Cicada Arhat said regretfully. If that's the case, then I'll go over to this side first. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled and nodded. She then headed towards another area where the demonic chi was even more turbulent. The Golden Cicada Arhat looked at him deeply. After seeing that Xianxia had disappeared, he turned and headed in the direction the Buddhist bone had sensed. However, he was worried that Xianxia would turn back, so he hid himself and waited cautiously. Looks like he really did go in the other direction. The Golden Cicada Arhat breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for a long time and seeing that Xianxia hadn't followed him, he headed in the direction the Buddhist bone had sensed. He was extremely wary of Xianxia and had never let his guard down. Therefore, he was very careful in everything he did. Are you still foolishly waiting for me to turn back? After separating from the Golden Cicada Arhat and the others, Xianxia appeared on a small hill at the bottom of the abyss with a faint mocking expression. If the Golden Cicada Arhat could think of this, how could he not? Just as the Golden Cicada Arhat didn't want him to follow, Xianxia didn't want him to follow either. After all, this place still contained a drop of his true blood. Before that, he could go and take the true blood. As for the Buddhist robe that the Golden Cicada Arhat was looking for, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. Even if the golden cicada Arhat found it, he had ways to make him hand it over. The power contained in the demon burial abyss true blood was unimaginable and unfathomable. With his current strength, it would be very difficult to fuse with it. Even if he used the great Tao treasure bottle to forcefully devour and refine it, it wouldn't work. However, once he took it, things would be much simpler. Fusing with it was only a matter of time. Xianxia passed through this place and headed for an even darker area. Terrifying ripples spread out. This was the might of a supreme. As long as his qi and blood were still surging, it was unparalleled. Many demons in the dark trembled and didn't dare to approach. Even from a distance away, he felt as if his body was about to explode. During this process, there was no lack of quasi-supreme demons. However, in the end, they trembled and didn't dare to approach. They prostrated themselves where they were. Xianxia's current cultivation was only half a step away from the quasi-emperor realm. In front of him, quasi-supremes were not much different from ants. At this moment, they felt like they were worshipping a true dragon. The other party only needed to exert a wisp of pressure to shatter them. The ground in front of him was already a dark purple, as if it was formed by countless drops of blood. Demonic qi pervaded the air, and it was a scene of desolation. This place was very strange. It had been smashed apart in the past. One could even see the stars that had fallen here one after another, smashing a terrifying crater in this place. Xianxia went deep into this place and didn't sense Hongyi's aura. He felt that she should be in the golden cicada Arhat's direction, and this was where the drop of true blood had fallen. He went deeper into this place as if there was no one around. There were even some ancient inscriptions here. He didn't know where they had fallen here. Some were complete, while others were shattered. Xianxia casually glanced at them and soon lost interest. The depths of the devil burial abyss was a completely different world. The territory here could be said to be endless. The remnant power of that drop of true blood had even changed the rules of heaven and earth here, causing the environment here to be different from the great Tao. One could even see many stars above his head. The starry river surged, and the heavenly mysteries were in chaos. This kind of scene was very shocking. This place had already been created into an independent world. Finally, Xianxia arrived at the depths of this place. This was an ocean that was scarlet red like fire, or perhaps it could be said to be a sea of blood. It was boundless, and dense demonic qi rose and surged into the sky. It emitted a hazy bloody radiance, and strands of supreme laws interweaved and condensed within it. If one looked at it from above, one could even see bubbles rising into the sky, as if it contained an ancient world. At this place, even he felt like his body was about to crack. It was clear how terrifying the aura of this sea of blood was. It could be said to be unparalleled. Even those who had attained the Tao would change their expressions. They wouldn't dare to approach easily and would tremble. However, as Xianxia's aura was revealed, this feeling of cracking disappeared. After all, the two were of the same origin. At this time, several figures appeared not far away. They were very blurry, but their auras were equally terrifying. However, their faces were not of the human race. They were very strange, as if they were pieced together by various creatures. There were some with human heads and beast bodies, and some with beast heads and human bodies. At this time, they stared at Xianxia with bewilderment, awe, and submission at the same time. This was a feeling that came from the bottom of their hearts. This was because they were terrifying creatures born from this sea of blood. At the bottom of the devil burial abyss, they were overlords. There were few who could rival them. In their eyes, the other demonic creatures were just food. This familiar aura that I haven't felt for a long time, Xianxia noticed the figures nearby, but didn't pay much attention to them. He closed his eyes slightly and came to the shore of the sea of blood. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At this moment, the sea of blood in front of him was boiling. There was a monstrous bloody light that rushed out, as if it was cheering and welcoming its original owner. Huff! In the next moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his mouth and roared at the boundless sea of blood in front of him. The terrifying aura seemed to sweep through the world, shaking the heavens. Even space was collapsing, on the verge of collapse. All the creatures near the sea of blood couldn't help but tremble. They knelt on the ground and didn't dare to move. Buzz! Between his eyebrows, the top of his head was shining brightly. It was incomparably brilliant and sparkling. That was the terrifying power of qi and blood. It penetrated the heavens and intertwined with the five-colored light and chaotic qi. This was the first time Xianxia had displayed it like this. It was so powerful that it could shatter the sky. Even the stars were as fragile as dust in front of him. He could collapse into ashes with a single breath. This was an unparalleled power. In the next moment, something terrifying happened. As Xianxia roared, the sea of blood in front of him began to boil crazily and surged toward Xianxia. He swallowed the endless blood qi in this place. Streaks of red brilliance like the Milky Way fell into Xianxia's mouth. This place seemed to have formed a bottomless black hole. It was more like a dim and collapsed sun that gathered all the light in the world. The sea of blood was disappearing quickly. It was boundless, but now it was setting off stormy waves. This scene was too shocking. Xianxia even showed his Dharma body. It was 10,000 feet tall and stood between the sky and the earth. All the sea of blood was like smoke. He opened his mouth and roared, swallowing all of it. All the creatures in the vicinity were terrified and shocked. They were stunned by this scene. They trembled in place and were extremely frightened. They never thought that one day, the source of the sea of blood that gave birth to them, the source of all the demonic qi, would be swallowed by someone. And the aura of this young man made them even more fearful. It was more fearful and fearful than when they faced the source of the sea of blood. At this time, a figure suddenly came to a place not far from Xianxia. Its body was stained with blood. It was unknown how it got stained. It was wearing a tattered black battle suit that flowed with black light. Some parts of it were cracked, showing that it had green skin. It held a broken spear and a broken black gold shield in its hand. Its aura was very terrifying, even reaching the level of the first layer of the quasi-emperor realm. The other creatures in the vicinity were very afraid when they sensed its arrival. It was obvious that it was the absolute overlord of this place, stronger than the other creatures. And when it came in front of Xianxia, it put down the spear and black gold shield in its hands. There was a divine light in its eyes, and then it lowered its head devoutly, showing its subservience to Xianxia. Xianxia was quietly swallowing the sea of blood with his eyes closed. He knew that it was subservient, so he did not care much. When the other creatures saw this, they quietly left this place, not daring to get too close. Normally, if they encountered this creature in front of them, they would become its food. It was obvious how powerful and terrifying it was. The scars and tattered battle suit on its body were the best proof. And just as Xianxia was eating away at the sea of blood here, to take away his former true blood, the entire demon burial abyss was also undergoing a shocking change. In a place very far away, there was a monstrous evil qi that swept out. This kind of ferocious power was indescribably terrifying. There was even a matchless demonic qi that rushed out of the demon burial abyss, causing all the star domains within 1,000,000 miles to dim. All the essence of heaven and earth was rolling in reverse. Countless large stars trembled, as if they were about to collapse. The sky was dark, and no light could be seen. This kind of scene shocked many orthodoxies and forces in the upper realm. Many ancient existences who were good at deduction had a great change in expression as they looked in the direction of the demon burial abyss. Bloody light overflows the sky. This is hatred and killing that will never be erased. The upper realm sky is about to change. The divine secret pavilion and the Sikong clan, who were good at deduction, had the older generation existences. Their expressions were solemn to the extreme, and the tortoiseshell in their hands cracked. Some people even let out a muffled groan and flew backward while vomiting blood. They had suffered a terrible backlash, and their faces were filled with shock. A great calamity. This time, I'm afraid an unimaginable peerless demon is about to be born in the demon burial abyss. This matter is truly inconceivable. After so many years of constant wear and tear, is it finally unable to resist? But isn't there still half a year? How could this be? Many super powerhouses frowned. Because of the matter of conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions, it was difficult for them to divert their attention. But at this time, something happened in the demon burial abyss. If there was still half a year, they could think of a countermeasure. But looking at the scene now, perhaps something strange had happened. This won't do. We have to send powerhouses to take a look and find some time to deal with the demon burial abyss. At that moment, they began to think of countermeasures. Then, they sent powerhouses who could be dispatched to the demon burial abyss to investigate. For a time, the upper realm was stirred up again. First, there was the disaster of the extinction heaven. Now, there was the chaos of the demon burial abyss. It made people anxious and uneasy. What happened? Could it be because of the Zen robe that the power of the seal here has weakened? At the same time, at the bottom of the demon burial abyss, the golden cicada Buddha's expression changed slightly. Just now, he almost suffocated. There was a tremor that came from his soul, as if it was about to freeze. That kind of hatred that could erase one's breath and soul could be said to be monstrous. It pervaded this place as if it had become one with the environment. Even with his state of mind, at this time, he couldn't help but feel some fear. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of existence was sealed in the depths of this place. However, he wasn't an ordinary person. His expression quickly returned to normal. He looked at a mountain peak not far away that was shining with Buddhist light. It wasn't tall, but there were many scriptures shining on it. Strings of ancient runes interweaved and flickered, branded everywhere. Faintly, one could even see divine light curling around the mountain peak. Phantoms of Buddhas and ancient monks appeared, sitting there cross-legged and chanting scriptures. At the top of the mountain, there was even a moon-white Zen robe on it. The Buddhist light was sparkling and incomparably holy. It emitted light, protecting everything nearby. When the demonic chi reached here, it also seemed to be contaminated by the scorching sun. It made sizzling sounds and turned into green smoke, about to dissipate. Buddha, this is the boundary of the seal. We can't go any closer. The many monks around the golden cicada Buddha all had incomparably solemn expressions as they stared at the scene behind the mountain peak. It was clearly pitch black there. No light could be seen, as if it had fallen into eternal darkness. However, there was a heart-palpitating aura that made them tremble in fear. They couldn't control themselves at all. It felt like ants facing a true dragon. The brilliant pressure made them feel like they were walking at the edge of an abyss with their eyes closed. The slightest carelessness would cause their body and soul to be destroyed. Apart from the Zen robe, there were also all kinds of terrifying runes that emitted bursts of golden light. However, as the demonic chi came into contact with them, they began to crack inch by inch. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They were very afraid. I know, but we have to take the Zen robe. The golden cicada Buddha's expression was solemn as he walked toward the mountain peak in front of him. At the same time, he took out a sparkling Buddhist bone. When he was about to take off the Zen robe, he put the bone on it. Otherwise, the seal here would definitely collapse very quickly. Suddenly, the golden cicada Buddha's expression changed drastically. His entire body turned cold, and he didn't dare to move. It was as if he was being stared at by an incomparably terrifying existence. A terrifying chill swept through his entire body. His spine was cold, and his scalp felt like it was going to explode. He did not dare to turn around, but he saw that the other monks were looking behind him with a horrified and shocked expression. What's that? The golden cicada Buddha's Buddhist heart flowed with Buddhist light. At the same time, his Buddhist bone also bloomed with dazzling light to resist this terrifying aura. He turned his head with difficulty, only to see a figure standing not far from him. She seemed to be looking at him in confusion. It was a beautiful figure. No words in the world could describe her, but they were empty and powerless. Her beauty had reached an extreme. No one dared to blaspheme her. Even looking at her was a sin. She was wearing a red robe. She was tall and slender, and her black hair was like a waterfall. She had a small oval face, and her features were flawless. Her black and white eyes were clear, like flawless black gems that flickered with light. However, his expression was one of bewilderment. He stood there and looked at him. His eyes were unfocused, as if he was looking into the void, or at a place further behind him, as if he was looking at something. That's the figure from back then, the red-robed demoness sealed in the demon burial abyss. Some memories appeared in his mind. The golden cicada Buddha's calm heart beat fiercely. He looked away with difficulty, not daring to look at her. He knew how terrifying this existence was. The red-robed woman stood in the formation and couldn't walk out. Waves of golden light fell on her body, and wisps of green smoke rose. She looked like she was in pain, but her expression didn't change. She continued to look into the distance in confusion. Moreover, there was a unique immortal aura on her. She was like a fairy that soared into the 9 heavens, but also like a mustard seed that flowed into the underworld. Her aura was so terrifying that it made one's scalp tingle. One's legs almost gave out and he knelt on the ground. That's the red-robed demoness recorded in the ancient records, it's really her. The group of monks of Buddha Mountain were terrified. However, they felt that the woman in red was still unable to leave the place where she was sealed, so they gradually calmed down. The reason why the abbot of the Xianxia Buddhist temple had died was because he had mistakenly entered the formation. They didn't dare to underestimate this red-clothed woman in front of them at all. Her terror was unimaginable. Just by standing there, she was able to freeze and crack their souls. However, they didn't dare to look too much. They silently chanted Buddhist scriptures to calm themselves down. They didn't want to be mesmerized by her beauty. She can't walk out, the golden cicada Buddha quickly calmed down. Knowing that the red-robed demoness couldn't lead the seal, he relaxed. He planned to go to the mountain in front and take the Buddhist robe. However, as he walked over, the formation runes suddenly erupted with millions of rays of divine light. It was as if they had turned into a pillar of light, dazzling and resplendent. They all blasted towards the red-clothed evil woman, causing her body to emit bursts of cyan smoke. It was more like water splashing into a pot of boiling oil, causing one's teeth to ache and shock. However, the red-robed demoness didn't seem to feel the pain. She seemed to be used to it. She still looked behind the golden cicada Buddha in confusion. She seemed to be able to sense someone there, someone very important to her, someone she couldn't forget. Even though she couldn't see him, she knew where he was. Moss. Master. Her expression was very perplexed as she muttered these 2 ancient words. However, the golden cicada Buddha and the others couldn't understand. They felt that the words were obscure and ancient. They didn't know what era they were from. The red-robed demoness seemed to want to walk out of the seal, but when she touched the light in front of her, terrifying blue smoke came out of her body. It was as if she was being burned by fire. She couldn't help but shrink back in pain. The monks of Buddha Mountain were shocked. They watched as the red-robed demoness' hand quickly melted when it touched the light. Her flesh and bones melted. The pain made them tremble. It was unimaginable. Who set up the formation here back then? It was terrifying to such an extent. The formation seemed to be set up specifically to seal the red-robed demoness. Others couldn't touch it and could easily walk to her side. End of chapter 432. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.